Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. This is called Living Together and Dying Together, which is obviously super romantic, okay? That's used to describe husband and wife. It's used to describe husband and wife. Don't come on, how can we have that kind of partner at our age? It's illegal, okay? Anyway, Wendy is very cute and smells good. I think it should be very comfortable to put it in a box. Well, it's settled. I'll write a suicide note when I go back. Delta said slowly, lying on the wheelchair from beginning to end, not moving at all. Wendy blushed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop twitching, and finally she sighed helplessly. Damn it, she obviously wanted to cheer up the depressed Delta, so she suggested watching the sunset, but why do I suddenly feel that this attitude of life in that she doesn't want to think about anything is so enviable? Chapter 64, History books will not record them, alas, why do I have to come out to buy her food? In the morning light, Wendy turned her wheelchair and raced wildly on the track, mumbling non-stop. But Delta, that dead salted fish, could not be woken up at all and had completely missed breakfast time in the laboratory. Damn it. If it weren't for your broken legs, I wouldn't help you do this. Wendy muttered, stopping at the door of the Valkyrie cafeteria with a little hesitation on her face. Then she took a deep breath and resolutely pushed the wheelchair in. As Wendy expected, the Valkyries in the cafeteria all cast strange looks at her, but no one stopped her. Instead, they consciously avoided the place where Wendy was going, as if avoiding a scary cockroach. "Hey, look, it's that guy. Stay away from her. She invested so much but got nothing in return. How dare she be so shameless? Don't say that. Don't be too sympathetic. Judging from the situation, she might turn into a monster at any time." The whispers around her made Wendy's eyes gloomy. But Wendy silently reminded herself that this trip was to prevent Delta from going hungry. She moved slowly to the ordering counter with a wooden expression as if nothing had happened. "A standard breakfast, plus a cup of warm milk, to take away, thank you." Wendy whispered, but she heard continuous whispers in her ears. There are people who are willing to take away. So, it makes sense that the Valkyrie of Oceania is generally recognized as not good enough and is looked down upon by the entire Sksel. Amid all kinds of gossip, a childish and lazy voice sounded clearly, and to Wendy's ears, it was like a ray of sunlight shining through the clouds. It was Delta. Wendy turned back subconsciously and saw the familiar blue-haired girl lazily lying in a wheelchair, controlling something like a remote control lever in her hand, and slowly moving the high-tech electric wheelchair. In the unfriendly eyes of the surrounding Valkyries, Delta seemed unaware, just yawning lazily, with even a few sleepy tears at the corners of her eyes. And that cute pink little mouth opened and closed gently, but uttered particularly aggressive words. "Ignorant and cowardly fools, standing in a safe place, pointing fingers at those who took the initiative to jump into the sea of fire to protect the world." It reminds me of a famous painting, where a great warrior finally collapsed after being covered in wounds, and then disgusting green-headed flies lay on the warrior's body and buzzed, thinking they were greater than the warrior. You are those flies. Perhaps not all Valkyries have seen the painting that Delta mentioned, but they are certainly not illiterate, and they all understood this kind of insult that is almost a poke in the face. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and the Valkyries who were mocked looked at Delta with sharp eyes. Delta still looked calm, slowly approached Wendy, and continued as if talking to herself. "I wonder if your poor and humble brains have ever thought about what the Herrscher gem fusion experiment means? In short, once the experiment is successful, the Herrscher will change from a pure natural disaster to a resource that can enhance the power of Sksel. From now on, we will no longer passively bear the disaster of the Herrscher, but will take the initiative to attack the Herrscher, and then draw more powerful power from the corpse of the Herrscher, and then continue to attack the Herrscher with higher efficiency and lower casualties. Because of this experiment, the history book of Sksel will be written in 2 volumes. The first volume is the history of thousands of years of hard work and continuous sacrifice under the threat of collapse. The second volume is the future of changing offense and defense, using collapse to control collapse, and using Herrscher to kill Herrscher. Delta told a story that was irrefutable and worth looking forward to in a lazy tone. The few who had some dignity already had their eyes flickering. But most of them still gritted their teeth, neither refuting nor accepting. Delta glanced around and continued as if with doubt. "If it was at the headquarters of Sksel, even Lady Durandal would treat people like us with respect. If it was at the Far East branch, Lady Teresa would do her best to protect us and be proud of us Valkyries who are ready to die. But in Oceania, it is really hard for me to imagine how stupid, cowardly, and shameless one must be to say bad things about us behind our backs. What do you think, Wendy?" Delta came to Wendy's side. Wendy took the lunchbox under the subtle and complicated expression of the waiter at the order counter, and then dragged Delta to run. "Are you stupid?" Wendy certainly knew the principles that Delta said, but the customs in Oceania were not a 1-day or 2-day thing. The Valkyries are a violent group. Delta is really upset. How can we 2 cripples stand up to them? Don't panic, slow down. Life is not about movement, but about stillness, Wendy. Shut up and go back quickly. I told you not to panic. Cowards like them don't have the courage to touch us. You should know that in the entire Oceania branch, in addition to the Gem of Desire, the 2 experimental subjects who have emerged from hundreds of heroes are the most precious. Anyone who touches us will be dragged to the gallows and executed for obstructing the great cause and betraying Sksel without waiting for sunset. Really? Wendy paused and looked at Delta suspiciously. Delta nodded, rolled her eyes, and said, "Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Now the headquarters and all branches are scrambling to complete this experiment, and even anti-entropy is competing with us. Whoever succeeds first will be the turning point that changes the fate of mankind and will be a monument that will surely be recorded in history books. Those who hinder the experiment are, at the very least, damaging the fundamental interests of the Oceania branch, and at the most, dragging down the great cause of Sksel, and even hindering the future of mankind. Believe me, this kind of sin is light." Delta put her hand on her neck and gestured, causing some Valkyries with a more aggressive temper to take a step back and feel a slight chill on their necks. Wendy blinked blankly, then nodded, and felt that she could not refute it at all. Delta chuckled and said, "At this stage, the crime of assassinating the branch chief may not be as serious as attacking the two of us. Put your heart in your stomach. Even if we throw a grenade between them, they will be the ones who will be punished in the end." Then the surrounding Valkyries all took a few steps back. It's not their fault that they are timid. It's really Delta's contemptuous look that is really looking for a gap to throw a grenade. So, Wendy and Delta moved slowly and went to the door. Delta was still slowly using her venomous tongue along the way. Speaking of which, we will also appear in history books in the future. It should be recorded like this: the selfless and great Skull Valkyries Delta and Wendy became the first humans who could carry the Herrscher gem without dying. With their brave efforts, Skull obtained a lot of precious preliminary data and made an indelible contribution to the success of this great experiment. In the future, the new Valkyries and even elementary school students will definitely curse their teachers while painfully reciting our deeds. Guess how the history books will record the idiots behind us? Ha ha ha. The answer is nothing. No one will remember these insignificant maggots. At most, some history enthusiasts will discuss on the forum, saying that there was a group of short-sighted, cowardly, and shameless Oceania Valkyries who actually pointed fingers at the great devotees. There will definitely be a bunch of netizens leaving messages on the forum, saying how could there be such stupid and bad people, saying that they tarnished the glory of the Valkyries, and that they should be hanged in the face of thousands of people. That must be the case, ha 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 ha. The clear and pleasant laughter slowly faded away, but it was like a loud slap on the face of these Valkyries. They watched the two wheelchairs go away with different expressions, watching each other disappear in the sunlight. Then, all kinds of sights gradually focused on the Valkyries who were whispering just now. Then, some people blushed, but couldn't stop more whispers from ringing everywhere. Chapter 65, Delta, you big idiot. The morning sun, the waves, the cool breeze. Two little girls, wrapped in warm sweaters and slumped in wheelchairs like salted fish, stared at the sunrise with tired eyes, holding the same simple thermos cups in their hands. Ah, comfortable, they sighed in unison. Then, they unscrewed their thermos cups in sync, poured out the wolfberry hot water, and drank it slowly. Wendy squinted at Delta, who was too lazy to even raise her eyelids, and said faintly, "It's hard to imagine that it was you who made those guys speechless a few days ago. It should be something worthy of admiration, but seeing you like this, I suddenly can't be moved at all." Calm down, Wendy. The most important thing for a person is to feel comfortable. Are you comfortable now? To be honest, I've been dreaming about it for the past 2 days. I wanted to turn against them a long time ago, but I have a good temper and can't say those words. You are just too shameless. Even after that, you still think they will be your good colleagues. Don't make trouble. Tear their faces hard, and you'll be happy. Delta, in a tone of vicissitudes, drank hot tea and sighed comfortably, a true ally with an old ma soul. Wendy pouted. "TSK. I understand your point, but you will have no friends in the future if you continue like this." "I have Wendy, so I don't need any friends anymore," Delta said as a matter of course, looking at Wendy with a surprised expression, as if questioning why she had such doubts. Wendy blushed, raised her thermos cup to block Delta's sight, and said loudly, "Ah. Delta, you're at it again. You always say things like that, and I don't know what to do." "Huh? Don't look at me with such a confused look, I should be the one who's confused, okay? Wendy is really weird," Delta said slowly, pouring another cup of wolfberry tea and handing it to Wendy. Wendy took it casually, and Delta said with a little pride, "I bought the old Shinzu wolfberry from Shinzo. It's more effective and tastes sweeter. You should try it." Wendy took a sip subconsciously, then looked at the wet edge of the cup and suddenly realized that Delta had drunk from it. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. It should be very normal for good friends to share cups. Why is your heart beating faster? Why is your face hot? Why can't you help but want to smile? Wendy, something is wrong with you? Delta looked at Wendy, who suddenly held her head and screamed and wandered, then hit her forehead with the thermos cup and pushed the wheelchair around like crazy. Delta slowly tilted her head, and small question marks popped up one after another. "Wendy, is the drug too strong?" No, I'm fine." Wendy stopped abruptly, her strained short hair, black outside and green inside, looking a little messy. Except for the blush on her forehead, she returned the cup to Delta as if nothing had happened. Then Wendy turned her eyes to Delta's high-tech electric wheelchair and changed the subject. "Why do you have an electric wheelchair, but mine is a manual one? Don't you know? I've already said that we are precious property to Skull now. Can't you just tell those assistants about electric wheelchairs? Not to mention electric wheelchairs, even if you want to add a game console and a machine gun on it, it's no problem." "Huh? You really don't know?" I'm still wondering why you always use a manual one, thinking it's because you like manual ones. Delta said with a puzzled look on her face. Wendy covered her face with her hands and cried out in despair, who would have this kind of strange hobby? After all, it's Wendy. What do you mean, after all, it's me? Do you think I'm some weird creature? The weirdest thing is you, this dead salted fish. Alas, little Wendy, don't mind, don't mind. Today's senior group sunrise watching activity ended with Delta's sizzling sound of drinking water and Wendy's frantic shouting. After returning, Wendy immediately went to the assistant of the institute to ask for an electric wheelchair. Then, she was rejected. She was also looked at with strange eyes, as if questioning where she got such a thick skin. Wendy, furious, slammed open Delta's door. Delta, you're cheating me again. PFFT. Did you really believe it? So why can you be the only one? I'm a relative, Wendy. Someone puffed out her chest proudly instead of being ashamed. Then Wendy's even more exasperated screams came from the room. What a wonderful time, so wonderful that it seemed as if the loneliness and sadness of the previous period were all illusions, as if even the pain from the gem of desire surging in the body could be completely ignored. So when one day, during a time when Wendy woke up on the experimental table, she couldn't help but sigh like this, and the first thing she thought of was Delta's lazy expression like a salted fish. So, Wendy sat up from the experimental table and then felt a numb and itchy discomfort in her legs. This discomfort was very strange. It's not that the condition of these legs was better before. On the contrary, they were completely penetrated by the power of the gem of desire before. Not only was it extremely painful, but there was also a sense of death threat that could spread from the legs to the whole body at any time. But now, those feelings have completely disappeared, leaving only a slight tingling and powerlessness that was completely bearable for a Valkyrie at least. Wendy stretched out her hand and slowly stroked the white and tender thigh. It felt like it had sensation of being touched. She couldn't feel it no matter how she touched or pinched it before. Why? Wendy felt a burst of ecstasy subconsciously, but then she realized a terrifying reality. The gem of desire had been moved out of her body, but there were only 2 qualified bearers in this experiment so far. Where would the gem be now? Who would it be in? Where is Delta? Where is Delta? Where is Delta? Wendy grabbed the collar of the experimenter next to her and yelled like crazy. The other party looked as if he had expected it. Although he was a little frightened, he still replied calmly, Delta woke up a while earlier than you and has gone back now. Wendy got the answer and moved herself to the wheelchair with both hands without saying a word, then pushed the wheels with all her strength and rushed out of the laboratory quickly. Until then, she was somewhat glad that she didn't change to an electric one, because the motor could hardly match the arm strength of the Valkyrie, and manual was much faster than electric when needed. Delta. Wendy rushed into the familiar room. The air was still filled with the sweet fragrance of the room's owner, but there was no sign of Delta. Wendy was stunned for a moment, then turned around and rushed outside. The sea breeze today was a bit harsh, and it was extremely cold for Wendy, who was only wearing a single lab coat. The gloomy sky and the harsh cries of seagulls made her even more uncomfortable. Finally, at the place where the two often stayed to watch the sunset and sunrise, Wendy saw the familiar back of the wheelchair. A hand stretched out from the wheelchair, weak and pale, making people want to hold it in their arms to warm it up. And above the slender fingers, a strange airflow was rolling. Wendy felt her eyes sore and hot, and she knew without looking in the mirror that she must be about to cry. Then the wheelchair turned around, revealing the familiar but delicate face that was much paler than usual. Hey, how does it feel to have the gem taken out, Wendy? You're such an idiot. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Don't hit me. Wendy's wheelchair came like a dump truck, knocking Delta to the ground. Bang. That day, both wheelchairs were scrapped at the same time. Wendy, you're the idiot, it hurts. You're so annoying. Bastard. You deserve it. I didn't offend you, did I? I just wanted to give you a surprise, is that wrong? This is not a surprise. Bastard Delta, who told you to do this? Did you ask me? Bastard, idiot, woo. The conversation between the two was drowned in the waves and the wind, and it didn't stop for a long time. When the assistants in the laboratory received the call for help and rushed over, they saw two disabled little girls hugging each other and falling asleep on the ground. Among them, Delta was smiling. But Wendy's eyelids were wet, and even after she fell asleep, she hugged Delta tightly and refused to let go. Title: What? You want me to become the Herrscher of Finality? Description: Baymo unexpectedly acquired a Herrscher development system and a chat group system, and her body was transformed into a girl, a slag, to adapt to the Honkai energy. From then on, what kind of story will she, forced to become the Herrscher of Finality, embark on? Let's wait and see. Kevin Kazlana, instead of slurping noodles, I think you should come and get a blast of shamesh from me. K. Clover, it's just a lost belt, watch me clear it in one go with my main account. Richest Shrine Maiden, the shrine is out of money again, Baymo, please help me out. Apple Pie Lover, Baymo, come quickly. Today we're having a team building event at Penguin Logistics. I'll introduce you to some new friends. Anna Shriak, Baymo, are you really the Herrscher of Finality? Does this mean our civilization is safe? Baymo, it seems like all of you have grand plans. You're all wasting time chatting instead of doing your jobs. Chapter 66, The Last Promise. 2 weeks after Gem was transferred, Wendy had basically regained her ability to walk and began rehabilitation training at the level of a Valkyrie. In the bright professional rehabilitation training room, Wendy ran, jumped into the air at the right time, and danced while holding the aerial ring. Her petite and supple body moved like a butterfly in the wind, exhibiting amazing agility and beauty. Even though it was just rehabilitation, the physical abilities displayed by a Valkyrie would make the most professional athletes envious. Only Delta appreciated this pleasing sight. It wasn't that they had taken over the activity room, but... Speaking of which, the last mission was really dangerous. The Honkai beast jumped out from the buried corpse and almost smashed your head. Sorry to bother you. Bang. After the rapid slamming of the door, one could easily imagine the embarrassing scene of the Valkyries fleeing in panic. The original Wendy was already quite aloof, and now with Delta, who sat by the door drinking wolfberry tea, they were even more daunting. Wendy flew in the air for a few more turns and landed lightly. Her raised hands were like wings that had just finished flying. Her tight gymnastics suit perfectly showcased her graceful curves, attracting attention. Wendy smirked proudly. Am I awesome? Ah, awesome, Wendy is the best, Delta replied, her eyes vacant. Seeing this lackluster response, Wendy pouted in frustration, walked over to Delta, and gently poked her forehead. You have no sincerity at all. How about a cup of hot water? Come on. Watch me drink it all up, and you'll die of thirst. A little. Wendy unscrewed the thermos and took a sip, immediately sticking out her pink tongue. Ah. It's hot. You're not very smart. Go away. You just know how to annoy me. No, it's Wendy who has a bad temper. You should learn from me and be calm. Smile, Delta said slowly, using her hands to force a smile on her face. Wendy rolled her eyes, squatted down, and placed the thermos cup back on the wheelchair rack, saying, What you call calm is someone speaking venomously in the cafeteria yesterday. Well, I had nothing to do, so I went to warm up my voice. Delta said weakly, waving her hand slowly. Wendy was so angry that she laughed. Your way of warming up really broadened my horizons. Don't worry, you'll see all kinds of ghosts after living long enough. Why are you pretending to be a 14 or 15-year-old minor like that? Wendy lightly chopped down with her hand. The force was gentle, no different from caressing Delta. Then Wendy looked directly into Delta's calm, distracted eyes, sighed with mixed feelings, and said, Actually, they are not that bad. They just faced the horror of the Honkai and lost something in it, so it's understandable that they are like that. You mean PTSD? More or less. What does that have to do with me? Delta said indifferently, her expression flat and unchanging. Wendy was a little stunned. Delta continued slowly, Aren't you a Valkyrie? Haven't you been on the battlefield? Don't you have a little PTSD? Everyone has PTSD, why should you give in to them? Although that's not what she said, I can't refute it unexpectedly. You're really good at talking, I've never seen such an eloquent Valkyrie. Wendy sighed half-heartedly and half-helplessly. To put it bluntly, Wendy didn't think she was a saint. On the day she silently endured verbal attacks, Delta had come behind her, talking freely, as if setting up a shield and sword for her. Since then, the balance in Wendy's heart had already tilted. But just when Wendy was about to change the subject, Delta continued, But you are right, they are not that bad. Only reasonable people will blush for what I say, and I have no way to deal with those who are so bad that they have no shame. From this point of view, they are indeed not bad to the extreme. Are you praising or insulting them? In fact, the Valkyries are just soldiers, weapons that are managed and restrained. The essential problem of the military atmosphere has never been in the soldiers themselves, but in somewhere else. Delta pointed upwards and smiled meaningfully. Wendy blinked blankly, opened her mouth to speak, closed it, then opened it again, repeating this several times before saying solemnly, Only tell me these things, don't talk about them outside, or you'll get into trouble. As a local Valkyrie, how could Wendy be ignorant of the root cause of the chaotic and unhealthy atmosphere? But a mere Valkyrie, unless promoted to the S rank with a strategic position, couldn't do much about the huge black curtain hanging over her head. Perhaps this is one of the reasons she resolutely accepted the experiment of the Gem of Desire, expecting to reach the sky in one step and maybe do something. However, the subsequent encounter completely exposed the cruelty of reality. Thinking of this, Wendy shook her head and decided to end this dangerous topic. By the way, how do you feel recently? Can you really bear it? I have almost recovered. If you can't bear it, you can transfer it back to me. I heard that this kind of recovery and retransfer may improve our adaptability, and it might make the experiment successful. I'm fine. I don't need to live in the box for the time being. You can run errands for me for a few days while your legs are good. The efficiency of having legs and not having legs is really different, Delta said with a lazy capitalist expression. In fact, she was more than fine, she felt amazing. As a Herrscher of dominance, when had she ever felt such surge of Honkai energy? Not to mention the powerful power within reach. If it weren't for knowing that there were still many big shots who could beat her, Angel would have been reckless by now. Wendy squatted in front of the wheelchair, holding her chin with both hands, and stared at Delta with clear and beautiful eyes. Having experienced the horror of the gem, Wendy naturally didn't believe Delta's excuses. Wendy's eyes softened as she gently held Delta's hand and said, "When you wake up in pain in the middle of the night, remember to call me. I will rush to the scene to laugh at you. When I become a complete artificial Herrscher, the first thing I will do is hang you at the highest point of the base to enjoy the sea breeze. Well, if I succeed, I will do the same. Wendy, I will remember this agreement." The two looked at each other with a smile, feeling the strong friendship flowing between their eyes. Chapter 67, Prelude. 3 weeks after the promise was made, Delta, under the watchful eyes of Wendy and the researchers, unleashed an invisible and sharp wind blade, tearing apart the test barrier composed of 16 special alloy steel plates into pieces. Boom. In the midst of the strong wind, Wendy pressed her dark green hair, which was flying wildly, behind her ear and stared blankly. How is it possible? When she carried the Gem of Desire, it was only a burden that threatened her life constantly. Let alone power, she couldn't even stand up. How did Delta do it? Is the gap between Valkyries really that vast? As Delta drove the wheelchair to Wendy's side at a steady pace, she saw a cute little face deeply doubting life. Delta blinked innocently and said with pity, "It turns out that the gem damages not only the body but also the brain. It's so scary. Are you calling me a moron?" Wendy didn't need a response to know the answer, so she directly kneaded Delta's face. So smooth, so soft. As soon as she started, the nature of the action shifted from venting to something else. Wendy kept kneading with a bright smile, ignoring Delta's increasingly dissatisfied dead fish eyes. "If you can't stand up, I'll have to give you a set of muscle-breaking and bone-breaking hands. Come on, you dead salted fish. You may not be able to cheer up even if the world ends, so why would I be afraid of you? Watch this, Wendy's secret technique of tickling Delta." The pleasant and beautiful picture was finally interrupted by the disinterested scientific researchers. Wendy pushed Delta to deal with the next round of questioning and testing and was able to leave the experimental area after a long time. "Alas, it seems that I really won't be needed. I didn't expect that the cruel experiment that consumed so many resources and sacrificed many companions would succeed on you, a lazy fish. It's really unpredictable. Are you ready to be hung up by me to enjoy the sea breeze? As a friend, I allow Wendy to choose a favorite underwear. TSK. If you can really do it. I'll accept it if you hang me up." Wendy's voice suddenly became low. She stopped and slowly hugged Delta's petite body from behind the wheelchair. Delta was stunned for a moment, turned around, and saw Wendy's eyes red, looking at her with tears. "Hey, you look like you want to cry with your mouth pursed. Are you jealous of me or hungry? No. Do you know how scary the Herrscher gem is? I've been carrying it for more than half a year. I'm so scared, Delta. You don't need it now. That's why I'm scared. I'd rather it be me, I'd rather this person be myself. Do you understand?" Wendy held a handful of Delta's hair tightly, her hands trembling, her fingers red from pinching. This is a topic Delta can't explain. It's impossible to tell Wendy that she is Herrscher herself. It's impossible to tell Wendy that the gem poses no threat to her. All Delta could do was gently stroke Wendy's face, rarely showing a gentle smile, and quietly looking at her tearful eyes. After a long time, Wendy wiped her tears by herself, forced a smile, and said, "Don't look at me, it's so embarrassing. As a Valkyrie, I'm still crying. You will definitely laugh at me every day in the future." But being laughed at together every day was Wendy's biggest dream at the moment. Delta smiled silently reciting her apology in her heart, and sighed helplessly. Wendy pushed the wheelchair and continued on the way home. At this moment, she only hoped that this road would be longer, and that the date of the next experiment could be postponed a little. Even if it was just a little, it would be enough to thank the god in the dark. 2 weeks later, the Oceania branch conducted an experiment to transfer the Gem of Desire from the calf bone to the thigh bone. Wendy didn't smile that day until Delta drove the wheelchair slowly out of the laboratory and waved to her with a pale face. You. What do you want to eat tonight? How about I cook for you? Well? Are you better than the chef in the cafeteria? Stupid. You should nod gratefully at this time. Okay, Wendy has the final say. Delta sat weakly in the wheelchair, her eyes almost completely closed and squinting, her voice full of a weak tone. Wendy couldn't tell whether this was just the same decadence as usual or whether the gem was eroding Delta's body. But Wendy didn't dare to ask, she could only hold back her trembling lips and silently shed tears as she walked. After that, Wendy moved into Delta's room and slept with her. Just as when Wendy was depressed and Delta was healthy at first, Delta had moved into Wendy's room on her own. In subsequent tests, Delta showed stronger power. So, the experiment continued to upgrade, and the gem of desire was moved from the thigh bone to the pelvis. For the first time, Delta was hurt in the experiment. It had nothing to do with the gem, it was simply because the researcher's craftsmanship was too rough, leaving a hideous scar on her waist and abdomen. That night, Wendy smiled and washed Delta's body with ease, but in the middle of the night, she curled up in her bed and cried secretly all night. Afterward, the researchers were delighted to report the good news to Delta. The Archbishop highly praised our experimental progress. Listen carefully, for the last step of the experiment, the step of the Herrscher gem completely integrating into the body, the headquarters will come to watch. That means the Archbishop will witness our success. The time is scheduled for a month. Get ready, we will definitely succeed. Bang. In the astonished expression of the messenger, Wendy crushed the wheelchair armrest expressionlessly. You. Get out if you have nothing to do, we are very busy now. Oh, okay, anyway, you should take good care of yourself during this period, get ready, and don't make any mistakes when the time comes. The messenger wanted to say a few more words, but under Wendy's gloomy gaze, he finally left with a quickened pace. Delta gently touched the back of Wendy's hand. The warm and smooth familiar touch gradually dissipated Wendy's gloomy expression. Delta said, "Are you worried about me? Why don't you talk? Delta, let's refuse the experiment, okay?" Wendy forced a smile and held Delta's hand. Delta shook her head. "You know, we can't refuse. If you can't refuse, don't come. Why would a salted fish like you who only seeks comfort and muddles through come to participate in the Herrscher experiment? Wouldn't it be better for you to be a logistics Valkyrie in a remote branch? Why did you come, idiot?" Wendy collapsed and knelt down beside the wheelchair, crying loudly. Seeing the experiment escalate step by step, seeing Delta getting weaker and weaker. Although Delta never said it hurt, in Wendy's eyes, it was a fact that didn't need to be explained. She felt that she was watching Delta throw herself into a sea of fire and knives, watching everything around her, even Wendy herself, pushing Delta towards the side of the god of death. "How can I do this? Don't. Delta. Don't go. Please, let's stop here, or let me do it. I can do it, I've fully recovered. I can definitely do it. Yes, I'll go find them to replace someone now." Wendy stood up and tried to walk out of the room. Then, Delta lightly hooked the corner of her clothes. It was such a weak force that a slight breeze could blow it away, but because of this, it was like unbreakable steel, making Wendy completely unable to move. "Why do you want to participate in the experiment? How should I put it? I also have things I want to do, I don't want to leave, I want to continue. Don't worry, I will never die, I promise you, Wendy." The extremely soft voice, with a kind of firmness that Wendy didn't understand, bound Wendy's trembling heart like a spider web. "I guess I will never forget this day." Wendy thought so, turned around, and faced Delta with her embarrassed crying face. After a long while, Wendy forced an ugly smile, squatted down, and hugged Delta carefully, as if hugging a treasure that could break at any time. Finally, Wendy nodded. "Okay. I'll accompany you." "Thank you, Wendy, you are my best friend." "You too, Delta. So, please, change your mind. As long as you change your mind, I am willing to do anything for you, Delta." Wendy closed her eyes in pain, and at this moment, she could no longer breathe well. Chapter 68, Delta's Private Diary. DAZ. Under the blue sky and white clouds, an invisible transport ship was rapidly cutting through the sky, speeding towards New Zealand, far across the ocean. In the comfortable and luxurious cabin, Rita Ross added drinks for the blonde girl and the blonde youth who sat opposite each other. The girl received refreshing and delicious sparkling water, while the young man was served a pure red 1982 premium cola. "Black tea will do, thank you," Otto Apocalypse said without looking up while flipping through a diary. Rita secretly thought it was a pity but replaced the drink as instructed. She thoughtfully placed a straw in Durandal's sparkling water. Durandal then held the straw in her mouth and took a sip, saying to Otto with some hesitation, "My lord Bishop, do we need to be so serious? If it's just me and Rita, it's fine, but you are very valuable. Do you really need to go directly to the site of that experiment? Durandal wasn't afraid Otto would get into trouble. First, she was confident in her and Rita's strength, and second, she knew about Otto's many backup lives. But the majesty of the Archbishop needed to be carefully maintained. The Herrscher experiment in New Zealand was unprecedented, and there were too many variables. Durandal believed Otto wasn't suitable for such a tedious occasion. Otto continued reading something attentively, smiling calmly. Durandal, Rita, the significance of this experiment is far greater than you think, and I really need to witness it myself? Seeing their confusion, Otto explained while flipping through the book. This is not only the first artificial Herrscher but also a preview of the Siren plan. Its success will add greater confidence to our strategic goals. I want to witness it in person. I must witness it in person. Otto closed the notebook, picked up the black tea, and smiled warmly, like a spring breeze. Durandal and Rita nodded half-knowingly. Although they still didn't fully understand the importance Otto placed on this, since the Archbishop had decided, they would naturally comply. Then Otto pushed the notebook over, motioning for the 2S-level Valkyries to check it. Lord Durandal, please let Rita open it. Rita bent down and leaned into Durandal very naturally, her head touching hers. With graceful fingers, she opened the diary that Otto had always read with relish. April 13, 2011, Rain, the 4th anniversary of my mother's death. I put a flower in the corner of the yard. I wonder if my mother can see it? I secretly asked the maid to buy this diary. I hope it won't be discovered. July 6, 2011, Sunny, Dad stayed here for 3 days. He asked me to take off my clothes and took many photos. His hands were sweaty and uncomfortable. I didn't like it. December 3, 2011, Snowy, I found I grew 1 centimeter taller today. He took photos of me again. The cake he brought was very sweet, but I didn't like it. March 6, 2012, Sunny, after taking photos, I was held for a long time before I put on clothes. I saw he was in a good mood, so I told him I wanted to go to school, and I was slapped. July 10, 2012, Rainy, the maid disappeared. I know where she went. I heard her screams. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Mom, can you help me take care of her? That person is not Dad. February 24, 2013, Rainy, his eyes are getting more and more scary. I have no ability to resist. Weapons are meaningless. Kitchen knives are toys to him, and even less of a threat to him. What should I do? June 13, 2013, Rain, my body hurts. I hope this is just a dream, but I know it's not. Mom also experienced this kind of thing in his cage. Kill him. Kill him, tears, September 17, 2013, Rain, he said there is a very important experiment, and if successful, you can gain very powerful power. He said that this power must be in the hands of his own people. I agree. Yes, I need power, beast. Durandal slammed the table and stood up, her finger bones clenching the table so tightly they left deep dents on the metal surface. The charming smile on Rita's lips also disappeared, and the cold light of blood flashed in her deep red eyes. Otto raised his hand, motioning for them to calm down. The protagonist of the diary is Delta, the subject of this experiment. As for him, he is not only Delta's biological father but also the powerful head of the Oceania branch, and a disgusting beast. Read this diary, and you will understand your mission. Durandal took a few deep breaths before sitting down. Rita continued to flip through the diary. After a long time, the 2 Valkyries, suppressing their anger and murderous intent, closed the notebook and looked up at Otto. There are 3 possibilities for this experiment, Otto began. The first is that the experiment fails, and Delta dies. The second is that the experiment is half successful, and Delta is controlled by Honkai. The third is that the experiment succeeds, and Delta kills the branch chief herself. But no matter the result, your task remains the same. Whichever is the outcome, Durandal, ensure the branch's safety. Rita, eliminate the branch chief and his dark underlings. This is your mission in New Zealand. Otto picked up the diary, stroked the cover, and calmly said, getting the expected firm reply, yes, Archbishop. Delta is very smart and hid the diary well. Our people only had the chance to record its contents when she went to do experiments. From it, you can see that this poor girl, trapped in darkness, now, she has special liking for another flower who was also enduring darkness but blooming strongly. You mean, use Wendy to control Delta after the experiment succeeds? Rita looked at the notebook in Otto's hand and said thoughtfully. For a poor child like Delta, who had been in darkness for so long, this plan seemed cruel. However, if it was for the sake of defeating Honkai, if it was for the sake of the world, Rita and Durandal could suppress their reluctance. They could treat the child better in the future and make her happier. This plan was acceptable. Otto looked at the clouds outside the plane window and smiled without saying a word. Delta, let me witness you defeating Pain and even Honkai's control for Wendy. As long as you can do it, then K423 will definitely succeed. This was an unexpected surprise, and Otto would witness everything that happened next with pure expectations and blessings. For everyone in St. Freya, it is most important to arouse sympathy and let their kindness resonate. For the elders of anti-entropy, let them discover the truth themselves. Let them see the true face they have never seen. The deeper and more complex the facts they see with their own eyes, the more they will believe it. For the master, the key is to be tough. And for Otto, a mastermind who has worked hard and been at ease for 500 years, he must be allowed to control everything. Give him clues, let him write the script he wants, and let him personally push the situation to what he expects. Only then will he believe it. In the gentle sea breeze, Delta nestled in Wendy's soft arms and drank hot water, as she listened to the angels in the theater analyzing the layout so far. Although it made sense, although it had been confirmed that the carefully prepared diary had been read by outsiders, and although the various settings about the branch director and his identity had been arranged to the most realistic degree based on the actual situation, the audience this time was Otto. Delta still felt the heavy pressure under her indifferent expression. Delta, are you nervous about tomorrow's experiment? I am a little nervous, but if Wendy kisses me, I will feel much better. Saying such strange things again. Am I a panacea? You are really helpless. Wendy complained but lowered her head and kissed Delta on the cheek. Wendy no longer thought about whether she was shy. Until the experiment was successful, she could no longer refuse any request from Delta. Are you feeling better? Much better. With Wendy here, I have the strength of 1,000 people, Delta said with a smile, and there seemed to be no more worries and fears in her rising tone. Wendy's eyes were full of anxiety. She was silent and hugged Delta tighter. How nice it would be if she could never let go like this. Chapter 69, Silence and Explosion. The diary is basically half true and half false. The true part is that the problems of the Oceania branch are indeed significant, and there is indeed a dark secret around every nook and cranny of the branch's corners. The false part is that there is no girl named Delta, and there is no diary. These are all elements carefully embedded by Angel. Unfortunately, the children who truly experienced the diary story couldn't be saved in time when Angel confronted the branch director. It wasn't until she saw Otto himself in the depths of the heavily guarded laboratory that Delta was convinced that the previous series of foreshadowing had worked. Delta, meet the Archbishop. Delta nodded from her wheelchair, her heart a little nervous, but her face maintained a lazy expression as if she never got enough sleep. In short, there was no respect. Wendy, who was holding the wheelchair, did not have the excitement and respect for these legendary figures that she had imagined in the past. She just mechanically performed the customary greeting etiquette and seemed a little absent-minded. The reactions of these two made the surrounding Oceania members, including the branch heads, somewhat angry. Otto raised his hand to signal them to be silent, and then showed a warm and sincere smile to Delta and Wendy, and saluted with his chest. The headquarters has always seen your awareness and courage. Unfortunately, I have never had the time to come and comfort you in person in the past. I am really sorry. But at this moment, on behalf of the entire Sksol, I would like to express the highest respect and gratitude for your sacrifices and contributions to mankind. Thank you, Wendy, Delta. Your Excellency the Bishop is too kind. It is what we should do. Wendy finally regained her attention and bowed in response. Although the experimental process had been painful and the interpersonal atmosphere after participating in the experiment had been very dangerous, Otto, as the highest leader of Sksol, showed an attitude that soothed most of the pain and grievances. Wendy couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. But she inadvertently saw Delta still with those dead fish eyes, looking absent-minded and indifferent. Pa. Delta slowly touched her head, turned her head, and looked at Wendy blankly. At this time, Otto had finished saluting and just looked at them with a warm smile. It doesn't matter. Today you, or Delta, are the protagonists, and we are just invited guests. So just do as you usually do, and don't be restrained. Yes, Bishop. Wendy responded meekly. Fortunately, the Archbishop is as magnanimous as the rumors say, otherwise, would you, a dead salted fish, still be a Valkyrie? Wendy glared at Delta, feeling disappointed, but also thinking with some relief. But the jumping mood only lasted for a short moment. Wendy soon lost control of the wheelchair and watched Delta being sent to the closed laboratory. Wendy, wait for me at the door. Delta waved the familiar thermos cup slowly and greeted her weakly. Wendy couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the mood of worry and fear, her eyes were red and she nodded heavily. The experimental area is a huge spherical bunker covering an area of 189 square kilometers. From a distance, it looks like an exceptionally smooth hill. The bunker is equipped with a large number of defense and suppression facilities against Honkai energy. When Delta entered the central laboratory, it was evaluated as a strong cage that could even trap a Herrscher. Outside the laboratory is the main control area used by researchers. And the next level outside is the area where Otto and other senior executives and Wendy are waiting. Delta was sent to the experimental cabin of the central laboratory. Everyone, take your positions, keep an eye on the data you need to pay attention to, we are about to start. No mistakes can be made, everyone, be alert. Countdown 30 seconds, start. The researchers took their positions, and all kinds of instruments and lights started to move. The Gem of Desire itself is a collection of a huge amount of Honkai energy. To achieve complete fusion with the human body, it must be unsealed from its condensed state and turned into pure energy to penetrate every corner of the body. The solution given by the Oceania branch is to input Honkai energy of a specific wavelength, supplemented by the energy extracted from the Gem of Serenity, to induce the activation of the Gem of Desire. Delta curled up and floated in the liquid experimental chamber. As time went by, she clearly felt that a large amount of Honkai energy was being injected into her body. Unfortunately, the careful design of the experimenters had no effect because the Gem of Desire was shrouded by the power of domination as soon as it entered Delta's body. If it were not for the rationality of the experimental process, the gem would have fused with Delta's body long ago. Beep, the preset siren sounded soon after, making everyone's heart rise. It appears, the subject's own Honkai energy begins to increase rapidly, and the Gem of Desire is activating. Everything is as we designed. Quick, stop the external energy supply, and all the restraints are in place. Success or failure depends on now. The staff in the main control room were busy, their nervous and expectant eyes fixed on the experimental cabin in the closed laboratory. And in the outer periphery, the leaders were concentrating on staring at the live broadcast screen. Wendy also clenched her fists tightly. Please, you must succeed. Wendy bit her lips unconsciously until they turned white, so nervous that she almost forgot to breathe. And this voice was also the voice of almost everyone present. The difference was that Wendy cared about Delta, while others cared about the experiment itself. Delta closed her eyes, seemingly bearing the impact of maintaining energy, but in fact, she shared her current experience with Angel with ease. The new power is within reach, but I had to wait until today. Finally, I will get it. I feel the incredible energy. Is this the level close to an ordinary Herrscher? It's coming. It's coming. As we guessed, the power and energy plundered are shared through the power of domination. But the gem is just a dead object after all. The main enhancement is still Delta, the object of attachment. But I am getting stronger, we are all getting stronger. Calm down, stay calm, there is still a big show to be performed. Especially Delta, you must keep your mind, Otto is not an easy target to fool. I know. Delta responded to the other angels who were excited but restrained. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, and the dazzling golden color lingered in them. Boom. A green energy column shot up into the sky, and the strong wind it raised broke the extremely solid laboratory wall. In an instant, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The huge laboratory bunker began to be covered with cracks from the inside to the shell. She's out of control. The building is going to collapse. Don't panic, this is also expected. Everyone evacuate the laboratory. The Valkyries should do the next job. In the experimental bunker that had long been emptied of excess personnel, the researchers rushed to the emergency evacuation passage. At the same time, the senior personnel waiting inside the bunker and outside the laboratory did not dare to evacuate because Otto stood still. Lord Otto, don't panic. At such an important moment, as the initiator and controller of the experiment, how can you retreat to the back? Right, branch chief? I dare not. You are right, Lord Otto. The Oceania branch chief gritted his teeth, gave his subordinates a soothing look, and then stood calmly beside the headquarters trio, but he was flustered and did not notice the same cold eyes of Rita and Durandal when they looked at him. At this time, the elite Valkyrie troops of Oceania, fully armed, had gathered. One part quickly protected the space where the senior executives were, shielding the splashing objects and falling cement blocks, and the other part surrounded the central laboratory that was erupting with terrifying collapse energy. Boom. The blue light column in the center continued to burst out with strong energy and impact, and the spherical experimental bunker covering an area of 189 square kilometers finally shattered and collapsed. The hurricane raised by the energy column engulfed the flying dust, blowing it in all directions like a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire Oceania branch. The Herrscher is a natural disaster. At this moment, the Oceania branch finally understood this concept deeply. What kind of demon has this created? Among the researchers who barely escaped, a more emotional one knelt on the ground, staring at the sandstorm in amazement, trembling with fear. But this was not a real sandstorm after all, and the dust from the broken bunker was eventually completely taken away by the strong wind. Under the clear sky again, the blue light column that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth also dimmed. At the devastated original site of the central laboratory, the girl with fluttering blue hair slowly straightened up from her curled position and floated in the air, her golden eyes staring blankly ahead, as if not focusing on anything. "Delta, you are now." The branch director spoke in the stalemate. But a strange scene happened. He seemed to open and close his mouth normally, but the sound he uttered rapidly weakened, soon becoming inaudible to others. The senior leaders of the Oceania branch changed color and began to speak. But again, their voices couldn't be heard. The strange scene made everyone's heart tremble, producing an ominous omen. Sure enough, under the gaze of everyone, the senior leaders, including the branch director, soon changed their faces drastically. A strange flush appeared on their heads, and they covered their necks simultaneously, as if they were gasping for breath but unable to breathe. Then, these senior leaders fell to the ground one after another, struggling and rolling, their bloodshot eyes bulging a little, and even beginning to excrete out of control. In the short time when no one had time to think or react, the high-ranking leaders, with extremely terrified expressions, had their bodies burst with a lot of blood one after another, and then fell in a pool of blood, no longer moving. Bang! 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 Faced with the cruel and explosive scene, the onlookers had a strong sense of déjà vu that they should hear the sound of such an explosion. But in fact, they could not hear any sound at all. The splattered blood seemed to encounter some barrier in the air, was intercepted, and then slid smoothly to the ground, vaguely outlining the existence of a magical invisible spherical barrier. Then everyone's eyes turned to Delta, who was suspended in the encirclement. They found the real murderer of the case. Delta yawned lazily, as if nothing had happened, and showed a cute but somewhat creepy smile in the direction of Wendy and Otto. Now, there is no evidence left for suspicion, and our goal is achieved. Chapter 70, like a myth Valkyrie Delta, in view of your actions just now, I want to ask you now, are you still yourself? Durandal stepped over the encirclement of Delta, and the exquisite and beautiful white lance, looking more like a work of art than a weapon, was heavily planted at her feet. She asked in a stern manner. Of course, she knew those people deserved to die. Abducting retired and active Valkyries to serve as reproductive tools, secretly cultivating armed forces without the permission of headquarters, and mixing personal purposes into important experiments on the Gem of Desire, these behaviors, even if they don't consider the issue of humanity, are capital crimes in terms of laws. Durandal didn't care about the death of the branch chief and his cronies, but the reason why Delta took action was crucial. Whether she acted purely for revenge or had her mind controlled by Honkai was the most critical issue today. A wonderful feeling. I have never experienced pure power. And there are voices, human voices, natural voices, and voices that I don't know what I am. Delta held her head with both hands and raised her head to the sky, letting out a sharp roar of pain. The surging Honkai energy spread out unsteadily from her body, forming a strong shockwave that caused the Valkyries building the encirclement to cover their eyes and retreat. Only Durandal stood there unmoved, raising her lance with a serious face. Delta. Wendy, panicked by her friend's scream, had no time to care about the fate of her former superiors. She subconsciously wanted to rush forward. But a white arm stretched out and stopped her. Ms. Wendy, please calm down first. You are not suitable to directly participate in the conflict in front of you. Rita said understandingly and gently, fixing Wendy's petite body in her arms, and then stood behind Otto. Durandal might not understand Rita's upper limit of ability. It should be said that Durandal finds it difficult to feel the difference in strength between others and herself, because most people in her eyes are opponents who can be defeated with one punch, and she can't feel any difference at all. But Otto and Rita themselves know this well. No matter how powerful she is, she will be responsible. At present, only Durandal is qualified to face Delta. As for Rita, it is enough for her to protect Otto. Durandal was not interested in anything else at this time. Facing Delta, she made a retreat gesture to the Oceania Valkyries who formed the encirclement behind her. The A-rank Valkyries in the entire Oceania branch added up to only a handful, and 2 of them were involved in this experiment. This shows the average level of this force. With Durandal present, there is no need to waste their lives in vain. After a brief hesitation, the Oceania Valkyries chose to accept the order from the top of the headquarters. Everyone retreat, protect the Archbishop. The encirclement dispersed, but it was not a complete retreat. Instead, they joined the troops protecting Otto, strengthening the protection of the most important person in place. Then, Durandal, who had no worries, slowly walked towards Delta, who was holding her head in pain and suspected of fighting against some kind of mental pollution. Delta, are you still the Valkyrie Delta? Are you awake? Answer my questions directly. I will decide what measures to take based on your answers. Don't make noise. Delta appears to lose some balance due to Durandal's questioning. She waved her hand and launched layers of invisible attacks. Squeak. The air between the two of them made a sharp and piercing whine, and a series of crisscrossing cuts appeared on the ground. Durandal's pupil shrank. Even though no one could see clearly, she had felt the threat of death. Queen. With an urgent call, a huge mecha appeared in the sky. The body with gorgeous golden emblems was like a noble and elegant queen. It erected a huge shield as tall as a building in front of Durandal. Swish. In an instant, the attack came from behind Durandal, and the crisscrossing cuts spread to the distant ground that could not be distinguished by the naked eye. However, there was no loud noise of a head-on collision, only a slight cutting sound. Then the huge shield turned into a pile of extremely smooth fragments in front of everyone. Queen no longer had a shield in her hand, and her figure slowly faded in the sky. Behind the shield, Durandal maintained a dodging posture with a large backward lean. Although there were no scars, a few strands of cut golden hair slowly fell in the air. Is this the ability of the Herrscher of Wind? Such sharpness is almost impossible to defend against, so, this is your answer, Delta. Durandal stood up, holding the lance in her hand, bending her knees, and her beautiful figure with perfect curves showed hidden explosive power. Adada. Delta just held her head tightly, her body shaking in the air, as if she was struggling. Durandal, even in the later stage of the plot when the combat power expanded, is still the most indestructible trump card in Otto's hand. Take this opportunity. Let me experience your level. Delta, who had already planned, suddenly stopped wavering, lowered her head, and looked at Durandal with a pair of golden eyes filled with infinite Honkai energy. Swish. The ideal fluid was pulled into threads, forming an irresistible invisible blade. As Delta's mind moved, countless deep cuts appeared where Durandal stood. But Durandal had already disappeared. No one could see her speed clearly. Even Delta now could only feel that the other party was charging by intuition. Then, the sharp tip of the lance hit Delta's abdomen head-on. Bang. As a divine key, the Abyss Flower has an absolutely trustworthy hardness and sharpness. Unfortunately, it hit the protective shield composed of the ideal fluid, which is the defense power of infinite physical limit. The lance could not break the defense, so it could only transmit Durandal's terrifying power, causing Delta to be suddenly pushed into the sky. But Durandal's goal was also achieved. She wanted to pull the battlefield to the sky and avoid more damage to the Oceania branch as much as possible. Boom. Durandal's figure suddenly rose up, chasing after Delta, who was knocked away like a rocket. Delta also gradually resolved the impact force. She was in a protective shield that could not be broken. With a wave of her hand, the terrifying air pressure pressed towards Durandal like the sky falling. Countless ideal fluid filaments entangled in it, turning into a terrifying attack that crushed everything. Bang. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were shattered, and the unimaginable impact force spread to the ground, forming waves of strong winds that were enough to blow away human bodies. Boom. 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 The mythical terrifying power kept interweaving in the air, and the people on the ground could only vaguely see a rapidly moving golden light and shadow. Apart from that, they could only try their best to fix themselves in the strong wind. From time to time, they could even see the mountains in the distance being affected by Delta's attack, suddenly breaking into pieces and collapsing. Is this the level of the Herrscher and the S-rank Valkyrie? Then what is the meaning of our efforts? So, what Delta said before was right, this experiment will really change history. The Oceania Valkyries were trembling, crying, or laughing as they looked up at this mythical battle. It was like a frog finally jumped out of the well and saw the real sky for the first time. In the gusts of wind, Otto stood calmly with his hands behind his back and said, "Rita, what do you think? It is extremely rare to be able to hold out against Lady Durandal for so long. The artificial Herrscher experiment is indeed of great significance, and it is worth it for the Overseer and Lady Durandal to come all the way." Rita used Durandal as a reference to judge Delta's power, but both she and Otto felt that this was justified. The power to create and manipulate ideal fluids, from forming a vacuum or even a simple oxygen-free area to pushing the atmosphere, the earth, and the ocean to form a destructive disaster that sweeps the world, is the ability of the Herrscher of Wind. Delta's real limit should be far more than that. But Lady Durandal is far more than that. Rita believes that Lady Durandal will definitely bring victory to the Overseer, no matter who the opponent is. Rita hugged the anxious Wendy with both hands and said elegantly and confidently. Otto smiled slightly and did not refute. Only Wendy kept staring at the sky, her crystal green eyes flashing with anxious and hopeless tears. "Delta, please, come back soon." Chapter 71, thanks to Sister Siren for the script. Durandal fired a shot, hitting Delta's protective shield and sending her flying. At the same time, fine invisible blades approached Durandal. Durandal knew that this attack could not be defended against, and before being cut, she had already chased Delta, her figure piercing the sky like light. This horrific war, which seemed like a myth to the people on the ground, was quite boring for the two parties involved. Delta had absolute defense and attack power, but unfortunately, she could not catch up with Durandal's speed. Durandal could ignore the strong wind and air pressure, instantly avoid the vacuum zone created by Delta, and even easily evade those weird and dangerous ideal fluid thread attacks. Durandal made these endless attack methods completely ineffective, and instead could repeatedly approach Delta's side, but unfortunately, she could not break the defense at all. The glorious battle imagined by ordinary people actually turned into a boring war of attrition. Whoever falls into a slump in basic conditions such as Honkai energy, physical strength, and spirit first will lose. However, Delta is a serious Herrscher, and Durandal is a monster whose basic attributes even surpass those of Herrscher. There is no sign of the end of the war of attrition between them. Boom. Another earth-shattering and violent collision. The aftermath of the strong wind shattered by Durandal continued to spread far away on the earth. Most people in the Oceania branch had become numb after watching the battle for so long. It's been so long. Is Delta really crazy and can't wake up? Obviously, that mouth is so irritating. That kind of person should live a long time. Anyway, pray that Lord Durandal can win, otherwise, who can stop the crazy Delta? The Oceania Valkyries whispered. Even half of the troops guarding the Archbishop had dispersed to assist the branch in disaster relief and build facilities to resist the strong winds. They were already somewhat numb. The main reason was that they could see their weak power and could not play any role in the face of terrifying power, so they had to resign themselves to fate. Otto, who was originally confident, also began to get bored. He had already tasted the degree of integration of the Herrscher gem and its power and authority. There was really no need to continue watching the special effects blockbuster show. Next, it was time for the main course. Send a message to Durandal, force Delta back to where she was when it began. Yes. Rita glanced at Otto's back, then at Wendy, who was in a state of despair in her arms, and suddenly realized something. She felt a little sorry and guilty. But in the end, she followed Otto's orders. In the sky, Durandal, who received the order, began to consciously hit Delta towards the branch. Fortunately, Delta knew nothing about this and just kept launching various attacks of extremely terrifying scale and destructive power, chasing Durandal's true body like light and shadow. Bang! After a while, Durandal and Delta inside the protective shield were hit hard into the ground, creating a huge crater on the original site of the laboratory. Overseer, Delta has been sent to you. Please give me your instructions. Durandal appeared in front of Otto with a gust of wind, her golden hair flying wildly, and her back with a spear was even more beautiful and heroic. This scene moved many of the Valkyries watching. They couldn't help but clamp their legs. There was no way, it was too beautiful, and it felt too safe. Who could resist the charm of the strongest and invincible Golden Saint Judo, the iron-blooded rose on the battlefield? Only Wendy turned a blind eye to this and broke free from Rita's arms. Delta! Wendy screamed and ran towards Delta in a panic. She didn't know what Delta was like now, and she didn't know what she could do. Only infinite sorrow drowned her heart. But no matter what, to get to Delta's side, Wendy had to get to Delta's side. This was the only thought on Wendy's mind at this moment. Then, Otto grabbed her shoulder with one hand and stopped her movements. Overseer. Delta, I'm Otto, the Archbishop of Destiny, and I'm talking to you now. Otto ignored the pitiful expression of the little girl's anxious tears and grabbed Wendy's shoulder and speaking to the bottom of the pit. At this time, Delta, who was unharmed, also slowly flew up from under the ground, covering her face with one hand. Her unstable and strong emotions flashing in her golden eyes, sometimes painful and sometimes murderous. Ah! Delta screamed and fired an ideal fluid thread attack in the direction of Otto, cutting the ground away. King. Queen. Durandal flashed in front of Otto, and the two huge mechas he carried with him appeared at the same time. Then a large amount of Honkai energy gathered in the lance, turning into a beam of golden torrents with brilliant light. Boom. Even an energy attack comparable to the main gun of a high-tech battleship would hardly destroy the ideal fluid made by Delta, but it was enough to knock these attacks away with such force. After the loud noise, Durandal stood between Otto and Delta like an unshakable pillar. Durandal said solemnly, Delta has not yet regained consciousness. Please be careful, Bishop. It's okay. Step back, let me try next. Otto waved calmly. Durandal then slowly stepped back and stood beside Otto, ready to be called at any time. Otto grabbed the bewildered Wendy and took a few steps forward. Then a golden pistol appeared in his hand. Delta, listen to me. If you don't wake up, Wendy will die in front of you. Otto raised his voice, with the muzzle of the gun against Wendy's temple. Except for Rita, who had expected it, and Durandal, who frowned, everyone was stunned for a moment. Otto continued to move forward. Wake up. Look at everything around you, look at everything you have created. Is this what you want to do? Do you know how worried Wendy is about you? Look at your only friend, she has shed countless tears for you. So, be strong. Find yourself, even if it's just for Wendy. Otto said in a deep tone, and as he continued to move forward, Wendy being held at gunpoint became clearer and clearer in Delta's eyes. Delta stepped back a little bit. She once again grabbed her head tightly with both hands, and bent her body in pain, as if she had returned to her original state, fighting against some powerful influence. Wendy watched this scene, having forgotten the threat of the gun. She just burst into tears and said tremblingly, Delta. Can you still recognize me? I am Wendy. Do you remember when we first met at the beach? At that time, I was still in a wheelchair, and you were very healthy. At that time, you pushed me around the branch every day, and you always taught me to enjoy life and cherish the present. Do you still remember the sunrises we watched together, the thermos cup I bought online and the Wolf Baileys you bought online? And you remember what you said? We are best friends, Delta. Wendy cried and wanted to run over to hug Delta but was controlled by Otto and could not move forward. She could only cry in front of the painful Delta. Delta gradually stopped shaking and covered her face with one hand. Ah. Wendy. She seemed to recall something, panting, and her expression of violent struggle stabilized a little, revealing a bit of confusion. Wendy's tearful face suddenly lit up. Delta. Humphrey. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Delta suddenly raised her head, looked at Wendy and Otto with crazy golden eyes, and stretched out her hand with a wild laugh. Countless invisible blades flew away. It's over. Countless exclamations sounded at the same time, and Durandal rushed forward at high speed, but it was too late to rescue. Alas, after all. When Wendy had no way to react, she only heard Otto's emotional sigh. Then, Otto turned around, facing the upcoming attack, and hugged Wendy in his arms. Otto, come, cut Wendy and me into pieces together, and then use the grief of Wendy's sacrifice to defeat the will of Honkai, Delta. Delta, go to hell. You can still maintain your image at this time, you are worthy of it. And you blocked Wendy's body, so I can't avoid her, damn it. The two actors had completely different thoughts. However, what Otto wanted was to see a real experience of human victory over the heart of the Herrscher, and what Delta wanted was to let Otto see that everyone's goals were actually quite the same. Therefore, these sharp blades were urgently dispersed to both sides, and in the end only cut off the arms of Otto's Solium body, but saved Wendy's body intact. At the same time, Delta screamed to the sky. Ah! In the extremely painful scream, countless cracks appeared in the unbreakable ideal fluid shield, forming a visual special effects picture visible to the naked eye. Opportunity. Durandal, who had no time to defend Otto's attack, quickly changed her target and pierced the shaky shield with her lance, piercing Delta's abdomen. Delta's scream stopped abruptly. She slowly lowered her head and looked at her pierced lower abdomen, where blood was pouring out. Her golden eyes flickered and gradually turned back to an ordinary blue. Durandal saw the slight confusion on Delta's face and felt her suddenly weakened and stabilized Honkai energy, and hesitated. Delta, you. Delta did not give Durandal time to ask a complete question. She just gently pushed out the tip of the spear in her abdomen, then staggered and stumbled past Durandal. Under the gaze of everyone, Delta dragged her little feet with blood constantly flowing down, leaving a blood mark with every step, and walked towards Otto and Wendy with a wooden and trance-like expression. At this time, Otto had already knelt in front of Wendy and smiled at her with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry to drag you into danger when I was not sure. Now, go and hug her, the child needs you. Wendy rushed over before she finished her voice. Delta took a few steps slowly, staggered when Wendy rushed over, slowly moved forward, and finally fell into Wendy's arms. Wendy hugged Delta and cried bitterly. She didn't know what to say, so she could only desperately call out her friend's name, Delta. Delta. Ah, I'm back. So don't cry, Wendy. Delta gently stroked the back of Wendy's head with her bloody little hand, then she fell on Wendy, her face as pale as paper, but she closed her eyes peacefully. The onlookers all felt sympathetic to this bloody and pitiful scene. Ha ha ha. Success. I knew it was possible. Great, you guys are really great. Only Otto, who had lost both arms, sat on the ground with his legs crossed, and laughed heartily with great satisfaction. At the same time, in all parts of the world, and even in the more unreachable theater of domination, all the angels were excited at the same time. There are many people to thank for getting to this point. Thanks to our parents in both worlds who raised us. Thank you to everyone in Saint Freya for their trust and care. Thank you to Mr. Grey Serpent for the generous information. Most importantly, thank you to Sister Siren for providing the complete script. Listen to me, Thank you. The angels stood up with gratitude and expressed their heartfelt thanks to all the people on the thank you list, especially to their elder sister who was extremely unfriendly when they first met. Chapter 72. Sorry, Wendy. Delta slept for a long time, but she didn't dream. This was a digestion process. The gem of desire brought new power and continuously widened the imaginary portal of Herrscher of dominance, whose output power was pitifully small. So when she woke up, Delta felt an incomparable sense of abundance both in spirit and energy. Opening her eyes and seeing the bright and dazzling light, Delta opened her dead fish eyes, yawned lazily, then smacked her lips, closed her eyes, and planned to sleep again. Pa! 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 A burst of wild shouts and slaps fell on Delta's cheeks. Delta was quickly awakened by a series of slaps, and then she was beaten to a daze. Only then did she open her eyes and look forward with a burning feeling on her face. Sure enough, the only person who would be so excited, manic, and daring was Wendy, who was forced to have a box of blades form the performance a while ago. Delta, are you awake? Do you still recognize me? Wendy. Delta slowly read out her friend's name. Wendy's eyes suddenly flashed with tears of surprise, and she quickly turned to Durandal, who was holding the black abyss white flower next to her. Look, she is awake. She still remembers me. She is fine. So can you put down the lance? Don't stab her, you may not be able to save her if you stab her again. Wendy waved her hands and tried to persuade Durandal, who was alert, fearing that this serious S-rank adult would stab Delta again without saying a word. In fact, if Delta showed a little confusion or madness, Durandal would really do it. In short, when Wendy persuaded her, Durandal saw Delta's red cheeks and dazed expression again, and her vigilant look finally eased a little. She said, Valkyrie Delta, I ask you, are you still yourself now? Are you still awake? How about you test me with a math problem? Addition and subtraction within 3 digits are no problem, but forget about more complicated ones, I'm too lazy to think about them. Delta replied weakly, and at the same time, she opened her mouth and yawned lazily again. At this time, Delta realized that she was tied tightly to the tilted metal plate with a tight restraint belt, which must be made of high-quality materials, so that she couldn't even move a finger. Delta exclaimed, this bed is so good that I'm sleepy again, ha Delta. Snap. Wendy screamed and slapped Delta on the forehead after trying her best to protect her friend but found that the person was indifferent. It hurts so much. Are you sick? I found out a long time ago that you must have a brain problem, right? Do you know what's going on now? Don't you understand how dangerous your situation were before? That's what you say, but it seems really comfortable to sleep tied like this. Just sleep to death. Idiot. Wendy's face turned red with anger, and she kept stamping her feet to vent. Durandal pinched her chin thoughtfully, looked at Wendy, and said, the data shows that Ms. Wendy was evaluated as gentle and polite in the past, now it seems that the information is wrong. Ah, yes, this information must be wrong. Wendy is obviously very irritable, yelling at me at every turn, making my heart almost have problems. And you can see that my face is almost swollen, how can she be gentle and polite? I suggest that the intelligence personnel be fired. Delta agreed confidently and made a serious suggestion. Durandal blinked blankly, thought for a while, and hesitated. Why do I feel that Ms. Delta should also have a certain responsibility in this situation? Eh? What does it have to do with me? I didn't scold her or hit her, I didn't do anything. Delta retorted slowly, with an innocent and confused expression. Wendy. Wendy was already very mad at Delta's constant disconnection, and she became even more furious after hearing this conversation. She pointed at Delta and shouted, you must be sick, that's why I have been here to take care of you these days. Oh, then thank you, Wendy. Delta's blue eyes moved towards Wendy, her clear and crystal clear eyes, and her gentle and casual expression immediately let go of her rising anger. After a while, Wendy covered her face helplessly and sighed, forget it, what's the point of arguing with a thick-skinned idiot like you? I'll just tire myself out if I worry too much. Anyway, are you okay now? Are you physically and mentally okay? Are there any problems? Yeah, I'm a little hungry and a little sleepy. Don't sleep. But I can bring you some food. Anyway, don't move for now. Wait until they finish the inspection. Be patient. This is also because you were too scary before, and the process must be followed. Wendy's tone softened, and then she reached out and gently pinched Delta's face, showing her a gentle smile. Anyway, welcome back, Delta. Wendy. I'm sorry. Delta's eyes suddenly filled with tears, pouting and apologetically. Wendy was stunned for a moment, and her heart softened. This guy, has she finally realized how much she had worried me before? Damn, she can obviously act like a human being, why does she have to do her own thing and make people angry? Forget it, I don't blame you. We are best friends, Delta. Wendy raised her lips and comforted her tolerantly. It's okay, I know you just couldn't control yourself at that time. So I won't care about those things, I forgive you, Delta. I'm sorry, I lost the thermos cup you gave me, so can you give me the purchase link? I want to buy another one. Delta's slow second half of the sentence was connected at this time, and she looked at Wendy innocently. Wendy's tolerant smile froze, and she felt that something in her mind suddenly broke with a snap. A thermos cup. A link. Just shove it to your warm mouth, you big-headed idiot, bastard Delta. Snap. 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 After a while, in the worried eyes of Durandal, who was hesitant to speak, Delta's little face became completely red and swollen. Ms. Wendy, wait a minute. After all, she just had that kind of thing happen to her, so you should keep calm now. Durandal tried to reach out to stop Wendy from running away. But the crisp slapping sound suddenly stopped. Delta had freed one hand from the restraints without knowing when, and a golden light flashed in her eyes, and then she gently hugged Wendy. Wendy was caught off guard, and her manic mood was completely interrupted by this hug. You have been holding back for a long time, right? Are you feeling better now, Wendy? Delta said softly, with a hint of a smile. Wendy's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears fell on Delta's shoulders like pearls. Delta. You know I've been holding back. Do you know how worried and scared I am? When I think that I might lose you, I don't know what to do, Delta. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, I made you worry. I'm sorry, I almost hurt Wendy. Delta's voice was trembling. This is not fake. How could Delta remain indifferent when Wendy treated her like this? Just like Saint Freya Angel who easily fell for Heimko's tenderness, how could Delta resist Wendy's tenderness and care? In this staged drama, the one Delta felt the most sorry for was Wendy, who had never known anything but had given her heart to her completely. I promise, there won't be a next time. I won't let Wendy worry again, let alone let Wendy get hurt. I'm sorry, please forgive me, Wendy. Silly. How could I blame you? We are best friends. Wendy's tears flowed, and a brilliant smile appeared on her embarrassed, tearful face. Wendy was sure that her heart was finally completely settled at this moment. Durandal watched this scene quietly. Originally, when Delta drove the power of the Herrscher to break free from the restraints, she subconsciously wanted to raise her gun and attack. But then, the scene of the two girls hugging each other and talking to each other made her smile with peace of mind. But, Durandal suddenly touched her abdomen. For some reason, she felt that she was standing here redundantly, and at the same time, she had a strange feeling of fullness. What was going on? Chapter 73, Thank you for the feels, sent by Rita. First of all, congratulations to Delta on her safe return. At the same time, I would like to express my sincere gratitude again for the sacrifices and efforts you both made in the experiment. Your efforts are of historical significance. From now on, the entire Sxl and even the whole world will remember your contributions. A few days later, in the former branch director's office, Otto met with Delta and Wendy, who had already recovered, with a friendly smile. Wendy bowed and responded quickly, Your Excellency, Overseer, you are too kind. This is what we should do. At the same time, Wendy reached out to Delta, who was paralyzed in a wheelchair, and forcibly pressed down her head. Yes, Delta was still in a wheelchair. Before the final experiment, she was only pretending to be paralyzed and could still move around. But after completely integrating the Gem of Desire, she was truly paralyzed. After all, the power obtained from the gem is not much different from the power of the living Herrscher, but the burden falls on the Herrscher of dominance themselves. Although Delta can control the power freely and does not need to bear the gem's spiritual pollution, her flesh and blood body cannot handle it. Now, everything below her neck is weak and soft, making movement very difficult. But in general, compared to this powerful power and the high output of Honkai energy, this price can be almost ignored by Angel. Delta was lost in thought, with her habitual absent-minded expression and dead fish eyes. It was a look that made Wendy anxious. You idiot, be serious. No matter how much you don't like socializing, you have to understand the seriousness of the matter. Do you know what you did before? Are you going to die? It's so troublesome. The two communicated with each other through their eyes. Wendy looked at the pair of empty dead fish eyes that hadn't even focused. She felt depressed and desperate, and then she forced a smile at Otto. She is not very smart, don't worry about it. Ha ha ha. Okay, I naturally knew Delta's personality before I came here. She is very good like this, I don't mind. But what we are going to say next may not be suitable for more people to hear. Wendy, can I talk to Delta alone? This. Yes, Overseer. And Delta, you should be more serious. If you are still so rude, I will deal with you tonight. Wendy forced a smile and gave Delta a murderous look. The biggest leader had spoken, and Wendy could not disobey. She also knew how valuable Delta was now. It was reasonable to assume that Otto would not give excessive punishment, at most, confine her for a period of time. Anyway, Delta is a slacker, it's not a big problem for her. Wendy walked out of the door, and in the crack of the door that was gradually closing, she looked at Delta's silhouette helplessly and worriedly until the door was completely closed. Is this guy okay? Although Lord Otto is wise and brave and cares for the Valkyrie, Delta is really decadent and hopeless. Even if I ask you, at least be more careful this time. Wendy stood by the door, holding her forehead and sighing tiredly. But from her self-talk, it was not difficult to hear her respect and good impression of Otto. After all, whether Otto decisively pretended to hold her hostage to stimulate Delta, or turned around to block the attack for Wendy in that critical moment, he perfectly demonstrated the quick wit and responsibility that the Archbishop of Sxil should have. That perfect demeanor is really bright and dazzling. At least, it is completely enough to fool Wendy. Ms. Wendy, don't worry. Miss Delta will not be punished for the former branch chief and other damages to the Oceania branch. The bishop wants to talk to her about future treatment and arrangements. Nothing more. Wendy looked in the direction of the soft and pleasant voice and found that Rita, wearing a seductive maid outfit, was standing next to her. The first thing that caught her eye was the tall and graceful figure, followed by the soft snowball that made her sigh and was out of reach. This coveted body, wrapped in a cool and sexy maid outfit, formed a stunning picture that made people's hearts beat. She was obviously a heroic and warlike S-rank Valkyrie, yet she was wearing a maid outfit for labor. Why could Rita Rossice be so astringent? Wendy muttered in her heart, but immediately asked, Lady Rita, did the Archbishop tell you this? Could it be that you have discussed the treatment of Delta in advance? Can you tell me? Foo-foo. Ms. Wendy, just call me Rita. I think we are already friends, right? You don't need to worry about Miss Delta. She will be fine. In fact, this is why I came to you. The situation between Miss Delta and the former branch director is far more complicated than you know. Rita's smile dimmed, unable to hide her regret and pity. Wendy tilted her head blankly. More than 10 minutes later, in another conversation room, Wendy received Otto's Delta diary record file. Lady Rita, oh, Rita, what is this? Wendy changed her title under Rita's disapproving eyes. Although she was a little uncomfortable, she was more concerned about the situation Rita had mentioned before. Delta and the branch director, was there something hidden that she didn't know? You can read it first, and I will explain it to you later. Just try to be restrained. Everything is over after all. Rita said with a gentle smile. Wendy secretly thought she was a weirdo. Not only was she full of riddles, but she was also an S-rank Valkyrie who always wore a maid outfit and showed special respect to her and Delta, two A-level girls. Could she be a fanatical maid cosplay enthusiast? Wendy couldn't guess, so she could only open the file as Rita had said. The childish writing style was very consistent with Delta's innocent style of writing with dead fish eyes. Obviously, there was not a single word about blood and tears, but it portrayed an extremely deep and dark world. Wendy's hands soon began to tremble. The color on her face and lips gradually faded, replaced by a pale color caused by overwhelming anger. Bang! After a long time, Wendy suddenly smashed the table in the room with a punch. She raised her head, her clenched fists making a cracking sound, her eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent, and she trembled in disbelief. Isn't this Delta's diary? It's a pity. How dare they? Delta never told me these. That girl was so. I don't believe it. No way, how could it be possible? Chapter 74, So sweet. Wendy threw the document to the ground. They had experienced the darkest times together, and were warmed, protected, saved, and pulled back into the light. Delta had long been a unique and irreplaceable existence for Wendy. She couldn't accept that Delta's dull and indifferent appearance actually hid such a terrible dark experience. Wendy knew there was a dark side to Sxil, she herself had been a victim to a certain extent. But she couldn't accept that Delta had experienced what was written in the document. If this was true, if it was true, how broken would Delta's heart be? Rita sighed silently in her heart, squatted down, picked up the document, and put it back in Wendy's trembling hands. Ms. Wendy, I understand your feelings. No one wants to see the people they cherish being hurt in this way, but if you don't even have the courage to look at all this, how can you save Miss Delta? Rita persuaded earnestly. Wendy felt a sharp pain in her heart, and then she hugged the document tightly in her arms, as if she was confessing or talking to herself, with a strong bitterness. So, Delta came to me after experiencing all this. That's why she always said that she should enjoy herself while she could, and why she could talk about life and death without caring. That idiot actually told me with a proud face that she was a relative. What kind of relative is this, idiot? Tears blurred Wendy's eyes. In a trance, she seemed to see Delta's lazy and decadent little face. And at this moment, Wendy thought that those indifferent words and those helpless salted fish declarations were actually hiding countless bloody scars. Delta. Wendy sobbed, and could no longer control herself, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Rita also sighed quietly and silently accompanied Wendy, waiting for her to vent her grief. After a long time, after Wendy gradually stopped crying, Rita began to explain, "That's why I said Ms. Delta would not be punished, because she was innocent, and the branch chief and his accomplices had already been sentenced to death. Rather, dying at the hands of Miss Delta on that occasion allowed her to vent some of her hatred, which was beneficial to her successful completion of the experiment. In this sense, Miss Delta just used the lives of these sinners in the most valuable way, so what crime did she commit? The only pity is that the experimental base mentioned in the diary was destroyed 2 years ago, and the relevant grassroots personnel were also killed. These sinful branch leaders wanted to show off in front of the headquarters too much, and they all gathered at the scene. There was no one who was an accomplice. Although they deserved it, it is impossible to list their detailed evidence of guilt." Rita shook her head helplessly, feeling a little sorry. But under the premise that the most important experiments had been successful, no one cared about these insignificant regrets. Wendy listened quietly. She was no longer interested in the fate of the branch chief and others. She only felt a little better after hearing that Delta had taken revenge herself. Then she wiped her tears and opened the file again. "You are right. I must understand all this. I must know all the pain Delta has endured. Only then can I help her." With a resolute awareness, Wendy gritted her teeth and said solemnly. Then she opened the file with a firm look and read the second half of the diary. The time went all the way to a few months ago, when Delta and Wendy first met. But the text after that seemed to have changed the world. October 26, 2014, Sunny, came to the Oceania branch. Saw the real sea, it was super big and a little scary. There is still one person who was experimented on before me. Her name is Wendy. She moves super fast in a wheelchair, let's call her a wheelchair spirit. The wheelchair spirit has a strange hair color of black outside and green inside, and her eyes are like dark green gems, but she smiles silly, and she has no idea that she has been abandoned by those people. October 30, 2014, Sunny, the wheelchair spirit stood up. To be precise, she tried to do rehabilitation. In fact, it is meaningless. No matter how the gem is rehabilitated in her, it will be useless. The gem will be transferred to me and she will naturally get better. However, those stubborn eyes are a bit cute, I like them. PFFT. What wheelchair spirit? You really can't talk. But cute and like. TSK, you can still write some human words, why don't you write more? Wendy wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and complained with tears and laughter. Rita looked at her softly, knowing that Wendy was trying hard to adjust her emotions, so she didn't say anything. But in her heart, Rita was also deeply grateful for Delta in the second half of the story. November 7, 2014, cloudy, rehabilitation is really useless, so the wheelchair spirit cried. I felt a little uncomfortable, so I tried to comfort her. Although she is stupid, she seems to be stronger than I thought. November 9, 2014, cloudy, I moved into the wheelchair spirit's room. I saw a lot of wheelchair accessories. Could she be the legendary handicraft master? I found cute pink cartoon stickers under the cabinet. They should be stuck on the wheelchair. Anyway, I got the black history. I slept with the wheelchair spirit at night. Her hair smelled very good and her body was very soft. It was more comfortable than I thought. November 13, 2014, Sunny, I received the thermos cup sent by the wheelchair spirit. Including the flowers on the 14th, this is the second time I have received a gift from someone. Anyway, the cup is very beautiful. November 21, 2014, Sunny, I secretly added sugar to the thermos cup and then lied to her that it was high-quality Wolf Baileys purchased overseas. She believed it. Ha, she actually believed it completely, so stupid. Delta. So that high-grade wolfberry was a lie to me? Phew. Forget it, I'll forgive you for now, you heartless guy. Wendy's crying hadn't stopped completely, and she couldn't hold it back, so her snot bubbles came out. Rita handed her a tissue very considerately. Wendy didn't care about her image, she just wiped it and continued to read. December 3, 2014, Sunny, I didn't want to get up, so I asked the wheelchair spirit to buy me breakfast. Anyway, her wheels turned fast, so I took it as morning exercise. But then I remembered that she seemed to be excluded at the base, and I was a little worried, so I quickly followed her. I was so angry. Even I only dared to play a prank on them occasionally, and those guys dared to sneer at her? I scolded them. I remembered their faces, just wait and see. Stupid, I don't care anymore, why are you in such a hurry? Wendy stroked the text, as if she could feel Delta's anger at that time, and a warm feeling surged in her heart, greatly soothing the anxiety and heartache she had felt so far. December 14, 2014, cloudy. The researcher said that the gem transfer will be carried out the day after tomorrow. I asked them to keep it secret for now and give her a surprise then. December 16, 2014, cloudy, strong wind. Wendy, I will fall into deeper darkness in exchange for you to return to the light. Late night supplement. Why did you suddenly bump into me? It hurts so much, my wheelchair is falling apart. I'll remember this grudge. Wendy was stunned for a moment, and her heart trembled. Then, the tears that had just stopped filled her eyes again. Silly, it's enough for you to take care of yourself. Wendy complained and sniffed, but a warm smile with raindrops on her face slowly bloomed. The first wheelchair race was held grandly. I did some tricks in the middle of the night, so I won. I got the salted fish pillow. I feel that it doesn't feel as good as Wendy's. Today's sunset is golden. I secretly looked at Wendy's expression, silly, but a little cute. Wendy's 5th day of rehabilitation. Damn, so flexible. It turns out that the A-level Valkyrie is not given sympathy points because she is silly. Petite figure, professional movements, full smile. I am impressed. Wendy is really super cute. I like her, hee hee. One by one, these records all outline Wendy's past memories, some making people's teeth itch, some making people smile, and some making people laugh and cry. But in the end, these words are incomparably warm to Wendy. Me too, I like you very much, Delta. Wendy's eyes were blurred with tears, but she smiled very gently, and even forgot the existence of Rita for a moment, as if the lazy girl in her memory was right in front of her. Until the end, she saw the following words. Report to the Archbishop. The main text of the diary has ended at the previous section. This paragraph is the message on the last page of the diary. Please be aware of it. Hey, Wendy, if you have the opportunity to read this diary, no matter where I am now, I want to tell you, you are the only and best friend in Delta's life. I hope Wendy can live happily forever, so that Delta will be happy. Tick crystal tears wet the document drop by drop. Wendy smiled, and at this moment, she wanted to see the owner of these words very much and tell her, you too, Delta. You too, are Wendy's only and best friend. Chapter 75, Dry Weather. Be careful of fire. Let's stop discussing the Oceania high-level officials and your physical condition. You don't seem very interested, so I won't bore you. Instead, how about we talk about your next plan? In the dry office, Otto crossed his fingers and rested his hands on the table, smiling. After witnessing the process of a human heart defeating a Herrscher's heart, his final plan gained a bit of confidence and a key chess piece. Additionally, Wendy's survival made it easier to control Delta, the newly promoted top combat force. Otto felt this trip was worthwhile, and he was undoubtedly in a very good mood now. He smiled and looked at Delta, who appeared lazy and relaxed, not minding her absent-mindedness at all. What he didn't know was that in a place he couldn't see, more than a dozen angels were listening with bated breath, analyzing every punctuation mark he uttered. Oh, I'm listening. What do you think about placing Wendy in Durandal's team? With the strongest S-class Valkyrie leading her, Wendy will soon be able to use her talent again and reach the S-class level. How are the benefits of that team? Are the working hours long? How long is the annual leave? How much sick leave and personal leave are available? Do they still need artificial Herrschers? Delta suddenly opened her eyes wide. Although she remained paralyzed in the wheelchair, her sleepy expression suddenly became energetic. Otto laughed and shook his head. I see now. You're only interested in things related to Wendy, right? Not really. For instance, I'm still concerned about where my thermos cup has been mailed. Delta's eyes moved to the side, and she spoke guiltily. Otto raised the corner of his mouth, feeling he had roughly outlined Delta's personality. The incomplete personality shaped by the inhumane experiment ignored everything in the outside world and didn't even value her own life. Especially after her only grudge was avenged, she was like a ghost floating outside humanity. Perhaps this abnormal psychology, different from ordinary people, was also a favorable factor for her to successfully defeat the Herrscher personality? In short, the only person maintaining Delta's humanity now was Wendy, the first and only friend in her life. Apart from this, the authority of the Archbishop or the justice of saving the world would probably have no effect on her. Such a person cannot be restrained by common sense, but as long as the key point, Wendy, is grasped, she is more stable and reliable to control than ordinary people. Otto was determined in his heart and said, let's get back to the topic. Are you interested in going to the headquarters with Wendy? The headquarters has the most advanced technology and the strongest defense force, which is most suitable for a special person like you to settle down. And after your rampage, Oceania. I'm afraid the public opinion and interpersonal atmosphere won't be very friendly. No. I like the sunrise and sunset here. Delta seemed to think for a while and then spoke slowly. Don't make a fuss. Before they had the power to fight against Otto, the angels were afraid to even step into the headquarters of destiny, let alone settle there. They were very obedient, okay? Otto nodded in understanding. The key is not the scenery, but the people who enjoy the scenery with you, and the memories between you, right? The Archbishop is so long-winded. Haha. Well, Oceania is also a strategic location, and the headquarters will need to be cleaned up and reorganized after this. With you, an S-level Valkyrie, in charge, it can save a lot of trouble. S-level? Delta blinked blankly. Otto responded with a calm smile. You helped Skull complete the first artificial Herrscher experiment with your life, and you also went undercover to investigate and finally independently eliminated the rebellious forces in the Oceania branch. Delta, the A-level Valkyrie of Oceania, your ability and contribution are outstanding. After the approval of the Archbishop himself, you are now promoted to the new S-level Valkyrie. Will my salary increase? A huge increase. Increase in annual leave? Except for a small number of important and major tasks, S-level Valkyries can arrange most of their time themselves. If you're lucky, you might have paid leave for several years. And Wendy? What are you talking about? Wendy is an A-level Valkyrie of Oceania, so she will naturally be stationed in Oceania for a long time. The headquarters is not short of people to this extent. The Archbishop is wise. I am willing to go through fire and water for Skull, Delta said with a righteous face, even sitting up with difficulty, and extending her little hand tremblingly. Otto tactfully shook Delta's hand, with an especially cordial smile. The two sides reached a consensus on this, and the subsequent communication was very harmonious. It took Delta half a day to finish this exhausting conversation. After leaving the office, not only Delta but also the dozen or so angels behind her breathed a sigh of relief. I guess it's okay, right? Now that the Herrscher of Dominance has not appeared in the world, he couldn't have thought that the final experiment would be a show. As long as he believes this, he won't go into other minor details too much. I've done my best based on the actual situation. Anyway, there's no problem at the moment, right? Delta should continue to be vigilant during this period. If there's anything wrong, she should escape in time. The most important gem power has been obtained, so it's not a loss even if she loses this identity. By the way, if you escape, remember to take Wendy with you, so she isn't caught as bait or something like that. Fortunately, Wendy is not a very smart girl, so it shouldn't be difficult to trick her into accompanying Delta to travel around the world. The angels discussed a way out just in case, and even considerately considered how Wendy would deal with it. She would probably be very happy if she knew about it, right? Delta squinted her eyes and looked at Wendy, who had caught up with the wheelchair and was walking silently beside her. Then, Delta blinked in confusion. Why don't you talk, Wendy? I'm not in a good mood, can't I? Wendy replied indifferently. Having just recovered from crying, Wendy was indeed in a bad mood now. She had a lot to say to Delta, but she couldn't say it. For Delta now, perhaps simple companionship is far better than directly opening her wounds, right? Wendy pursed her lips, reached out to touch the top of Delta's head, and gradually revealed a gentle and shallow smile. Delta blinked in confusion again, thought for a while, and had some vague guesses. So, she asked tentatively, could it be that my Thermos Express was lost? Your thermos has become a spirit. Oh, it seems not. Delta looked relieved and squinted her eyes comfortably under Wendy's angry and amused stare. However, just as Wendy patted her cheek and tried her best to ease her mood, Delta suddenly said slowly, help me find an iron basin. Fewer questions, more work. This is the secret of the Valkyrie's promotion. This is a tip from Lady Delta, as the new S-Class Valkyrie, to you, a little A-Class. You're welcome, this one is free. You are S-Class? Just you? Just a salted fish like Delta. Why? Wendy held her head with both hands, her fragile little heart couldn't hold it anymore. Who can accept that her dream of many years was suddenly achieved by a salted fish? In the end, she helped Delta find an iron basin. After returning to the house, Wendy put the iron basin directly on the ground. But before she could ask questions, she saw Delta open the bottom of the drawer as if no one was around and took out a thick old notebook. Because of her weak body, these movements seemed very slow and difficult. Wendy's heart tightened, and she forced a smile. Delta, why are you still hiding this kind of thing in the room? Haven't you read it? I found out that someone had touched my diary a long time ago. Fortunately, it wasn't those people. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Delta said casually, stroking the notebook in front of Wendy, and then threw it into the iron basin. Wendy was suddenly confused, not knowing whether to cover up or comfort first, and then she heard Delta pointing to the oil and lighter on the table and instructing, pour the oil, light it, and burn it. Wendy was flustered and could only subconsciously follow Delta's instructions. Boom! The flame suddenly ignited in the iron basin, engulfing the notebook and making Delta's face slightly red. Wendy stared at this scene blankly for a long time, leaned over, and gently hugged Delta's body. "I'm sorry, Delta. It's not Wendy's fault. No need to apologize. I will never leave you alone again. From now on, I will always be with Delta." "Okay, I know." After thousands of words, only such a short promise remained. The light of the flame warmed their bodies and seemed to warm their hearts. Wendy thought, Delta must be saying goodbye to the past, right? Let's say goodbye. The past is not worth lingering on. From now on, I will protect and accompany Delta. That's enough. Wendy took a deep breath, smelled Delta's reassuring body fragrance, and her heart, which had been up and down today, seemed to finally calm completely. Ahem. Then Wendy suddenly choked, completely walking out of the love and warmth, and replaced by scream, JPG. Oh my god. The carpet is on fire. Indeed, it's on fire. Water, water, water. Where is the water? Wendy was in a hurry, and the motor oil she had just used to start the fire was knocked to the ground. She froze for a moment. At the same time, the fire surged unstoppably, and the rhythmic sound of fire alarms came from the entire dormitory building. Woo woo woo! After a moment of chaos, the Valkyrie colleagues in the building rushed in to put out the fire and pushed Delta and Wendy, whose faces were burnt black, out. Wendy's eyes had lost their spirit. It's over. Now, my already bad interpersonal relationships are completely hopeless, right? Ha ha ha. However, Delta, who was also covered in dust, suddenly laughed joyfully and crisply as she looked at the scene of people scrambling around, falling and smoke billowing. Wendy turned her head woodenly and stared at the inexplicable smile on Delta's dark little face. 3 seconds later, Wendy simply hugged Delta tightly and watched the Valkyries coming in and out with her, their faces covered in dust. A smile that came from nowhere surged up her throat. Ha 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 ha. That day, amid the piercing sound of the fire alarm, the two rolled around in the corridor laughing. Although they were gloating over someone else's misfortune, they finally acted like two young girls. Burn it, burn all the old and dirty things, and let's start over, Delta. Wendy hugged Delta's dirty but soft body, and suddenly figured it out. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Chapter 76, What was your question just now? Burn the past and rush to the new world? Our newly appointed Miss S rank seems to be much stronger and more open-minded than imagined. Otto casually discarded the fire report he had just received and swung his rotating office chair with interest, then looked at the two trustworthy confidants in front of him. Rita, your work here has come to an end. The next promotion and transfer is the work of the headquarters. Join me for a visit this afternoon. As for Randall, I need you to stay in Oceania for a while longer. Yes, Bishop. After responding, Rita sighed resentfully. Half of her reluctance was because she had to say goodbye to Lady Durandal, and the other half was due to parting with Wendy and Delta. But as Otto's right hand, she had a duty and no choice. Don't think that only Oceania has unrest within Sksel. Given the organization's vast reach which covers half the planet, unrest is a daily occurrence. Thus, Rita's work is perpetually busy. Durandal, however, was unaware of Rita's inner turmoil and was focused solely on her tasks. Seeing this, Rita's eyes grew even more resentful. What's wrong, Rita? Nothing, just fortunate that the two lovely and delicate flowers have each other and won't pose a threat to me. Durandal tilted her head in a cute, confused way. Otto watched this scene with a smile, enjoying the dynamic between his subordinates. He then picked up an urgent message from the headquarters and his slightly narrowed eyes flashed with sharp light. Anti-Entropy's Siberia district discovered mysterious ancient ruins during the construction of the East Shinzu Sea base, suspected to be the ruins of a former civilization. The Intelligence Department is urgently investigating and verifying. Please advise, Overseer, Anti-Entropy, Gokulia. Otto muttered these terms under his breath. Now, things are getting interesting. Gokulia, I found that someone has been tracking information about World Serpent recently. Do you have any clues about this? Huh? Gokulia, who was flipping through the Jiuyu Ruin survey report, looked up and blinked blankly at Grey Serpent in the communicator. Grey Serpent remained silent, his expression indifferent. After a long pause, Gokulia looked innocent and said weakly, You also know that because of the Nagasaura City incident, the conservative Voldotics have a lot of opinions about me. And? Then I sold you out. Gokulia. What do you mean by selling me out? Is there an ally like you? The red light in Grey Serpent's mechanical eyes brightened, and a murderous aura began to spread. The experiment of fusing the Gem of Desire at the Sksel-Oceania branch was successful. The new artificial Herrscher is named Delta, who can compete with the monster like Durandal and is stable and controllable. Unfortunately, Otto was present in person, and the power structure of the entire Oceania branch was purged, nullifying my previous arrangements. Otto. Sxol's headquarters has recently been searching for the whereabouts of the Divine Key Cosmic Juggernaut and seems to have made some progress. Unfortunately, I intervened too late, and it will take some time to follow up in depth. Okay. By the way, the Far East and Siberia regions will soon import a batch of goods from Heliopolis Life Sciences Pharmaceuticals, conservatively estimated at more than $30 billion. What was your question just now? Nothing, I just said it is really my honor to have an ally like Miss Cocolia. Grey Serpent said to Cocolia, who has a bad memory, with a pleasant face. If he weren't a mechanical body, with a mask on his face, he would certainly show the same pleasant smile. The serpent can still be traced, right? Besides, with the appearance of the first 3 Herrschers, our world serpent will soon become active. Sooner or later, more people will know about us, it won't take a year or 2. Cooperation is a win-win situation, not bad. The red light in Grey Serpent's eyes dimmed, making him appear as a loyal and harmless robot. It wasn't totally because of the freebies Cocolia spouted right now. Totally not. Cocolia, holding the survey report, said distressedly, it is basically confirmed that the ruins found on the seabed near the base are the legendary Ju ruins. According to ancient texts, the so-called Xoani Uan sword is likely a divine key, but various signs also indicate that Chiyu is likely not dead yet. I'm having a headache now. How can I solve this unstable threat? I understand the situation. Let's discuss it further and I'll report back to you later. Okay, please help me think of a good solution. There are so many issues lately, I feel my brain has become stupid. I rely on Mr. Grey Serpent for advice. What are you talking about? It's what we should do. The communication ended harmoniously. Then, Grey Serpent, TSK. Vixen. Cocolia, TSK. That serpent. Mom is playing with me again. Sin lay on the table, speaking with contempt. Cocolia held her head up and gave her a hard kiss. Oh, my Sin has become cute again today. I don't believe my mother's lies. Then I'll kiss you a few more times until you do, muah muah muah. He amid Cocolia's enthusiastic approach with shining eyes, Sin, who claimed to have matured, could no longer maintain her cold and arrogant mask, soon struggling and laughing. Mom, stop making trouble. Okay, go play with Rosalia and Lilia. Mom still has work to do. TSK, isn't it just a Hukai beast that has been dead for thousands of years? Send me a BT, and I'll go help Mom solve it now. Don't make trouble. The scale detected so far is too shocking. It's not a monster that ordinary forces can deal with. I'm thinking, should I drag the leader into this, or throw more bait and let Sxol help solve it? Cocolia picked up the file and knocked on Sin's head, looking a bit entangled. Just after Sin reluctantly left the office, Cocolia leaned back, raised the report leisurely, and a cunning smile appeared on her face. Gulialua under the heavy sea pressure, the giant white mecha slowly submerged with many bubbles, floating up in the dark sea water. This is Chiyu. The iron feet sank into the mud, finally stepping on the extremely solid foundation, Chiyu's body, which had not softened at all despite 5,000 years of corrosion and wear. Inside the mecha, Kella and Titan Angel stared at the undulating terrain, as huge as an underwater mountain range, and were speechless. The ingenious craftsmanship of Honkai is really scary. Theoretically, the power of domination is above the subjective consciousness of Honkai beasts. If we put a core into it, we should be able to turn it into our own. But it's just theory. This is clearly not a regular Honkai beast. It may not follow the same rules. It means that if it resists, the entire East Shinzu Sea coast could be submerged. If it wakes up and breaks free from our control, the entire Shinzu cultural circle could be doomed. We need to gather a force capable of suppressing it by force, even in the worst-case scenario. Let Cocolia arrange it and pull together a bunch of high-end combat forces before taking action. The Angels sighed together. They'd prefer to make a fortune quietly, and Delta theoretically has the confidence to suppress this monster, but there's no legitimate reason for Delta to appear here alone. If they want to control this monster and obtain the Divine Key without endangering the entire East Asia, they must take a risk and prepare a grand scheme. It just so happens that they knew many traitors among them. With the right design, it's possible to create a win-win scenario for Angel and the others. Chapter 77, Fu-Hua Can't Refuse Swish. Clang. In the closed training room with no one watching, swords clashed intensely. Fu-Hua put her left hand behind her back and naturally wielded the long sword with her right. Her light and calm movements made the sword dance around her like a dragon, effortlessly countering the violent storm-like attacks. Angel, also holding her sword with one hand, had a tense, focused expression on her fair, clean face. Her blade moved like waves, and the sword energy left deep, terrifying traces on the ground and walls. Master, I have basically mastered the 4 lines and 21 styles of the shape essence. With the help of the blade mantra, my combat effectiveness has greatly improved. But what exactly is the soul essence you mentioned? I still don't understand. Clang. The sword energy scattered like wind, cracking the ground and piercing the stone. Fu Hua looked at Angel, whose golden hair blew softly in the wind, giving her a lively and playful appearance. This made Fu Hua smile gently as she responded, the way of the sword is ever-changing, and the sword itself is just a tool. The secret of the soul is to treat all kinds of weapons as if they were the sword in your hand. To have a sword in your heart, regardless of the weapon's form, is to be a true master of swordsmanship. Master, what you said is so abstract. Take my move, turning the sword into a flying falcon. The incoming sword suddenly split in Fu Hua's eyes, as light as the wind, as swift as a bird, and pierced towards her forehead in an instant. Fu Hua calmly swung her long sword. Swish. Boom. Angel's body suddenly retreated. She glanced at her trembling palm and puffed up her cheeks angrily. Fu Hua exhaled and smiled, not bad, but you still need a lot of practice. Humphrey. Take a few more of my moves, master. Don't be impatient. The most critical aspect of Edge of Taixuan is to avoid restlessness. If you are restless, your blade mantra will be clouded. Once disturbed, you won't be able to control your ki, and all subsequent sword moves will lose their power. The so-called soul essence. Simply put, you need to practice more and think more. Master the form essence until the sword moves with your heart, and continue to cultivate the blade mantra. You will naturally understand it in time. What does it mean, master? The meaning is not a move, it requires a special sword, which resonates and becomes one with you. Don't worry about it now. When the time is right, you will have a chance to try it. Angel didn't show it on her face but thought to herself that the special sword refers to the Xoani Uan sword, the key of domination, right? After chatting for a while, she finally asked the question she was most concerned about, what about the last one, Eminence, master? Eminence. Fu Hua blocked Angel's sword energy. Her eyes became dazed for a moment before she sighed softly. With incredible speed and precision, she placed her sword at Angel's neck. Angel froze in place. She didn't understand this move at all. Still immersed in the wonder of the move, Angel suddenly felt Fu Hua gently flick her forehead with bent fingers. Little girl, you are ambitious. You've just entered an early start and are not yet proficient in the blade essence, yet you ask me about the eminence? You're too ambitious and should be punished. Master. Angel puffed up her face and stomped her feet in anger. Fu Hua knew that if she didn't calm her down, this little disciple would soon change her tune, hug her, and use her sweet little voice to act spoiled. Fu Hua took a step back and said helplessly, okay, I'm afraid of you. The eminence essence is a mantra of the heart that combines true energy, mental strength, and willpower. It encompasses everything. At least you need to reach the 4th level of the blade essence to have a chance. But only 2 or 3 people have ever cultivated the eminence. Even if the blade mantra reaches the highest level, it might not be enough. So don't have too high expectations. The eminence certainly has infinite power, breaking through energy restrictions, but it requires an unimaginably high amount of Honkai energy and mental strength. So, it needs the 4th level of the blade essence, the highest degree of Honkai energy control, and the most stable blade mantra to drive it. But if it's a Herrscher, maybe the blade mantra isn't needed at all. With enough Honkai energy, it can be activated by force with a strong will. Really, what am I thinking? How can I teach the Herrscher Edge of Taixuan? Fu Hua laughed, feeling a little absurd about her sudden strange idea. At that moment, Fu Hua looked down and saw Angel gently tugging her sleeve, staring seriously with her big watery eyes. But the master must want me to learn it, right? I know, I can feel it. Angel blinked and smiled proudly. Fu Hua was stunned for a moment, then gently stroked Angel's head and said, as a master, of course, I hope you surpass me. But don't feel any pressure. No matter what, you are my proud disciple. Come on, when did we start calling each other master and apprentice so naturally? I obviously didn't want to accept a disciple. Fu Hua twitched the corner of her mouth and lowered her head with a headache. Angel hugged Fu Hua's arm intimately, rubbing her growing soft chest, and said with a cute smile, I will be filial to master in the future. Master, don't be shy. You teach very well, you are the best master in the world. Not really. I just did my best. Mainly because you work hard. Master is too modest. Let's go. Today, I asked Mai to buy a lot of ingredients. I'll cook for master. Hey, wait, I ate at your place yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the day before that. How about we skip today? Fu Hua's face showed a little hesitation, and she resisted in a low voice. Intellectually, Fuhua didn't want to have deep contact with others anymore, especially since Angel and her family had Kayana as a surveillance target. But the warmth from Angel wrapped around her arm and the sweet master repeated again and again made Fuhua's resistance seem insincere. She always subconsciously wanted to resist Angel's closeness but was ultimately powerless to do so. Fuhua hadn't realized that when Angel dragged her forward, she would unconsciously smile in her helpless expression, with a gentle and nostalgic feeling. Angel, can someone like me really be your master? If you get too close to me, you will be unfortunate. Fuhua felt a sour, unknown emotion in her heart. She knew that memories would disappear, but the pain of losing those around her would always exist. Master, why are you sighing? No, just. Thank you, Angel. Nothing. I'll accompany you today, but it won't happen again. You can't always act spoiled to your master, Angel. Looking at Angel's blinking crystal eyes, Fuhua showed a gentle smile, with soft waves in her eyes, filled with pampering and love for Angel. It was very beautiful. At least Angel was fascinated. After being absent-minded for a while, she put her face on Fuhua's arm and smiled foolishly. Chapter 78, Angel who ran into something big. Master, how's the water temperature? Is the strength appropriate? Soaking in the wide bathtub, Fuhua subconsciously closed her eyes, showing an expression of enjoyment. She then said to Angel, who was massaging her shoulders behind her, "Why did I end up in your bathroom again?" Fuhua said blankly. "Master, let's eat together." "Okay." "Master, let's watch TV together." "Okay." "Master, let's take a bath together." "Okay." Fuhua recalled how she was left in the room by Angel for a one-stop service while she was in a daze. She deeply reflected on herself and denounced her carelessness. This child is so terrifying. Fuhua looked at Angel, who appeared innocent and was even giving her a filial massage. She sighed deeply with extreme helplessness. Then Hueco patted her on the back and laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. Don't worry about these little things. I can see that Angel and you are a perfect match. It's right to be with Angel. It's just right for you to teach her martial arts and for her to help you gain more popularity. I'm not that lonely, Hueco. You're not lonely, but you don't make many friends, right?" Fuhua was speechless. She looked at the beautiful white bodies beside her one after another. Facing their friendly and teasing eyes, she finally sank the lower half of her face into the water silently and stopped talking completely. "I'm here to carry out the mission and monitor the Herrscher experimental subjects nearby. I'm not really here to be a student." Fuhua felt wronged but couldn't say it. Kayana came over with a smile, hugged Fuhua's arm, and squeezed Fuhua's arm with her soft chest without any reserve, saying, "Hee hee. The class monitor is a little cute like this. It's okay, you'll get used to it after taking a few more showers with us. You see, Angel has even prepared your pajamas. You can stay here with us tonight. Classmate Kayana, I have my own dormitory. Oh, don't worry about such trivial matters. By the way, the class monitor has good skin, and the curves of her waist and legs are also super round and beautiful. Hiss, I'm drooling when I see it. It's just that her breasts are a little small, but it doesn't matter, they will grow, and they are also cute when they are small." Kayana sucked her saliva, stroked Fuhua's smooth and delicate jade-like skin, and showed a female gangster-like silly smile. Fuhua's little face froze, and some blue veins appeared on her forehead. Half of it was because of Kayana's frivolous and dissolute actions, and the other half was, small breasts? Growing? Who are you insulting? Then, Kayana, who was completely unaware, was kicked away by Angel. "Don't take advantage of Master." Angel hugged Fuhua with both hands, and although she was smaller, she spoke angrily like a big cat protecting its food. Kayana popped her head out from the other side of the bathtub, spit out the beautiful girl's bathwater from her mouth, and then pulled off the towel wrapped around her hair, saying resentfully, "Damn Angel, my hair is wet again. My, help me blow my hair later, I want to sit in Mai's arms and blow my hair." Kayana quickly pounced on Raiden Mai, who was concentrating on enjoying the bath, and their beautiful bodies crowded each other, and the two pretty faces as beautiful as flowers were also very close to each other. Seeing this made Angel's nose itch. Hueco, it's your turn. Let me give you a massage." "Okay, you are considerate, unlike those heartless ones next to you. Come, give me a massage. I always feel that my shoulders are getting heavier in the past few days. It's strange. I'm obviously past the time of growth." Hueco held her snowball and complained inexplicably. Angel smiled and touched Hueco's white jade shoulders. "Bigger is better, and you will be blessed when you are bigger. I, Angel, would rather be smaller, and I hope that Sister Hueco will be as big as possible. After all, it is for others to enjoy it on body, but it is for Angel, who accompanies her in bathing and sleeping every day when it grows on Sister Hueco. Angel's thoughts were clear, but Fuhua was completely frozen in place. Fuhua stretched out her hand and put it on her chest, which was only slightly big. She always felt that countless sharp arrows had pierced her heart in the short conversation just now. By the way, this big bathroom with a bathtub has obviously just been expanded, right, Hueco? Unable to continue the previous topic, Fuhua changed the subject seriously for the sake of her own mental health. Hueco squinted her eyes and enjoyed Angel's massage. She turned her eyes to Fuhua and said slowly, "Are you surprised that the Academy's funds have suddenly become sufficient recently?" "Well, a little bit. The dishes in the cafeteria are obviously more luxurious, the training ground equipment has been almost refurbished and upgraded, and some teaching buildings have been expanded. Even the expensive virtual battlefield training room has been added. Could it be that the headquarters has suddenly increased its attention to the Academy?" No, it has nothing to do with the headquarters. We just attracted investment." Hueco shook her index finger leisurely and said mysteriously. Then, she glanced at Angel, who was concentrating on the massage behind her. "Speaking of which, it is also thanks to this child that we can communicate with Takabanayuki frankly. That girl looked timid, but unexpectedly she was quite powerful. Relying on the simultaneous support of Sxil and anti-entropy, she has been thriving in the capital and power circles of the Far East recently, and is almost becoming an uncrowned emperor. Well, it is not Saint Freya's turn to worry about human society, as long as the sponsorship is in hand." Hueco thought about her various benefits that had increased a lot, and she felt even happier. Fuhua blinked thoughtfully, and then threw the matter out of her mind. Her mission target was only Kayana, and as for Saint Freya, leaving some beauty and happiness for the Valkyrie's life that was destined to end bleakly, Fuhua highly appreciated this concept. Therefore, it is a good thing that Saint Freya is doing well, and she just needs to bless her, and there is no need to conduct a special investigation and report to Otto. "Hueco, I have encountered some bottlenecks in my practice recently. According to Master's advice, it is best to find a quiet place to polish my swordsmanship, so I need to take a few days off." Oh, okay, you are indeed a little unbelievably strong after practicing martial arts. I agree with this. Do you need me to provide you with a secret room or something? No, I will find a corner that only I know, and try to eliminate all interference. You are quite serious, okay, but you have to come back to eat and sleep at night. Don't get lost. The next morning, Hueco patted Angel's head lightly, feeling both relieved and distressed for the girl she had led all the way to the road of Valkyrie. You have been working so hard, after all, you still want to be promoted to A level as soon as possible, and then understand the truth of Nagasaura City, right? Hueco watched Angel's back as she walked forward. She saw her suddenly stop, look around vigilantly, and then suddenly flash into the grass on the side of the road, disappearing in an instant. Puff. Really like a wildcat. Hueco shook her head and laughed, but it did not ease the heaviness in her heart. Perhaps, it's time to plan how to explain the truth to the child? Hueco sighed sadly for a long time. On the right, upstairs, at the corner of the fourth staircase. Yes. That's the place. That's right, it's this background. When Welt reported the situation in the East Shinzu Sea several times before, he answered the call at this place, and it is likely to be the same today. Yoshi, then I will retreat next to it. Angel smiled cunningly, holding the sword, turned to the empty classroom next to it, and pulled the curtain to an angle that could completely block herself. Then, she sat cross-legged, calmed her mind, and silently practiced the blade mantra formula. More than an hour later, Welt appeared silently at the corner of the stairs. He sat on them, and connected to Gokolia's communication. Lord, good morning. Hello, Gokolia. So what progress have you made today? It has been basically confirmed that it is the Ji ruins, where the divine Kizoani Uan sword is sleeping. But the issue of the ruins is no longer important. What is important is the giant beast Chiyu that carries the ruins. Across the screen, Kokolia's expression was ugly, and she could not hide her haggardness and anxiety. Welt's expression suddenly became serious. From the various intelligence received recently and direct contact, Welt believed that Gokolia is an excellent leader with outstanding mind and will. Welt naturally raised a situation that made Gokolia so anxious to the level of Herrscher. Tell me in detail. The Titan pilot column has explored the size of Chiyu. The longest length is close to 18,000 kilometers, the shortest is close to 3,200 kilometers, and the estimated area is 30 million square kilometers. In other words, as long as this monster floats to the surface, it is equivalent to a new continent slightly smaller than the Asian continent. Unbelievable. Welt stood up at once. Are you kidding me? This is not a question of whether it is a Honkai beast or not. If this thing surfaces, the entire Asia and Southeast Asia's low-altitude areas will experience a tsunami. And if it can still move, I'm afraid the entire Asian continental shelf will be shaky. Impossible. How did the ancients defeat this thing 5,000 years ago? The ancient books mention Jixuan Yuan, Fuxi, Nuwa, and even the so-called immortal Jingwei. I boldly infer that among these mythological figures, there may be more than one warrior left over from the previous civilization. Only in this way can we explain Chiyu's defeat. This is also the main reason why I think Xuan Yuan's sword must be the divine key. Cocolia pressed her forehead and said with a heavy face. Welt opened his mouth in shock. But there are 50,000 years between the two eras. No, if it is a technology like a hibernation capsule, it can also be done. Your guess is bold, but it makes sense. Since the previous era can leave behind many technological heritages such as the divine key, it may not be without warriors who can continue to fight. If the warriors of the previous era took the divine key and defeated Chiyu, it is understandable. Lord, the problem now is that it is very likely still alive. Cocolia said faintly, looking at Welt with a bitter face. Welt widened his eyes again. What did you say? All the unmanned equipment that entered Chiyu's body through Chiyu was destroyed. There are a large number of active giant Honkai beasts, and even humanoid creatures have been seen. It is possible that they are high-level zombies who have survived for 5,000 years, or even pseudo-Hershers. What's worse is that we just captured a Honkai energy reaction close to the Herrscher level on the seabed yesterday. Although it was fleeting, it was confirmed after investigation that the data was true. You mean, it is even waking up? I hope not, but Honkai has always been contrary to human will. Cocolia sighed heavily. Welt suddenly lost his words. After a long time, the two continued to discuss for a while, and finally reached a consensus that Einstein, Tesla, and Welt would arrive in the East Shinzu Sea as soon as possible, and Cocolia would stay put for the time being. After that, Welt stood at the corner of the stairs for a long time, probably digesting the information and thinking about countermeasures, and finally dragged his heavy steps and slowly went downstairs and left. After Welt left, Angel, who was silent, carefully poked her head out from behind the curtain in the window next to her, holding a mobile phone with a recording interface in her hand, and said with a shocked face, "It's over, something big is going to happen. We must tell Heimko and the dean quickly." Angel hurriedly jumped out of the window and rushed in the direction of the dean's office. Well, even if it is confirmed that there is no one around and no surveillance equipment, Angel's acting is always so perfect, leaving no flaws. Chapter 79, Angel denounces the spy but, the room was. Master, have you seen Heimko? On the training ground, Fuhua was doing her warm-up exercises seriously. Suddenly, she heard the soft and childish voice of her little apprentice. She turned her head and saw the little blonde girl standing behind her, without her knowing when she arrived. Fuhua turned her head, a strand of gray hair fluttering down from her ear. She blinked her pure and flawless green eyes, thought for a while, and said, Heimko should be preparing lessons in the teacher's office now. But I'm not sure, I haven't seen her this morning. Aren't you supposed to be in retreat, comprehending the second level of the blade mantra? Why did you come out so suddenly? It's urgent. It's important. I'd better send her a message. Now, I'm going to the dean first. Angel muttered to herself while holding her mobile phone, walking forward with an extremely anxious expression. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she turned around, grabbed Fuhua's hand, interlaced their fingers, and dragged Fuhua forward. Forget it, master, you'll come with me. Huh? Eh? Fuhua was dragged forward in a daze, trying to refuse, but Angel seemed to be immersed in an extremely nervous mood, just moving forward with a gloomy face, having no intention of listening to Fuhua. Fuhua was confused and inevitably worried about the difficulties Angel encountered. In the end, she could only follow her little apprentice who was quite self-willed. Heimko, master, dean, don't be afraid of what I am going to say next. Yes. We are professionally trained Valkyries, we are not afraid. Although Heimko, Fuhua, and Teresa were puzzled by Angel's rare uneasy expression, they nodded at the same time, making serious expressions out of concern for her. Angel took a deep breath, took out her phone, swiped to the recording interface, and said, I want to report that Teacher Ying is a spy. I discovered that the leader of the Anti-Entropy Alliance, the legendary first Herrscher, is lurking in our school as a history teacher. Puff. All three people were shocked. But only Fuhua was shocked by the whole fact. And Teresa and Heimko were shocked. How did you, well, Yang, do things? You were actually discovered by Angel of all people. Heimko forced a smile and said, haha. That, Angel, you may have made a mistake. Our school has been peaceful all the time. Maybe it's a misunderstanding? No, I recorded it all. He talked a lot with the anti-entropy executor Cocolia, and mentioned the Anti-Entropy East Shinjusi base, the Nine Realms ruins, and Cheiyu. It's absolutely correct. That's the executor Kokolea from the Anti-Entropy Intelligence Records, and the leader she called must be the first Herrscher, Welt. Angel said very seriously, giving Hueco an understanding and empathetic look, then pressed the phone to start playing the recording. The Nine Realms ruins, the divine Kigzoani Uan sword, the incredibly large behemoth Cheiyu, and the bad news that the monster is about to revive. The recorded dialogue flooded the three listeners with information. Fuhua was in a trance for a moment, knowing that Cheiyu should also be a disaster she had experienced, but unfortunately, she really couldn't remember anything. Hueco and Teresa were even more stunned, unable to react for a long time. It was a long time after the recording ended that Angel put away her phone, then said seriously, although Teacher Yang has always been very kind to me, and I am even the representative of the history class, cheating on feelings is even more unforgivable. We don't know what conspiracy Welt is brewing in the academy. Anyway, let's contact the headquarters to gather strength, kill Welt first, and then deal with Cheiyu. Angel raised her clenched fist, her expressionless face tense, perfectly interpreting the girl's anger and indignation after being deceived, as if she was going to find Welt to fight desperately in the next second. Hueco and Teresa hurriedly hugged Angel's arms on the left and right. Hueco, calm down, Angel. Teresa, yeah. Calm down. He may just want to be a salary thief in St. Freya, there may not be a conspiracy. Angel, what are you talking about, Dean? Anti-entropy is the mortal enemy of Skull, how could their leader be so boring to do that? There must be some horrible conspiracy that we don't know yet. Anyway, we should strike first. Everyone here is basically the strongest batch of St. Freya. We might as well pull a few more powerful Valkyries to attack directly. Dig out his chest. Dig out his core. Defeat anti-entropy today. Angel, the good student of St. Freya who was deceived, trembled and showed uncontrollable excitement. Hueco and Teresa hurriedly hugged her arms more tightly. Angel, calm down. After a long time, on the sofa in the dean's office, Hueco held the petite angel in her arms, stroking her smooth chin and golden hair skillfully, soothing her emotions, and sighing with a headache. This matter, how should I put it, is too complicated. Teacher, I am also very angry, but anyway, let's calm down first, it's a serious matter, don't be too impulsive. Hueco stammered to persuade Angel, who had calmed down but still couldn't hide her unhappiness, and Fuhua, who frowned and thought. Teresa quickly poured Coke for the two students, and said in a flattering and humble voice, yes, you all have to calm down. What if he has no bad intentions? Long live peace, don't fight if you can. After all, he is a Herrscher, and if we fight, our Saint Freya will also suffer heavy losses, right? Humphrey. Angel snorted unhappily and seemed to be still angry. She simply turned her head and buried it in Hueco's soft and broad chest, breathing Hueco's milk fragrance, and quietly calmed her emotions. Fuhua pinched her chin, and after a long silence, she said, what the dean and Hueco said makes sense. It is indeed a matter of great importance and cannot be dealt with rashly. I will keep today's matter secret from everyone in St. Freya and wait for the dean to make a decision. Okay, Fuhua, you are worthy of being our top student. This dean highly appreciates your calmness and obedience. Teresa held Fuhua's hand, her eyes shining with emotion. However, it was only kept secret from the inside of St. Freya. Otto was not included. Dean, I didn't lie. Maybe? Fuhua's conscience was a little pricked, but she nodded and forced a smile at Teresa who was very moved. Angel, you too, must listen to the words of the dean and Hueco, and not be too impulsive, understand? It's almost time for today's history class. After all, I didn't ask for leave. In order to avoid being suspected by Teacher Yang. Well, I will go back first. Okay, Fuhua, take care, come and drink Coke more when you have time. Teresa sent her out the door in a kind voice and gently closed the door of the office. The nervous and exciting mood was relieved by half. Then, Teresa looked at Angel, who was curled up in Hueco's arms and didn't speak, and looked at Hueco. They both smiled bitterly with a headache. Hueco, what should I do? She seems to be sulking. Teresa, how about calling Welt over to be given to little Angel for a little beating? Hueco, it seems feasible. Teresa, okay, let's do it. In order to appease the vengeful little angel, the two of them discussed with their eyes, trying to find a good way to solve the problem. Chapter 80, Otto tries to write a script. So how did she avoid my perception? Even if she is a genius, she is just an ordinary B-rank Valkyrie now, right? Welt sat in Teresa's office, stroking his chin, looking puzzled. Teresa and Hueco finally didn't let him come over to beat up Angel. It was not for face or other reasons, but mainly because explaining their long-standing consensus would inevitably involve Gokulia and Nagazora, which couldn't be explained to Angie for the time being. Welt didn't know that he had just accidentally avoided an unprovoked disaster. He was depressed. Although his ability was not detection-based, he was a Herrscher after all, and his perception ability was far superior to that of humans. No matter what, he shouldn't be unaware of a B-rank Valkyrie hiding next to him, right? Angel has a talent for concealment. You know this child is matched with a hunting-type battlesuit, right? That armor specializes in lurking and tracking. Additionally, the martial arts she learned from Fuhua require concentration. When she meditates and practices at home, we can't feel her presence unless we see her face to face. It's like she has merged with the surrounding environment. Hueco explained tiredly, her slightly wrinkled eyebrows unable to hide her impatience and fatigue. On one hand, it took a lot of effort to calm Angel's temperament, and on the other, it was because of Chiyu's problem. Welt nodded, without any intention of investigating further. After all, it was not Angel's fault. Welt could only blame himself for being careless. Perhaps the news about Chiyu was too bad, and he temporarily neglected to pay attention to his surroundings? Welt stopped dwelling on these details, nodded to Hueco and Teresa who were looking at him, and said in a deep voice, "The news about Chiyu is true." Hueco and Teresa's pupils shrank at the same time, as if a heavy hammer had fallen on their hearts. Confirming the news made their scalps tingle. It's difficult. How many fission bombs would it take to kill a monster over 200 kilometers long? Teresa, can you handle it? This Dean is a dignified S-rank Valkyrie, of course. Well, I can't handle it. Even if I hold Judah, I can't stop that monster no matter how hard I try. Teresa scratched her silver hair irritably and admitted frankly that she was not strong enough. Welt shook his head and analyzed rationally. The most terrifying thing is that the larger the size of the Honkai beast, the more amazing its strength and defense. The defense of a Honkai beast of this size is beyond human reach. According to ancient books of Shinzo, Chiyu once devoured half of Shinzo. Although we cannot fully trust the relatively poor worldview of the ancients, combining various historical materials, we can infer that this giant beast has the ability to devour land. Imagine a giant beast that covers the sky and the sun, completely ignoring all human attacks and obstructions, and eating large tracts of land one bite after another. What a desperate scene that would be. Teresa and Hueco looked at each other and couldn't help imagining that scene. Thousands of Valkyries tried their best to charge at a huge beast, but it was like thousands of specks of dust blowing on it. The monster was indifferent to all these efforts, just devouring human homes as if nothing had happened. Just as Welt described, this would be incomparable despair, even more terrifying than the second Herrscher of the past. After all, the second Herrscher was a target that could be hit, but how can you hit something like Chiyu? Even the strongest strategic warhead might be just a tickle for it, right? We must not let it wake up. We must let it sleep till the end. Teresa slapped her hand on the table and said with determination. Welt nodded in great agreement and said, "It is indeed impossible to let it wake up. If it moves, even if it doesn't land on the ground, its activities on the sea's surface will cause unbearable losses. The question is how to do it? This school principal is at a loss now. As a Herrscher, don't you have any means worth trying? If my guess is correct, the pioneers who fought in Shinzu 5,000 years ago put Chiyu into a deep sleep by destroying its body. The fact that the Chu ruins can directly reach inside Chiyu's body is evidence. Are you saying that we also enter its body and kill it completely from the inside?" Teresa's eyes lit up, as if she finally saw a little light in a dark fog. Hueco also nodded, with a bit of thought in her wine red eyes, and said, "This is indeed the only feasible way at present, but it should also be very difficult, right? Otherwise, the ancients 5,000 years ago would not have just sealed it instead of completely killing it. Indeed. The drones that Gokulia has deployed have discovered countless giant Honkai beasts, and there may even be pseudo-Herschers. These enemies have survived in Chiyu's body for thousands of years. It is hard to imagine how much Honkai energy they have accumulated and how powerful they are. It's better than a mobile beast that can't be hit. It's easier to deal with something stationary. Besides, you are a Herrscher, and Teresa is an S-rank Valkyrie. These things may not be able to stop you. But there is a bigger problem. With Chiyu's size, blindly bombing it will not threaten its life but may wake it up. We must first find its fatal weakness as quietly as possible, then quickly attack and kill it to avoid the suffering of hundreds of millions of people in Asia." Welt narrated his speculation, while taking off his glasses and wiping them, with a clear and solemn emotion on his gentle and elegant face. "The key question now is, how can I get my grandfather to take action without endangering the anti-entropy comrades who will fight side by side at that time?" Teresa crossed her hands, holding her delicate white chin, and said in a heavy tone. "And this is destined to be a topic that needs to be discussed for a long time. Achoo. Otto wiped his nose and looked around suspiciously, but did not find any unusual source of smell. Fu Hua frowned on the other side of the communicator and said, "That's probably what happened. Chiyu's awakening is very serious. According to the data detected by Cocolia, it may not be easier to deal with than the Herrscher. Otto, Skull needs to carefully consider the response plan. Old friend, I understand what you mean. My agreement with you is to protect the Shinzu continent on your behalf, and Chiyu is sleeping on the edge of Shinzu? I can't sit idly by no matter what. Not just Shinzu? If it wakes up, it's not just Shinzu that is in danger." Fu Hua frowned, thought for a while, and then said, "Perhaps you can send an S-rank to cover me to go deep into Chiyu's body. As long as we find the main area that carries its consciousness, the eminence should be able to solve the problem. But can your body still support the release of the Taixuan eminence? Old friend, don't force yourself too much. This time I will do my best to help you." "Thank you. This time, I have to ask you." "No problem, just trust me, Fu Hua," Otto said sincerely. It was not until Fu Hua, with a dull expression, turned off the communication that the smile on his face slowly disappeared. "The latest intelligence from the East Shinzu Sea was 5 days ago, right? Is there no updated news? Your Excellency Overseer, we speculate that the intelligence personnel may have been captured by Cocolia. Hey. Judging by Naga's Aura City's performance, I thought she was just an ignorant fool, but now it seems that is not the case. She quickly integrated the capital of the Far East through her subordinate forces and used my good granddaughter quite well. Whether it was the subsequent BT series or the rapid recovery of her reputation and prestige within the anti-entropy after the Naga's Aura City incident. Perhaps, Naga's Aura City incident, it was just overwhelmed by personal emotions?" Otto sorted out the various intelligence about Cocolia in recent months and speculated carelessly. Ember was as quiet as a goddess sculpture, saying nothing, quietly waiting for Otto to finish thinking. Then, Otto said in a cold voice, "Her affairs are not important. What is important is what Welt wants to do. Is his target Teresa, or the Holy Blood of Shriak under the Far East branch, or could it be K423? He and Siegfried have been involved for a long time, and he may not be uninterested in the power of K423. More importantly, how far has his plan progressed? Intellectually, Welt's abnormal behavior has not been found in the long-term monitoring of Kayana, so Otto does not need to make too dire associations. However, the power of the Herrscher of the Void is crucial to his final plan. Emotionally, Otto does not allow any variables, especially when this variable is the first Herrscher who is personally powerful and has always been against him." Then, Otto showed a playful smile. "Coincidentally, I just got a new Herrscher-level combat force. With Durandal and Delta, plus my old friend, I have an overwhelming advantage in military strength. The respected Mr. Welt will be exhausted from eliminating Chiyu, and then we will give him a long rest and take over the burden of the anti-entropy organization in the East Shinzu Sea and even the Far East. What do you think of this script, Amber?" Otto crossed his hands, crossed his legs, and squinted his eyes calmly. "Lord Otto is wise." Amber said so. As always, she would not have any doubts about Otto, except for indulging in Colin fantasy. "I'll think about it again. The script is the script, and reality is not always so easy to get what you want. However, let's make time for Rita and let her prepare." "Yes, Lord Otto." Otto waved his hand to let Amber go down to continue to deal with things, and he leaned back, his figure slowly sank into the shadows where the sun could not reach. The room suddenly fell into absolute silence. Of course, there was no need to elaborate on the fact that the light from the game interface of Colin Fantasy suddenly shone on his face. Chapter 81, Otto, impossible, absolutely impossible. Bang. The fishhook fell into the pool. This is the villa area that the Oceania branch has just built. It has 2-story villas, a comfortable and spacious courtyard, and a pond with fish. It looks like a leisure resort for wealthy nobles. However, it is located in the center of the entire branch surrounded by towering walls. Outside the walls are a variety of weapons and equipment and anti-Honkai energy devices. Hundreds of Valkyries are stationed around, patrolling and guarding 24 hours a day. On one hand, this is to block all possible disturbances from the outside world. On the other hand, this is to give the guests living there the maximum protection that the branch can provide at any time. People who can live in such a place naturally have no other choice, and it is easy to guess who they might be. Delta opened her mouth wide, yawned lazily, then unscrewed the thermos cup and moistened her throat with the sweet wolfberry water. Who the girl's childish face had a pleasing blush, but her extremely lazy posture and dead eyes made it hard to guess her age. "Are you fishing again today, Delta?" A gorgeous Valkyrie in golden armor entered the courtyard, looking at Delta's decadent and jaded appearance, and asked hesitantly. Delta lay on the wheelchair and replied slowly. "Hey, Welcome back Durandal Wendy. Hey, you. You said you wanted to go fishing, so we had a pond built. But after a few days, you stopped using bait, and now you just fix the fishing rod on the shore, throwing the straight hook in every day and staring blankly. You're really sick in the brain. Wendy stretched her arms to relieve the soreness caused by high-intensity exercise and walked into the courtyard with Durandal, a speechless look on her delicate and beautiful face. However, Delta didn't even blink, just squinted and said, I already have a pond and a high-level fishing rod. Why should I still go to the trouble of fishing? Apologize to the Valkyries who dug out the pond with their bare hands. They worked hard to provide you with services, but in the end, isn't it meaningless? Who said that? A monster like me who can overturn the Oceania base with just a move, makes them happy when I make a request, okay? They'll even sleep more peacefully. TSK. Wrong reason. Wendy approached and chopped Delta on the head with a hand knife. Wendy was the only one in the entire base who dared to do this. There is a mobile natural disaster living in the center of the base, and Wendy is the most effective limiter of this natural disaster. This is already the consensus of the entire Oceania branch. In short, in the current Oceania branch, except for Durandal who is specially assigned by the headquarters, Delta and Wendy are the first and second in command. Delta touched her head and waved the thermos unhappily, but her shaking hands had no strength at all, so she could only touch Wendy's forehead lightly, just like being blown by the wind. Wendy sneered. Ha! Weakling. Do you believe that I will strip you naked and hang you on the wall? I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. Ha! Weakling. Wendy repeated fearlessly. Delta puffed up her face angrily. I always feel that you are becoming less and less respectful to me. Where are the lifelong friends you promised? Where are the flattery and tenderness you showed me back then? Humphrey, women are really fickle. You big-headed fish. You just lie in the courtyard in a daze all day long, and you don't move at all except occasionally going out to test your abilities and watch the sunset. If you continue like this, you'll get moldy. Wendy complained with a wooden expression. But Delta's body really couldn't move. She lay there for a legitimate reason, and there was no way to make her stand up and do the Valkyrie training. Wendy sighed and said, starting tomorrow, you should come with me when I go to train. Even if you just watch from the side, it's better than staying here all day and growing mushrooms. Eh? I don't want to go. Do you think you have a choice? But it's not fun outside. Everyone looks at me like a monster and calls me a devil behind my back. Delta trembled and held Wendy's hand, interlacing their fingers, and looked at her with pitiful crystal eyes. Wendy shuddered subconsciously but didn't pull her hand away. Her cheeks gradually turned red, and she stammered, This, it's not that bad. But sitting among that group of people makes me uncomfortable. Not to mention, every time I'm too cute, they stare at me with jealous eyes until they want to pierce me. The existence of human beings is really weak and unstable. They are always controlled by emotions and can never touch the truth until they die. That. Wendy will understand my difficulties. Right, Wendy. Delta blinked slowly, fell on Wendy's chest, and gazed into her eyes with deep affection and expectation. Ack. The girl who was being stared at turned completely red from the base of her neck to her earlobes. She had no time to figure out what Delta meant. The soft and warm touch of their crossed fingers, as well as the body temperature and fragrance close to her, made Wendy completely unable to think. I know. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Don't say these strange things. Wendy blushed, but she did not forget to gently put Delta back on the wheelchair. She then covered her face with her hands and ran into the house with messy steps. Sip at this time, Delta drank wolfberry water and showed a smile of enjoyment. Then, Durandal suddenly approached, almost face to face with Delta, and said with a serious face, What you just said is wrong. Huh? Due to the passive management of the former senior management, the Oceania branch does have a gap in the overall strength, cognition, and concept of the Valkyries, but it has not fallen to the bad level you said. Especially since I have been working on correcting the atmosphere recently, their awareness has improved a lot now. They will not say you are a devil behind your back, and they will not be jealous of your appearance. The same for me too. Has anyone ever said that you Durandal is not very good at reading the atmosphere? Or are you stupid? Delta asked weakly. Durandal nodded honestly. Indeed, Rita sometimes says this to me, although I never quite understand what she is dissatisfied with. But this is not the point. The important thing is that the Valkyries here have already reflected and corrected themselves, and you should also show due tolerance. We are all comrades who fight side by side and share life and death. There is nothing to be overcome. If you still mind some things in the past, how about I find a chance for them to apologize to you in public? No need, it seems so troublesome. Wendy is right, you really can't continue to be so lazy. Cheer up, Delta, you are the new S-rank Valkyrie, and our new hope to defeat Honkai. Durandal put her hands on Delta's shoulders and said righteously. Delta blinked slowly. Please, I'm so curled up in a place you don't know. I finally have a body, but it can't move. Can't you let me rest? No, I have to think of a way. The next day, before the beautiful sunrise on the sea, Delta was lying on a wheelchair, with an old-fashioned rattan rocking chair on each side, with Wendy and Durandal lying on them respectively. Ah! Comfortable. The three young girls with different body styles, each with their own cute delicate faces, had the same expression of enjoyment. In the breeze and the rocking of the rocking chair, they unscrewed the thermos in sink and drank wolfberry water. Delta, comfortable? Durandal, comfortable. Delta, look, we were born in completely different backgrounds. You don't even know my state and psychology. How can you blindly ask me to follow your pace? So lie down with me for a few days. When you understand my state and feelings, if you still think I'm wrong, then I'll try to listen to you. Durandal, I always feel that something is wrong. Forget it, let's make a promise. A true Valkyrie will not be corrupted by such a comfortable and casual life. Durandal said righteously. Then, feeling the sweet taste of wolfberry water and looking at the beautiful sunrise in front of her, Durandal couldn't help but sigh with enjoyment. Speaking of which, I haven't watched the sunrise like this for a long time. It's so beautiful. Yeah, I think we should enjoy life when we are not in combat. Only by fully experiencing the beauty of life can we have a stronger awareness to protect our own and others' lives. It seems to make sense. You can listen to me. Next, I will fully impart my life experience to you so that you can fully understand my thoughts. In this way, you can give me reasonable suggestions. Delta said to the skeptical Durandal, and her serious and determined eyes dispelled Durandal's doubts. With a strong belief that she can defeat the will of the Herrscher, such a Delta must have a special understanding of life. Perhaps a deep understanding of Delta's thoughts can also gain new insights and strengthen her own beliefs and will. With such a learning mentality, Durandal put aside the slight hesitation in her heart and decided to seriously experience Delta's life. Only Wendy squinted her dead fish eyes and looked at the two of them with a wooden expression. Okay, Durandal has been fooled. Can my S-rank Valkyrie training go smoothly? However, it's rare that Delta is having fun. Wendy sighed and gave Delta a warning look, then looked at the sunrise and stopped talking. At this time, in the distant Skull headquarters, Beep Beep Beepato, who was about to contact Durandal to pass on the order, looked at the communication interface that had not responded for a long time, and looked at Rita, both of them at a loss. Strange, Durandal should have replied as soon as possible. Did Lady Durandal oversleep? Or did Lady Delta lose control again? Or is the communicator malfunctioning? It can't be that she was infected by Lady Delta's leisurely style, right? Rita proposed a conjecture that she herself absolutely did not believe, and smiled and shook her head with a slightly funny smile. After all, that was Durandal. Otto also waved his hand confidently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ha ha ha. The two left confidently, then stared at the communicator, calmly waiting for Durandal's response. Chapter 82, Friendly and Harmonious Reunion. I was just experiencing Delta's pace of life. I may not have heard it clearly. Can you say it again? Otto pointed to his ear and asked dully. Durandal straightened her back, took a deep breath, and said seriously and honestly, Your Excellency, Delta is a first successful artificial Herrscher, and there is no prior experience on how to maintain her physical and mental health. Given this situation, immersing myself in her lifestyle and understanding her mood and feelings will provide valuable insights for Skull in handling similar issues in the future. In addition, I believe that anyone who can conquer the heart of a Herrscher by sheer will must have precious beliefs worth learning. I also hope to strengthen myself through this. Therefore, I have been following Delta's pace of life. Of course, it was a major mistake not to bring a communicator. I will remember this lesson and definitely. Otto's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand to interrupt Durandal's report. It was hard for him to fathom what kind of thinking led Durandal to believe that learning from a slacker would be beneficial for the future. He could only marvel at Delta's ability to lead others astray. Otto barely maintained a calm smile and said decisively, I order you to stop this study. But Lord Otto. Stop. This is an order. Yes. Durandal appeared a little unwilling but still prioritized the order, nodding obediently. Throughout the process, Rita stood beside Otto, holding a glass tea set, repeatedly wanting to speak but stopping herself. It was not until Durandal nodded that Rita's bright and beautiful face showed a relieved expression. Otto also silently breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, he said, It has been a while since the end of the experiment. I think Delta's condition has been very stable, right? Yes, she has been lazily staying in her residence, with no signs of losing control. Well, you should return to headquarters as soon as possible after this mission. Try to reduce your contact with her alone in the future, Or at least bring Rita with you when you meet her again. Otto recalled his impression of Delta, and couldn't help but envision the lethargy she inspired, affecting even the diligent Durandal. He can already imagine this straight-laced face by Anka lying in front of the sunset with a salted fish expression. Hiss. He covered his face, feeling a little toothache. In short, it was definitely a nightmare. Otto silently turned his eyes to Rita. Protect our Durandal. Prevent the invasion of the Delta virus. Yes, sir. Rita completely received the eager expectation, so she put on a serious face and nodded solemnly. Only Durandal nodded blankly, with a confused look in her eyes, not understanding why. But since it was Otto's order, she had to obey it. Let's get back to the topic. You have read the information about Welt and Chayu. Next, I will give the orders. Yes. Durandal and Rita lowered their heads simultaneously, making a gesture of attentive listening. Otto crossed his fingers, leaned on the table, and said slowly, "The situation is more complicated this time. I will outline the requirements, and you must make your own judgments on the scene to implement them. First, ensure the safety of Saint Freya's combatants, especially K423. If she is on the scene, her life must be guaranteed. Second, eliminate Chayu in the sea, preventing it from threatening the mainland of Shinzu. Third, let Welt engage with Chayu as much as possible. If feasible, keep him in the East Shinzu Sea. The first two are mandatory, and the third one is up to your discretion. Just do your best. Welt is not worth sacrificing our S ranks. That would be too great a loss. Are all the above understood?" Durandal and Rita placed their fists over their left chests and bowed. "Yes, Overseer. The official order documents and route arrangements will be sent later. Durandal, you will convey them to Delta and Wendy and lead the operation." Durandal obeys. Otto nodded with satisfaction. He was always confident in Durandal's execution ability, so after addressing the life issues, he quickly cut off the communication with Oceania. Rita remained bowed, listening attentively. She knew she had other orders. Otto said calmly, "Rita, I want you to investigate Welt's purpose in Saint Freya. If it is related to the holy blood of Shriak, do not allow him to take any relevant samples or information, even if it means destroying the underground base. If it concerns K423. Report to me immediately, and I will make a judgment." "Yes, Archbishop." In addition, act as a recorder during the expedition against Chayu. If Delta has a chance to perform, record her combat data in detail, which will be very helpful for our future. Rita was momentarily stunned. Is it because Ms. Delta was not in a stable state when she confronted Lord Durandal, making that battle insufficient as a criterion? Rita pondered and nodded again. As a highly comprehensive S-range Valkyrie, she understood the importance of information warfare, so she noted this task. Otto's mouth curled up, confident in Rita's ability. Then, he turned to look at the sky outside the window and sighed. If there is a chance, keeping Welt would be great. The Herrscher core is valuable, and anti-entropy has been a nuisance for too long. Losing their leader will surely make them settle down, right? If they remain restless, without Welt who was Herrscher who needed to be guarded against, the remaining anti-entropy forces can be cleaned up without any scruples. Hey! There was no malice in Otto's voice. He even smiled, a kind and gentle smile of concern for an old friend. Rita's heart trembled, then she straightened her back, bowed her head, and said solemnly in submission, "Yes, Overseer." Boom. On the other side, like a stage scene about to unfold, a huge spaceship that had just left its optical invisibility state slowly landed at the anti-entropy East Shinzu Sea base. TSK. In the messy wind, Cocolia looked down at the coffee in her hand, a trace of disgust appearing on her charming face. "I was so busy that I came here to wait. It's all dirty now. Sin, change my cup. It's just as well that I don't drink it. Too much caffeine intake is harmful to the body." Sin pouted her little mouth with glee and took out a cup of warm milk from the dining cart beside her, handing it to Cocolia. Cocolia pouted her rosy lips and turned her head. "Humphrey. I just want coffee. Grow up, Mom. You're not young anymore, you have to take care of yourself. You're so long-winded. I said I want coffee, so I want coffee. If you don't give it to me, I'll deduct your pocket money." Sin narrowed her eyes, and her original smile suddenly turned into a fierce glare. Cocolia drank the warm milk. Come to think of it, milk is quite delicious. Humphrey. Sin snorted proudly, busying herself at the mobile dining cart, and quickly made 2 cups of fragrant coffee, placing them on a tray held by Ningdai. Einstein and Tesla, who had come from afar, were approaching. Ninty walked over with the coffee and held it in front of the two. "Thank you, Ninty. Long time no see." Einstein smiled gently, picked up the coffee, and reached out to touch Ninty's golden hair. Ninty's mouth corners raised a barely perceptible arc, and a pair of clear, transparent eyes looked up at the two motionlessly. Then Tesla squatted down, hugged Ninty suddenly, and excitedly rubbed her face against Ninty's little face. "Ah. My baby Ninty. Sister Tesla misses you so much. How have you been recently? Do you miss your sister? My Ninty is so cute, I want to take you home and hug you for 24 hours. Ninty. I miss Tesla and Sister Einstein." Ninty accepted Tesla's closeness without resistance and said slowly while overcoming the language difficulties caused by the rubbing. Einstein's smile became softer and more loving. Tesla even laughed a little crazily. Hee hee hee. "Ninty, my good Ninty. Sister loves you so much." "That's enough. What are you doing to my daughter in front of me, you red-haired nympho?" Cocolea came over, forcibly pried Tesla's hands apart, and pulled Ninty, who didn't know how to resist, behind her to protect her. Tesla stood up, put her hands on her waist in dissatisfaction, and then said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't his Cocolea still like this after not seeing you for a few days? Have you been scolded by your daughter into only daring to drink milk? Get out. I'm happy, right? Ha ha ha. Of course you can. It should be said that a barbaric woman like you deserves to be disliked and taught a lesson by your daughter. You want to die, right?" Cocolea pulled the corner of her mouth into a fake smile. The two looked at each other as if arcs shot out from both eyes, fighting fiercely in the air, with gunpowder everywhere. Fortunately, Ninty poked her head out from behind Cocolea in time. "Sin really cares about Mom. Sin is good at taking care of everyone, very good." Ninty gave a thumbs up with a dull expression. Then the three adults turned their eyes to Sin. Sin pinched her skirt with both hands, her face turning red. She forced a stubborn expression, saying, "What are you looking at? What's so good about it? It's because there are too many idiots at home, and Mom is the biggest idiot, so That's right. My Sin is the best. She takes care of me, and I'm so happy. My baby takes care of my food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Do you have that? Every one of my daughters is the cutest in the world. Do you have that, Tesla?" Cocolea opened her arms, hugged Sin and Ninty on the left and right, and tilted her head proudly. Tesla's smile disappeared. "Are you kidding me? Hey. You can't understand the joy of having a daughter, Dr. Lobster Head. Who are you calling a lobster? I'll talk to whoever says that." The two of them put their foreheads together, staring at each other, and the situation was tense. Although, if you ignore the atmosphere, the closeness between the energetic and delicate beautiful girl and the strong and powerful queen is actually quite pleasing to the eye. And Einstein, Sin, and Ninty looked at each other in silence. It seemed that the long-awaited joint action between the conservatives and the radicals encountered a dilemma they should not have faced at the beginning. Chapter 83, Ninty heard the voice How is Chayu? After the last Herrscher level Honkai reaction, there has been no overall abnormality. The Honkai value on the surface of its body hasn't changed much, and it is still lying on the seabed. Until. At the round table, Einstein turned her gentle gaze from little Ninty and Tesla's arms to Cocolea and frowned slightly. Cocolea took a sip of hot water. "Speaking of which, we have to thank Delta for using the Domination Theater to locate Chayu along with Titans, Angel and Kala, in the deep sea. She occasionally releases power to create signs that Chayu is ready to move. Of course, this is the secret of the angels, and no one else knows except themselves. Until 2 hours before you arrived, we captured another strong Honkai reaction, and the data was even more exaggerated than the last time. You can take a look." Cocolea reached into the deep cleavage of her chest, took out a warm mobile phone, and pushed it in front of Einstein. Einstein frowned, opened the screen, and Tesla also came over to check the data. Tesla rubbed Ninty's head and pouted. "It's so unlucky. It hasn't been long since the third Herrscher, and now this kind of monster comes again. Isn't the end of the world really approaching? I don't care about the end of the world. Since it appears in front of me, I will solve it thoroughly. Dr. Tesla, I don't want to hear complaints. What I want to hear is what kind of weapons you brought," Cocolea said calmly. Tesla wanted to yell more but, seeing Cocolea's cold and serious eyes, she idly just stuck out her tongue and didn't argue further. Einstein smiled and said, "Is it to protect your child? Everyone has their own goals, there is nothing more to discuss on this topic. Tell me, what cards did the two doctors bring?" "A cannon with the highest technology available. It can't wipe out that kind of behemoth, but it may play a decisive role at a critical moment. Additionally, we have 2,000 Padrinas. Their performance might not match your BT, but they are enough to open a path in Chayu's body. 2,000 Padrino basically emptied most of the top-quality mechas in North America. But it is not enough, I want the authority of the silver bullet." Cocolea knocked on the table and asked directly. Einstein paused and said, "The situation is urgent. In principle, I agree, but let's report to the Lord first." "Okay. What does Saint Freya say?" How did the Lord discuss it with them? I really don't want to say too much, but isn't it ridiculous that a B-rank Valkyrie spied on the information this time? Cocolia looked righteous and even sneered, as if she wasn't the one who secretly communicated with Angel and sold Welt's position. This topic embarrassed Einstein and Tesla. Einstein clenched her fist to her mouth, coughed, and said, "Ahem. The Lord did this for his own reasons. Maybe he leaked the information on purpose. After all, if he didn't do this, how could he bring Saint Freya and the Skxel headquarters in? This is enough to deceive Dr. Tesla," Cocolia said expressionlessly. Tesla had a question mark on her face, then slapped the table and shouted, "What do you mean? Do you know how high the IQ of this genius is?" Cocolia did not answer but said to Einstein, "Although I have locked up all the little mice that sneaked in, the headquarters of Skxel should have known about Chiyu and Zoani Uen's sword. According to my intelligence, Skxel will send 3 S-level Valkyries, Durandal, Rita, and the artificial Herrscher Delta that Oceania has just created." Artificial Herrscher? Did they succeed? Successful. The new Herrscher emerged with the Gem of Desire. Its power seems to be air pressure and storm, and its true identity is still unclear. I only know that it fought against Durandal for a long time. It was the abnormal weather in New Zealand a few days ago. You should know something about it. So it was an artificial Herrscher that time? I didn't expect them to succeed. Is it another Welt? Einstein couldn't help but cross her fingers tightly, and a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. After a long time, she sighed, "I don't know how many girls were sacrificed to get to this. Skxel is exactly the same as before. Ha. If they could change, I would have joined Skxel in Siberia. I chose to work for anti-entropy because I couldn't tolerate using girls or even children for cruel experiments. It seems that I have no right to say anything to them. After all, in the end, I am doing the same thing." Cocolia laughed at herself. Then, without waiting for Einstein or Tesla to speak, she turned cold again and said, "In short, I don't believe they came up with this lineup just to cooperate with us to deal with Chiyu. You are right. With Otto's style, he is probably targeting the Lord. But we can't hand Chiyu over to Skxel. Judging from the situation of the second eruption, they might watch Chiyu smash the Asian continent. The Lord must be present, and Skxel will definitely target him, so I want silver bullets not only for Chiyu but also for necessary protection." "Okay, I understand." Einstein nodded. As it involved Welt's safety, she had to suppress the last bit of hesitation and basically agreed to Cocolia's application. Then, the two continued to discuss possible crises and response plans. Tesla became more and more distracted as she listened, unconsciously starting to whisper with Ninty, completely giving up participating in the discussion. I heard it again. Ninty, originally passively responding to Tesla's chatter, suddenly, as if she heard something, moved her little ears slightly and looked down. "What's wrong, Ninty?" A sound. That very big thing made a sound. Ah. Lonely, empty, and full of confused sounds. "It's very similar to me at the beginning." Ninty spoke in a tone that confused people, then raised her head and looked at Tesla with clean and transparent purple eyes. Tesla tilted her head and looked down with a confused look. Except for Ninty and her own 2 pairs of white and tender legs, there was the floor below and nothing else. "Haha, Ninty, what nonsense are you talking about? There is only the floor below, and the ocean below. There is nothing on the seabed except..." "Eh?" Tesla's smile froze for a moment as she obviously thought of the object Ninty was referring to. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded from the speakers on the ceiling of the conference room. Tesla suddenly showed an expression of disbelief and looked at Cocolia in a daze. But Cocolia calmly pressed the button under the table, turned off the alarm bell, and said calmly, "It is an alarm of super-standard Hobkai energy reaction, just like the previous 2 times. However, the pilots and BTs on duty at the bottom of the sea did not send a warning. It seems to be a simple energy reaction. Don't panic." "No, no, no," just now Ninty said. "You guessed right. The only huge thing in the sea is Chiyu, Dr. Tesla." "What about Ninty?" Tesla widened her eyes in astonishment. At this time, Cocolia reached out and hugged Ninty to her arms, pinched her face, and smiled softly. "Did you hear it again this time, Ninty?" "Yeah. Just like before, very lonely, very sad feeling." Ninty's tender face showed a bit of sadness as if she felt some kind of sad emotion. Cocolia raised her head, sighed, and said to Tesla and Einstein, who were full of doubts, "This is information that has never been leaked before. I am worried it will attract the covetousness of the Archbishop. Ninty seems to be able to hear Chiyu's voice, although I have failed to capture this voice by various means. In short, Ninty wants to get close to Chiyu or even enter its body. Because it is too far away, I can only hear it, but cannot respond. I want to talk to her." Ninty blinked her clear and flawless eyes and added a little stupidly. Einstein was stunned for a moment. She was not thinking about the voice but why Ninty could hear it. Then she stood up suddenly, pressed her hands tightly on the table, and gritted her teeth and said, "What did those researchers do to Ninty?" "You should ask World Serpent. I just found out recently that the real source of technology and experimental information is with them. It seems our cooperation with World Serpent is much longer than we know." Cocolia smiled, hugged Ninty, and her eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Einstein sat down with a gloomy face and said slowly, "Let's share intelligence. Whether it's Xel or World Serpent, your ability in intelligence is unmatched. I have no objection, but you also have to release more technology." "Okay. World Serpent, I will definitely catch their flaws." Einstein looked at Ninty with a confused face, forced a smile, and suppressed the rage that was about to explode in her chest. "Ms. Cocolia, why do you suddenly want us to withdraw from the East China Sea-related operations?" The night after the meeting, the Grey Serpent in the communicator asked humbly. Cocolia held the hot water that Sin had just forcibly replaced and said with a straight face, "Xel has dispatched 3 S-class Valkyries, including the artificial Herrscher. The 3 elders of the anti-entropy conservatives are all present. It can be said that the eyes of the 2 major organizations are closely staring here. Unless you want to show up officially and have enough combat power to deal with the trouble, otherwise. You decide what to do." "Thanks for the reminder." Grey Serpent's mechanical eyes flickered. Although it was expected, this situation is indeed a great pressure for the current World Serpent. They are snakes lurking in the dark, and only after the return of the Lord can they become snakes surrounding the world. At present, the entanglement in the dark, the Grey Serpent is not afraid of the 2 organizations, but there is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. So, as Cocolia suggested, avoiding this eye of the storm is the only option. My only hope for you now is to give me as much information about Xel as possible. It would be best if you can fill in the gaps that I have not been able to explore. It doesn't matter if you can't. I have my own plan. Okay. Then about the Chayo sample and the Divine Key. I'll do my best for the sample. Forget about the Divine Key, but if I can get it, maybe you can borrow it with what I want. That's right. I can't provide direct help, and I can't ask for more. Grey Serpent said with regret. But it's not that regretful because what they want now is to welcome back the Lord, and for this, they need the Herrscher or the real Herrscher. Everything else is icing on the cake, and it doesn't matter whether they have it or not. Speaking of which, in today's meeting, Einstein and Tesla really have a deep grudge against you for using Joyce's genes for experiments. It is estimated that they will increase their efforts to investigate later, so you should be careful. Cocolia suddenly seemed to remember something and reminded him casually. Grey Serpent was silent for a while. "Didn't you do this yourself?" "We were just encouraging and providing some technology." However, Cocolia had already paid the price of taking the blame, so Grey Serpent could only bit the bullet, nod and say, "Thank you for your reminder." "You're welcome. We are close partners, ha ha ha." "You're right." Grey Serpent had a good attitude and a good mentality and was even a little grateful for Cocolia's special reminder. This partner is really nothing to say. Except for letting him take the blame once, she gave everything he could, whether it was intelligence or resources. Her own ability is also nothing to say. The recent development momentum is getting better and better, the value of cooperation has been rising again and again, and she will also remind them to avoid risks. The idle chess move that he didn't care about back then seems to be an extremely correct choice now. Grey Serpent looked at Cocolia, who looked confident and leisurely, and became more and more appreciative and satisfied. Chapter 84, Just Call It Pink Furry Rabbit. It was the night before the 4-member team of Durandal, Rita, Delta, and Wendy, sent by headquarters, arrived at St. Freya to board the Hyperion with the St. Freya troops to the East Shinzu Sea. Welt had already left the academy. The combination of Durandal and Delta was quite intimidating. While he rationally believed the likelihood of a fight between the two sides was low, it was unwise to gamble with Otto's intentions. In the face of the Chayu crisis, safety came first, leaving sooner was better. And on this night, Angel was called to Fu Hua's dormitory. "Master, I'm coming in." "Well, come on in." Fu Hua smiled at Angel, who was peeking in from the door, and nodded. So Angel walked into the room. She looked around with curious, watery eyes. The gray and white color scheme, extremely simple and rustic decoration and furniture, and the cleanliness were typical of Fu Hua's room, completely different from the cute pink and red tones of Angel's room. "Master, your room is so boring. I asked you here today because I have something to give you. I originally hoped you would receive it after comprehending the form essence, but with the rare disaster of Chayu upon us, the next mission is unpredictable. If you can gain the recognition of this weapon, you might have a better chance of survival." Fuhua ignored Angel's complaints and picked up a delicate wooden box with a faint sandalwood scent from the table, bringing it to Angel. Angel's heartbeat quickened, and she vaguely guessed what was inside. However, she tilted her head and asked innocently, "Master, what is this? The box is so pretty, I want to buy one too. I ordered the box by express mail from Shinzo." Cough. Don't change the subject. This is the artifact passed down from my Taiksu sect, a special sword required to comprehend the meaning I mentioned before. Try to see if you can gain its approval. Fuhua opened the wooden box to reveal a short sword with restrained golden light lying on a cloth, about 30 or 40 centimeters long, with ancient and mysterious patterns engraved on the blade. It looked very old but otherwise ordinary, yet it exuded the charm of a divine object. Angel suppressed her excitement, reached out, and slowly grasped the hilt. Buzz, a wonderful wave, along with a rippling golden light, spread from the sword, filling the entire room with dazzling golden light. Can Angel resonate with the key of domination so well? Fuhua narrowed her eyes, greatly shaken. Angel felt like she was holding another part of herself, perfectly fitting and completely under control, as if the sword was an extension of her body. Given the characteristics of the power of domination, even the power of a Herrscher was forcibly plundered. The divine key created by a Herrscher core was naturally an even easier fit. What's more, this was the key of domination. The Herrscher of dominance using the key of domination, how could it not fit? After a brief flash of light, a narrow Han sword with a dark gold hilt and a red blade appeared in Angel's hand. It was styled in the ancient manner of Shinzo, both sharp and weighty, looking quite impressive. However, Fuhua kept a neutral expression, suppressed her shock, and complained, "I thought it would be a fancier shape. Master, what do you think I am? A mischievous, self-willed disciple who always tries to make trouble for the master." "Master." Angel stamped her feet, and the long sword stabbed into the table, then pierced through it and deeply embedded into the floor. Angel was stunned for a moment. It's so sharp. After all, it is a divine weapon that resonates with your mind. It is extremely powerful when used with the edge of Taiksuan. Remember, you can only use this sword against enemies. Okay, Master. Then can I defeat you with this sword? Angel asked with sparkling eyes, suddenly excited. Fuhua hit her with a hand knife. You are an unfilial disciple. Just talking. I haven't defeated my master for so long that I can't tell whether I've made any progress or not. Be calm. You have made great progress. Only a few A-level Valkyries can beat you now. Fuhua put away the wooden box and said calmly. Actually, this was a conservative statement. During these days of teaching, Fuhua witnessed Angel's rapid progress. Her blade mantra had entered the second level, her ki had been refined, and her physical fitness and Honkai energy strength were improving rapidly. It was difficult for Fuhua to measure Angel's strength now. However, in her impression, if she did not rely on armor, no A-level Valkyrie could compete with Angel. On one hand, it was due to Angel's personality, and on the other, excessive pride was not conducive to growth, so Fuhua rarely praised her. Angel nodded, waving the sword, looking like she couldn't put it down, and asked, Master, what's the name of this sword? It's yours now, you can name it yourself. Then I'll call it the Peerless Sword. Angel, be serious. Fuhua frowned, holding her forehead and shaking her head. Who would name a sword that? Angel blinked and hesitated. Can't we call it that? Then, how about Pink Furry Rabbit? Do you want to disgrace the Taiksu sect? Fuhua's breathing stagnated. Just imagine, when Angel goes out to fight monsters or compete with others, she mentions this ancient Han sword and says, I am Angel, the successor of the Taiksu sect, and this is the artifact of my sect, the Pink Furry Rabbit. But Angel seemed not to notice Fuhua's hesitation and said proudly, but I think no one can resist the humiliation of being killed by Pink Furry Rabbit. Well, no one. Our enemies are mainly zombies and Honkai beasts, they can't feel humiliation. Hey, but its body is like fire, so let's call it the Fire Spirit Sword. But I think Pink Furry Rabbit. Shut up, that's it. Fuhua said with a dark face. After all, it was the sect she founded, she still had to maintain its dignity, and Angel couldn't mess around. Angel pouted and nodded aggrievedly. Okay, Fire Spirit Sword it is, as long as it's useful. Master is really strict sometimes. Alas. Why did I accept a disciple like you? The master and the apprentice looked at each other and complained about each other. After a moment, they burst into laughter together. Fuhua smiled and tucked a few strands of golden hair behind Angel's ears, sighing, this mission is very serious and contains many dangers. You must be careful not to get hurt. Master, don't worry. We are just assistants. The real main force is the elite sent by headquarters. But why is there someone in a wheelchair? This is the first time I've seen an S-level Valkyrie with such strong will but weak body. Angel raised her sword, blinked her bright eyes, and looked curious. Chapter 85. Shocked Nidhi Fuhua hesitated for a moment and did not reveal the secret to Angel, but said, "The headquarters has its own considerations. Don't worry so much. Just believe in their strength." "Oh." Angel nodded obediently. The cute and docile appearance of the blonde girl comforted Fuhua. It is a good thing to resonate with the key of domination. In this way, there will be fewer worries in the next mission. However, even so, when Fuhua thought of the huge beast like Caillou, she couldn't help but worry. Angel is so young. Is it really appropriate for such a young child to go to that kind of battlefield? Otherwise, should she communicate with Teresa and let her change her mind? Fuhua is not afraid of any hardships, nor is she afraid of her own life and death, but for this girl who calls her master every day in a coquettish way, Fuhua had to admit helplessly that she felt scared. Afraid of losing, afraid of seeing this child encounter misfortune, afraid of being alone again. "Master, you are not just a simple student, right?" Just when Fuhua was shrinking and struggling, Angel, who was waving a sword, suddenly asked calmly. Fuhua's heart skipped a beat. Angel did not wait for Fuhua to respond and continued to explain, "You are too strong. I can roughly feel the level of Sister Hueco, but even Hueco, who is known as the Wall of Saint Freya, is completely incomparable to Master. And whether it is Edge of Taixuan or this magical sword, what you have is too powerful. But I know that Master is a good person, and I believe in Master. Well, I have to find a scabbard for it, and it's late. Hueco is still waiting for me to go back to bed. See you tomorrow, Master." Angel turned her head and showed Fuhua a bright and pure smile. Fuhua looked at Angel's back as she jumped away, as if she could see the cute smile of excitement on that delicate little face. After a long time, Fuhua smiled bitterly and sat down. "Have you noticed that I have another background?" "That's right, Angel has always been a perceptive child. Even if you guessed it, you still let me know about Welt's affairs without any hesitation. Can't you keep a little more suspicion?" "I can't tell you anything. How can the Master be worthy of your trust?" Fuhua touched her chest with one hand, and an unspeakable bitterness spread in her heart, but thinking of the smile that made her heart soften just now, she couldn't help wanting to smile. Then, she was suddenly stunned again, looking at the path outside the door, as if she had realized something. "Even my situation can be noticed." Then, the time when the three of them entered school was just after the Nagasaura City incident, and the surname Raiden was so conspicuous in Nagasaura City. "Angel, are you really unaware of it? Or, you don't want to face it?" Fuhua was suddenly confused, biting her lips and clenching her hands. Before she had an apprentice, she could calmly look at the complex situation in Saint Freya, but now, she can't do it anymore. Angie didn't know Fuhua would think so much. She just showed off her smart personality. In this way, when the spy's identity is exposed in the future, she can be considered a small accomplice and can help to speak a little, so that it won't be so stiff. There is no way. Fuhua's gift is too heavy. The divine key itself is extremely precious, and it also represents Fuhua's sincere treatment. This sincerity is what Angie really can't repay. "I didn't expect that Master really gave me Xuan Yuan's sword, which is the domination key. I always feel that I owe more and more people. If this goes on, if my identity is exposed, I really don't know what to do." Angie thought about Hueco, Kaiana, and others, then thought about Wendy, and thought about Sin and the Vodka sisters. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had no conscience. Damn it. Why did it develop to this point? Are we essentially scum? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm so annoyed. Then let's not expose it. Angel will be Angel for life, and Delta will be Delta for life. Just treat them well and lie to them for life. It seems that I can only try to do this. However, when everyone in Saint Freya becomes a Herrscher, Angel can also become a Herrscher of 1,000 people, right? After all, you still have to be sociable. That's right, elites from Saint Freya are embarrassed to say hello to others if they are not Herrschers. Angel chatted casually, but her mood was not as high as expected. Obviously, getting the key of domination is a great thing, but the guilt towards Fuhua makes this matter less happy. Crossing many seas, at the distant East Shinzu Sea base, Kokolia and Nidhi also welcomed heavyweight guests. "Welt, you bastard finally came out of that damn place in Saint Freya. Long time no see, Yang." Tesla and Einstein greeted him and greeted Welt, who had come across the sea in the form of a plane, in different ways. Tesla stepped on her beautiful little red shoes and flew onto Welt's tall body without saying anything. The two hugged each other tightly. Then, Welt turned to Einstein and said with a warm smile, "Tesla, Ein, long time no see." As the three elders looked at each other warmly, a little head with blonde hair and purple eyes slowly poked out from behind Einstein. Welt was stunned for a moment, a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. And he hesitated. This is... Tesla and Einstein also restrained their emotions and nodded to him silently. Joyce's significance to the three of them needs no further explanation, so Welt actually had extremely complicated feelings about Ninty. First, he was angry that Joyce was defiled, then he felt pity for Ninty under the influence of empathy, and he also had expectations and timidity for the remaining memories of Joyce. Welt calmed down, then squatted down with a gentle and intimate smile. Ninty is a special child, nice to meet you. Welt never told anyone, but he valued Ninty very much. Therefore, he deliberately made their first meeting face-to-face, rather than indirect remote communication. Ninty stared at Welt expressionlessly. For a long time, until Welt's smile could no longer be maintained, Ninty turned her head to look at Einstein, with a little hesitation on her little face, and asked blankly, "Uncle Joachim?" The scene was suddenly quiet. Except for Tesla's sudden heroic laughter. "Ha ha ha. Uncle. Ha ha ha." Then Einstein and Cocolia also quickly covered their mouths, resisting the urge to laugh out loud. Welt's expression froze for a moment, and he glanced at Tesla speechlessly. But then he reacted again, and his pupils suddenly trembled. "Is it because Joyce's memory only stayed in my childhood? She really?" Welt couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long time, he looked at Ninty with extremely soft eyes and smiled. "I am Joachim Yang. I have grown up. I have grown up, Joyce, can you see it? Have I disappointed you over the years? I really want to see you again, Joyce." Welt's eyes were shining with tears. It was not that he was not stable enough, but that he really wanted Joyce to see himself now through Ninty's eyes. Ninty's face went from blank to wide open, and then to extreme shock. Her vivid reaction made Tesla laugh even more devilishly. "Puff. Ha 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 ha." Tesla quickly knelt on the ground, holding her aching stomach with one hand and pounding the ground with the other, laughing so hard that tears came out. Einstein and Cocolia, who had been able to endure it before, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Amid the ladies' wild or suppressed laughter, Welt shook his head helplessly, and the emotions in his heart gradually dissipated. So, Welt stretched out his hands, lifted up Ninty, who was still in shock, and let her sit on his shoulders. "I forgot to say hello to you, Cocolia. You have done a great job during this period. Thank you for your contribution to anti-entropy. I remember all these contributions. Well, there is still a lot to do, but let's go in first. The sea breeze at night is very strong." Welt turned his head and showed Ninty an intimate and gentle smile. The fragility just now was replaced by a sunny and strong temperament, and he strode into the base. Chapter 86, Cocolia trusts her daughter. We've actually met and spoken with her. Now, how do you feel about Cocolia? After briefly discussing the current situation, Einstein asked Welt while Cocolia went to put Rosalia and Lelia to sleep. Welt showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment, he sighed. "Strong, decisive, quick-thinking, generous, and courageous. Impeccable as a leader, it makes sense for her to be the leader of the radicals. And from your perspective as a leader, do you think she is trustworthy? It can be seen that she loves her children very much, and her children love her too. To be honest, it makes one a little envious." Welt sighed irrelevantly, but in fact, he had answered Einstein's question. People who love their children and are deeply loved by them cannot be absolutely said to be good people, but the likelihood of them being cruel and crazy is very small. Combined with the various inside stories that the three of them had learned recently, they could basically try to trust Cocolia. Einstein had expected this attitude, but Welt's envy still made her not in agreement. Under Sin's pressure, she drank milk begrudgingly and was pestered by Rosalia and Lelia to tell bedtime stories. The fairy tale-like mutual care and dependence between mother and daughter were indeed enviable for most people. "Hey, Ninty is still here. Is it really appropriate for you two to carelessly discuss Cocolia in front of her?" Tesla hugged the petite Ninty, like a beloved doll, and rolled her eyes in complaint. Welt laughed, unconcerned about Ninty listening in. It wasn't a shameful topic. The immediate issue was handling Ju and the authority of the Silver Bullet, and the long-term issue was the future relationship between radicals and conservatives. Did Cocolia really not know that the three of them were evaluating her? Having reached a conclusion, Welt turned to look at Ninty, who had been sitting quietly in Tesla's arms without speaking. "I'm so tired. Is Rosalia getting more and more energetic recently?" Before Welt could say anything to Ninty, Cocolia walked in lazily, stretching her shoulders and waist, followed by Sen in a princess dress. Cocolia's graceful figure seemed to brighten the room. As a well-known character in the original plot, Cocolia's appearance was truly stunning. Her mature curves, flawless skin as white as milk, and a style mixing a royal sister's maturity with a bit of girlish innocence due to Angel made her irresistibly charming. Even women found it hard to look away. After the initial amazement, Tesla's first reaction was extreme envy of this charming woman. But she soon realized something and stared at Welt, who was also momentarily stunned, with murderous eyes. Welt felt a chill down his spine. Due to the imminent Cheu crisis, he hadn't paid attention to Tesla's reaction. If he had such a keen eye, Einstein would have drunk wedding wine 30 years earlier. But the instinctive warning still made Welt sober up immediately, and he said seriously, "Are the children asleep? If they weren't, would I be here? Others might think you're the leader, but I don't think chatting with you is more important than ensuring they sleep on time. Of course, Sin and Inti are exceptions. Their physiques are stronger than mine, who has come from the battlefield." Cocolia sat down, muttering resentfully while rubbing her waist, looking exhausted. In the eyes of Einstein, Tesla, and Sin, who continued to mobilize forces to set up defenses for Cheu, Cocolia should be exhausted. Sin curled her lips and pinched Cocolia's shoulders from behind. Welt smiled indifferently. It was this unrestrained and child-oriented attitude that made him admire her even more. Then he frowned and said, "The situation is critical. Don't you think we should send a few children out first? If I were Otto, with the divine key and your core on the table, I would definitely find a way to capture my children to threaten me. Bronya has no way out. Fortunately, she is smart. I have also reminded her. Don't worry too much. But Rosalia and Lilia, I won't let anyone take advantage of them. Besides, to clarify previous events, I betrayed my allies, and you haven't caught the 7 inches of that venomous snake yet." Cocolia talked about her considerations. Of course, the world serpent lie was pure nonsense. She had a good relationship with Grey Snake. They were iron allies loyal to each other. As for Otto, although it was not groundless, there were more elements of overworry. Welt listened and said worriedly, "That makes sense. Given the current situation, other places are not necessarily safer than here. Don't worry, I have made arrangements. They are safer than us if something happens." Cocolia waved her hand casually, took a sip of water, and said, "Let's talk business. My plan is for the leader to lead 2,000 Padrinas into Cheyu's body tomorrow to find its weakness and kill it with one blow. It is better to solve everything before the destiny arrives sooner rather than later. If it is too late, I will delay it for the leader as long as you need. Dealing with Cheyu's threat is my responsibility. I won't ask how you plan to stop the 3 S-ranked Valkyries of the Sksel. If necessary, Saint Freya may be able to help secretly. But are you sure you want Ninti to come with me?" Ninti raised her head and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Cocolia raised her hand to stop her and said, "I trust her. Besides, this is the first time Ninti clearly wants to do something, and I must not stop her." With a firm attitude and trust, Cocolia's words at this moment startled the 3 who were still considering dissuading Ninti, making them feel ashamed. Cocolia reached out her hand, gently touched Ninti's head, and sighed. "That being said, I still have to ask you this time. Please help me protect her. I believe in the strength of the leader, and everything is up to you." Cocolia stood up, stared at Welt with burning eyes, and then bowed her head deeply. Welt took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "I understand. I am also willing to believe in Ninti. There are many unpredictable things related to the Honkai. Perhaps the voice Ninti heard will become the key to this crisis. Cocolia, Ninti, I will give you half an hour to explain and prepare, and then we set off immediately." "So urgent?" X3 Before I came, the 3 S-ranked Valkyries were about to arrive at St. Freya. Teresa promised me she would help delay for a day or two, but after all, she was directly under Otto's command. There was no guarantee of how much Teresa could do. Considering Cheyu's size, this time is not enough. We must race against time. Welt had planned to set off immediately after understanding the latest situation, leaving no room for delay. Chapter 87, Delta is breaching Gulyalu. In the deep sea, the Titan Legion slowly sank, then walked in unison into an entrance resembling the huge mouth of an abyss. On both sides, the Titan BT-72, larger and more sacred and majestic than the Padrino Mecha, cruised through the water. Led by Captain Kala, they raised their hands and saluted in unison. "Lord, to prevent Cheu from waking up prematurely, we have never conducted large-scale surveys inside. Therefore, the road is unknown, and the risks are unpredictable. Please be careful." "Understood. Captain Kala, and everyone in the Iron Pilot column, we'll see you at the celebration party." Welt responded with a calm smile in the submarine. Then, he entered the bottomless mouth of Cheu and soon arrived at a dark world without seawater. Only the purple crystals scattered everywhere emitted a faint light. The lighting intensity was minimal but sufficient for Welt. "Tesla?" Welt called Tesla, who was at the offshore base, remotely controlling the Padrino core. Soon, Tesla's lively and energetic reply was heard. "The foundation is solid, the space is vast, the gas environment is quite bad, and the surrounding collapse energy is also very high. But it should be no problem for you. Take good care of Ninty, or I will deal with you. Got it, sir? Welt replied with a smile. The headset was quiet for a while, followed by Tesla's humming and groaning. It was unclear whether it was because of the teasing sir or the gentle and low chuckle. Sister Tesla, are you shy? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Stay by Ying's side and don't wander off by yourself, okay? Well, I know, Sister Tesla. Ninty replied in a soft voice, holding Welt's big hand as they walked inside Chayu. It is indeed very solid, more like thick and solid earth than biological tissue. Ninty, can you feel anything? Now, there is no sound, I don't know. Ninty frowned, her expression a little tangled, as if she was trying to listen but heard nothing. This is natural. Chayu hadn't woken up at all. And before Delta and Durandal, who were powerful enough to dominate the scene, arrived, Angel wouldn't take action, so there would naturally be no movement. Welt wasn't disappointed and nodded. Tesla, disperse the search. Try not to cause a big commotion, and notify me immediately if you find anything strange. Okay. Ninty, let's move forward. Well, Joachim. Ninty said naturally. Welt paused, then walked forward hand in hand with Ninty. After a while, he said, Ninty, what do you know about me? I remember you. Small, a little shy, wanting to be a history teacher or a music teacher. By the way, you seem to like Sister Tesla very much. And when I saw you for the last time, you cried very sadly. Ninty blinked her watery purple eyes, thinking and talking, and gestured the height of the little Joachim. But with her little lily body, if she gestured a height that was much shorter than her, that height was already unbearable to look at. And that is. What do you mean you like me? That kind of talk is redundant. Tesla's high-pitched voice was a little broken in the headset. Welt and Ninty stopped at the same time and uncomfortably took off the headsets. Welt looked down and saw Ninty's cute expression, wrinkling her little face at the headset, and soon laughed. He said with emotion and relief, yes, I cried so hard at that time. It's okay. I don't understand, but it's okay. Ninty grabbed Welt's hand, looked up, and said with a blank expression but serious eyes. Welt squatted down to face Ninty. You don't understand my feelings at that time, but you want to comfort me, right? Yeah. Ninty nodded and looked into Welt's eyes quietly with clear eyes. Don't feel guilty, don't feel guilty, don't feel guilty. I'm a professional. And the light here was minimal. Welt missed himself more than he distinguished. He missed Joyce. How could he doubt Ninty's motives? Additionally, the location and timing were not right, so half a minute later, Welt just smiled and patted Ninty's head. Thank you, Ninty, you are a good kid. Let's continue exploring, I will protect you. Okay. Ninty nodded, followed Welt's footsteps, and continued to move forward aimlessly. An EX2 on the deck of the Hyperion, Delta slumped in a wheelchair, and Teresa lay in a rocking chair, both holding the same thermos cup. Delta's was printed with a salted fish pattern, while Teresa's was printed with a homage. Next to them was a group of Valkyries with twitching eyes. There were outsiders present on Saint Freya's side, so it was not easy to condemn Teresa in person. And the three people from the headquarters and the Oceania branch were just shocked by Delta's powerful infectious power again. Delta, Lady Teresa, you also know how to balance work and rest? Teresa, don't call me a lady. We're both S-level, and it feels like we've known each other for a long time. Just call me by my name. You're right, it is very important to balance work and rest. I'm so busy in Saint Freya every day, I don't know how long it's been since I had a good rest. Delta, as the saying goes, if you are not active, you have a problem with your thinking, Teresa. Teresa, you're so right, Delta. The two kindred spirits looked at each other, then unscrewed their thermos cups. One drank hot wolfberry water, and the other drank hot bitter melon juice, both reminiscent of health-conscious old men. Bang. They even clinked cups. At this time, Kayana dragged Angel, Raiden Mai, Braania, and Fuhua to the side and whispered in each other's ears. My, I think this person is weird. I think so too. I've never seen a Valkyrie like this. Why did she only bring one rocking chair? I want to lie like that too. Kayana held her face with both hands, deeply envious. Everyone took a lot of effort to take a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat this idiot on the spot. Then Fuhua rubbed her eyebrows and said, it is against the rules to talk about superiors, especially when the mission is at hand. Master is right. Angel nodded decisively and stopped the meaningless whispering. In this way, the combat team arrived over the East Shinzu Sea base in a weird and harmonious atmosphere. Bang. 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 Amid the explosion sound that broke through the seawater and the water mist flying all over the sky, white giants leaped into the air and surrounded the Hyperion from front to back. Cocolia, wearing a neat military uniform and black military boots, strode to the front of the East Shinzu Sea base, one hand on her waist, and her calm and lazy voice echoed in the air. "Everyone from the Skull that has come from afar, what should I bring to entertain you?" Before she finished speaking, countless long guns and cannons extended from the huge sea base. The BTs surrounding them also displayed their giant swords and cannons one after another, creating a powerful and unmistakable deterrent. Chapter 88, The Wheelchair of Friendship is pushed and pushed. Gokolia, I heard that you fought for your country and anti-entropy. Coincidentally, I've also fought my way to today. We're all tough cookies, so you might as well explain everything. At the forefront of the bridge, Hueco stepped to the edge, looking down at Gokolia. Her fiery red armor clung to her charming figure, not inferior to Gokolia's, and she carried a flame sword on her shoulder with a strong and arrogant smile. In this operation, Hueco was the most experienced in directing, so she served as the global commander and naturally took on the role of spokesperson. Durandal was the deputy commander, and as for Teresa, smashing people with a cross was her specialty. Listen, if you can solve the problem of Chayu, we don't mind staying on the ship. Once the crisis is averted, we can discuss the issue of the divine key. But if you're not absolutely confident, then step aside. At the very least, our goal of protecting the world is the same. Such arrogance. Do you think this is your Skull's backyard? I didn't say that. However, there are 4 S-class fighters standing behind me. How much firepower have you prepared? Oh. I don't believe even S-classes can withstand a silver bullet. Gokolia and Hueco stared each other down, sneering. Hueco then stepped back, addressing her comrades on the deck with a serious expression. As expected, this unlucky one has brought out a strategic weapon. It's not easy to break, and she could do anything. Silver bullet. I'm not sure if it can be withstood. By the way, Wendy, you're staying too far away from me. Delta was sitting in a wheelchair, initially a bit lazy, but suddenly sat upright with a serious face. Wendy was moved. She couldn't help but knock on Delta's head. Be serious. This isn't the time for jokes. If Chayu jumps up, it'll be up to you to calm the sea and protect the coastal residents. Just do that kind of thing casually. What's more important than protecting you? Don't worry about me. I'm not a fragile vase. I'm powerful. Wendy, you're powerful, so stay closer to me, alright? Delta lightly grabbed Wendy's fingers, looking lazy and weak. Wendy helplessly rubbed Delta's head and smiled at the rest. Don't worry, she just loves to joke, but she's reliable when it counts. Wendy tried to improve Delta's impression on everyone. Considering Delta's experience, Wendy doubted whether this slacker would only care about her and Wendy. The others just smiled politely. Saint Freya wasn't familiar with Delta, so they just listened. As for Durandal, she had gotten along with Delta and never felt any malice from her, so she believed Wendy's words. In short, the tropic moved on. Hueco, surrounded by these pleasing Valkyries, showed a peaceful and confident smile. According to the plan, we don't move. The most important thing is to solve Chayu, so let's wait here. After speaking, Hueco returned to the front with her great sword and exchanged more harsh words with Gokolia. Master, Lady Rita, we should be here soon. What should we do next? It's so crowded. My chest is flattened. In the crowded underwater submarine, Angel reported to Fuhua and Rita, while Kiana wailed uncomfortably. Seeing her smile while enduring the discomfort, it was clear that the situation was equivalent to claustrophobic suffocation. Angel understood this too. On the surface, she drove the submarine expressionlessly, but inside, her heart was soaring with happiness. Rita, holding the petite Angel and Branya with both hands, glanced at Fuhua. They understood each other. Rita knew a bit about Fuhua's true identity and was respectful to this predecessor, but Fuhua was still undercover, making Rita the highest authority on the surface. Rita spoke with a charming and helpless voice. Miss Angel's thinking is correct. Gokolia's focus is on Lady Durandal and Lady Delta. It's not a big success to separate a team. But is there no larger submarine in Saint Freya? Yes, but it's not as concealed as this one. Alright. Then please prepare, and hope everything goes well. Rita smiled, positioning herself next to Angel and Branya, covering up that she was also enjoying this. Also, stay alert. With such a simple troop strategy, the other side is likely prepared. We may not go smoothly. Guru. Huge air bubbles soaked in the light area in front of the submarine. In the next moment, a white body rose slowly, opposing the submarine like a giant against a toy model. Everyone from Skull, the road is not available, please surface. Gokolia's cold voice echoed, and the white mech raised a huge sword far greater than the submarine. Fight. All eyes turned to Angel. Angel's face was calm. I told you, this simple strategy is easily anticipated. Don't panic, even if blocked, as long as we're not surrounded by a large-scale mech. Guru. Dozens of huge meshes appeared around, illuminating the submarine brightly. Everyone's gaze intensified on Angel. Angel had a moment of panic, but then she looked determined. Don't panic, this is an anticipated scenario. Even with the mech group, our submarine has a temporary acceleration device. We may still break through. Activation, restriction mode. A light blue energy shield unfolded from each mech, forming a spherical space wrapping the submarine. Stare. Don't panic, at least we're still safe. As long as Chayu doesn't wake up now. Enough, stop jinxing us. In the scolding of her companions, Angel lowered her head in grievance. Even if people sell you out, do you have to yell so loudly? She didn't want to jinx things again. Angel pouted, remaining silent. In the crowded submarine, Fuhua and Rita anxiously analyzed the situation. On land, this lineup wouldn't be a problem for them, but in the deep sea, a broken submarine meant fatal loss of oxygen and hydraulic pressure. It seemed their strategy of sneaking in quietly was flawed, and they had to seek help from the Hyperion. Well. Rita glanced at the most important protection object, Kayana, and sighed. We have to protect her and let her perform tasks freely. The Overseer really gave us a challenge. Just as Rita was about to concede, the submarine and surrounding mesh suddenly vibrated violently. Boom. What's happening? Lady Rita, an ultra-high energy collapse response detected. The surrounding seawater is flowing crazily. It's Chayu, it's moving. Angel, raising her head, reminded them in a hurry while secretly enjoying her unspeakable benefits. What? Everyone was horrified as a huge darkness approached from below. It was the abyssal mouth of Chayu, opening from the bottom, impossible to avoid. Soon, a large amount of seawater, along with the mesh and submarine, was swallowed by the giant beast. Boom. The chaotic sea currents swept around, crushing countless underwater mountains. The entire East Shinzu Sea seemed to fly, with countless sea serpents stirring the blue sea into a hellish scene. Giant beast Chayu had awakened. At sea, the entire East Shinzu Sea base shook, and the steel structure of the base wailed. Damn. Is it too late? Kokolia's face was extremely gloomy, shaking, barely standing with the help of her guards. The Hyperion was chaotic too. Quickly, we've lost signals from Angel and Fuhua. Chayu is really awake. Look, the waves are lifting, soon a tsunami will form. The Honkai energy value exceeds Nagasaura. What kind of monster is this? Durandal and Heimko stood at the deck's edge, looking at the turbulent yellow seawater, thinking about countermeasures. They were too late to stop Chayu from waking up. This was the worst situation. The submarine team was missing, and it was difficult to ignore. Let me through. Let me through. In the chaos, Wendy screamed to Heimko and Durandal, pushing Delta's wheelchair forward. Heimko and Durandal stepped aside instinctively. Wendy then kicked the wheelchair off the ship. Delta, holding her thermos cup, with a frozen expression, was launched into the sea by Wendy. Huh. Wendy wiped the sweat from her forehead, relieved, shouting to the falling wheelchair and Delta, please handle the tsunami, Delta. Wendy. I will hang you up at the highest place. Don't let me catch you. Delta, the falling salted fish, raised a fierce international friendly gesture towards the Hyperion. Chapter 89, Delta settles the storm. Hahaha, she's joking, don't take it seriously. Delta just has a strong sense of humor. Wendy scratched her head and smiled awkwardly in response to Delta's harsh words, explaining to the two people around her. Durandal didn't believe it, but the battlefield situation forced her to accept it. She didn't think this approach needed reprimanding. At most, it just looked a bit odd. Heimko didn't believe it either. She touched her chin, casually put her arm around Wendy's shoulders, and asked curiously, how much of this is out of a personal grudge? To be honest, 100%. Great. Nothing. Who makes her always out of tune? She should be taught a lesson occasionally. Wendy waved her hand carelessly. Under the Hyperion, the sea was turbulent. The rumbling sound of the water flow was accompanied by the high-intensity collapse energy, which was increasing to the point where even the Valkyries felt uncomfortable. Everything was getting more and more intense, as if the East Shinzu Sea was about to turn over. In this horrible scene, the petite girl in a long fluttering skirt fell like a white feather, and her snow-white boots gently touched the sea's surface. The cool sea breeze blew on the faces of everyone at the scene. At this moment, there was only this little wind left. Within a visible range, and even in the wider area that could not be seen by the naked eye, the entire sea that was previously stormy was as calm as a mirror, except for the dirty and dark silt color. Actually, it was really suppressed. There was a moment of blankness in everyone's mind. Both Sxel and Anti-Entropy said that the Herrscher was a natural disaster, but only those who really witnessed this scene could understand what the concept of a natural disaster was. Even Durandal felt lucky at this time. I can't do it. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. What are you talking about, Durandal? Senior Hueco, I can't do it. Maybe in a head-on battle, I am not afraid of Delta's power, but I definitely can't do what she is doing now. It's not the same concept. I am very glad that Delta is a Valkyrie of Skull and one of our own. Who said it wasn't? Wait, are you saying you can fight her? Hueco turned her head sharply and looked at Durandal. Durandal blinked and said in confusion, really? What's wrong? Can you beat this thing? Don't call her this thing, Delta is a companion, Senior Hueco. But I just said that you can try to fight her. It's hard to say who will win or lose. After all, I have never seen Delta's true full strength. You are awesome. Hueco nodded blankly, with some confusion on her beautiful face. Could it be that I have been away from the front line for too long and can no longer keep up with the headquarters version? Are the requirements for S levels so high now? Rita is also a new version of S level. I can't believe she has such a level. It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead. Hueco sighed with mixed feelings, then her expression changed, pointing to the sea ahead and said, look. Something is coming out. Everyone's eyes focused on the sea. Under the turbid, mirror-like surface, a huge black shadow appeared. No one could tell its shape, it was all they could see. This huge and terrifying body made even those who had never had giant phobia suffer from it now. Boom. The black shadow quickly hit the mirror-like sea surface, making a huge sound that spread throughout the sea area. Everyone held their breath involuntarily until they found that Chiyu failed to break through the surface and did not raise waves, and then they eased a little. Hueco stared at the ubiquitous scene under the sea, which looked like black rocks and scales, with a serious face, and took a deep breath. This is all Chiyu. Hueco murmured, and suddenly turned her head to look at the offshore base not far away. On Kokolia's gloomy face, Hueco saw the same solemnity and anxiety as herself. Hueco's heart moved, and she felt this was a good time to negotiate peace. Just then, Kokolia waved her hand and let all the white mechas surrounding the Hyperion disperse. Cooperate, solve Chiyu first, and then talk about other things. The East Shinjuku coast is an area of great importance to the global economy and a concentration of population and technology. Once it is lost, it will not be a matter of one city or one country. I believe you have enough judgment. Hueco nodded and said decisively, okay. Truce, cooperate. At this moment, no one questioned the temporary agreement between the two. Having witnessed the tip of Chiyu's iceberg, no one would question Chiyu's harm and terror. Now, even if the Archbishop and the leader of the Alliance came out and asked both sides to ignore Chiyu's threat and continue the grievances of 60 years, it might not work. Then the Hyperion floated next to the East Shinjuku base, and Kokolia signaled Shing to go back with her eyes. But Mom. Be obedient. Good boy, Mom is a 1,000-year-old fox, do you still need to worry about me? You staying here will distract me. Kokolia leaned over and kissed the top of Sin's head. Sin bit her lips and stared at the gentle smile on Kokolia's face. After a long time, she said with red eyes, wait for you to come back at home. If you don't come back, I won't cook, and starve those two little fools to death. Okay, Mom promises you. Let's make a pinky promise. No, childish. Sin turned her head and walked away. But 3 seconds later, the little girl with a gloomy expression turned back and hooked Kokolia's little finger. Let's make a promise for 100 years, and don't lie. Okay. Kokolia smiled and touched Sin's forehead. After seeing her obediently retreating to the base protected by a team of Titan BTs, she lost all the tenderness and smile on her face and stepped onto the deck of the Hyperion alone. Durandal, Teresa Apocalypse, and Morata Hueco, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would be on the same front with you. I didn't expect it either. This is the unpredictability of the world. But Honkai is like this. No one can predict what will happen in the next second. Death and turning enemies into friends are both normal. Hueco replied, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at Sin's small back as she walked into the base. You really love your daughter. No wonder Bronya cares about her so much. And you are very courageous. Hueco glanced at the Valkyries around her again. She knew that Kokolia was not a combatant. Going to Hyperion alone was like a lamb shedding its last layer of wool and walking naked into a pack of wolves. It was rare that Hueco, Durandal, Teresa, and many other Valkyries had more or less admiration for the anti-entropy executive in front of them. Our leader is already in Chiyu's body. Although it is too late to stop it from waking up, it seems that going deep into Chiyu's body is the only possible way to kill it. How long can your S level stay on the sea surface? Kokolia pointed to Delta standing on the calm sea in the distance and asked. Hueco gave Wendy a look. Wendy put her hands on her mouth and made a trumpet gesture. Delta, how long can you hold on? Half a day, if its resistance does not increase sharply. Delta's light voice was heard by everyone with the sea breeze. She herself grabbed the thermos cup and slowly drank the wolfberry hot water. She looked like a delicate lady who was taking good care of her health. Cocolia immediately asked, "Can you open a passage into its mouth? You are so troublesome. It can't hold on for too long, at most 5 minutes." Delta seemed to have anticipated the reprimand that Wendy was about to blurt out and suddenly changed the tone of the conversation. Then, Chayu under the sea seemed to be controlled by some powerful force, and the huge body suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, a dark vortex slowly formed on the sea surface, revealing a dark hole leading to the sea. Cocolia made a gesture. "Go." The next second, dozens of Titan BTs flew into the black hole, one of which flew over the deck of the Hyperion, grabbed Cocolia's body, and jumped in together. The Valkyries also looked at each other and then jumped down one after another at Haimeko's forward gesture. Soon, on the calm sea, only Delta was left, leisurely drinking wolfberry water with a leisurely smile on her face, as if she was completely indifferent to the Chayu beast under her feet. It's a pity, but the protagonists of this drama are not you. Chapter 90, How to Repay the 1,000-Year-Old Hatred. Chayu's consciousness is far more crude and fragile than imagined, just like a baby, with only the devouring and destructive instincts given by the Honkai, but no strong and stable self. Not necessarily, but the 5,000-year-old Jixuani Uan, Fuxi, and others were too fierce and chopped them down. With the size of this thing, it would be very tiring for Master to use the eminence to chop it to pieces. But no matter what the real reason is, its lack of resistance makes it particularly easy for us to dominate and replace it. Deep in the dark Chayu's body, Saint Freya Angel held the sword, Cocolia crossed her arms, Kella squatted down and loosened her military boots, and Nidhi used gravity to absorb some rocks and put them in the middle as a stool. In addition to them, there were two figures, one a dark and unstable human shape, which resembled the young Nidhi's body shape, exuding an abyss-like breath that completely blended with the surrounding environment. Chayu Angel, let's call her that for now. The other was a black-haired girl wearing a black ancient Shinzu long-sleeve robe and a luxurious golden phoenix crown on her head. The angels were engaged in their own activities and discussing Chayu's situation. When all the angels sat down at the stone table arranged by Ninti, their eyes focused on the girl with long sleeves and a phoenix crown. I replaced the dark personality that was bred by the Honkai. Now, the remaining consciousness of the ancestor Jixuani Uan is still sleeping in the sword, just like before. How about the Xuani Uan sword? The first of the keys of domination, equipped with the strongest core of domination, integrated with parts of the 6 powers of air, thunder, wind, fire, rock, and ice, and can even continue to absorb power to enhance its strength. To be honest, the Xuani Uan sword is the Xuani Uan sword, and the key of domination is the key of domination. They are no longer on the same level. Black Jixuani Uan Angel stroked the blade pattern of the golden ancient sword, her soft and beautiful face showing sincere admiration. The previous civilization was truly brilliant, at least in terms of weapons. In the legacy of the current civilization, it is really hard to ask for anything more. Angel asked again, what will you do next? Follow Senti's path? Ancestor Jixuani Uan cannot become a pseudo-Herrscher, but a pseudo-Herrscher can become Ancestor Jixuani Uan? This idea seems feasible. It can also be regarded as paving the way for Senti in advance. Think about it slowly. This time we have gained a lot, much smoother than expected. Good things are good things, but the ending will not be easy. After Delta, who can stabilize the sea area, and Durandal and Welt, who are the guarantee of combat power, all arrived, Angel and others took action against Xuani Uan's sword and Chayu, but the obstacles they encountered were far less than expected. Is it because the bonus brought by the Gem of Desire is too huge? Or is it that as the Herrscher of Dominance, they have an absolute status suppression on Honkai beasts and pseudo-Herrschers? The reason is not to be investigated for the time being, but the too smooth process is indeed different from the script expected by Angel. Then change it up. The script is not set. The first scene, Princess G conquers inner demons, Jixuani Uan and Chayu, it's up to you. Okay. Wow. There are too many, too many. Even I can't handle so many. Stop arguing, save your energy and run away. It's all your fault, you idiot, for provoking the Honkai beasts. How did I know so many could come out from the ground? And you're the idiot. Your whole family is an idiot. Kayana, Braania, stop arguing. The Saint Freya team was running desperately, with groups of giant Honkai beasts chasing behind them. The shaking of the earth and the roar of the giant beasts were particularly terrifying in this dark world. This won't work. In an environment with such a high concentration of Honkai energy, humans can't outrun Honkai beasts. What else can we do? Branya is sending a distress message, but it seems that all signals are blocked here, and there is no response now. Branya, Saint Freya's communication is not working. Will anti-entropy work? Maya's right, don't you have an anti-entropy mother? Bronya will give it a try. Bronya sighed, and regardless of her position and her own awkwardness, she activated the anti-entropy communication channel given by Cocolia on the Project Bunny. Bang! Then, the rocks above exploded, and a white giant fell from the sky. It picked up the 3 people who were running, and at the same time opened missile ports on its arms and shoulders, and countless missiles were thrown out like meteors. Boom boom. The scorching light that illuminated the surrounding world lit up, and the huge mecha drew out its long sword, smashed the rock wall next to it, and then rushed into the dust, escaping from this endless dangerous area of Honkai beasts. Wow! Bronya, your mother's communication is really useful, and reinforcements came immediately. It's 100 times stronger than the one from my period. In the fist of the mecha, Kayana rubbed Bronya, who was next to her, and said with great relief. Bronya was speechless. She is now Saint Freya's person, but she has always been Cocolia's daughter. Bronya didn't know what to think about Kayana stepping on one and praising the other. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't do anything now. They could only be thankful that they had escaped death, and then moved with this mecha driven by someone unknown. After a rapid transfer, the mecha stopped in a quiet corner and put the trio on the ground. Then, a blonde beauty in a military uniform walked out of the cockpit in front of her chest. Cocolia, Bronya's anti-entropy mother. Mother. Cocolia. Are you okay? I'm fine. But it's very dangerous here. How could Mom come in? Ninty, the new sister I told you about before, came in with the leader first. Also, I didn't see you on the Hyperion, so I guess you would be here too. Cocolia walked down from the mecha, hugged Bronya tightly in her arms, and then let out a long breath. I'm glad you're okay. The Titan pilot column has found an exit, and someone will come to pick you up soon. You go out first. After Chayu wakes up, his body becomes more dangerous. Don't stay here any longer. Mom, wait. Stop talking. You have to go out even if you don't want to. There's no room for negotiation. I still have to find Ninty and the leader, and find a way to deal with Chayu. I can't get away to protect you now. Cocolia said in a long voice. But just as the words fell, a phantom suddenly attacked from the darkness. Mom, be careful. BT. Boom. In a flash, Titan's iron fist slammed into the figure that was attacking, repelling it and crashing heavily into the rock wall next to it. Nice speed and strength. Is this the new mecha of anti-entropy? Although I don't quite understand it, can you please stay away from my lovely juniors, Ms. Cocolia? Rita walked out of the dust gracefully, holding a sickle in one hand, with a dangerous smile on her face. She's right, please stay away from Kayana and the others. At the same time, Fuhua's slender figure also walked out of the darkness. The Valkyrie armor with black tights as the main body fully reflected the cute curves of her petite body. Cocolia narrowed her eyes, and the next second, large holes appeared in the surrounding rock walls. Dozens of huge mechas surrounded everyone, looking down at them from a high position, just like humans looking at little mice under their feet. Cocolia crossed her arms and said with a cold expression, you probably don't know yet, but we have reached a cooperation agreement outside. The most important thing now is to solve Chayu. If you still have brains, I don't want to fight a civil war between humans at this time. I have no objection, provided that you don't do anything small. Rita looked around, then smiled slightly and said very harmlessly. Have any of you seen Angel? At this time, Fuhua raised her hand and asked with a frown. Heimko, have you seen Kayana and the others and the master? No. We just came in not long ago. There is a problem with the communication here, and we can't contact other people. Well, I hope they didn't get separated. In the speeding armored vehicle, Angel frowned worriedly. In front, Welt controlled the vehicle he had materialized. At the same time, Teresa ran wildly beside the car with a cross in her hand, while Durandal flew in the air, throwing out her lance from time to time. Together, the two smashed all the Honkai beasts that blocked the road into pieces. We found a structure that looks like a giant heart, which emits very powerful Honkai energy, which may be Chayu's weakness. Unfortunately, the world turned upside down before we could take action, and I also lost contact with Niti who was traveling with me. Welt described the situation on his side with a very solemn expression. He continued, before I left a signal transmitter on the heart, and I can still feel the direction with my power. Anyway, let's try to find and destroy the heart first, maybe this can cause harm to Chayu. As for the lost companions, we can only hope that we can meet them along the way. Heimko, Angel and Wendy in the car looked at each other, and none of them raised any objections. Now it seems that Welt's decision is the best choice. While speeding, a sizzling electric current noise suddenly sounded in the car. This is Cocolia. Zizi. Lord Alliance Leader, this is Zizi. Leah. Received. I'm Welt. Cocolia, can you hear me? Received. Is Ninty with you? We are lost. But don't panic, Ninty is very powerful, and this environment may not be a threat to her. Anyway, I'll give you a coordinate first. That should be Chayu's heart, maybe its weakness. Get rid of Chayu first, Ninty will be safe. After a period of chaos and crisis, the large force that entered Chayu's body basically completed the gathering and approached the common goal. At the same time, next to the heart discovered by Welt, the black Jixuani Uan and Chayu's phantom were also facing each other in the distance. Thousands of years of hatred, how to repay? It's time to settle everything, Chayu. Is this okay? I think it's okay, sister. Chapter 91, Ninty makes friends. The interior is so vast and boundless, it is hard to imagine how huge Chayu's entire body is. This kind of scale is bound to have power beyond comprehension. I wonder how long Delta can hold on? Durandal smashed the rock wall in front of her with a spear and looked down at the vehicle rushing into the gap, feeling a little anxious. If Delta couldn't control the out-of-control Chayu and she had to intercept her herself, Durandal would go forward without fear. Durandal was not afraid of death, but this time, she didn't have the confidence to completely stop Chayu's destruction. Forget it, the bishop's orders also require Chayu to be intercepted. Given the current situation, let's just cooperate with anti-entropy honestly. Durandal sighed inwardly. At this time, Welt poked his head out of the car. Teresa, Durandal, pay attention, we are getting close. Durandal's face was stern, and she held the retracted lance tightly in her hand. Teresa, who was running, suddenly threw Judas in her hand towards several Honkai beasts emerging from the shadows. The golden cross drew a trajectory in the darkness, smashing the Honkai beasts that tried to block the road, then swirled back to Teresa's hand. Teresa jumped onto the roof of the car, lowered her head, and looked at Welt with a serious face. Have the children met on the other side? Yes. Have they arrived yet? Not yet, it will probably take some time. Then we will go first. We should have been the main force. I think so too. Let's work together, Teresa, Durandal. Welt said sincerely. However, this declaration of cooperation was mainly for Durandal. After all, Teresa and Welt already had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for more words. Chayu is a big problem and must be solved as soon as possible. I agree to cooperate. Durandal nodded seriously. Teresa and Welt looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. With Durandal's character, since she made a statement, there was no need to worry about internal strife before the matter was resolved. Bang! Amid the fierce explosion, the armored vehicle passed through a rock wall tunnel several kilometers long and entered a space far wider than all the previous places. It was as big as a continent without a sky. In the distance, everyone felt an extremely strong presence of Welt energy, which made them feel depressed and uncomfortable. We are almost there, let's go. Welt said. When they reached a wide enough area, Welt immediately upgraded the armored vehicle to a fighter plane, whistling through the dark sky. After a while, they found a huge heart emitting scarlet light. It was a giant piece of flesh, likely a heart, emanating a strong Welt energy and slowly contracting and beating rhythmically. It's much bigger than what I saw before. Is it recovering after waking up? Wait, that is. Boom. The fighter plane plunged into the ground. In the dust, the dusty Durandal frowned and said to Welt, why don't you just rush over? Wait, follow me first. Welt waved his hand, stopping any questions, and strode towards the giant heart. The scene he had observed from a distance was too strange. Look, this is the night sky. When it's clear, you can see these bright stars. Stars. This is a snowy mountain. These white ones are snow. They are beautiful in shape and cold. When the weather gets warmer, they will melt and turn into water. Snow. This is a rainbow. It's very beautiful, but I haven't seen it yet. I heard that it usually appears after it rains. Rainbow. Do you want to see it? How about I take you to see it later? Okay. Rainbow. Nindy, together. It was the backs of two little girls sitting on the rocks. One had soft and beautiful long golden hair, and the other was just a dark figure with the edge of her body jumping like a flame. The blonde was naturally Ninty, while the black shadow exuded the same abyssal horror as the giant heart next to it. Joachim, why don't you come out? Ninty suddenly turned around with her phone in her hand and asked Welt, who was standing in the distance. Next to the hideous and terrifying heart, beside the abyss-like phantom, the blonde girl blinked her pure and flawless purple eyes. The overly sharp contrast made Ninty look like an angel in Welt's eyes. Welt came closer, trying not to look at the phantom next to Ninty, but smiled and stretched out his hand to Ninty. Little Ninty, you have been outside for too long, Cocolia is looking for you. Let's go back and tell her that we are safe, okay? Welt suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart. He didn't know why Ninty was here, but he knew that the phantom next to Ninty must be closely related to Chayu, and it might even be the incarnation of Chayu. And Ninty was too close to it, completely defenseless. At this moment, Chayu must not be stimulated. Ninty looked at the phantom next to her, then at Welt, and a faint smile slowly appeared on her face. Joachim, don't be afraid. She is my friend. By the way, let me introduce you to him. He is Joachim, a good man. Good man? That is, someone who is likable. There are also Mother Cocolia, Einstein's sister, Tesla's sister, Sin, Rosalia, Lilia. They are all good people. I will introduce them to you in the future, okay? In this way, you can have many friends. Friends. Good. Ninty gestured and broke her fingers, with a gentleness she had never had before, smiling and communicating with the black shadow beside her. Welt felt more and more uneasy but couldn't help but feel shocked. If this black shadow is Chayu, does it mean that this crisis may be resolved peacefully? Just like Joyce and the heart of the Herrscher reached a settlement. Joyce, is this another miracle you left for us? Welt was a little confused for a while. Originally, he came with a resolve to destroy Chayu at all costs and was even prepared to fight a second Honkai war. But the current situation made Welt hesitant. But Welt is Welt after all, with a steel will and a gentle heart. He restrained all his hostility, slowly walked in front of the two, and showed a tolerant smile. Ninty, can you introduce your new friend to me? Well. By the way, I haven't asked yet, do you have your own name? Ninty asked the shadow. The shadow shook its head. Name? No. Everyone seems to call you Chayu, so can I call you that for the time being? You can find another name you like in the future, or I can help you choose it when I think of it. Okay. Well. Then Joachim, you can call her Chayu. Ninty looked up, with a little joy in her eyes, and smiled at Welt lightly. Welt's heartbeat quickened for a moment, then he said calmly, Chayu, hello, I'm Joachim. You can also call me Welt. Anyway, I want to talk to you. Danger. Ninty. Protect. Here. The moment Welt finished speaking, the black shadow suddenly fluctuated grayly, like the surface of a lake wrinkled by the wind. Then, she spoke in a rapid and intermittent voice. Before Welt could react, he saw two tentacles extending from the giant heart and instantly dragging Ninty into it. Chayu, you dare. Welt was furious when he saw Ninty being tied up, and the projection of the Star of Eden appeared in his hand. But another soft and ethereal voice echoed in the entire space one step earlier than Welt's move. How to repay the 1,000-year-old hatred. Chayu, it's time to settle everything. The extremely thick rock wall in the distance melted into magma in the terrifying high temperature, revealing a huge hole, and dazzling golden light shone from it, like the sun rising in the night sky. Jalindal, Himiko, Teresa, and others who were watching not far away all changed their expressions simultaneously. The next second, a golden sword shadow swept away the rock wall and fell from the sky, and Chayu's phantom roared like a beast and jumped high, waving its black claws. Boom. Chapter 92, Jingwei, you are finally back killing my people and destroying my home. This hatred must end with the sword. Roar. Stars are born in the wasteland, shining like the blazing sun. Go. Welt and his group were forced to retreat far from the battlefield due to the fierce impact of the area's destruction. They soon encountered another team led by Cocolia and Rita amidst the terrifying chaos of landslides. There, they saw an ancient girl in black clothes and a phoenix crown, holding up a golden ancient sword that released a dazzling and scorching light like the sun. Boom. Suddenly, the sun appeared on the flat ground, and unimaginable light and heat spread in this dark and vast space with terrifying power, forcing even high-level combat forces to retreat. Roar Chayu, for the sake of the millions of people in Shinzo, die. Bang. 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 After the eruption, in the vast space full of lava, the girl in black and Chayu's incarnation clashed rapidly in the air. Golden light and dark aura flew everywhere, ruthlessly destroying the surrounding area. The large army gathered at the end of the distant space, where the Titan pilot column deployed a strong shield to form a safe space that could resist the aftermath of various attacks. Angel. Where did you run off to? We were so worried. It's so dangerous here, don't get lost again. Woo woo woo. Kayana and the others surrounded Angel, touching and rubbing her with emotion and love. But Cocolia grabbed Welt's collar. Where is my Ninty? Calm down, the situation is complicated, but she should be safe now. Facing Cocolia, whose chest was heaving violently and whose eyes seemed to release flames, Welt spoke in a soothing tone. Where is she? She was dragged into the depths of the heart by Chayu. It seems it wants to protect her. What do you mean? Chayu. Protect Ninty? They seem to have become friends. It's very likely that the voice Ninty heard before was really Chayu's voice. Welt explained hurriedly. Cocolia frowned, her face full of confusion and anger. Are you awake now, Welt? Listen to me, This is true. Chayu may not be as cruel as we imagined. When she was with Ninti, she was very docile. Welt spoke loudly, and then, in the confused eyes of the group, he roughly explained the situation he had just seen and some speculations. After a while, Durandal touched her chin and said, "You mean, if you can let that little girl communicate more with Chayu, maybe it is possible to solve this problem peacefully. But that's a Honkai beast." Wendy widened her eyes and shook her head in disbelief. Cocolia snorted coldly. "The leader and your Delta are both Herschers, but they are on the side of humans? How can Delta be the same? What's the difference?" She. Wendy hesitated for a long time and couldn't make a point. "You can't say that because Delta is a salted fish. She is too lazy to turn over and has no intention of destroying humans, right?" Wendy lost her voice. At this time, Fuhua was looking at the girl who was entangled with Chayu's incarnation, her delicate eyebrows and eyes like a painting, her ancient and luxurious golden sword, and her moves that split the sky and the earth. Fuhua didn't know why, but she felt an unbearable headache. "Do I know her?" Fuhua once again felt annoyed and guilty about her amnesia. After a long while, she said to the crowd who were talking about it, "No matter what the situation is between Ninti and Chayu, the question now is, who should we help in the battle in front of us? Is it okay to stand aside and watch?" Rita touched her chin and thought, that girl in that sword, from the ancient books I investigated earlier, should be the legendary ancestor of Shinzo, Ji Xoani Uan, and the divine sword Xoani Uan sword. Isn't that a legendary figure from 5,000 years ago? Chayu is also a legend from 5,000 years ago. Now it has awakened in our time? Rita refuted the doubters with reason and evidence, leaving people speechless. Welt nodded in agreement. "That's what I guessed too. The girl's clothes are not like modern ones. I'm afraid she was in Chayu's body from the beginning. According to legend, the ancestor of Shinzu defeated Chayu with the Xoani Uan sword and sealed him in the Nine Netherworld. If the ancestor of Shinzu was not such a powerful warrior, it would be difficult to explain Chayu's slumber for all these years. In that case, we should help the ancestor of Shinzu eliminate Chayu. But Ninti seems to be able to persuade Chayu. Taking action against Chayu may cut off this possibility. If we can't ensure that it is solved quickly, it would be unwise to do so. Hey! Look, she seems to be winning." Kayana's shout interrupted the discussion of the senior executives. Everyone's eyes focused on the battlefield. Jixoani Uan stood in the air, holding a long sword in her hand, her clothes fluttering, and the strong and holy power transformed into a huge sword-holding phantom behind her, like a goddess descending to the world, awe-inspiring and unbearable to look directly at. Below, the shadow of Chayu's incarnation staggered towards the heart, as if running away. "Chayu, repent to the departed souls. The law of heaven is long, this is, the way of heaven." The word "the way of heaven" fell, and the huge sword energy cut through the rocks in the sky, slashing down like the sky, with an unstoppable terrifying momentum. "No, Ninti!" Kokolea crashed into the Gangzang shield and roared with bloodshot eyes. But the golden giant sword, which was as powerful as a god, still slashed towards the huge heart unstoppably. Boom! The dazzling golden light took away everyone's vision, and the unparalleled loud noise, accompanied by the terrifying shock of shaking the earth, spread throughout the world. After a while, when everything calmed down, a huge sword mark of immeasurable length and depth was seen across the rock strata on the earth and the sky, as if it had split Chayu's entire body. Kokolea raised her head and roared. "BT, fine Ninti. Titan pilot, confirmed that the target Ninti was taken away by the shadow. Do you want to track him? Chase him." Kokolea jumped onto the palm of a mecha in ecstasy, then rushed out of the space protected by the shield, and disappeared in the bottomless sword scar. Welt and Bronya were both nervous, but unfortunately, they were too late to stop her, or they knew in their hearts that they could not stop the anxious Kokolea at this time. Others noticed that after sending out this extremely terrifying sword, Jixoani Uan in the sky dropped her hands weakly, and her petite figure was shaking. "Still, is there a limit to human power? I still can't." Jixoani Uan murmured, then suddenly lost her strength, and fell from the sky holding the Xoani Uan sword. Swoosh! The purple-blue flame cut through the sky, and Fuhua's figure rushed up before she had time to think about it. Before Jixoani Uan landed, Fuhua gently caught her body and moved to the edge of the sword scar. The others quickly caught up. The battle just now showed that Jixoani Uan possessed the dual great value of strength and intelligence, and everyone could understand. "Class monitor, is she okay?" Yes. Is she seriously injured?" "It's terrible, we don't seem to have a doctor here." Fuhua hugged Jixoani Uan's feathery petite body, stretched out her hand and put it on her wrist, but frowned. "No pulse. No, this body is not the body of a living person. Could it be a zombie? A pseudo-Herrscher?" But her consciousness seems to be very clear. She is fighting to protect Shinzo. Fuhua's heart sank, and she was at a loss for a while. Just as Fuhua was silent, the girl in her arms, her long and beautiful eyelashes trembled, and slowly opened a pair of gem-like red eyes. She stared at Fuhua's face for a long time, and then slowly opened a sweet smile like a flower. "Jingwei, you are finally back." At this moment, Fuhua's mind seemed to buzz and suddenly went blank. "Do we know each other?" "Of course, you are my teacher and a friend who shares life and death. We have signed the first contract of Shinzo. I miss you so much, Jingwei. I'm sorry, I didn't protect Fuxi and Nuwa well, and I don't know how they are now." Cough. "Chayu, and Chayu must be eliminated. Calm down and concentrate. I will sort out the key in your body first. You are very weak now." Fuhua tried to input true energy into Jixuani Uen's body. The conduction of Honkai energy seemed particularly smooth, so smooth that it didn't look like a human body at all, but like a pseudo-Losman merged with Honkai. However, seeing Jixuani Uen's beautiful eyes full of smiles and tenderness, Fuhua gradually smoothed her brows. Cocolia is right. Even Herschers like Welt and Delta are fighting for humanity. Well, she must be an old friend I have forgotten. Whether she is an enemy or a friend, I will wait until the crisis is over before I can see. Fuhua sighed in her heart and silently suppressed her discovery of Jixuani Uen in her heart, without telling anyone. Chapter 93, You Can Rest Now. Jingwei. The School of Taixuan is a legacy of immortals, founded by the legendary immortal Jinjiai and Shinzo. Legend has it that it has guarded Shinzu for thousands of years, exorcising demons and defending the way, stabilizing the country, being immortal, and having boundless magical powers. Ancient emperors had to pay homage to Mount Taixu before ascending the throne and receive the immortals' approval before they could rule. According to our understanding, the Jingwei immortal status in Shinzu is equivalent to Bishop Otto's status in Sksel, or even higher than that. The Sksel history books record that 500 years ago, the old Sksel church organized an army to march east in an attempt to conquer Shinzu. That army not only used Honkai energy weapons but also had the strongest saints at the time. The Saint Colin accompanied them, and they were unstoppable. But they were defeated by the immortal Phoenix alone on the Kipchak steppe. So don't think this is just a legend, the immortal Jingwei really exists, and Bishop Otto may have seen her. But not long after that battle, the immortal Jingwei disappeared mysteriously, and people said she had ascended to heaven. It is said that the subsequent dynasty was overthrown largely because the emperor failed to pay homage to the immortal, which caused widespread dissatisfaction, leading to heroes rising up and changing the dynasty. As he was chasing the wind and shadows, Angel held the sword with a solemn expression but whispered to the people around him about the story of the Taixu sword sect and the immortal Jingwei. She glanced ahead, seeing Fuhua carrying Jixuani Uen on her back, and continued, "In short, according to legend, the immortal Jingwei was a close friend of Fuxi, Nuwa, Jixuani Uen, and other ancestors of Shinzo, and she herself was also part of the ancient legend of Shinzo. The master was the direct descendant of the school of Taixuan, and probably inherited the blood and appearance of the master, which is why the Xuani Uen patriarch mistakenly recognized her. I think this is the most reasonable explanation." Angel nodded solemnly with a confident expression. Except for Rita, who knew a little about Fuhua's identity, the others also nodded. Indeed, this speculation was logically rigorous, reasonable, and worthy of belief. It is impossible that Fuhua is the immortal phoenix who has lived for thousands of years, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone was relieved and no longer had any doubts about the conversation between Fuhua and Jixuani Uen. In front, Jixuani Uen lay on Fuhua's back, his chin on her shoulder, his lips did not move, but his voice reached Fuhua's mind. "Jingwei, are you hiding your identity now?" Fuhua was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and met a pair of curious and clear red eyes. After a moment, she pursed her lips and transmitted the words through the power of consciousness. "Yes, they don't know my true identity, so that's the case. Then I'll help you hide it, thank you. And, I'm sorry, I really can't remember anything about you. You just heard that I encountered a death calamity 500 years ago. Although I was resurrected, I lost most of my memories, and my mantra was shattered. I am still seriously injured and dying. But in these 500 years, demons are still everywhere, and the pace of Honkai has never stopped. I have been forced to burn my memory several times to release the eminence. Until now, I really have no memory of you and other old friends." Fuhua sighed in her heart and gave Jixuani Uen an apologetic smile. It is unavoidable to have no memory, but it is hard for Fuhua not to feel happy to see old friends and talk with friends she once knew. Jixuani Uen frowned and said in her mind, even a powerful immortal like Jingwei would encounter a calamity of death? What kind of terrifying demon must that be? I am afraid that Chayu cannot compare to it, right? It is not a demon, it is, forget it, I will talk about it later when I have a chance. In fact, I can't remember it myself, I can only infer one or two things through some clues. Are Fuxi and Nuwa still there? Although I heard from the girl that it should have been a long time ago, Fuxi and the others are immortals like Jingwei, and they must not be bound by time. It would be great if I could see them again, so that I can die with my eyes closed. I'm sorry, Fuxi and Nuwa, I can feel that these two names are very important to me, but I can't remember them either. Fuhua felt a pain in her heart and responded with great guilt and regret for the yearning and expectation conveyed by Jixuani Uan. Then both of them fell into silence. In Fuhua's situation, if she couldn't remember, it meant that they were not around all the time. And if not around, the situation is self-evident. Fuhua hurried on the road for a long time and suddenly heard a weak and sad long sigh in her ear. So, that's it. Fuhua looked at the dimly lit road ahead, her heart heavy as she struggled to remember those important memories. She could only blame herself in grief but didn't know how to comfort Jixuani Uan. But Jixuani Uan smiled lightly and comforted Fuhua in turn, saying, actually, it's better. They don't have to see me now. I died a long time ago, and my body is no longer human now, I'm afraid it's more like a demon. Jingwei, after destroying Cheyu, can you please send me away? I don't want to fall into the devil's way one day. If you can send me to see Fuxi and others in Mount Aixu, I will be very happy. Don't talk nonsense. Fuhua couldn't bear the sudden outburst of anger and shouted sternly. Jixuani Uan seemed startled, then he rubbed Fuhua's smooth cheek affectionately and smiled weakly. Jingwei, I'm sorry, you don't have to apologize, you didn't do anything wrong, no, Fuxi, and the others all broke the promise. We once made a contract in Mount Aixu to jointly protect the land of Shinzu, but now we are all gone, and only you are left alone to uphold this contract. It's too hard. Seeing you now, I can't imagine the suffering and torture you have experienced. I'm sorry, Jingwei, Jixuani Uan said sadly and sorrowfully, with tears in his eyes, leaning against Fuhua's face. Fuhua heard the guilt and even more the heartache and pity for herself. Although they were strangers who knew nothing, the sadness that emerged at this moment and the feeling that her heart seemed to be filled. Fuhua couldn't describe it, but she almost couldn't control her tear glands. The calm state of mind for thousands of years, now like a snowy mountain melting, revealed the soft side hidden under the ice. I am willing to do so, I know. But it is because of this that it is more difficult, Jingwei. If you have something else you want to do, just do it. Jixuani Uan, Fuxi and Nuwa are not here, but I think, since I can see you again, maybe they are also entrusting me to tell you that you have completed your duties and the original contract can also be ended. Now you can rest, Jingwei. Suddenly, Fuhua seemed to be in the familiar Taixu, in a simple and quiet courtyard. 3 girls with beautiful figures sat on the ground, laughing and playing, making light and pleasant laughter. Fuhua only saw Jixuani Uan's face and could not see the faces of the other 2 girls in white and red. And they sat in the sun, facing Fuhua, each smiling and extending their hands to greet her. Fuhua smiled at this time, and tears welled up in her eyes. You will not die, because I will protect you, Jixuani Uan, although the memory is lost, the friendship remains unchanged. Even though 5,000 years have passed, or precisely because 5,000 years have passed, Fuhua will do her best to protect this friend whom she will never see again. Chapter 94, Jixuani Uan, please Cheyu has 3 hearts in total, which are the source of his life and strength. Back then, with the support of Fuxi and Nuwa, I smashed his 3 hearts, causing him to suffer heavy damage, and then sacrificed everything to shatter his spiritual will, so that he fell into a deep sleep. Jixuani Uan, who had recovered some of his strength, explained the situation to the group during the raid. She sighed with regret and helplessness, but at the end of that battle, I had already sacrificed my life, and Fuxi and Nuwa were also exhausted, unable to completely bury this demon beast. So, I placed my remaining consciousness in the Xuani Uan sword and stayed in Cheyu's body, trying to grind its last soul. Unfortunately, I failed and soon lost consciousness in the endless darkness. Maybe it was God's blessing. I probably absorbed Cheyu's power unconsciously while sleeping, reshaped my body, and was able to wake up with Cheyu. Perhaps because of this, I can now vaguely feel Cheyu's state. If we keep going in this direction, we can find its other heart. Jixuani Uan talked about the goal of this trip. Then, she glanced at Fuhua's profile, hesitated for a while, and then said to the others, I'm sorry, Cheyu was originally the disaster I should have solved, but now I don't have the abundant strength I had back then. People of the future, I ask you to help me break this heart, and then, with the last of my strength, I will completely destroy Cheyu in front of the 3rd heart. You are too polite. Senior Jixuani Uan, you have made too many contributions and sacrifices for mankind. If it weren't for your efforts, I'm afraid we wouldn't be living like this now. Chayu is our common disaster, and we will do our best without asking. It's just. Welt, the highest-ranking and oldest person present, expressed his position to Jixuani Uan, but hesitated at the end. Jixuani Uan, lying on Fu Hua's back, turned her head and said, "What's wrong? Is there any difficulty?" "No, it's just that we have a child here who seems to be able to communicate with Chayu. Before you took action, she once lived in harmony with Chayu. So, can I ask you to stop for the time being? Maybe we can solve this crisis through more peaceful means. Chayu is a demon god and a natural disaster. How can he coexist with humans and animals? You must have been deceived. He must be destroyed." Jixuani Uan showed abnormal resistance to Welt's request, with strong resentment in her eyes. The sudden rise of a terrifying aura made several Saint Freya recruits pale. "Jixuani Uan!" Fu Hua shouted. Jixuani Uan was stunned for a moment, then hugged Fu Hua tightly, with a bit of pain on her little face. "Sorry, I can't control myself. The rock that can't be broken by the whirlpool will also be worn away by the erosion of time. And I have been sleeping in Chayu's body for too long. I am afraid I have been polluted without knowing it. Keep your mind clear, don't you still have to go to Mount Taixu? Don't be crushed by the Honkai, Jixuani Uan." Fu Hua was terrified and had to try hard to encourage Jixuani Uan. Jixuani Uan sighed and smiled bitterly. "It's useless. I have seen what the fate of those who are possessed by demons is, and I don't know how long I can hold on. Maybe, dying together with Chayu is my best ending. Don't talk nonsense, you will be fine. Gee. Fu Hua, don't be sad for me. I am already dead, and I have never resented anyone, so there is no need to worry about it." Jixuani Uan said sincerely, looking at Fu Hua with worried eyes. Fu Hua understood at once that Jixuani Uan was not worried about death but worried that she would be sad. "I will take you to Mount Taixu. Don't you want to go there and take a look?" "Of course I do." "Then don't think about it. Stay true to yourself. There will definitely be a way. I need you, Jixuani Uan, don't die." Fu Hua made a request to Jixuani Uan with words and consciousness. Jixuani Uan fell silent. No matter how Welt and Durandal asked, she didn't respond. Fu Hua thought that she probably listened to it. "Jixuani Uan, please, hold on a little longer. I will definitely find a way to save you, just think of it as, I beg you." Fu Hua lowered her head to cover her tearful expression. Boom. Durandal and Welt attacked at the same time and opened a passage through the thick rock wall like a mountain. After that, everyone arrived at another vast space. In the distance, a huge heart emitting scarlet light and terrifying Honkai energy was conspicuously located in the center of the earth. Then, the mixed formation of the advancing Valkyries, Mechas, and Herrschers saw the confrontation between Gokolia and Chayu, each of them grabbing one of Ningdai's hands, neither of them giving in. "Let her go. Friend, no, go. Mom, Chayu, don't quarrel." Gokolia, with a cold expression, confronted the dark incarnation of Chayu, and the huge Titan mecha stretched out the muzzle behind her and aimed at Chayu from a distance. This weird scene made people wonder whether to be surprised at Chayu's gentleness or admire Gokolia's courage. "Branya, your mother is so brave," Kayana whispered to Branya. Raiden, Mai and Angel nodded like chickens pecking at rice. That's right, who doesn't know the horror of Chayu now? Anyone who saw Gokolia fighting against the other side with her mecha alone could only say one thing. Mother's love is really great. Therefore, Kayana and Raiden Mai both felt envious and yearning. Branya also bit her lip, feeling very complicated. She originally had such mother's love, no, it should be said that she actually has it now, but she just pushed it away clumsily. But the weird scene stopped abruptly when everyone approached. Chayu suddenly pulled Ningdai into her arms with force, then extended her other hand with a sharp and narrow black claw and lowered her body to face everyone with a vigilant posture, as if ready to attack at any time. His Chayu made a sound like a beast exhaling, and the ferocious and terrifying breath pressed towards the crowd her, to put it another way, towards Jixuani Uan at the front of the crowd. "Chayu, let go of that child. Let's end this 1,000-year-long fight between you and me." Roar. With a thunderous roar, the violent airflow and sound waves lifted the earth like an explosion, drowning everyone. Caught off guard, Durandal and Welt joined forces to resist the impact and protected the team behind. But suddenly, Fu Hua heard an anxious shout. "Jixuani Uan." Everyone looked in the direction Fu Hua was looking, but saw that Jixuani Uan, who was wearing a black phoenix crown, did not pounce on Chayu, but stabbed at the giant heart like an arrow without looking back. "Jingwei, you are already seriously injured, so there is no need to get involved in this war, and there is no need to let future generations bear the threat of Chayu again. This battle is my duty to complete." Fu Hua heard Jixuani Uan's last voice, and before she figured out what Jixuani Uan wanted to do, She felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. As the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone saw Jixoani Uan coming to the heart that looked like a mountain, holding up the Xoani Uan sword, and speaking loudly and resolutely. Since you have become a demon, why not drink the demon's blood again? Chayu, the 1,000-year-old hatred should be settled now. Ah! Amid the shrill screams, the scarlet light emitted from the heart surged towards Jixoani Uan's petite body like a vortex. The light and vitality of the heart disappeared quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there was an increasingly surging terrifying aura on Jixoani Uan's body, and the Xoani Uan sword gradually changed from a golden color to an ominous pitch-black luster. Roar! Chayu roared uncomfortably. She gently pushed Ningdai behind her. And Jixoani Uan also raised the ancient sword diagonally in the pitch-black aura all over his body, and a huge black shadow appeared behind her, emitting an unparalleled terrifying momentum and murderous aura. Kill! Roar! Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth split, and everything lost its voice. Chapter 95 Welt, awesome, broken voice, back on schedule. Also, new fic will be dropping on Patreon this week and next week. Voting will start next week on what will be focused first among these, total of 10 to 18 fics. The main focus is the 9 fics this week, which are all good. Fic distribution according to votes: Honkai Impact 3rd, 3 fics Honkai Star Rail, 3 fics Fate, 3 fics. Boom. Chayu's incarnation, Jixoani Uan, who devoured Chayu's power, 2 forces that, in the eyes of Welt, Durandal, and other insiders, were almost as powerful as the ruler, were fighting in this space. The powerful impact spread everywhere, causing the whole world to shatter and fall. Alliance leader Welt, what should we do now? Who should we help? Durandal approached Welt while dodging and asked with a serious look. Welt looked at the 2 black energies competing with each other, and a little hesitation appeared on his face. If it was just Chayu who woke up, the fight would be straightforward, without any hesitation, and their lineup was actually sure to win. But Ninti's existence allowed them to see a more secure route to solve the problem. Think about it, with Chayu's size, if he was not well controlled, it would cause a global tsunami. Who could resist such a low-risk choice of winning without fighting? Even so, the intention of a decisive battle still existed, but at this time, Jixoani Uan appeared and started fighting on the spot. People always tend to compromise. When they hesitated, an extreme hawk suddenly took the most drastic action without warning, so they had to lean towards the doves. In short, it was very entangled. It was not right to fight, and it was not right not to fight. Even if they fought, they didn't know which side to lean towards, which made people pull their hair and be at a loss. Joachim, help me. Just when Welt was anxious to sort out his thoughts, Nitty's small figure flew in front of him, and her little face asked urgently. Welt was stunned for a moment. Ninty, what do you want to do? Chayu is very excited. She is very angry and very scared of that sister. That sister is also full of sadness and madness. I must stop them, but my strength is not enough. Ninty looked at the center of the battlefield where the roars were bursting, frowned tightly, and her crystal purple eyes were filled with worry. Welt followed Ninty's line of sight to the battlefield, also frowning silently. Joyce, if it were you, what would you do at this time? While hesitating, another black figure jumped over the falling rocks and came to them. You said before that this little girl has a way to appease Chayu. Is that true? Fuhua, I saw it with my own eyes. But what do you want to do? Jixoani Uan has risked everything. She is extremely weak, and her mental state is also very bad. If she forcibly absorbs Chayu's energy like this, she will really die. I must stop Jixoani Uan. In return, I must ask you to appease Chayu. Don't be silly. You are still a student. This kind of battle is not something you can intervene in. Facing Fuhua's resolute eyes, Welt refused without hesitation. He is here, Durandal is here, and at worst, there are Teresa and Rita. It is not the turn of a student to face that kind of battle. This is not a matter of the same level. I have my own way. What if I join in? Edge of Taixuan has a method specifically targeting the spiritual realm. Master, together with me, we may be able to stop Senior Jixoani Uan. As soon as Fuhua's firm voice fell, Angel, holding a sword in her arms, also arrived and made a righteous suggestion. Fuhua shook her head violently. No. You can't go. Don't hesitate, Master. Senior Jixoani Uan will not be able to hold on if this goes on. She is a close friend of our master. How can a disciple sit back and watch? Your blade mantra is. I have broken through to the 4th level. I have also mastered the form essence. With this sword, I will definitely not be a dragon master. Master, I know the feeling of loss. I won't let you fight alone. Let me help you. Angel said every word in a sonorous voice, with a firm belief in her wide eyes, thanking the cultivation experience contributed by the ancestor Jixuani Uan. Although she learned the early version of Taixa's sword chi, the cultivation of the blade mantra is generally the same, which helped Angel take a shortcut. Fuhua took a step back, but she was too late to be shocked by Angel's progress. She wanted to save Jixuani Uan, she had no time, but she didn't want to see her disciples in danger. Hesitation, dilemma. Until Angel held her hand tightly. Master, believe in Angel. We will fight side by side. If it doesn't work, then add me. Leader Welt and Miss Nitty go to appease Chayu, and the three of us will go to stop Miss Jixuani Uan. This is the only solution at the moment. Time is running out, don't hesitate. Durandal suggested decisively. Fuhua stared at Angel in a daze, and after a moment, she reached out and hugged her into her arms. Okay, let's go together. But promise Master that you won't be stubborn, understand? Yeah, believe me, Master. So the team quickly split up and then flew directly to the battlefield without delay. Welt and Ninty held hands and flew to the front. Ninty, what do you want to do? You're welcome, don't refuse. Lend me your power. Ninty said in a soft and tender voice. Welt didn't understand, and the next second, he felt that the Honkai energy and Herrscher power in his body seemed to be restrained in some way. Out of trust in Ninty, Welt gave up resistance and let the power pass to Ninty. Then, Ninty raised her hand, her purple eyes glowing with brilliant golden light, and a strong repulsive force suddenly appeared between the fighting Jixuani Uan and Chayu. Bang! With a loud noise, the two fighters were suddenly pushed in two directions. Welt glanced at the other three people beside him and gave Durandal a look. Take care of them, please. I am the Valkyrie of Sxil. Durandal replied with a strange expression. You are the leader of the Anti-Entropy Alliance, and you ask me, the S-level Valkyrie of Sxil, to take care of the other two Valkyries of Sxil. Is there something wrong? Durandal blinked, and didn't have time to care about this little thing. She led Fuhua and Angel to rush to the direction where Jixuani Uan flew backwards. Welt coughed awkwardly and then looked at Ninty who had just put down her hand. It's Joyce's gene, she can really use this power. Welt thought with great relief and looked at Ninty with tenderness in his eyes. Ninty looked at Chayu in the distance with golden eyes, her soft hair fluttering gently, and said, Let's go, Yoakim. Ah. Oh, okay. The two flew hand in hand towards Chayu. At this time, Chayu had just climbed out of the rock, on all fours, and was about to rush towards Jixuani Uan like a beast. Ninty raised her hand. Gravity, 10,000 times. Boom. The heavy pressure of the sky falling was added to Chayu, stopping her movement and pressing the ground around her down continuously. Chayu maintained the action of accumulating power and did not lie down, but just raised her head to Ninty. Although there were no facial features in the dark appearance, and no expression could be seen, from the posture, Welt seemed to see doubts. His friend, Ninty, why are you fighting? Well, I don't want to fight with you. Can I tell you a little more story? Or I brought some candy. I'll treat you to some candy? Ninty nodded her chin and thought for a while, and finally took out a lollipop. It's too childish. How can this method be possible? Then Chayu took Ninty's lollipop, and without tearing the packaging bag, she stuffed it into the place where her mouth should be with a click. Chayu squatted down. With the sound of crunching, the lollipop and the packaging bag were swallowed into Chayu's dark body. And Ninty also squatted down and touched Chayu's head. Although he didn't know what the dark image would feel like, Ninty's expression should be quite comfortable anyway. It really worked. Welt's mouth twitched, but at the same time, he had greater confidence in resolving this incident peacefully. Be good. Fighting is not good. You will get hurt and will also hurt others, so don't fight, okay? But it's dangerous. I know that sister is very angry and very strong. But someone has already persuaded her. Although I don't know what happened, I hope you can make peace. Hate her. Chayu lowered her head and said, a little aggrieved. How should he put it? He always felt it was like a little pet? Welt covered his face and tried to correct this absurd illusion. But fighting can't make friends. Friends, good. She, bad. Then I'll find a way. You wait here for me first, okay? Okay. Chayu nodded, and really squatted like that, not moving. Ninty stood up, patted her chest with relief, then looked up at Welt, with a wooden face, and raised a thumbs up. What else can Welt do? The dark image formed by the records and the terrifying Honkai energy aura has now been completely disillusioned. Welt even thought absent-mindedly, if Ninty could appear during the second eruption, would the Herrscher of the Void and the Dragon Bears be tamed so easily? Welt smiled and calmly gave a thumbs up. As expected of Joyce's child, awesome, broken voice. Chapter 96, Jixuani Uan, I'll be with you Chayu, being simple and ignorant, can be easily persuaded. However, Jigsaw Uan, bearing heavy responsibilities, is not so easily convinced. Inch sword style, landslide. Facing Jigsaw Uan, who was engulfed in black energy, the blonde girl held the sword with both hands. Her petite and agile figure spun 3 times in the air before she struck down with a heavy blow. Bang! Jigsaw Uan resisted with one hand on her sword, but the heavy impact forced her to step back. Fu Hua and Durandal appeared on Jigsaw Uan's left and right, each grabbing one of her hands. Fu Hua spoke in a deep voice, "Jigsaw Uan, calm down. You're in a dangerous state. Jingwei, why are you stopping me? We must eliminate Chayu now. This is my duty. Listen, we have a better way. You don't need to bear all the burdens alone. Calm down and stay rational." Ah! The surging Honkai energy erupted from Jigsaw Uan's body, shaking Fu Hua and Durandal away. Black flames emerged from the Jigsaw Uan sword, instantly forming a black sun. Angel! Amid Fu Hua's worried shouts, Angel landed heavily, her long sword stuck in the ground, sliding back uncontrollably for a long distance before stabilizing. She cut off her burning hair and responded to Fu Hua, "Master, I'm fine. But we can't stop Jigsaw Uan. What should we do now?" This was the 3rd failed attempt to block her. Fu Hua didn't want to hurt anyone, and Durandal felt that a hero dedicated to protecting the people shouldn't be an enemy, making it difficult to control the powerful Jigsaw Uan. "Buy me some time. I'll try to awaken her consciousness." Fu Hua knew they couldn't delay any longer. Although she and Durandal could withstand Jigsaw Uan, she wasn't sure how long Jigsaw Uan could last under the influence of the Honkai. With determination, Fu Hua raised her right hand, stood with her left hand behind her, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. "This is risky, right? Could there be a flaw? Don't panic, we're also skilled at manipulating consciousness. It's not so easy to be seen through." Angel was momentarily nervous but then looked at Durandal and charged towards Jigsaw Uan, who was holding her sword. "Lady Durandal, this is my first time working with an S rank. Originally, we students were just supposed to experience high-level tasks and gain experience, but now we're fighting side by side. I'm not very experienced, so please guide me." "You're doing well. I heard you've only been enrolled for less than half a year. With your talent and hard work, you'll be an S rank soon. Let's work hard together." They exchanged brief words, then one wielding a sword and the other a spear, pushed Jigsaw Uan back together. Bang! 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 The sound of swords clashing and sparks flying echoed, with the surrounding ground being constantly destroyed. As Durandal said, Angel's speed, strength, and swordsmanship didn't hinder her at all, effectively restraining Jigsaw Uan. Durandal felt regret while holding back Jigsaw Uan. If this child were trained at the headquarters, she'd probably be an S rank by now. However, learning Fu Hua's swordsmanship isn't a waste. There's a lot to look forward to in her future. Durandal's mouth slightly raised, then she focused her attention, gathering heavy force on her gun, and suppressed Jigsaw Uan's repeated attempts to break through. Meanwhile, Fu Hua opened her eyes in the spiritual realm. This was a dark, lonely, and empty world. Only Jigsaw Uan, wearing a red dress and a golden crown, stood in a sea of blood filled with swords, struggling against the entangling dark breath. Fu Hua sighed in relief. Being able to see a clear consciousness body directly meant that the situation wasn't too severe and the possibility of rescue was high. Fu Hua approached Jigsaw Uan and waved her palm. Instantly, the darkness dissipated, replaced by a boundless lake as calm as a mirror, reflecting the clear blue sky and white clouds, forming a beautiful and ethereal dreamscape. Jigsaw Uan's body weakened, and she fell into Fu Hua's arms. "Jingwei, where is this? This is my spiritual world. I want you to feel my current state of mind. How is it? Do you feel better?" Fu Hua touched Jigsaw Uan's face, seeing her weak and tired expression. Her heart ached with a desire to help and protect her. Jigsaw Uan gazed at the boundless mirror-like lake, indeed feeling a peaceful and indifferent state of mind, as if there was no need to panic even if a mountain fell on her. "You are amazing, Jingwei. This is nothing, just a small gain from years of practice. What are you facing? Can you rid yourself of those evil thoughts?" "I'm sorry, Jingwei. I'm too fragile. Since I woke up, the hatred for Chayu, the fear of the loneliness and darkness for 1,000 years, and the longing for you, these things have been corroding me, turning me into not myself. Jingwei, I can't resist. I really can't. It's been 5,000 years since the battle with Chayu. You've persisted for 5,000 years and regained yourself. This is a miracle only you could create. So don't blame yourself, don't be afraid. You can overcome the temptation of the Honkai." Fu Hua held Jigsaw Uan's delicate body tightly, trying to convey her trust and encouragement. Jigsaw Uan stared at Fu Hua, tears in her eyes. "Jingwei, I'm so happy to see you. But I'm so tired. I can't hold on any longer. No, you can't give up. Jixuani-un, you have to hold on. You can't just die like this. That's too much. I've worked so hard for so long, and you don't want me to rest? I'm sorry. Fuhua, being honest, could only respond to such complaints with a guilty look. I'm sorry. I can't lose another friend. Please stay, okay? Fuhua pleaded guiltily. If she hadn't known, she could still bear it. But now, seeing her old friend again and knowing she still existed, Fuhua couldn't bear to lose more. Jixuani-un looked at Fuhua steadily for a long time. A beautiful smile bloomed on her weak face. Jingwei, you're so cunning. How can I refuse after you say that? But you have to accompany me well in the future. I've been lonely for too long and don't want to bear the pain of being alone anymore. Okay, I will accompany you, and you will accompany me. Let's go back to Mount Taiksu together. Fuhua hugged Jixuani-un, touched her forehead, and made a promise. As for Otto's mission, that could wait for a while. Boom. In the real world, Jixuani-un's body burst with energy, forcing Durandal and Angel back. Because they didn't want to hurt anyone, they couldn't exert their full combat power, leaving even the Golden Saint Goose to repeatedly avoid Jixuani-un's attacks. Just as Angel and Durandal were about to advance, Fuhua came between them and stopped them with her hand. Jixuani-un, I will accompany you next. Perhaps we crossed swords, expressed our friendship, and urged each other to make progress. I understand your pain, despair, and resentment, so come and vent to me. No matter what, you still have me. I will accompany you. Fuhua conveyed her feelings to Jixuani-un but, as expected, received no response in this situation. She didn't need Jixuani-un's response but took the sword from Angel's hand, its blade emitting a colorless and sharp light. Jingwei. The two figures collided like thunder and fire, their swords intertwining, and sword energy spread across the field. Clang. Chapter 97. One turn after another. After hours of relentless fighting, the dark aura and surging energy surrounding Jixuani-un finally dissipated. She held the Jixuani-un sword, which gradually transformed back to its golden hue, and fell forward into Fuhua's arms. Fuhua's legs gave way, one hand gripping the sword for support, the other holding Jixuani-un, and they both slowly sank to the ground. Her lungs felt like they were on fire, and she exhaled heavily, sweat dripping from her forehead. Fuhua felt an overwhelming exhaustion, her body, already severely injured, now utterly spent. But, as she looked at Jixuani-un's serene face resting on her lap, she couldn't help but smile. Look, we did it, Jixuani-un. Fuhua said, panting, with immense satisfaction and joy filling her heart. It felt like the blank spaces in her memory and the loneliness of these years were finally being filled by Jixuani-un's return. Tick. A tear accidentally fell from Fuhua's eyes onto Jixuani-un's fair face. Fuhua was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. She wiped the corners of her eyes and carefully dabbed the tear from Jixuani-un's face. In that moment, Fuhua was truly happy. In the distance, amidst the reunited group, Kayana tugged at the corner of Angel's clothes. Hey, Angel, why do I feel like they're flirting more and more as they fight? Damn, is the class monitor falling for that ancient guy? If you want more training, just tell me. I'll arrange it for you when we get back. Wait, I'm not kidding. I just think the class monitor is so strong. That swordsmanship seems even better than my Kazlanigan fighting jutsu. The class monitor is usually so low-key, I had no idea she was this powerful. Humphrey. Master is a direct disciple of the Taiksu sect. Do you understand the value of Shinzu Kung Fu? It's just that she doesn't need to use it often. Angel raised her head proudly. Then, she stared at the two people snuggling in the distance, puffing up her cheeks as if she were jealous. What? I haven't even enjoyed Master's lap pillow. Oh, is our little angel jealous? No, Heimko, don't talk nonsense. Okay, let's just say you're not jealous. Come give Sister Heimko a hug, and I'll show you some love. Angel was soon enveloped in Heimko's broad arms, and surrounded by her three roommates, receiving the affection a group pet deserved. The heartwarming scene of intimacy and friendship made Welt smile knowingly, but Durandal frowned slowly. How can you be so relaxed when we're still on the battlefield? Especially Senior Heimko and Lady Teresa, you two are experienced seniors, this is inappropriate. Durandal criticized seriously. Heimko, holding Angel, and Teresa, who was pinching Angel's cheeks, stood up awkwardly. Hey. It's not my turn as a small A-level player. It's a bit boring. I'll reflect on myself. Hey. I'm taking care of the students' mental health. Today has been chaotic and thrilling enough. Shouldn't we consider the psychological well-being of the new recruits? The two responded simultaneously. Hueco stuck out her tongue playfully but admitted her mistake honestly. Teresa, however, resisted stubbornly and refused to admit she was distracted. Most people looked at Teresa with narrowed eyes. She is truly worthy of being the branch chief. Her resolve is as strong as a city wall. But Durandal, pinching her chin thoughtfully, then nodded, it is reasonable to take care of the newcomer's mental health. I don't know much about the duties of the school principal. Maybe I spoke rashly. But I still suggest doing these relaxing activities after everything is over. Your suggestion makes sense. I'll consider it carefully in the future. Thank you, Durandal. It should be. I hope I didn't overstep, Lady Teresa. No, our experiences and perspectives naturally differ. Let's guide each other and make progress. The two shook hands, their eyes serious, like an official exchange. Welch shook his head helplessly, understanding Durandal's straightforwardness. Then he looked at Ninty and the incarnation of Chayu squatting at her feet. Ninty seemed to understand Welch's meaning. She took Chayu's hand and walked to a nearby rock to sit down. Chayu, that sister has stopped. We'll take her out of your body later. Okay, annoying, go, I'm happy. Then, can your outer body stop moving first? You're too big, and moving around randomly brings disaster. After so long, the teams formed by the two major organizations had separated and reunited several times. Now, Ninty finally made the most anticipated request. However, Chayu lowered his head, silent for a long time. But eating and destroying are my missions. Chayu said, aggrieved and reluctant. At this moment, Durandal slowly raised a lance stuck in the ground, and the other Valkyries changed their expressions, preparing for battle. Ninty tilted her little head and asked innocently, why? I have to do it. But then, we can't see the rainbow together, and I can't introduce you to more friends. Because I have to stop you. Ninty, don't. Chayu grabbed Ninty's hand, shaking his head violently. Ninty nodded her snow-white chin, looking at Chayu, and asked, if you don't do your mission, will you get hurt? It seems, no. Will there be other consequences, like illness or pain? No. Then why can't you stop? Will you be unhappy if you don't? Yes, unhappy. Chayu nodded vigorously. Ninty blinked, looking a little distressed, and asked again, then can I take you to do something else that makes you happy? We are friends. If there's no other way, I'll have to stop you myself, but if you can, please don't hurt this world. I like Mom, Sister Tesla, Sister Ayn, Sin, Rosalia, Lilia, and Joachim. They all like this world, so I like it too. Is it okay, Chayu? Ninty looked at Chayu with clear and serious eyes. Childish voice, innocent words, but everyone listened as if facing a great threat. Because they knew this conversation would determine whether a catastrophic battle would erupt. But she hates me, and they hate me too. After a long silence, Chayu said to Ninty, aggrievedly. The first she referred to Jixuani Uan, who had fought her, and the latter they referred to everyone present except Ninty. Ninty then looked up at everyone. How to say it, if Chayu were a fierce, evil entity, it would be nothing. But her behavior with Ninty showed she was just an ignorant child. When Chayu said that, it was hard for the genuinely good people not to feel conflicted. Coincidentally, there were no bad people in this group of human elites. So some people lowered their heads silently, some looked around, and some turned away awkwardly. Then, let them go out first, and we'll talk later, okay? Yeah. Chayu responded happily, and the layers of rock walls moved, revealing a straight, long passage. Cocolia immediately stood up. No, how can I leave you here alone? Let's talk. Besides, if it doesn't work out, to destroy Chayu, they'd have to start from inside and destroy Chayu's last heart. Welt, Durandal, and others understood this and nodded in agreement. Ninty turned to Chayu and said, Chayu, promise me not to destroy this world, okay? Please, I'll tell you many stories later. Stories about Joyce, Joachim, and how I came to this world. I'll tell you everything. Okay. After a long silence, Chayu finally nodded, and the tense atmosphere suddenly eased. Finally, the large group decided to withdraw. Alliance leader Welt, is this really okay? What if Chayu is deceiving us? I trust Ninty. Besides, I'm not defenseless. I left some power with Ninty and secretly told her the location of the last heart I detected. If Chayu deceives us, Ninty will severely injure it from the inside, and we'll destroy it from outside. If you want the best outcome, you must take some risks. Durandal, we can't ensure everything goes smoothly. Welt sighed meaningfully. Durandal stood on the broad iron shoulder of Titan BT and nodded slowly. I understand. If we can resolve this crisis peacefully, the risk is worth it. Meanwhile, Cocolia sat on the shoulder of another mech, holding Brania, with a blank look in her eyes. Mom, are you worried? I believe in Ninty. I've missed too much because I didn't trust my daughter, so now I believe in her. But, hey, I'm still worried. Bronya leaned against Kokolia's chest, sighing with mixed feelings. The mist moment Mom mentioned probably referred to Bronya. The warmth and fragrance wrapped around her were what Bronya had longed for. But when she didn't know, another person came to share this motherly love. Bronya felt a mix of longing, happiness, and inevitable jealousy. In short, the group finally returned to the sea and came to the East Shinzu Sea base to await the result. Because of the anticipation, the time that followed felt like an eternity. From dusk to dawn, when the morning sun slowly rose from the horizon, suddenly, the sea moved again. Wendy once again hurriedly pushed the wheelchair to the edge of the deck of the Hyperion, where Delta, who was still wearing a salted fish-eye mask, had been sleeping. She let Delta, who fell asleep with a salted fish-eye mask on her face, come out to see the sea. Anyway, we're so close, there's no need to do this. Delta held a thermos cup and stood on the calm sea. Then she took off her blindfold and showed a fake smile to Wendy, who was close at hand. Wendy scratched her head and said with a silly expression, I am too anxious. Sorry. Wait for me. Delta rolled her eyes. After a flurry of activity at the East Shinzu Sea base and the Hyperion, both sides came to a common conclusion. The Honkai energy on Chiyu has completely disappeared, and there are no signs of life. It is slowly sinking back to the bottom of the sea like a rock. Is it dead? Yes, suicide? The people from the two major organizations looked at each other, full of doubts about the sudden end. Rita came to the edge of the Hyperion and asked Delta with a smile, Lord Delta, do you feel anything? Dead, 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 dead. Is that so? That's good. Rita said with a smile, looking gentle and harmless. Delta also showed her dead fish smile. Boom. The next second, a column of water shot up from the East Shinzu Sea base, tearing off a corner of the base and knocking Welt high into the sky. What are you doing? Sksel, do you want to turn against each other now? Titan pilot column, attack. Rita, Durandal, Delta, what do you want to do? Aren't we allies? Both Saint Freya and Anti-Entropy were shocked by the sudden change, and the atmosphere suddenly became sinister. Durandal frowned, sighed, and then flew into the sky without saying a word. Rita turned around and smiled gently and elegantly at Teresa and others on the deck of the Hyperion. Lady Teresa, this is Lord Otto's order. Please ask Saint Freya's people to return home immediately. It's our mission now. Lord Otto said that those who don't obey orders will be considered as traitors. I believe you know what to do. At this moment, Teresa and Heimko looked at the tense anti-entropy side, the smiling Rita, and Delta, who drank water leisurely and flew up slowly, and their faces became extremely ugly. Chapter 98, Despicable person who specializes in sneak attacks. Delta's sudden attack without any warning really caught Welt off guard. Fortunately, he was also an experienced Herrscher. At the critical moment, he still manifested the most familiar Star of Eden, using gravity to offset part of the impact, and finally stabilized in the sky. Looking at Durandal holding a snow-white lance and Delta holding a thermos cup, appearing beside him one after another, Welt felt a strong threat. This combination might really kill him. Welt held the Star of Eden in his hand, frowned, and shook his head helplessly. I knew Otto would use tricks, but I didn't expect it to be so sudden. Do you have to do this? In my heart, I don't want to attack an ally who just fought side by side. But this is the order of the Archbishop. As a Valkyrie, I have no choice but to follow the order. Durandal tilted her spear, her golden hair fluttering in the air, and the surging breath gradually spread, which startled Welt. Although in theory S-level is indeed a benchmark for Herrscher, Welt had also witnessed Cecilia's powerful combat power to suppress Herrscher in the second eruption, but Durandal was obviously not that type. With this level of Honkai energy, I would believe you if you said you were Herrscher, right? You are worthy of being the strongest Valkyrie of the contemporary era. However, we are all in the same camp of protecting humanity, and I really don't want to fight you. Is there any benefit in fighting me? As far as I understand, the disappearance of anti-entropy will help Sksel further concentrate human power to better fight Honkai. As for what the Archbishop has in mind, this is not something I, a Valkyrie, can see through. Please be prepared, Mr. Welt. Durandal held the gun with both hands, and the rich Honkai energy embellished the battlesuit more brilliantly, and then she suddenly rushed in front of Welt. Bang! Durandal did not hold back, and Welt did not dare to be careless. The all-out collision brought a roar that resounded through the sea, like the sudden sound of Thor, silencing everything so that the vast sky suddenly became cloudless. Hey, good old uncle, don't forget about me. Delta played with the thermos cup, raised her smiling eyes, and thousands of fluid filaments intertwined silently. Invisible attack? Welt murmured, instinctively sensing the threat, one hand against the tip of Durandal's spear, raising the other hand, and venting a powerful repulsive force. Boom. The whistling air wave lifted Delta's hair, causing her to squint slightly. Gravity cannot destroy the ideal fluid, but it is enough to deflect the direction. TSK, it just happens to restrain my ability. Delta looked tired. Suddenly, she looked at the dozens of mechas approaching rapidly below, and then smiled cunningly. Durandal, he and I are not compatible. Let's solve the external interference first. You have to wear him down more. Delta. Durandal was a little unhappy. Unfortunately, Delta had already gone away and could not be called back. You want to be lazy even at this time. You really need to correct that lazy style. Durandal snorted, and her attention returned to Welt, continuing to exert force, and the stalemate continued. Just as the two looked at each other, Delta, who was far away, suddenly turned back, raised her finger, and the invisible silk blade slashed at Welt's neck. Welt was shocked and had to dodge quickly, but a bloody scratch was still left on the back of his hand. If he hadn't dodged in time, it would probably be his head or body that was cut off, right? Well done, Delta. Durandal's heart was lifted, and she put 12 points of strength into it, and the long spear swept across Welt's body with a force of 10,000 pounds. Bang! Welt didn't have time to completely block this force, and was blown away, blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth, and countless missiles materialized at the same time and flew towards the two. Amidst the roars, the sea was enveloped by scorching light. After a few breaths, Durandal, who was holding the spear horizontally, emerged from the dust and decisively chased in the direction of Welt. Delta, who was in the ideal fluid defense shield and had not even a hair injured, was drinking wolfberry tea and was surrounded by dozens of giant mechas. Sip, by the way, everyone is paid to do things, so there is no need to fight so hard, right? Why don't we have a friendly chat, see the scenery, and go back and say that we were entangled by the other party, and get the salary and performance as usual? How about it? Delta made a lazy suggestion. Then, dozens of mechas aimed their giant cannons at the same time. All machines, fire. Boom. 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 Thermal weapons are the culmination of contemporary scientific and technological forces, especially the weapons produced by anti-entropy, and their power should never be underestimated at any time. The position where Delta was covered by dense artillery fire, and the shocking explosions and scorching air waves did not stop for a moment, as if they would continue to bombard her until she was completely destroyed. While fighting with Welt, Durandal could not help but glance in the direction of Delta. With the strength of the ideal fluid, it should be okay, right? Durandal thought to herself, so she did not intend to support, but continued to vent her strength on Welt. Sure enough, in the dense bombardment, several mechas suddenly stopped moving, and then suddenly were split into two, with extremely smooth cuts, and fell into the sea in pieces. It's an invisible attack. It's extremely destructive, and the body can't resist it. All maintain firepower, open the upright shield, disperse the formation, and use guerrilla tactics. Under Kella's decisive command, while the concentrated firebombing did not stop for a moment, all the bodies were covered with light blue energy shields, flying around Delta. Captain, it seems that we can't break the defense. Do you want to try close combat? Don't be reckless. The news we just received is that the target is the artificial Herrscher that Skull has recently successfully researched. We basically have no chance of winning. So don't dream of killing her, just contain her here and wait for the leader to defeat Durandal. Yes. In the center of dense firepower, in the calm fluid defense shield, Delta raised her hand and raised her 5 fingers lightly. Swish, invisible silk threads shot out from all directions, cutting off several more machines. At the same time, Kella's voice echoed among the machines. No, the shield can't stop it. Give up the shield and turn on the mobile reinforcement mode. Infrared, electromagnetic wave, temperature, and airflow detectors are all ineffective, and the attack trajectory cannot be captured. Use the stupid method, drop range smoke bombs. Captain, abnormal air pressure environment detected. She is changing the surrounding air pressure. Captain, tornado warning, wind force 16, super hurricane warning. Everyone, hold on. In an instant, the natural disaster came, and the surrounding space became a death zone ravaged by hurricanes, abnormal air pressure, and indestructible fluid threads. Durandal and Welt were also affected, but they still fought in the sky against the wind and waves. Welt glanced in the direction of the storm center that could no longer be seen clearly, and his heart sank. No, I can't get rid of Durandal in a short time. If this goes on, the supporting Titan pilot column will be wiped out. So, Welt took advantage of a collision with Durandal and released repulsion with all his strength, knocking Durandal far away, and then turned around and plunged into the storm. Go back and rest for now, little girl. Welt looked for the direction where the Honkai energy reacted most strongly, and found Delta, who was slacking off in the defense shield and drinking tea. Then, ignoring the defense formed by the ideal fluid, He released the black hole directly beside Delta. SHH. The erupting black hole tore the smiling Delta into pieces, but it was not until then that Welt realized that it was an illusion of light and shadow. He lowered his head and looked at the round hole that pierced his heart, and blood gushed out. I have always thought that leader Welt, who cares about his subordinates, should not sit back and watch his loyal and lovely subordinates being wiped out in front of him. You didn't expect that I would really wait for it, hee. The fluttering blue hair appeared behind Welt. Delta drank wolfberry tea, smiled at his stiff body, and stuck out her tongue cutely. The next second, the storm dissipated, and Durandal also came to Delta in time. Well done. If you can complete this task, you will be the first to achieve the credit. I will report to the Archbishop truthfully. You're polite, but for the Herrscher, it seems that you can't die at this level? While the two were talking, Welt covered his chest, trying his best to use the collapse energy to suppress the blood gushing out, and retreated quickly with a pale face. The only 7 or 8 machines left in the storm also blocked in front of Welt, with a great momentum to break the back. Careless. If this goes on, we can't hold on for too long. Kala, you go back. Their target is me. I can still escape alone. Welt made a quick decision. He knew that the remaining machines could not stop the opponent for long, so there was no need to sacrifice in vain. But Kala said to the remaining machines in a firm voice, "Sorry, I am the captain. Everyone listen to my command. Activate the shield, activate the highest enhancement mode, and cover the leader's retreat." Yes. The iron pilot column did not retreat but advanced. Kala's machine waved the giant sword and rushed towards Durandal, and the rest of the machines went to Delta again. Courage is commendable, but let's finish this quickly. Durandal sighed, then said firmly, and King, which was similar in size to the Titan BT, appeared behind her and waved the sword to meet Kala's mech. Yes, you really know how to order people. Delta said with a smile, raised her hand to hook the silk thread, and cut towards the machine in front. No. Welt covered his chest, widened his eyes, and watched these brave and fearless warriors about to be shot down by the 2 Valkyries. His eyes were bloodshot. At the critical moment, a water column rose from the sea, swallowing up Delta and Durandal in an instant. Boom. The Titan pilots stopped charging in shock, at a loss for a moment. Welt felt a pair of small hands holding his arms, and when he looked down, he saw crystal-clear purple eyes, with a pure and worried light, looking at him quietly. Joachim, you are injured. Ning. T. Chapter 99, Angel, did not fix the match at this time. Nidhi was basically the same as before, with big purple eyes, long golden hair, and a delicate face with baby fat and childishness. However, she had a pair of purple pointed horns on her head, and a long tail swaying behind her, with silver-gray saber teeth shining coldly on both sides of the tail. Cough. Welt coughed up a mouthful of blood. What shocked him most was not the change in appearance, but the abyss-like terrifying and powerful energy coming from Nidhi's petite body. Nidhi, you. Don't talk, let's go back for treatment. Nidhi said softly, and at the same time raised her hand to face the 2 Valkyries who had just escaped from the sea, releasing a rapidly expanding black hole between them. Gravity again? Ideal fluids can't block the pull of the gravitational field. Delta said irritably, and then she and Durandal were attracted over and restrained by the tearing force of supergravity. Nidhi looked at them, and then sent Welt to the palm of Kala's mecha. Take Joachim back to the base for treatment. What about you? I'll go and defeat the bad guys. Wait. Kala controlled the mecha to raise her hand to block, but Nidhi had already flown away, surrounded by small black holes, and quickly crashed into the 2 Valkyries that had escaped from the black holes. Kala lowered her head and looked at Welt, who was almost unconscious in the palm of the machine. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go. Take the leader back first." The Titan pilot column quickly descended to the sea. When Nidhi was about to collide with the 2, she looked at Delta. Delta blinked nonchalantly. Hey. That's too much. Welt was almost killed. Do you think Hada really trusts me completely? If I don't take it seriously this time, I won't be so free in the future. Then be prepared to be beaten. Okay. Gravity restrains ideal fluid, that makes sense. Boom. The black holes around Nidhi exploded, forming an extremely chaotic death gravity anomaly zone. Light was collectively distorted in this area, forming a darkness that enveloped the sky, and even the surrounding space was twisted and deformed. The terrifying power left Durandal no choice but to desperately retreat at a high speed, but time and space seemed to have viscosity. She was ultimately unable to escape unscathed and was still affected a little bit, appearing in the distant sky with a pale face. How could there be such a large amount of energy? She should not have been that strong. What happened in Cheo's body? Durandal clenched her lance, urging the life force of the abyss flower to restore her body torn by gravity. At the same time, in a distant place, Delta no longer had a thermos cup in her hand, but raised her hands flat, and the atmosphere was surging abnormally for thousands of miles. Durandal, she is a large-scale output type, and gravity is difficult to resist. I will deal with her, you go and take Welt's core. Delta. Durandal was stunned for a moment, and then raised the corner of her mouth with relief. You guys, you can still be serious at the critical moment. Durandal took a deep breath, and without delay, she flew to the sea surface. Behind her, the chaotic gravity and the equally chaotic airflow tore and collided, making a deafening sound, and even the sea below was stirred up by the aftermath of the two terrifying forces. When Durandal came to the turbulent sea, the Hyperion and the East Shinzu Sea base were facing each other, with guns facing each other and a smell of gunpowder. Durandal saw Welt being sent into the base, and also saw that dozens of Titan BTs surrounded the entire base, building an extremely solid and upright shield barrier. Why didn't the Hyperion evacuate? If we act rashly and fail, anti-entropy will undoubtedly vent its anger on the centralized branch. How do you want us to evacuate in this situation? The Hyperion is a rare main battleship of Sksal. We can provide necessary assistance at critical moments. Durandal, the bishop is not on the scene after all. We still have to make judgments based on the actual situation. Teresa and Heimko spoke one after another, indicating their firm position of standing with the headquarters. In fact, both of them were sweating coldly. Looking at Welt's open heart, he is not really going to die, right? Durandal glanced at Kaiana, who was as impatient as a monkey on the deck, and sighed in her heart. The first order is to ensure the safety of K423. But I can't tell Saint Freya directly, that's all. Ignorance is innocent, anyway, as long as the person is fine. Durandal gave Rita and Wendy, who were also on the deck, a look, indicating that they should hold the defense line of the Hyperion and protect the most important target. King, Queen. Then, she summoned two phantom meshs, holding spears in both hands, and planned to forcefully break through the barrier of the anti-entropy base and go straight to Welt. At this time, Cocolia stepped on her boots and came to the front of the base with her waist straight, sneering at Durandal. One more step forward, all of you will die. Cocolia said, raising a tightly grasped release detonator in her right hand. At the same time, silver-gray missiles rose from under the East Shinzu Sea base and aimed at the direction of the Hyperion. Durandal's pupil shrank. Anti-entropy silver bullets. With the addition of the Honkai energy trigger technology, you Sksal also have similar things, and you should be very clear about their power. Are you planning to die together? Wrong. According to calculations, the current shield strength is enough to ensure the safety of the base, and only you, the lackeys of Sksal, will die. Cocolia said coldly and ruthlessly. Durandal hesitated for a moment and said in disbelief, if that's the case, why don't you just fire it? What are you worried about? Or are you deceiving me? Because I'm afraid of death. If the three S-class Valkyries of Destiny, including Atto's granddaughter, died in my hands, that madman would definitely take revenge on me. Besides, you are also one of the few high-level combat forces in the world today. It's a pity that you all died here instead of fighting against Honkai. Durandal quietly glanced at Rita, Kaiana, and others behind her, and she was really hesitant now. She was sure that as long as she rushed in, she could take down Welt, and there was no one in the East Shinzu Sea base who could stop her. But she also knew that once the silver bullet exploded, she might be the only one who could barely survive here. Durandal frowned, the balance in her heart was shaking, and she gradually leaned back. After all, Durandal was not very willing to kill her former comrades, but was just under orders. And the order that Otto emphasized most was actually to ensure Kaiana's safety. Bang! Just as Durandal hesitated, Delta's figure in the sky hit the ground like a cannonball. Then, Nitty's small figure shaking her tail slowly landed. Delta. Wendy rushed out and dragged Delta, who was soaked in seawater, back to the Hyperion, and Durandal followed. Delta, are you okay? Ahem. Seawater, a little salty. Don't mess around at this time. I can't beat her, the compatibility is too bad. That guy is as good at controlling gravity as Welt, and the output power is stronger than Welt. The gravity field can ignore the barrier and act directly on my body. I am very passive when fighting her. Delta leaned weakly in Wendy's arms, one right hand twisted and oozing blood, spreading under the girl's white dress and body, shocking the onlookers. Wendy's face turned pale, tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried, Delta, hold on, don't scare me. Don't make a noise, I won't die before I hang you up, silly Wendy. Cough cough. Delta said weakly. Her wet blue hair stuck to her slender body, and she coughed with a pale face. The real miserable situation made it impossible for anyone to doubt that it was a fixed fake match. Durandal sighed silently, raised her head slowly, looked at Ninty, who was surrounded by several small black holes and looked like a young queen, and then looked at Cocolia holding the detonator. Finally, She raised her hand helplessly and said to the people behind her, "Hyperion, retreat." The huge warship slowly took off, and after a while, flew into the distant sky. Not until the two sides could no longer see each other did almost everyone on both Anti-Entropy and Saint Freia's side finally put down their worries. Chapter 100, Someone was forgotten. With the return of the Hyperion to Saint Freya Academy, the Chayu incident concluded, and all parties began to count their gains. First, Otto's direct subordinates, led by Durandal, reported directly to headquarters upon arriving in Saint Freya. The two key tasks instructed by the Archbishop have been successfully completed. Kyan Kazlana has returned to Saint Freya, and Chayu was successfully neutralized. As for the first Herrscher Welt, despite his efforts, he was seriously injured under our strategy. However, due to Ninti's unusually powerful abilities and the strategic weapon deterrence of the East Shinzu Sea base, we ultimately fell short of the bishop's expectations. Ninti. As I understand, she is the final result of the Joyce experiments? According to you, she might have subdued Chayu and gained the power of that behemoth? It appears so. Can she defeat Delta, who possesses Herrscher-level power? Though there is an element of compatibility involved, the girl's power is indeed beyond imagination. Durandal kneeled on one knee and nodded seriously. On the other side of the video communication behind a desk with a gentle texture, Otto's fingers slowly tapped the desktop as he pondered. Eventually, he looked at Durandal, Rita, and Wendy, who were kneeling on one knee, and then at Delta, who had been cleaned up and was sleeping. Otto smiled. "All right, you have worked hard. Completing the main tasks is commendable. We are honored." "No need, Durandal. The failure regarding Welt is not your fault. It was an unexpected outcome, and it can only be said that he was very lucky. You don't need to take it to heart. Additionally, Delta's sacrifice and contribution this time are significant. I will reward you appropriately." At this point, Delta seemed to respond to her name. She slowly opened her eyelids and said, somewhat confused, "Ah yes, you are right. Delta, show some respect." "Oh, Wendy, you don't have to be so strict. Everyone has their own personality. Delta is also very good. In short, thank you for your efforts. Now, take a few days to rest in Saint Freya." Otto ended the communication with a smile. Then Wendy got up, pushed Delta's wheelchair, and left the conference room with a stern expression. "Wendy, how many times have I told you to respect the bishop? Delta, you pushed me into the sea. Wendy, I know you're having a hard time, and I don't expect you to understand the greatness of Lord Otto. But even for your future treatment and career, could you try to act professionally occasionally? Delta, you pushed me into the sea. Wendy, are you annoying? Can you say something else? Delta, twice. Wendy, Humphrey. So, how are you feeling now? Delta, Humphrey. Great. Tomorrow, I'll hang you from the top of the building." The two drifted away and quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. To this, Durandal just shook her head. "Obviously concerned about each other, why do you bicker so much?" "Lady Durandal, that's just their way of showing affection. You always say something uninteresting, Rita." "Haha. Well, please excuse me. I have some matters to discuss with the bishop. Afterward, I'll be at your service." Rita pressed her hands together in a respectful gesture and smiled elegantly. Durandal blinked, knowing that Rita had another task. Not wanting to overhear any confidential matters, she simply left. After that, Rita's expression turned serious as she contacted Otto again. "Lord Bishop, after returning to the East Branch, I immediately inspected the underground laboratory and found it completely destroyed, affecting several surface warehouses. Currently, there is no clear evidence of who caused it, but Lady Teresa should not have any suspicions. Weren't there no signs of invasion or destruction last time? Given his specialization in electronic computer technology, he might have left some hidden arrangements that activated once the main force left. It's also possible this was a retaliatory measure after our attack. Alright, as long as all relevant data has been evacuated. In the end, those were just cloned samples for making holy blood. This loss is manageable. What's crucial is Welt's intentions towards K423. No signs have been found so far. He seems more interested in Usher of Thunder. Moreover, Lady Fuhua has been monitoring K423 closely, leaving no opportunity for interference. Okay, since Fuhua took Jixuani to Mount Taiksu, before her return, continue to stay in Saint Freya and keep a close watch K423. Yes, sir. Seeing Rita's respectful demeanor, Otto fell silent for a moment. Even if the holy blood samples were stolen, it would take 3 to 5 years to catch up with his progress. Even then, they wouldn't pose a threat to his final plan. When you strike a dog, you must be prepared for a bite. Especially with Ninti as a new variable, anti-entropy has undoubtedly become more proactive. If necessary, Perhaps he should ease his measures against them? Otto concluded thoughtfully, strengthen our search and try to clarify our losses as much as possible. In any case, it's best to identify the person responsible and confirm if they're from anti-entropy. Remember, this world is vast and full of surprises. Yes, sir. Rita nodded respectfully. After the communication ended, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. What could be beyond anti-entropy? Has Lord Otto discovered another hidden force? Rita touched her chin, pondering deeply but eventually kept these speculations to herself. Meanwhile, in the spacious steaming bathroom, Angel squatted on the ground like a little snowball, letting Hueco wash her golden hair. White bubbles slid down her tender skin to the floor. Still unhappy? If you're so unwilling, why didn't you follow Fuhua? Didn't she just leave? Master is searching for treatment methods, not playing around. I don't want to cause trouble. Besides, my time is precious. I want to learn as much as possible and become a stronger martial artist. Yo. How can your little mouth pout so high? Can I hang a bag on it? Hueco. Angel turned her head sharply, her long hair sweeping across Hueco's face and chest, leaving foam on her skin. Angel widened her eyes, as if reacting to this, but in fact, she was deeply engraving the sight into her mind. Hueco didn't mind. She patted Angel's head, smiling and shaking with laughter. Don't be angry, I'm just... Oh, how can my little angel be so cute? Hueco was so enchanted by Angel's cute face that she couldn't help but hug her and rub her into her chest. Snort. Alright, I'll take you shopping tomorrow as an apology, okay? I'm not a child. But if it's Hueco, I'll forgive you. Thank you, little angel. Muah. Outside the bath, Kaiana, Raiden Mai, and Teresa soaked in the hot water, sitting on the ground and watching while displaying envious expressions. Raiden Mai and Teresa envied Hueco for being accepted by Angel quite easily. Kaiana, however, grumbled, slip. Damn, I envy both sides. I want to hold Angel, and I want to stick to Hueco. Shut up. Raiden Mai punched Kaiana, dunking her head into the water to stop her lewd comments. After being together for so long, Raiden Mai knew all too well how much of a pervert Kaiana was in private. Later, they all looked at each other's intact bodies, sharing beautiful smiles of gratitude and satisfaction. For the Valkyrie, it was lucky to end each mission safely. Only Angel looked around at everyone, then speaking softly, why do I feel like someone is missing? At this time, at the distant East Shinjuku base, a little girl stepped away from the busy staff repairing the base and came to the edge. She looked at the bright moon over the sea and hugged her Hamu doll tightly. Bronya just came back to see everyone at the orphanage. Actually, St. Freya's students signed an admission agreement. So, did you all forget Bronya? Chapter 101, Night at the East Shinjuku base. What are you daydreaming about? Move. Look at Nidhi next to you, she's younger than you by a generation and only a few months old, yet her hands and feet are so nimble. In Kokolia's private kitchen, Sin stood on a small stool wearing a tiny apron, stirring the beef soup in the pot while scolding Bronya, who was washing vegetables. Bronya, who had been forced to work less than a day after returning to her family, turned her head and looked at Nidhi. She was also at a faucet, washing vegetables with her small hands. At the same time, her tail, inlaid with silver-gray saber teeth, fluttered dazzlingly on the chopping board, quickly cutting tofu, meat, and other ingredients, and neatly sweeping them onto a plate. Soon, Nidhi finished processing the ingredients, and her tail moved to the faucet, rinsed and washed. She then put away the sharp saber teeth and wiped them clean with a towel. After that, Nidhi used both hands and tail to place all kinds of food neatly on the table. Then, she leaned on the edge of the table, stood on tiptoe, revealed a pair of clear and pure eyes, and said in a soft, tender voice, "Do you want help?" She needs help. Isn't it impressive to make your mother so angry she can't sleep? Isn't it promising to run away from home? How come you can't even do this little housework now? Sin sneered, standing on the bench and looking down at Bronya. There was no doubt that Sin liked Bronya very much. This was because the two had a connection in childhood. At that time, Bronya tried to protect Sin from gangsters and became the first light in Sin's dark childhood. But Sin also loved her mother, Gokulia. The verbal dislike and the attachment and dependence in her heart were of equal strength. When the two conflicted, Sin could only support the one who made more sense in her eyes. So this was a personal grudge, a revenge. You've finished your work, go out and play, and leave the rest to your big sister. Okay, I'll go first, Sister Sin. Nidhi nodded obediently when Sin touched her head, then walked out of the kitchen in small steps. Sin looked at her back and raised the corner of her mouth with satisfaction. Finally, someone in this family could be useful, which was really a blessing in disguise. Then, all the pressure was on Bronya. Under Sin's irritating and contemptuous expression, Bronya said in her heart with a wooden face, Project Bunny 19C. The quantized robot showed two hands behind Bronya, followed by dazzling movements. After a while, several square plates of ingredients were placed on the table. Sin raised her eyebrows, picked up a standard square potato, and said disdainfully, "TSK. It's just like the frozen products in the factory, without any soul." "That's enough, Sin. Bronya can get angry too. You still want to hit me? Come on, today I'll let you know who the boss of this family is." "Bronya doesn't want to argue with you. Bronya is leaving." Facing Sin, who was about to roll up her sleeves and start working, Bronya had to avoid the confrontation. She was hungry and didn't want to offend the chef tonight. It was definitely not because the eldest daughter, who ran away from home, felt guilty about the second daughter who had to shoulder the family burden. Well, definitely not. However, upon entering the living room, Bronya felt a little lost when she saw the three sisters Rosalia, Lilia, and Inti huddled together watching TV. It seemed that she couldn't find her place all of a sudden. Bronya felt an indescribable sense of loss, so she turned back to look at the kitchen and saw Sin's skilled and professional posture beside the fire. She couldn't get used to it. How did the old Sin, who was more irritable and willful than bikers, become such a housework expert? It was so weird. Taking another look, it was still so weird. When the dazzling array of home-cooked dishes were placed on the table arousing her appetite, Bronya saw the three elders of anti-entropy who arrived late. "Joachim, are you okay?" Nidhi stepped on her pink cotton slippers and ran to Welt. Her expressionless little face had a pair of bright eyes that looked at him very seriously, as if they could reveal sincere and deep concern. Welt's heart softened immediately. He leaned over and touched Nidhi's little head, a gentle smile on his slightly weak face. "I'm fine. It's just a small wound with a hole in my heart. If I can catch my breath, it will be easy to reconstruct my body tissues and repair the wound." "Huh, that's good. What about you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Joachim, are you talking about the horns and tail?" "That's fine, and it's very convenient. I just used it to cut vegetables." Nidhi grabbed her slender and metallic purple tail. Two rows of saber teeth stretched out from the tip of the tail, like a chainsaw, and then retracted flexibly. Then, as if showing off her prized doll, she raised the corners of her mouth, and two dimples appeared on her milky white face, looking like sweet honey. Welt's eyes became more gentle, with a bit of pampering. "Anyway, everyone has worked hard this time. Let's take a rest today. Tomorrow, you can tell us what happened in Chayo's body, and let Sister Rhine help you check your body, okay?" "Yes. I'll take you to dinner. Sister Sin's dinner is delicious. And I cut the tofu and meat tonight." "Ha ha ha, then I must taste it carefully." "Yes, let's go." Looking at the backs of the two walking towards the restaurant hand in hand, Tesla and Einstein smiled at each other. "Hey. This stupid yank complained that we were too nice to Ninty a few days ago, and what happened? I said Ninty is so cute, how could anyone not like her? At least this time, I think Dr. Tesla is right." "Huh? When has this genius ever been unreasonable?" "You say, Muffhead." Yes, Dr. Tesla is always right, and I always admired her." The two chatted and followed. Undoubtedly, the act of saving Welt in danger not only touched Welt himself, but also raised the already high favorability between Tesla and Einstein. This time, Nidhi earned a lot of goodwill. But after everyone sat down, the main seat between Bronya and Sin was still empty. Sin seemed to have received the news in advance, and without much delay, she announced that everyone could start eating. Just when the meal was about to end, a golden-haired, green-skinned female fox took weak and fluttering steps and sat down with a pale face. Welt asked with concern, "Cocolia, what's wrong with you?" "Emergency repairs to the base, damage clearance in the underwater area, support lists for the Siberian branch, statistical arrangement of wounded personnel, prevention of external attacks. I arranged all the work, and then Kella said that the rescued pilots were depressed, so I had to knock on doors and encourage them one by one. I thought it was over, but when I passed by the office and looked at the computer, there were 999 plus unprocessed files again. I shouldn't have come to the East Shinzu Sea. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have met Caillou." Cocolia slumped in her seat, muttering with a dull look in her eyes, as if her soul had floated out of her mouth, and a thick rainy atmosphere enveloped her. Then the three elders' eyes began to wander and they fell silent. As her peers and superiors, they couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Cocolia. Chapter 102, Holidays at Mount Aixo. On the plane to Shinzu, Fuhua switched the driving mode to automatic, then turned back and glanced at Jilin, who was unconscious in the back seat. Although she has been around for nearly 5,000 years, Fuhua is not an antique who can't keep up with modern times. With her vast knowledge, she can do some scientific research, and flying a fighter jet is naturally no problem. Fuhua's eyes focused on Jilin's quiet and beautiful sleeping face. The corners of her mouth unconsciously raised into a smile. She checked that Jilin's body was not seriously damaged and her Honkai energy was abundant. It appeared to be more a case of conscious exhaustion. Therefore, Fuhua took Jilin away from Saint Freya without delay. Jilin couldn't be handed over to Saint Freya, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the dean and others about her physique, which was almost that of a Herrscher. More importantly, Otto might take an interest in such a unique existence. Fuhua was determined to protect Jilin. The best way to do so was to keep her away from Otto. Don't let him see her, let alone touch her. Old friend, I heard that you took Miss Jilin back to Mount Aixu to heal her. How is she? Do you need my help? At this moment, the voice of a familiar archbishop, Otto, sounded in the cabin. Fuhua's heart trembled, and she sighed secretly. She turned around and saw Otto's elegant smile on the monitor. I'm taking her back to recuperate, so you don't need to worry about her, Otto. Is that so? That's good. Also, I heard from Durandal that Miss Jilin's power is extraordinary. Don't worry, she won't be your enemy. I know, of course I believe you, my old friend. But I don't believe you. Fuhua thought as she looked at Otto on the screen with a wooden face and indifferent expression. Otto naturally understood Fuhua's apprehension and said with some resentment, Old friend, you always doubt me like this, which makes me a little sad. But who makes you my only old friend? For your sake, I won't touch her. I'll let Rita do part-time surveillance on K423 for the time being, and you can have a good rest. Thank you. Also, regarding Welt, since it's in front of Saint Freya, I can't take action, or it will expose my identity. I understand. There's no need to mention such a small matter. Welt's issue was just a test, it doesn't matter if it succeeds or not. Naturally, K423 is more critical. Okay. When Jilin recovers, I will continue to complete my mission. You can rest assured about Kayana. Fuhua made a statement. In most cases, Otto is still easy to get along with. If he is willing to promise not to touch Jilin, Fuhua naturally has to reciprocate. Well, tell me if you need anything. You know, I'm probably the only one in the world who can help with technical matters. I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy vacation, old friend. I appreciate it. Goodbye. Fuhua cut off the communication, and a little relaxation appeared on her usually stern face. The fighter jet produced by Sxel is naturally very fast and can completely ignore the air defense systems of secular countries. Fuhua arrived at Mount Aixu at dawn. Mount Aixu is covered by the hidden technology of the previous civilization, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to enter. After passing through what seemed like an ordinary mountain forest, a quiet and lonely peak with beautiful scenery stood in the clouds. The narrow and long stone steps led directly to the top of the mountain. Fuhua parked the fighter outside the ancient mansion, gently lifted Jilin's soft and light body, and carried her into the house, inhaling the slight sandalwood fragrance. Although the sky was about to brighten, Fuhua felt tired after a day of hard work, especially after the battle with Jilin. So, after gently placing Jilin on the wooden bed, Fuhua thought it was time for her to take a nap. They were all girls, so theoretically it was no problem for Fuhua to lie on the bed, as there was enough space. However, after her eyes swept over Jilin's petite but graceful figure, and then her quiet and soft sleeping face, and her eyes lingered on her pink lips for a moment, Fuhua made a bed on the floor and slept at the foot of the bed. What am I thinking about? Fuhua pulled up the quilt, half covering her face, and was a little confused about why she hesitated and was careful just now. It should be just for politeness, right? Fuhua thought blankly and then fell asleep. In her dream, the girl in red who bravely defeated darkness and loneliness for her smiled at her as sweet as honey. Fuhua opened her eyes at dusk, looked at the dimming light in the room, hugged the warmth in her arms, felt the fatigue of her body swept away, and immediately felt refreshed. Wait. Soft, warm, and with a pleasant smell, what am I holding? Fuhua lowered her head belatedly, and sure enough, she saw Jilin lying on her side curled up in her arms, like a cute little white cat growing out of the quilt. Ying Ning. Jingwei, good morning soon. The girl in her arms made a sweet moan that softened her bones and woke up rubbing her eyes. The tender and fair little face showed a bit of attractive reddish color, and the skin was so crystal clear that some fine blue veins underneath could be clearly seen. Water lilies emerge from clear water, naturally carved. There is a beauty here, suspected to be a fairy from heaven. Fuhua's heart moved, and an exceptionally gentle smile appeared on her face. Good morning. No, it should be good evening, Jilin. Fuhua hugged the petite girl in her arms a little harder, rubbing her silky black hair, and felt a sense of comfort in her heart. I am finally not alone. Angel in Saint Freya is naturally very important as a disciple. But Jilin is different. She is a longtime friend, Someone who is truly familiar with Fuhua, and someone who can understand and identify with Fuhua. Jilin is special and unique now. Fuhua thought about this and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Jingwei, I'm hugging you a little tight. I'm not complaining about your figure, you still have it, and your body is soft, but I'm having trouble breathing. Ah, sorry, wait, what's wrong with my figure? PFFT. Just like before, you don't care on the surface, but in fact, when Nuwa complains about your figure, your eyes will change. You're bad. Fuhua patted Jilin's head speechlessly. Jilin stuck out her tongue and smiled slyly. Then the two got up, Fuhua tidied up the floor mat, and Jilin walked around the house, occasionally looking under the table and on top of the cabinet. After a while, Jilin showed Fuhua the dust on her index finger and said, "It's very different from the room I remember, and it's covered with dust. Have you not cleaned it for a while? It's normal for it to change. After all, 5,000 years have passed. As for the dust, it's mainly because I rarely come back in recent years, so it's inevitable that there will be some. Let's not talk about that for now. I just saved a can of chun pilau before the new year. I'll go cook a pot of rice. You just have to make do with it tonight." "Oh, then Jingwei, you go cook and I'll do the cleaning." "Hee, in order to train me to control my strength and not destroy things around me, you made me do the cleaning for a long time. Did I do a thing like that? You don't have to force yourself. After all, you just came back. If you are tired, just rest. I'll go cook." When Fuhua returned to the house with the rice cooker and chun pilau, the house was brand new, but the lights were flickering on and off. The residents of Immortals must also be grounded, so there is electricity here, with generators and complete electrical equipment. However, the flickering of the light was not due to a malfunction, but because Jilin was standing by the switch, curiously pressing it again and again, with an extremely curious expression. Jingwei, look at this thing, it's so magical, it can actually control the light. Alas, it seems that I have to teach you the common sense of modern life first." Fuhua smiled helplessly. However, looking at the clean and tidy house, and then looking at the elf-like girl in red in the house, Fuhua felt warm in her heart and couldn't help but feel that this Mount Taiksu, which was familiar to the bones, seemed to have become different. Chapter 103, How to Prove I'm Not a Demon. It's urgent. I'm waiting online. Where am I? Didn't I die? Huh? That one outside, is that me? After waking from the Xoani sword, Jilin was confused. As a natural stigma awakener who had practiced the early version of Edge of Taiksuan, Jilin also learned the initial version of the Imminence, and had even kept pace with Fuhua, perfecting her own Taiksuan Imminence in another direction. Therefore, Jilin's attainments in the field of consciousness were profound. Excluding spiritual predecessors like Fuhua and Su, her level was unmatched in the modern world 5,000 years later. So Jilin knew very well how weak she was now, like a candle in the wind. If the Xoani sword had not blocked the storm outside like a glass lampshade, she would probably disappear in an instant. After understanding her situation, Jilin felt a little sad, but more relieved. "I'm already a dead woman, so it doesn't matter," Jilin said to herself calmly. Then she looked at the scene outside the Xoani sword and frowned deeply. "Why does it look like that person outside is me? Wait, if she is Jilin, then what am I? No way? Am I a demon?" Jilin doubted herself briefly. It's not her fault. After all, she had been sleeping for 5,000 years, fighting against the influence of the Honkai, resisting the temptation and infection from the Honkai. It's normal to wake up in a daze and be shaken. It's not Jilin's own problem. Jilin quickly reaffirmed herself. How to repay the 1,000 years of hatred? Cheyu, it's time to settle everything. Then she was awakened by the high-pitched shout. Jilin hurriedly looked outside and saw that the her outside was holding up the Xoani sword, emitting a sun-like light and spouting some divine words. Jilin's mouth slowly opened, forming a cute, shocked circle. "Oh, handsome." Although she didn't have this trick in her memory. But the line "stars grow in the wasteland, shining like the sun" was simply handsome. Jilin couldn't help but raise her little hand to cover her open mouth, her eyes shining with excitement. That's it, that's it. As a tribal illiterate in Fuxi and Nuwa's mouth, what she longed for most was this kind of cultured fashion value. It's so damn handsome. It would have been even better if she were that handsome when she was alive. Then, the Jilin outside released another big move. Heavenly justice is long-lasting, this is the way of heaven. It was so handsome that she was so speechless. Jilin watched herself showing off divine power outside, listening to the other self say repent to the dead souls, and nodded excitedly. That's right. That's right. That's it, kill it, the me outside. The former demon god was in decline and about to be killed by the sword. Jilin had forgotten to care about the truth and just wanted to see the victory as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Chayu seemed to have escaped. Wait, that's Jingwei. Jilin felt disappointed that Chayu escaped, but then, seeing Fu Hua meeting the Jilin outside, she couldn't help but get excited and nervous. Although she is handsome. But what on earth is she? She won't hurt Jingwei, right? Fu Hua, who is both a teacher and a friend, is now completely defenseless against the unknown Jilin outside, which makes it difficult for Jilin not to worry. But at this moment, she is already fragile to a degree that was completely unimaginable in the past. Not to mention going out to remind, even maintaining consciousness relies on the support of an unknown weak force, and staying awake is the current limit. This power is maintaining and consolidating my consciousness. It seems to be coming from the me outside? Jilin felt her own state, trying to analyze the current situation and find a way to break out. Although the appearance, strength, hatred for Chayu, and familiarity with Fu Hua all looked exactly the same as herself, Jilin still couldn't be completely sure what the Jilin outside was. If it's a trick of the demon, then Jingwei will be in danger. But what should I do? Jingwei, wake up. That me is still a little different from me. Don't be confused. Jilin anxiously turned around in the sword, but unfortunately, except for praying that Fu Hua could see better, she could do nothing. Jilin clenched her teeth and held her breath, although in terms of consciousness, these actions are more of a psychological state, but it is enough to show her worry. Until, she heard herself outside, saying to Fu Hua, "You have completed your duties, and you can rest now." Jingwei, Jilin was shocked. "I don't want to fall into the devil's way one day. If you can send me to see Fuxi and the others in Mount Taixu, I will be very happy. The rock that cannot be broken by the whirlpool will also be worn away by the erosion of time. There is no need to let future generations bear the threat of Chayu. This battle is my duty." Jilin watched all this, shocked again and again, and a strong sense of identity arose spontaneously. Yes, that's the feeling. This is my experience and the thoughts in my heart. This me is so much like me. Then, in Fu Hua's spiritual world, Jilin heard the words that made her almost cry. "I'm really tired, I can't hold on anymore." "Jingwei, you are too cunning. How can I refuse what you said? I have been lonely for too long and don't want to bear the pain of being alone anymore. Who else can understand these feelings except herself?" Jilin lowered her head dejectedly, crying and laughing, and had to come up with such a thought. So, it was the long struggle that tore me into two parts, one half outside the sword and the other half inside the sword? She still doubted, but this guess still took root. She was much stronger than herself. At least Jilin herself could not force herself to live towards death because of Jingwei's words. She seemed to rely more on Jingwei, so she would crawl into the other's bed after waking up in a daze, and sleep more sweetly because she smelled Jingwei's scent. She also seemed more detached. She would try to find Jingwei's private diary while cleaning, would curiously press the magical light device non-stop, and would run around the huge iron bird outside the courtyard. There were still some differences between her and herself. But this difference was more like the difference between the young her and the mature her. In addition, it was the same decisiveness, the same firmness, the same trust and closeness to Jingwei. It seems that they are really the same person. Could it be that this is really the sequelae of being almost possessed by a demon for thousands of years? Jilin felt the invisible connection with the self in the outside world, and felt the sense of security that was constantly nourished and strengthened by the power of this connection, and she was more and more inclined to this guess. Tell the truth, you are my inner demon, right? Don't look around, Jingwei is sitting here, you have nowhere to escape. Jilin was awakened by a loud slap on the table and woke up from her memories. This was a dream world, connecting the consciousness of the two Jilins and Fu Hua inside and outside. The three of them knelt on both sides of a wooden table, Jilin in the sword on one side, Fu Hua and Jilin outside the sword on the other. Jilin in the sword didn't know what was going on. In short, when she was still cultivating her spirit and thinking about herself in the sword, she was suddenly pulled into the dream of Jilin outside the sword, and Jingwei followed in. She was a little panicked and could only say weakly, I think I am Jilin. Haha. Jingwei, did you hear that? It's funny, right? You are Jilin, then what am I? Could I be some kind of inner demon or evil demon? You really are ingenious. Make up a nonsensical thing? Ha ha ha. In terms of common sense, it is true. Fu Hua looked at Jilin on her side, her eyes soft and doting at her lively reaction of laughing. Then she looked at Jilin on the opposite side, and Fu Hua's eyes showed scrutiny and vigilance. Jilin in the sword knelt down, sweat on her forehead, and the crystal round little toes on her bare feet shrank uneasily. Help, how can I make the other me and Jingwei believe that I am not an inner demon? It's urgent. She always felt that if she doesn't explain it clearly, Jingwei's imminence will be used. Chapter 104, The real owner of the name got robbed in this situation. Fuhua cannot be blamed for being blind and mistaking an old friend. First, she had already lost the memory of 5,000 years ago. Second, Jilin Angel was the first to appear, creating a preconceived idea. Most importantly, because of a simple prayer, she bravely crossed 5,000 years of loneliness and despair to stay by Fuhua's side. This deep affection would move anyone to tears. Anyway, Fuhua believed it all, without a single doubt. Fortunately, Angel still had a little conscience, knowing that she had used Jilin's identity to fool Fuhua. She had some idea. Ahem. I can't say whether the consciousness was torn apart in the 5,000 years of struggle is true or false. But seeing how weak you are not a threat to me. I'll keep you for now and observe for a while. Jilin, don't take it lightly. Honkai is not so easy to deal with. It's better to eliminate the hidden dangers. At worst, you can seal it up first. Fuhua shook Jilin Angel's hand disapprovingly and looked at the other Jilin opposite her with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. Both Jilins were stunned. Master, you don't have to be so serious. Jingwei, you don't have to be so heartless. Ancestor Jilin bit her lip and looked at the girl opposite her with resentment. Angel coughed dryly, suppressed her guilt, and said seriously, Jingwei, you have to consider my condition. After all, I have just been reborn, and my consciousness and spirit are not stable now. And she does have a deep inner connection with me, and it would be a loss for both of us to act rashly. This. Well, you have a point. Believe me, I am also a veteran of the spiritual way. With her current strength, she can't hurt me even if there is a conspiracy. I hope so. Fuhua sighed helplessly and looked at the resentful expression of the ancestor Jilin opposite her. After a moment, she involuntarily looked away. Strange, she is not my best friend Jilin, so why do I suddenly feel guilty? It must be because their bodies are too similar. Honkai is really cunning, actually using the face of a best friend to shake the will of this immortal. It's so bad. The next day, after Fuhua prepared breakfast, she just returned to the door and wanted to go into the house to wake up Jilin. But she saw two classical girls in red clothes and phoenix crowns walking out of the door at the same time. One was a real entity, the real Jilin. The other was a consciousness body materialized by Honkai energy, essentially the floating Zoani Uan sword, the broken consciousness body whose true identity was unknown. Fuhua made such a judgment, ignored the phantom, stretched out her hand to the real Jilin, and smiled. Good morning, Jilin. I said I am also Jilin, can you not be so partial to one over the other, Jingwei? Jilin, the ancestor, said with great resentment. Fuhua's smile disappeared instantly. She frowned and thought for a while, then said, but I still can't completely believe in the idea of split consciousness. When I think of a way to prove my identity, I will make you bow down to me and apologize. If it turns out that I was too suspicious and hurt your heart, I will apologize, even if I bow down to you. As expected of Jingwei, I give in. Ancestor Jilin held her forehead with one hand, not knowing what to say for a moment, and could only sigh. This wooden face is exactly the same as it was 5,000 years ago, and there is no sign of blooming at all. Angel laughed, stretched out her hand, and carelessly put her arm around Jilin's shoulders. Don't we know what Jingwei is like? Don't worry about it. She is right in at least one thing. You should be alert. The more you use your ki, the easier it is to breed inner demons. You need to keep your mind upright at all times and be extremely careful of your inner demons. You let down your guard too quickly against me, the other me. Jilin frowned and persuaded earnestly, with full sincerity and good intentions. Angel's conscience began to hurt again. But it doesn't matter, she's used to it. Angel grinned and said, yeah. I'm really sorry, how about I seal you now? It's just a warning, I don't want you to target me. Do I need your warning? I feel that you are not a bad person, so I treat you tolerantly. Don't think I am always so easy to talk to. I hope you will do what you say. As another me, it would be too embarrassing if I were defeated by an inner demon one day. Fuhua watched the two identical Jilins argue, like twins. Suddenly, there was a sense of déjà vu. After a while, Fuhua couldn't help but put her hand over her mouth and laugh out loud. PFFT. Huh? Jingwei laughed? Indeed, she was laughing. The two Jilins looked at each other. Then, Patriarch Jilin blocked her mouth with one hand and whispered to Angel, although it feels strange, do you think Jingwei is a little better now than before? Yes, she is more humane. Jingwei has always been strange, Nuwa and the others all said so. But are you serious when you said she is more humane? She is still thinking about how to get rid of you. One thing for another, she is not sure about my identity yet, which is understandable. I mean, compared to the previous tense face, either dazed or melancholy, at least she can smile now. Forget it, It's not good to gossip about others behind their backs. Behind? How can there be a behind? Aren't we talking in front of her? The two Jilins came close, blinked in sync, suddenly realized in sync, and then nodded at the same time. In the eyes of others, they were exactly the same person. Fu Hua's smile disappeared again, replaced by a kind of self-doubt. Was I a very strange person 5,000 years ago? At this time, Angel took the old man's shoulder, patted her, and said, "Let's not talk about Jingwei for now. Anyway, I thought about it when I got up. In order to distinguish you and me, I will be called Jilin from now on, and you can be called Alin for short." Alin? You see, I magnanimously kept you, lent you power so that you could come out of Xoanyu and sword to breathe, and gave you a code name considerately. I helped you so much, why don't you say thank you? Thank you. Jilin held Angel's little hand, said with a touching face, and then followed Fu Hua to the lobby. Whether from the order of appearance or the current power comparison, Jilin thought that her other self was naturally in the main position. Therefore, she didn't think there was anything wrong with losing her real name. On the contrary, she was really moved by the trust of the other self her. Especially with Fu Hua, a stubborn deadwood, next to her. In this way, the other self in Jilin's eyes seemed more considerate and kind. How about we call each other sisters from now on? Anyway, this kind of relationship from the same origin is no different from real sisters. Alin, you have a lot of ideas. Sister, you are too kind. This. Angel wanted to say something but stopped. It was hard to refuse, and she couldn't bear to see the old ancestor Jilin being fooled and becoming more and more lame. It was really a dilemma. Jilin, who voluntarily condescended to her position, scratched her head, with a smile that only she understood. In the past, she was the guardian of the tribe, the leader and goddess respected by her fellow clan members. But in fact, she is human. Although she has power, she is different from the immortals who hold ancient pasts such as Jingwei, Fuxi, and Nuwa. It seems that Jilin can integrate well with both sides and get along well. But from another perspective, she is actually a sandwiched existence, neither like a complete human nor a complete immortal, unable to advance or retreat. The sensitive emotions of these little girls are not a big problem for Jilin. She was born in an era where it was very difficult to survive, so how could she have time to immerse herself in the thoughts of a normal girl? But occasionally, in the night when she was alone, she would imagine how good it would be if she had a sister in the same situation, who could accompany her and share these feelings that she couldn't express at ordinary times. At this time, the sun was rising gradually. The slightly warm morning light shone through the clouds. Alin suddenly stopped, stood in the quaint corridor, stretched out a hand, and greeted the sunrise, as if receiving the sun. "It's been a long time since I saw the sun," Alin murmured, her eyes illuminated by the light. For a long time, she put her hand on her chest, as if she had passed the warmth of the sun to the sword and shone on her body. Alin couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and the old friends who had long gone away appeared in her mind one by one. After feeling sad, she finally sighed softly. "I'm still alive, maybe it's not a bad thing." Chapter 105, How to Comfort a Single Mother. Bronya is still alive, it's great. On a sunny morning, Bronya sat on the sofa with a sluggish look in her eyes, holding a long biscuit stick in her mouth. She sighed, looking haggard. Last night, she had a suffocating nightmare that lasted until dawn. When she woke up, she found that it was not a dream. She was really being squeezed on the chest by Cocolia and almost suffocated in her sleep. The image of Nashiro Yukiko, who took away all her vision as soon as she opened her eyes, was still vivid in her mind. Only when you get close can you truly experience the huge shock. Bronya couldn't help but touch her head, gesture the size, and then shake her head in despair. This kind of thing is a benefit for Kayana, but it is pure terror for Bronya. And this terror had been going on for several days. Next to her, Rosalia was fighting for snacks with her sister Lilia, laughing happily, haha. "Sister Bronya is back, and we are free. It's finally your turn to accompany Mom to sleep." Ha ha ha. "Has Mom been like this every day recently?" "That's not true. Every day we take turns accompanying her. She says she can't sleep alone. Alas, Mom is getting more and more childish. I don't know what to do in the future." "You have worked hard," Bronya said with a biscuit stick in her mouth, looking exhausted and sympathetic. Then, Sin patted her shoulder from behind with a refreshing and playful smile. "It's not hard. Anyway, you'll be here every day for the next while, and we'll take turns to rest. There's something very important going on at St. Freya. Bronya will leave today. You can try. If you can drive a plane away without my nod, I'll change my last name to Zaitchek. Sin, you're taking revenge." Bronya had a wooden face, and her milky voice revealed a lot of resentment. Sin raised her chin proudly, too lazy to pay attention to Bronya, and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Bronya sighed, glanced at the vodka sisters who were pushing and arguing over snacks, and then looked at Ninty, who was using gravity to build blocks in the air. She suddenly felt a little bored. To be honest, the feeling of going home is not bad. In the past few days, Bronya and Cocolia tacitly avoided talking about anything related to Saint Freya. Just like a daughter who had been away from home for a long time and a mother who had been missing her child, they ate and lived together without any grudges. They bathed and rubbed each other's backs and occasionally complained about each other's behavior, even more intimate than in Siberia. Bronya enjoyed everything here. But she couldn't let go of her friends and teachers in Saint Freya, nor could she abandon her responsibility to Angel. In Bronya's view, being in Saint Freya should be a card to restrain Cocolia, otherwise, she would have no scruples about Saint Freya. Although I'm sorry to Mother Cocolia, it's wrong. We can obviously find a better way, Bronya whispered to herself. The more intimate she was treated by Cocolia, the more guilty she felt about her choice. Then, Ninty sat next to Bronya and handed her something that looked like a USB flash drive. Ninty, what is this? The hacking program for the fighter jet. How did you get this? My mom gave it to me last night. She said that if you want to leave, do it secretly. You don't need to tell her, lest she regret it. Ninty said calmly in a soft but silent voice. Bronya's little hand trembled, and she felt that the USB flash drive in her palm was so hot and heavy, just like motherly love. She felt ashamed again. Bronya's eyes flickered, and she murmured, no need to say goodbye. It's really Mom's style. So, will Sister Bronya leave? I also have things I want to do, friends I want to protect, and I also want to find a way to save Seal from the perspective of Sakaisol technology. I'm sorry, Ninty. From now on, I'll ask you and Sin to take care of Mom and this family. Yeah. Ninty responded softly, lowering her head like a lost kitten. Bronya sighed, and while silently strengthening her determination, she was too embarrassed to say anything more. At night, the clear moonlight sprinkled on the unstable sea, as clear and bright as day. Bronya came to the open area, stood in front of a fighter jet, and faced Welt. Alliance leader, you probably can't go back to the academy. Is there anything you need to tell the Dean or Sister Mai and the others? Bronya can help convey it. That's not necessary. I have always kept in touch with them. But your identity may not escape the investigation of the Sksol headquarters. I'm afraid there will be some risks if you go there. After all, Bronya is not a formal member of Anti-Entropy. Sksol will not pay too much attention to Bronya. With the protection of the Dean, Bronya should have no problem in Saint Freya. Having said that, you still have to be careful. If you find something wrong, contact us in time. The East Shinzu Sea base is not that far from Saint Freya. By the way, are you really not going to see Cocolia for the last time? Welt asked. Bronya was silent for a moment, said goodbye to Welt, boarded the plane, and quickly rushed out of the runway, disappearing into the night sky. Welt pushed his glasses in the strong wind caused by the fighter plane. He felt that fate was playing tricks on the mother and daughter. Just as he walked back and reached the corner of the wall, the golden hair of the probability was blown by the night wind and fluttered into his eyes. Welt paused and then smiled. Why don't you try to keep her? You can let her stay for a few more days, right? My daughter has grown up and has her own ideas. I can't keep her. Cocolia leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky where Bronya was going away. The corners of her military uniform fluttered in the sea breeze, highlighting her plump and graceful curves. But Welt looked at her slightly empty purple eyes without the usual strong gaze, and felt that she must be very sad, right? I heard there's a cafe in the base. Would you like to go sit and chat? No thanks, I have no interest in you other than business. Welt, tell me, even a sensible child like Bronya chose to leave me. Am I a failure as a mother? Absolutely not. Welt's expression became serious, and he replied earnestly. Then, he slowed down his tone and said thoughtfully, I think how well a mother does is not determined by others or herself. Only the performance of the children can be used as a judge. Bronya is mature and sensible, and she also has a gentle heart that cherishes feelings. Sin is usually a little impatient, but she can always take care of things at home patiently, carefully, and responsibly. Rosaria and Lilia are also innocent and kind children. Although they hide some sadness, they can always face life with an optimistic attitude. And mind, she even exchanged her sincerity for sincerity, making the Honkai beast willing to entrust her life and power to her, creating an unprecedented miracle, which is much better than me, a nominal leader. Each of your children is great. And what they have in common is that they all love you deeply. Just ask, who can say that you are not a good mother? Welt said sincerely with emotion. The more he thought about it, the more he liked Cocolia. Of course, it was a recognition of personality, not the kind of affection between men and women. Don't get him wrong. Cocolia smiled without commenting, but the melancholy on her face gradually faded away. They blew the sea breeze for a long time before leaving. Chapter 106, How Does a Donkey Cry? When all the forces had calmed down, savored their gains and losses, and dealt with the aftermath, in the long-lost domination theater, the angels finally finished their work and gathered in the center of the theater, happily counting their gains. Ninti absorbed the power of Chayu and achieved a form similar to that of a mantis with the omnipotent domination power. So the Honkai is really omnipotent. The previous civilization took so much effort, but it's just a matter of sprinkling water for us. This is a good idea. If we encounter a powerful Honkai beast in the future, we can also use a similar method to fuse to increase our strength. It's just a bit of a core consumption. Now Ninti occupies 2 cores by herself. We can't afford too many. In short, the strategic goal of attacking Welt has been successfully achieved. If this continues, Ninti will sooner or later be the first heir to the core of the ruler of reason. 100 or so angels touched their chins and nodded in sync. Yes, with the addition of the gem, the improvement of the edge of Taikusuin, and the power contributed by Chayu, all these factors have added up to the number of clones that Angel can fully control, and it is slowly improving with the improvement of the edge of Taikusuin. With more manpower, the efficiency of the angels is higher. It is also possible to arrange more identities calmly, so that there are more choices, which is undoubtedly a good thing for future action plans. Jilin plus Gzoani Uan Sword is another high-level combat force close to the Herrscher. Now, whether it is Master or the little Senti that may appear in the future, we have won them over. Not only that, this is the ancestor of Shinzu certified by Sxil and anti-entropy. According to the tradition of Shinzu, it is impossible to say that Gzoani Uan Sword will unify the world, but this reputation, if used a little, will be a great power. Sxil sits in Europe, entropy is stationed in North America. It is normal for me, Jilin, to shake some people in Shinzu, right? The angels laughed. This time, they didn't know whether Sxil and anti-entropy made money or not, but Angel made a fortune anyway. Then, they finally turned their attention to the center of the theater, the series of spoils. First, there were more than a dozen experimental chambers storing Joyce's clones. The high-level combat power individual reserves that Cocolia had harvested before were not used for the time being, so there was no need to say more. Then there were hundreds of glass experimental chambers of different styles, where mother-in-law was sleeping. Ahem, the clone of Cecilia Shriak. Damn it, why didn't one of them have self-awareness? An angel bit her finger and complained with great resentment. Other angels nodded in approval. That's right, compared to the cold high-level clone material, a living mother-in-law is of course more desirable. Ah. I want my mother-in-law. The sweet and soft mother-in-law. The gentle and beautiful mother-in-law. Ah, I'm so greedy. An angel rolled around under the experimental cabin in grief and anger, expressing the common feelings of hundreds of angels. If there is a living person in it, even if she is not the mother-in-law herself, the angels can make her a real princess who is loved by thousands. That's mother-in-law. Who can refuse the gentle and sweet smile on that beautiful face? Unfortunately, there are really no individuals with independent consciousness, and they are all pure holy blood production machines. This feeling is equivalent to digging up a treasure, but unfortunately, the most precious gem was broken. It can't be said that there is no gain, but it makes people feel even more uncomfortable. Bang! Someone kicked the rolling angel's head mercilessly. Okay, let's get down to business. The next thing is the real highlight. The angels' expressions became serious when they heard this, and they all turned their eyes to the center. There, on the plain and thick stone table, lay a katana with a black blade and a bright red edge. Under the depressing appearance, it exuded a strange atmosphere that only a Herrscher-like angel could feel. That was the smell of power from the Herrscher of corruption of the previous civilization. Jizo Mitama, the key of corruption. During the Nagasaura City incident, the seal between Kusagakure and Higokama'uru was lifted, and they reached a reconciliation after a series of events. The divine key that had been dormant for 50,000 years was forged. According to the original world line, Kusagakure put down her knot and walked into the depths of the stigmata world with Higokama'uru. At the last moment before leaving, she casually threw the Jizo Mitama into Saint Freya. I didn't expect it to be found so smoothly. According to Angel's speculation, there are 2 possibilities after the Jizo Mitama was thrown into Saint Freya. Either it was discovered to be a divine key and taken away by the headquarters. Or no one noticed it, and it was taken away by passers-by or cleaners as a lost item, and finally thrown into a warehouse or somewhere else. Taking advantage of the fact that all forces focused their attention on the East Shinzu Sea, Saint Freya was empty, and there was anti-entropy and World Snake to blame at any time. Angel and others raided the academy and swept away the clone of their mother-in-law, and naturally did not forget to search for this possible divine key. The final result was that no one really noticed this middle school-like katana. No one found that it was the legendary divine key Mitama, and it was really left in the warehouse to collect dust. You can't say Otto is stupid, and you can't even blame Saint Freya for having no vision. After all, when Kusagakure threw the blade into the corner, she didn't leave any clues. And Mitama, from the appearance, is not much different from those fancy Valkyrie weapons. If it was picked up by a passerby, it would be normal for no one to claim it and throw it into the warehouse after a lost item notice. Who would take a blade picked up on the roadside and then run to the equipment department or something like that, saying that this might be a divine key, so you should check it out and seal it up? In this case, Otto and Teresa didn't turn on the map, so it's impossible for them to know. A village girl is a village girl. She just did it without thinking about whether anyone could recognize it. She wouldn't do this if she left a note. An angel raised a blade, put her hand on the cold blade, and shook her head and sighed speechlessly. However, it was also thanks to Kusakure's long hair and short knowledge, and her lack of consideration in doing things, that angel and others had the opportunity to pick up the leak. No wonder Mitama never appeared in the original timeline. It seems that no one knows that this divine key has appeared in the world. Angel once again sighed about the impermanence of the world. Then, a huge long-eared Honkai beast moved slowly and approached the middle. Have you finished watching? I've been waiting for a long time. I'm not used to the body of a Honkai beast. The long-eared Honkai beast complained in a thunderous voice. Then Angel sent a clone of Joyce and a clone of the mother-in-law, and merged the two materials with the Jizo soul in the dazzling purple light. Soon, a girl in a shrine maiden costume with purple eyes, cherry-colored hair, and a graceful figure stood in front of the stone table, holding the black sword. Ears, come on. The angel's eyes lit up, and then hurriedly urged, with an impatient tone. The long-eared Honkai beast then lowered its head and bumped into the shrine maiden with cherry-colored hair. The next second, the Honkai beast merged into the shrine maiden's body. The shrine maiden slowly opened her eyes, subconsciously moved her eyes up, and saw a pair of slender pink fluffy animal ears as she wished. Kusagakure, you have donkey ears, you must be a donkey, right? How does a donkey bark? Doctor, you can't rest yet. From the pink and smooth lips of the witch, a cool and elegant voice that made people dream came out, but the angels were speechless. Then another angel asked, Kusagakure, how does a fox bark? The great Chu will rise, Chen Sheng will be the king. Kusagakure crossed her arms and replied solemnly. You want to mess with me, right? Sisters, stand shoulder to shoulder, let this donkey know how powerful you are. The surrounding angels rushed forward and pushed Kusagakure angel to the ground. Hey! You can only play with me verbally, but I can't fight back? Wait, what are you grabbing? Don't take off my Maiko costume. I'm sorry, isn't it enough for me to apologize? Don't take off my socks. You can't take that off anymore. Not there. Not there. Chapter 107, Angel's Little Trick to Prevent Social Death. Himiko woke up from another hangover. Being a Valkyrie is a job without long-term guarantees. Although the salary is good, you often gather for a meal before a mission, and after the mission, you might use various portraits to replace those who didn't make it back. So, whenever they have the chance to gather, they make it a rule to celebrate with drinks. If the person is present, it's a celebration. If the portrait is present, it's a farewell. Last night was a party to celebrate Himiko's safe return. Naturally, Himiko drank too much, but she wasn't worried about the consequences of getting drunk. Himiko was used to waking up with Angel waiting for her. Even if she was unconscious, the child would clean her up, put her to bed, and let her sleep well. Today was no different. Himiko rubbed her eyes, smacking her lips in a daze, holding a soft little blonde girl in her arms. Just like every time she got drunk before, everything seemed fine. However, why were her hands a little wet and the quilt was cold? Huh? Himiko's eyes widened suddenly. Gulp. After swallowing her saliva, Himiko's bare hands trembled as she slowly touched the quilt. After accidentally rubbing Angel's soft, smooth skin, she did feel the trace of moisture. Himiko. Oh? Little guy, you are very brave. Do you want me to teach you what it feels like to be an adult? Himiko. Ha ha ha. Don't panic, I will be very gentle. Himiko subconsciously touched her lips and vaguely felt a strange aftertaste. Then, she finally remembered that in her hazy dream, she tasted the fragrant, soft, and smooth taste that she had never experienced before. It seemed, as if, probably, maybe, that was Angel's cherry mouth? No. No way. Cold sweat broke out on Himiko's snow-white forehead. She slightly lifted the quilt and saw Angel lying on her chest with a satisfied look on her face. Her face was flushed, and unlike her usual appearance in pajamas, the girl's body was completely reflected in Himiko's eyes. Himiko turned her head and looked at the bedside. Sure enough, Angel's pink pajamas were thrown there. It was thrown behind me, so I pulled it down. There was more cold sweat on Himiko's forehead. Mother whom I have never met, your precious daughter seems to have committed a crime, and she will not be able to see you in heaven in the future. Half an hour later, Himiko cleaned up the room, and Angel's pajamas beside the bed were neatly folded next to the pillow. She went out and brought back hot porridge. At this time, Angel had already gotten up, but she was tightly wrapped in the quilt, curled up at the head of the bed, revealing only her shy little face. Angel, do you want to have breakfast? Nothing happened last night. I just wet the bed. Angel's face was so red that it seemed like blood could drip, and her voice was so loud that it was a little sharp. She was shaken for the moment, and the synchronicity with a certain donkey who was angry to the public made her implode with the courage to kiss Himiko, who was a confused and passionate state, resulting her to finally wet the quilt before passing out. How could she say such a thing? Himiko froze in place, her hands holding the porridge trembling a little. After getting drunk, she defiled the purity of her student who had always trusted and relied on her, and finally wet the bed. This kind of thing really happened. Angel and Himiko, it's over. While the situation on Angel's side was in chaos, Wendy and Rita were walking towards Delta's room in another villa of St. Freya. Oh. I knew that without me living together to wake her up, that salted fish would definitely stay in bed. Ms. Wendy, if that's the case, why did you have to sleep in separate beds last night? I heard from Lady Durandal that you and Lady Delta have always slept in the same bed. Isn't it because that guy has been thinking about hanging me up every day since she came back? I pushed her into the sea twice in the East Shinzu Sea, and she still remembers the grudge. I suddenly had a bad premonition last night. She might always think that she can attack me in the middle of the night, so I decisively changed rooms to ensure safety. Haha, the relationship between the two of you is really so good that it makes others envious. Rita smiled at Wendy's proud expression, with a smile of love in her eyes. She likes innocent and cute little girls. And a pair of little girls with an extremely close relationship is simply more precious and dazzling than gold and gems. This time, Rita was very fulfilled in a spiritual sense. If it didn't seem strange to say it, she would have wanted to say thank you for the hospitality and gratitude. Then the two came to Delta's door. It's a bit embarrassing to say this. This time, I dragged Lady Rita along mainly to prevent Delta from getting angry. If anything happens later, I'll have to trouble you to take care of it. Ms. Wendy, please rest assured that Lady Delta will not be willing to hurt you. I know she won't hurt me, but revenge is not certain. This guy is not a salted fish in holding grudges. Wendy muttered and pushed open the door. Boom. A gust of wind swept in, instantly blowing Wendy out of the window and sending her into the sky. Ah. Delta, remember this. I will definitely come back. The girl's energetic scream came from far away outside the broken window. Rita was startled by this sudden change. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. She had to look at the room that was swept by the wind, and then her pupils suddenly shrank. In the messy bedroom, Delta was weakly leaning against the bed, wearing a light white nightgown with a wet mark on the skirt. More importantly, there was a clear wet mark on the bed sheet next to the girl's weak white feet. If one guessed correctly, the area with the wet mark was where the girl slept last night. Because she couldn't control her body, she became incontinent. This thought flashed through Rita's mind. What happened? Durandal was startled by the loud noise just now and rushed to the door quickly, taking in the scene. Then, Rita, who reacted, quickly reached out her hand, covered Durandal's mouth, and gave her a silent look. Delta leaned weakly against the bed, as if she turned a blind eye to the two uninvited guests, and just focused her eyes on the wet mark. Boom. The violent airflow tore the bed sheet, and cotton wool flew. Then, Delta said with a cold expression, Rita, burn these things for me. Okay, Rita will do it herself and burn these things with faulty quality carefully. But before that, how about Rita take you to change clothes? Rita slowly approached, bent down, and showed a gentle and elegant smile that was exactly the same as usual. Delta raised her eyes and stared at Rita deeply, the gold in her eyes flickered unsteadily. After a while, she closed her eyes and said in a voice as light as the wind, okay. Durandal watched Rita pick up Delta's body and go to another room as if everything was normal. Then, she looked at the room full of feathers and frowned deeply. It's not just bedwetting. The side effects of the Herrscher gem are so terrible that even the body's reactions can't be controlled freely. Lord Otto, someone has to pay the price, but Delta is just a child. Durandal reached out and grabbed the door. With a click, she crushed the metal door frame, but it did nothing to relieve her bitter mood. No one knew that in the other room, Delta, who was enjoying Rita's attentive service, was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to dig out 2 bedrooms and a living room under her wooden face. Damn. Why did you have to barge in when I haven't dried my hair yet? I almost socially died. Chapter 108, Hueco's Alcohol Abstinence Order. Don't tell Wendy. Delta suddenly said to Rita, who was feeding her breakfast. Rita was stunned for a moment but responded calmly, Rita and Lady Durandal didn't see anything just now, so there's nothing to tell Miss Wendy. You can't tell Otto, though. He should be very concerned about my physical condition. Lady Delta, you. Rita lightly bit her lip, her beautiful eyes flashing with distress. Children should be the angels of this world, but why does Lady Delta have to endure so much pain? A childhood soaked in darkness and blood, a painful and embarrassing present. She should have been a beloved princess but has become a tearless person who bears everything. Rita considered herself strong-willed and determined, but at this moment, she couldn't help but hate the injustice and cruelty of fate. But don't tell Wendy. Delta emphasized, acting slightly to avoid social death. She was in a weak period recently. It's better to play miserable than to explain that. However, it's enough to act here. Wendy is so good to her, she should lie as little as possible and try not to mess with her mentality. Frankly speaking, Delta would feel guilty and sorry for Wendy, so it's better not to mess with her. You don't care about outsiders, but you don't want Miss Wendy to worry. Lord Delta, the darkness has never erased your gentleness. The encounter with Miss Wendy may be the compensation given by fate. This is truly great. The soft light in Rita's eyes became more moving, and she nodded gently. Rita understands and will not let Miss Wendy worry. Speaking of which, Miss Wendy has been in the sky for a long time. Should you consider letting her come back? Lord Delta. I haven't thought about how to calm her down. Delta said guiltily, her eyes wandering uneasily. Oh my god. Wendy was so excited that she was hung up in the air. Although she didn't take off her clothes, that guy must be furious, right? If I put her back, wouldn't she overturn my wheelchair? Delta's wooden face began to sweat. In Hueco's villa, the atmosphere was extremely stiff in the morning. There was a short holiday after the mission, so everyone was at home. Raiden, Mai and Kayana watched the weird atmosphere between Hueco and Angel. Angel no longer stuck to Hueco all the time. Hueco no longer hugged Angel and rubbed her chin from time to time. The two sat on opposite sides of the sofa, as far apart as possible. When their eyes occasionally met, they would look away in panic. Mai, what do you think they did? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen them like this. Is it because I stole Angel's cherry cake, and Angel misunderstood that Hueco stole it, and then they got upset? Kayana, you. Oh, forget it. It's definitely not because of such a small matter. They are not like you. Kayana and Raiden Mai whispered and discussed, occasionally munching on potato chips and fruits. Not to mention, these snacks with the plot were indeed sweeter than usual. I have an appointment to discuss something, so I won't eat at home at noon. I'm leaving now. See you in the evening. Hueco, unable to stand the awkward atmosphere, finally spoke and then hurried out of the house. Leaving Angel staring at the empty door for a long time, then holding her cheeks with a pair of small hands, she smiled shyly. Hee hee. Hueco's lips and tongue are smooth and sweet. Hueco's chest is warm and soft. Hee hee hee. This public channel voice naturally attracted fierce criticism from other angels. But Angel didn't care at all. She just savored the taste Hueco left her last night, although it ended abruptly, and she spent the night relying on the empathy of a donkey clone. It was enough. Hueco, my Hueco, I miss you so much. Slurp. Angel subconsciously sucked her saliva to avoid losing her composure in front of others. Then Kayana and Raiden Mai came over. Hey, what happened to you two, Angel? Yeah, I feel so weird today. Did you have a fight with Teacher Hueco, Angel? We didn't fight. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Angel grabbed a pillow, buried her head, and said sullenly. Kayana and Raiden Mai looked at each other, feeling that they couldn't get anything out of her, so one turned on the TV to play games, and the other went to the kitchen to subdue the pots and pans. Just when Kayana turned around, Angel suddenly reached out and grabbed the corner of her clothes. Kayana, tonight, I'll sleep at your place. Angel said weakly. Okay, okay. When Kayana said okay with a look of surprise, in a corner where no one noticed, Angel's mouth curled up, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Sister Siren, I've been waiting for a long time. I'm here to play with you apostrophe. On the other side, in Teresa's room. Hueco slumped on the sofa, holding a bottle of red wine, wanting to drink but struggling to dare not drink. After a long time, she put the bottle on the ground, her eyes empty as she said, alcohol, it's a hindrance. Puff. Teresa sprayed the bitter melon juice all over the ground, then said with a look of horror, ahem. Hueco, are you okay? Did you hurt your brain in the battle with Chayu? Let's go to the medical department for another checkup. Don't make a fuss, I'm fine. Teresa, let me ask you, have you ever thought about what kind of man you want to find in the future? Hueco asked with a tired face, posing a particularly abrupt question. Teresa blinked blankly, then shook her head and said, I'm not looking for a man. I don't need any man. Who is your favorite person? Of course, it's Cecilia. I tell you, Cecilia is the best in the world. Hey. Another female licker. But I'm very normal type. Hueco sighed even more tiredly. In her nearly 10 years as a Valkyrie, Hueco has seen too many gay people. Even those Valkyries who always say they will find a good man after retirement suddenly change their words and say they will not marry anyone but their colleague. According to those guys, who can be sure of their orientation if they haven't met the one they love? True love has nothing to do with gender. Wait. Why do I think so much? It's just that I drank too much. Just think of it as an accidental teasing. Buy some gifts to make up for it, apologize and explain it clearly. That's enough. Hueco slapped her cheek hard, as if she had figured it out. Then, she couldn't help but look at her fingers. The beautiful fingers with delicate white and pink nails hooked subconsciously. I'm so drunk, it shouldn't be so precise. I didn't scratch anything that shouldn't be broken last night, right? After all, there was no bleeding. Hueco held her fingers, her expression bitter, then waved to grab Teresa's bitter melon juice and poured it into her mouth without saying anything. Murata Hueco, will stop drinking from today. Hey. What are you doing? Why are you stealing my bitter melon juice? Chapter 109, All In Smile. The power of domination connects the angels, so everyone's experiences are similar. Kella and Takabanayuki are the most relaxed ones. The former lives alone in a dormitory, producing and selling her own products and washing her own sheets without any burden. The latter is the Shadow Emperor of the Far East secular society and doesn't need to hide anything. When she feels like it, she even pulls a few beautiful maids around her for a bit of fun. It can be said that she is extremely depraved and enviable. No, it is disgusting. Kokolia and Ninty are also okay. They have to watch the birth of Yi Sakura Angel from a distance, which involves the strategy for auto later. This is a key step, so they naturally have to get together and watch in a safe environment without outsiders. So, they slept together that night. The next day, they said that Ninty wet the bed and asked Sen to wash and dry the sheets. Rosalia and Lilia wouldn't laugh at Ninty too much. After all, they still wet the bed occasionally. Sen, although she had a weird personality and spoke harshly, was very tolerant of Ninty, the only little helper in the family, and didn't say much. As for the remaining 3 anti-entropy elders, they only needed to act ignorant in this case, which would make them love Ninty more and take the opportunity to continue to increase their intimacy and favorability. The one who had the most headache was naturally our Lord Jilin Angel. Isn't his bed wetting? On the wet sheets, Fuhua and Alin sat on either side, facing Jilin in the middle. In the doubtful and worried eyes of the two, Jilin blushed, lowered her head, and couldn't say a word. Fuhua touched her neck, collarbone, and shoulders. The snow-white skin bore some strawberry marks left by Jilin last night. Fuhua was also a little confused. Intellectually, she felt they were all close friends and besties. As women, although it was not normal, it wasn't something to be angry about. At most, she could just laugh at Jilin for being naughty, but emotionally, as a traditional and pure woman, Fuhua couldn't help but feel a little. Well, let's say she wasn't used to it. Alas. Anyway, is there anything wrong with your body? After all, you have been resurrected after crossing 5,000 years of time. Could it be that something is wrong? Is that why you are so, well, unable to control yourself? Fuhua frowned slightly. She didn't care about Jilin's harassment last night but was worried about her physical condition. Jilin thought for a long time but couldn't think of how to pass the buck, so she could only give up and say, it's like this anyway. Anyway, I'm hungry. Jingwei, help me cook, and I'll wash the sheets. Okay, then I'll go cook. You pay more attention and tell me if you have any problems. At worst, I'll go ask that person for help. Fuhua was determined, with a bit of warmth in her eyes, and gently stroked the top of Jilin's head. She really doesn't want to get involved too much with Otto, but if it's the old friend in front of her who needs it, Fuhua is willing to put aside her fears and make a request to Otto, who has the most advanced technology at the moment. After Fuhua left, Alin floated behind Jilin, watching her dejectedly pack the sheets, and sighed. Alas. Sister, what happened to Lianshan after we disappeared into Chayu's body? Probably, he looked after the tribe, continued to try various herbs, and then grew old day by day, and fell asleep with a little regret but a clear conscience. Jilin paused and replied calmly. That was the husband of the real Jilin. He was called a husband, but in fact, he only accepted the confession and promised marriage on the eve of the decisive battle, and then, there was no follow-up. Is this the biggest regret of the real Jilin? finally realizing the intentions of the gentle boy and finally having the opportunity to build a warm and beautiful family like an ordinary girl. But everything came to an abrupt end, and in the darkness 5,000 years ago, everything returned to nothingness. Will he wait for me? I don't know. I don't have a chance to respond to him. All in, I bravely returned to the sunshine because of Jingwei's request. If it were Lian Shan, he would definitely hope that you let him go and start a new life in this era. I understand. I think so too. All in floated to the window, bathing in the sunshine that made her feel at ease. The corners of her mouth gradually rose, revealing a sad and relieved smile. Then, she turned around and said, "Sister, is this considered cheating? First of all, we didn't have a wedding. Secondly, Jingwei. Jingwei's matter is not considered cheating. Ah. I just like Jingwei. Just think of it as sleeping for 5,000 years and finally seeing Jingwei come to pick me up. Can't I help myself?" Puff. Sister is so slutty. Shut up. We are all the same. Laughing at me is a laughing at yourself. Jilin said with a blushing face, turned around, and threw the wrapped bedsheet to All-In. All-In took it calmly, but smiled without saying anything. Well, Jingwei is indeed different. She was once touched by her in her ignorance. If Lian Shan hadn't finally mustered up the courage to confess, it would be hard to say what her final mood would be. It is very likely that the one she cared about most before her death would be Jingwei, who was far away exorcising demons. 5,000 years ago, there was no concept of chastity, and Jingwei was still a woman, and it was impossible for her to see Lian Shan again. Under these factors, it was not surprising that Jingwei was devoted to bringing them back to the human world. Well, I suddenly remembered that I haven't taught you how to use the washing machine yet. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. While the two Jilens were chatting and joking, Fu Hua, who had been standing at the door for a long time, finally mustered up the courage to speak and reminded them of her presence. Then, Fu Hua scratched her face, a touching blush appearing on her fair face, and said calmly, "We are both girls. I haven't thought about love. That is to say, I received your feelings, but you. Ask someone else? Find someone else?" Fu Hua stuttered for a long time, not knowing what to say. If she refused, she was afraid that she would hurt the other person's heart. And today, 5,000 years later, there is no one else who can bear Jilin's feelings. Fu Hua couldn't imagine who Jilin could find. What's more, it was Fu Hua who forced Jilin to stay, so she had to take some responsibility, right? Ah. Fu Hua, what are you thinking about? Fu Hua touched the red mark on her neck and suddenly felt that the mark seemed to emit a scorching temperature, which made her at a loss and blush. For the first time in her life, she encountered a close friend who revealed her feelings, and she had the responsibility to take care of each other. Fu Hua couldn't deal with this situation. Then, Jilin came over, took Fu Hua's arm without saying a word, and dragged her to the laundry room. "Come on, teach me how to use that machine." "Ah. Oh. Okay." All-In held the bed sheet and floated behind, watching the backs of the two with a smile, especially watching Fu Hua's extremely stiff steps, which made her feel even more interesting. It seems that this is also quite interesting. All-In smiled sweetly. Chapter 110, Bronya's unexpected disaster. Time rewinds to the early morning. The fighter plane piloted by Bronya crossed the ocean and flew over St. Freya at dawn. It then plunged into St. Freya's energy shield protection system. Bang! Amidst the flying flames, the dusty Bronya was caught by the patrolling Valkyries and taken to the interrogation room. With her hands restrained, Bronya was confused and had only one thought: "Dean Teresa, didn't you say you would inform Teacher Hueco about the situation?" Name? Bronya Zachek. Gender? Female. Age? 14 years old. What is your identity? A first-year student at St. Freya, a sea-level Valkyrie of Sksal. Bronya had answered the same questions numerous times. Asking questions quickly and repeating basic inquiries randomly is a known interrogation technique that can sometimes catch the interrogated off guard. Bronya knew this was the mildest treatment she could receive. Fortunately, her identity was registered in the system. Although the patrolling Valkyries had doubts, they generally regarded her as one of their own. Otherwise, the humanitarianism advocated by secular levels couldn't restrain the Valkyries. After all, Sksal is a violent organization, the strongest one that completely overshadows secular forces. When dealing with enemies, they don't shy away from brutal means. For now, Bronya could only cooperate and wait for Teresa or Hueco to rescue her. Any resistance would only cause more trouble. "Why did you drive an anti-entropy plane to St. Freya at night?" "I got separated from the main force during the Chayu mission and failed to return on the Hyperion. I had to hide in the anti-entropy base for a few days, and then I found an opportunity to steal the fighter plane and return to the academy overnight. But we didn't receive any orders related to your landing." Bronya reported to the Academy Dean in advance. There must be a problem with information transmission. As long as we inform the Academy Dean, everything will be cleared up. Bronya patiently explained to the serious questioner. She looked at her dirty little hands and then at the burnt curls on both sides of her head. Under her expressionless face, she couldn't help but feel sad. She thought that upon her return, she would be welcomed by Teacher Hueco, Sister Mai, and Angel, and receive a warm welcome at St. Freya. But what is the situation now? It would have been better to stay in the anti-entropy base for a few more days. At this time, Teresa, who had forwarded the message to the housekeeper Hueco, had long forgotten about it and was in a sweet dream. At the same time, Hueco, who should have received the message and arranged to welcome her, was still in a drunken stupor, happily embracing Angel's delicate and flawless body, feeling extremely comfortable. No one knew that Bronya was back, and no one knew that she was in the interrogation room. Bronya was sent back to Hueco's home by the Valkyries that afternoon. Due to the embarrassment of the previous night, Hueco had already run to Teresa's room to avoid Angel and contemplate life. Swish. Angel took the shower head and gently stroked Bronya's skin with her little hands, washing away the dust and oil left after the plane explosion. Raiden Mai was responsible for rubbing her equally dirty hair. Angel, looking distressed, said in a soft voice, "Bronya, was your temporary mission so dangerous? If I had known, I would have gone with you. Did you suffer a lot?" Regarding Bronya's disappearance from the Hyperion, except for Teresa, Hueco, and Raiden Mai, the explanation given to others was that it was a temporary mission. After all, they couldn't tell everyone that St. Freya's student Bronya is the daughter of the anti-entropy executor Kokolia, right? This kind of situation is too complicated to explain. Bronya had a cat-like face. For the first time, she was grateful for the problem with her emotional expression center, which allowed her to maintain a smooth expressionless face and cover up her resentment. She said expressionlessly, "Well, it's a bit complicated. It's mainly due to issues with the school dean and teacher Hueco. Then Mai and I will make you a big meal tonight to help you replenish your nutrition." "Okay, thank you, Angel." Bronya's eyes softened. Angel is truly an angel. Although she was initially full of vigilance, once she got close, she would receive sincere tenderness and care. Just like Seal. Bronya's heart softened, and she looked at Angel, who was diligently cleaning her body, with even more affection. Pluralol. Meanwhile, Kaiana, who knew nothing and had no conscience, was playing diving games in the bathtub and enjoying herself. Bronya squinted her eyes and stared at Kaiana without mercy. From that silly smile full of low intelligence and low ability, she seemed to have seen through the root cause of this unprovoked disaster. Dean Teresa is related to Kaiana, so they share a similar paramecium nature, right? Sorry. You sent the message too late. I fell asleep after forwarding it to Hueco. I forgot about it. I'll give you this set of Hamu comics. Please forgive me, Bronya." That night, Teresa apologized to Bronya with a pale expression. When Bronya left, she had an idea that Bronya's infiltration into the enemy camp could effectively counter Kokolia's tricks, so she encouraged Bronya. As a result, this plan caused Bronya to crash and be arrested for interrogation. Teresa still had a conscience and knew her mistakes. Bronya picked up a comic book and looked at the beautiful cover, her eyes gradually softening. Well, the school dean is much better than that paramecium after all. In view of this sincerity, Bronya forgives the school dean. Kaiana, who was shot for no reason, raised her head, her cheeks puffed up, chewing the cake brought back by Hueco, and tilted her head with a silly look. "Huh? I wasn't talking to you. And eat less, this is specially for Angel." Hueco covered her face and looked at the apology gift she bought for Angel, which was being devoured by Kaiana without any explanation. She was both angry and amused. Kaiana scratched her head, blinked indifferently, and then continued to concentrate on eating the cake. With delicious food in front of her, she didn't understand why everyone else was still fussing. The right thing to do is to eat more. Hueco shook her head helplessly and apologized to Bronya sincerely. Although being drunk was a reason, ultimately, it was a burden for Bronya to suffer unnecessary hardships, so her attitude should be clear. Bronya snorted softly, hugged the Hamu comics, looked at her friends and elders who surrounded her, and under the warm light, finally felt like she was back. So, her mood slowly recovered. As the atmosphere gradually improved, Hueco finally gathered her courage, picked up a piece of cake, and approached Angel little by little. "Angel, Thank you, Hueco." Angel said softly, quietly stretched out her hand, hooked Hueco's little finger, and gently pressed against her body. Hueco was stunned for a moment. After a long time, she smiled bitterly and fed the cake to Angel herself. "What's going on? It seems I'm the only one tangled up in a bunch of nonsense. Is this child too simple, not understanding what happened last night?" Or is she overly dependent on me? Hueco breathed a sigh of relief but felt confused again. It seemed that she suddenly didn't know what kind of attitude she should have towards this child. Ding dong. Good evening, everyone. I am sorry to intrude. Rita has some matters to discuss with Bronya Zaczek. Excuse me, do you have time, Bronya? Everyone was talking and laughing in the room, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, followed by Rita's natural and charming voice. Raiden Mai subconsciously clasped her hands in front of her chest and became nervous. Teresa and Hueco also looked serious. Bronya. It's okay. It may be some issues with the mission. Bronya will talk to Miss Rita. You can rest first. You don't have to wait for me. Bronya glanced at Angel and knew that many things were not easy to reveal to her now, so she made a decision immediately. Teresa gave Hueco and Raiden Mai a reassuring look. With the school dean here, Bronya will be fine. Thinking this way, Teresa stood up and walked out of the house with Bronya, who pretended to be calm. Chapter 111, Fuhua, I have a friend. Rita knows the relationship between Bronya and Gokulia. The mother and daughter caused a significant event in Nagasaura City, and Kayana was also involved. Otto couldn't help but pay attention, so he naturally didn't want to hide their identities. However, Otto has a rule not to interfere with the interpersonal relationships around Kayana unless necessary. Plus, with Teresa's protection, Bronya is naturally very safe. Rita had no intention of doing anything harmful and, in fact, couldn't do much. She just wanted to uncover the truth about the destruction of the Saint Freya underground laboratory and gather information about the East Shinzu Sea base, particularly Welt's injury and Mindy's status. As expected, Bronya was very vigilant, and Rita didn't obtain any useful information. Rita ended the conversation with her usual elegant smile. Sorry to bother you tonight. Miss Bronya, you've worked hard on the mission. Please rest well. We'll talk again when there's time. And Teresa, I wish you pleasant dreams. Good night. Yes, Lady Rita, Bronya replied calmly, keeping a straight face. She watched Rita's figure gradually disappear under the street lamp. Then Teresa jumped out from behind the lamp and patted Bronya's shoulder. Hee hee. I told you, with the Academy Dean here, she can't touch you. If the Academy Dean hadn't been hiding behind the street lamp, Bronya might have believed you. Bronya sighed softly, looking at Teresa's scared expression as she patted her chest. What can I do? That maid is very dangerous. I don't want to be toyed with by her again. Teresa blinked and asked, what's the matter? She has been testing me. I think she already knows my identity, and now she knows that I know that they know it. Huh? Teresa was confused, counting her fingers to figure out how many no's Bronya said, and finally tilted her head in confusion. What are you doing with this tongue twister? Bronya means that the headquarters may know more information than we think. Isn't that natural? How can you hide what Grandpa wants to know from him? But don't worry, it seems that Grandpa hasn't taken it to heart yet. You just need to study hard and make progress every day. Teresa scratched her head and smiled optimistically. She had absolute confidence in Otto's ability and didn't think Bronya's identity was a big deal. After all, Saint Freya was her territory, and she didn't think it would be difficult to protect a student. Bronya was silent for a moment, speechless. She looked at the moon in the sky, thought for a while, and sent a message to Gokulia. Mom, I got to school safely, everything is going well. Don't worry, okay, the other party replied almost immediately. Bronya was stunned for a moment, then gently put the mobile phone-style communicator against her chest, recalling the short time at home. Although there were many things she was not used to at first, like Gokulia always hugging her to make up for the long-lost intimacy, or Sin learning to do housework and becoming the little housekeeper at home, and Ninty, the new well-behaved and lovely sister, home was warm after all. It had the magic to make people unload all defenses and pressure, and after being away, she immediately missed it. From having no home to having a home again, this feeling couldn't be described in words but gave an incomparable sense of security. Bronya looked up at the moon, as if she saw the scene of home again. Under the moonlight, her eyes were filled with soft waves. Teacher Hueco, sorry to bother you so late. I have some questions and really don't know who to talk to. Late at night, Hueco, alone in bed hugging her pillow, suddenly received a call from Fuhua. Hueco's expression was wooden, and she said weakly, tell me. It's like this, I have a friend who ran into a longtime friend who confessed that they liked them, and then, that is your friend you? Ahem. Just a friend. Fuhua covered up with a hurried voice. Hueco sneered. Hey. Then is your friend a man or a woman? A woman. What about the friend who confessed to your friend? She's also a woman, Fuhua replied quickly. Hueco took a deep breath, turned on the speaker, put the phone to her mouth, and roared, Another lesbian again? I'm still annoyed. Go find someone else, get lost. Pa. Hueco hung up the phone, threw it away, and curled up, hugging the pillow in her arms. Although it's soft, it's different. She must be angry, right? Or scared? Otherwise, why did she suddenly go to Kayana's room to sleep? Woo woo woo. It's so lonely to be alone. Hueco twisted her body uncomfortably, her devilishly hot body jumping up and down on the bed without any image. She was no longer used to nights without Angel sleeping with her and couldn't help but guess Angel's thoughts, unable to sleep even more with her wild thoughts. If she couldn't sleep normally, she could use alcohol to help her sleep, and she would fall asleep after drinking. But she decided to quit drinking again today. I can't sleep, _woo woo woo. Angel, I can't sleep. While Hueco was tossing and turning, Kayana was sleeping soundly. Snoring hee hee hee. My, I want to eat more. Angel soft snoring. The white-haired girl was talking in her sleep, with crystal saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth. Her silly smile on her sleeping face was so cute that people couldn't help but smile knowingly. Angel looked at Kayana's flawless white face close to her and couldn't help pinching it, showing a gentle and loving smile. She's so silly that it makes people envious, Angel said. But at the same time, people couldn't help but want to protect this innocent happiness. Especially since Angel had come close to her and gradually accumulated some strength. This love for her silly friend became stronger. However, how far could she go in the end? With confidence gradually becoming calm, and with uncertainty and a sense of crisis about the future, Angel slowly closed her eyes. In Kayana's soft and sweet embrace, her mind sank into the realm of power. In the realm of consciousness, in the pure white space. The snow-white Herrscher of the void sat on the crystal throne with her legs crossed, eating instant noodles while watching the latest animation Kayana watched during the day, feeling at ease. Suddenly, the world in front of her eyes changed. Siren keenly noticed that the space she was in had changed. The sky was filled with countless rotating huge golden gears, and under her feet was a flat and solid gray stone brick ground. The towering walls enclosed a huge arena. Siren was in the center of the field, and Angel was sitting in the audience seats on the high wall. It's you again, Aunt. Siren casually threw the instant noodles, and the hot soup spilled on the stone bricks. Siren had a cold face, slowly raised her right hand, and summoned countless black space holes. One by one, the subspace spears with cold light slowly poked out of the space hole, and the violent murderous aura was like a heavy rain curtain. At the same time, a petite figure jumped down from the high wall, slowly drew out the red ancient Han sword, and walked toward Siren step by step. This sword is made of solium and the core of the prehistoric Herrscher. The sword is called Fire Essence. The sword blade is 3 feet and 7 inches, and the net weight is 73 pounds and 16 taels. It can cut hair and understand people's hearts. Please teach me. Angel threw away the scabbard, held the sword with both hands, and gradually changed from strolling to sprinting, sword almost piercing Siren's chest in an instant. Siren's eyes were cold. She looked at the angels who looked like spectators on the high wall, and her murderous aura became stronger. How dare you look down on me? Countless sharp spears fell like a rainstorm, making the bluestone paved arena full of holes. Amid the rumbling vibration, the red phantom shuttled freely in the rain of death, and soon, slashed the sword in front of Siren. Clang! The crisp sound of metal and iron clashing spread in all directions, and the red sword and the subspace lance collided with flashing sparks, and even collided with a sword energy aftermath that tore the ground. Facing each other, Siren's expression was cold, but Angel smiled slowly. Saint Freya Angel was an individual with a relatively mediocre physical foundation, and she did not obtain those advanced amplification plugins. However, the edge of Taixuan of the 4th level blade mantra combined with the key of domination was also quite powerful, but how powerful it was had not been tested. But tonight, Angel and the others will get an answer. Angel sometimes released powerful sword energy from her hand, sometimes the red long sword flew out of her hand, and the sword flew in the air, which was hard to defend. She advanced and retreated calmly in the death zone of the flying subspace lances and repeatedly approached Siren. However, the limit does exist after all. After the game lasted for a long time, the wounded angel was pierced through the body by several subspace lances. The crystal-clear purple eyes looked at Siren from a distance, with a bit of regret, and then the figure turned into a light spot and disappeared from the space of fighting for power. 37 minutes, facing the weak Siren. This data is not much surprising. She is much stronger than the usual Hueco, but the Hueco in the final lesson period has different combat power and cannot be used as a comparison. Unfortunately, none of us has fought with Rhea. It feels like I am stronger in Saint Freya, but I am not sure. The S-level threshold, or a little higher, is still far from the real Herrscher, probably at this level? The angels commented on the battlefield performance and didn't care about the defeat of Saint Freya Angel. Siren's face turned black, and she waved her hand to cover the faces of these spectators with the subspace lance. Then, another more petite figure slowly landed in front of Siren. "Elder sister, you can call me Ninty, I will compete with you in this match." The little girl with golden hair growing to her thighs had a wooden face, and her tail was shaking behind her, slowly protruding two sharp fangs, like a sword just out of its sheath. At the same time, the surging Hukai energy spread out from the young body like the sky falling. Siren's cold expression froze for a moment. What a joke. Die. Siren turned the two spears into ribbons that cut everything, and flew towards Ninty. At the same time, in the audience seats on the wall, Jilin stroked the Xuan Yuan sword, Delta stroked the thermos cup, and the huge mecha slowly clenched its fist. There were also hundreds of individuals like Saint Freya Angel, rubbing their hands eagerly. "Sister, don't worry, we will come to play with you in the next many days." Chapter 112, Siren's Training Diary. 90 killed Siren. Then Delta also killed her. Then it was Jilin. She didn't kill, but she didn't take a kill. Kusagakure was the same. There was no way. Siren had no body, no core, and the imaginary portal was only slightly connected. She only had an incomplete consciousness left. Usually, she could only hide in the deepest part of Kayana's spiritual realm. It was difficult for her to jump out, tell and do nonsense. In this case, facing the mantis of the continental level Honkai beast Chayu, the Herrscher holding the core, the ancient super-strong human of 5,000 years ago holding the strongest key of domination, and the holder of the Jizo Mitama, being able to die without being so ugly was the limit of Siren. Why? After experiencing the killing by Kusagakure, Siren returned to the domination theater again and looked at her hands with confusion. Theoretically, Siren had lost 4 times in the power game in the domination theater, and Angel could have deprived her of the power of the void long ago. But obviously, she didn't do that. Instead she sent the power back and using it to pull Siren into the theater again. Siren didn't understand this situation yet, she just looked at the theater in confusion. "You were so weak last time. What on earth are you? What's going on?" Siren roared excitedly. Incomprehension, confusion, humiliation, disbelief, and even a little fear of the unknown in front of her. Siren was completely unable to maintain her composure. At this moment, hundreds of unarmed angels and 100 giant mechas descended in the middle of the theater almost in unison, surrounding Siren. "Sister, we are competing for superiority and life and death. Please teach me." I beep beep beep. The next thing was a chaotic war. Siren desperately vented her power, but the angels didn't seem to be so united. For example, some individuals who were knocked away and then collided with each other even gave up on Siren and directly fought each other internally. However, after a lot of trouble, Siren was finally exhausted. Before she disappeared, Siren stared fiercely at the devastated theater, and even more at the embarrassed but carefree angels. "Remember this. Goodbye, elder sister, I won't let you go. See you tonight, elder sister." After Siren disappeared, the ruined theater slowly recovered under the influence of the Honkai energy, and many angels were lying, sitting, or stacked, gathering in the center without any image. Ha ha ha. I knew it would work. She has to defeat all of us to win the battle and threaten our power. It would be weird if she won. We are invincible. Out, elder sister is really a great sparring partner. Ha ha ha. The angels laughed so hard that some even rolled over with laughter. When she was still weak and had not yet mastered the control of power, she accidentally dragged Siren into the theater. That first encounter almost wiped out all of Angel. That was the most dangerous day for Angel in this world. Once she failed in the theater, her power would be taken away by Siren. Even if not all of it was taken away, it might make Siren wake up. Then everything that happened next would be out of control. In short, the consequences were unimaginable. How long has it been since then? Less than half a year, and the situation has completely reversed. The sense of accomplishment and the pleasure of revenge made Angel and the others laugh uncontrollably. Refreshed, so tired the next day, Kayana woke up with an unprecedented sense of relief, as if some heavy burden had been suddenly unloaded. Siren was wilted. Didn't she relieve most of the mental burden that this silly girl was unaware of on weekdays? In contrast, Angel yawned, sleepy-eyed, and looked tired after fighting all night. Kayana blinked, then hugged Angel and said with a silly smile, "Hee hee. Sleeping with Angel is really good. I feel like sleeping one night is equivalent to sleeping 3 nights. So do you want to continue tonight?" "Wait." Angel rubbed her watery eyes and replied with a wooden face. Kayana's eyes showed a light of surprise, and she smiled and stroked Angel's hair and chin. And Kayana didn't know at this moment that such a good sleep quality would last longer than she thought. The next night. "Angel, welcome to the Domination Theater. I forgot to say the lines yesterday, Let's continue playing, elder sister. Siren, you dare to come? I want to kill you 1,000 times and 10,000 times is not enough. Then, Siren died twice more than yesterday. The third night. Angel, welcome to the Domination Theater. Siren, I was not in good condition the past 2 days. Today, let me see how I will kill you. Then, Siren died a few more times. The seventh night. Angel, welcome to the Domination Theater. Siren, shivered subconsciously, I will smash you. Siren Chen has accumulated deaths, well, I am too lazy to count. The 13th night. Angel, welcome to the Domination Theater. Siren, weak legs trembling, can't you change the line? The 19th night. Angel, welcome to the Domination Theater. Siren, turned around and frantically looked for the exit, don't come over here. The 20th night. Angel, welcome. Siren, turned around and ran, welcome you beep beep beep. The 25th night. Siren, falling to the ground, thighs twitching, poor. The aroma of instant noodles came from the table, and Siren moved her nose subconsciously. What conspiracy do you have? If you want to kill or bury me, just do it. I will never pay attention to you again. Sister, the new instant noodle flavor launched by Shenzhou is well received, but it has not yet spread to the Far East. Do you want to try it? I won't be fooled. Humans are all liars. That's right, humans are all liars. As Herrschers, we must be vigilant against human conspiracies. Angel nodded in agreement. Siren blinked blankly. That's right. She is also a Herrscher. Siren suddenly realized this. We are obviously accomplices, why did you beat me, why is it so? But when Siren thought of the pain she had experienced during this period, she was still angry and tried to cheer up a little. She said, I won't believe you. You must want to trick me and chase me to fight, right? I tell you, you are just bullying me because I am weak now. When I recover, you will be in trouble. Sister, you said, don't bully a poor girl? I don't understand what you are saying. That's right. She didn't have any education at the beginning, and Kayana didn't go to school properly. Sister's cultural level is really hard to praise. I thought about it. In the next few days, I will help sister improve her cultural level. Humphrey. Study hard and you will have instant noodles. Popular flavors from all over the world, delicious snacks other than instant noodles, as well as animation, games, TV series, movies, songs. As long as you learn from me, I can find everything for you. Angel opened her arms and said confidently. Siren, who closed her eyes, obviously moved her eyelids when she heard these words, but still said nothing. Then Angel's face darkened. If you don't cooperate, I will continue to fight until my elder sister agrees. I'll learn. Remember your conditions. Siren sat up suddenly, looked at Angel's smiling face, and clenched her teeth. The 31st day. Look carefully, this man is called Mr. Sunny B. Ah, it's Kevin Kaslana. Huh? Why do I have to know a mere human? Let me put it this way, Siegfried used the Shamesh back then, which was Kevin's basic attack, and he is still alive now, staring at us Herrscher sisters in the Sea of Quanta. But it doesn't matter, his organization is called the World Serpent, and my clone is already cooperating with them, looking for a way to block him in the sea. Huh? The 32nd day. Look carefully, this woman is called Fuhua. I know her. That's easy. She is still seriously injured and dying. The move of Taixuan Imminence that cut off the connection of the Honkai god was her basic attack during her victorious period. But it doesn't matter. My clone has become her apprentice and is learning this move now. It may be possible to crack it later. The 33rd day. Look carefully, this woman is called Mai, the actual leader of the Fire Moth. Oh, I have to tell you about the previous civilization. The 13 Flame Acasers, the Divine Key and Prometheus here. It is worth mentioning that Prometheus is the Honkai god you saw. The 34th day. Look carefully, this man is Auto Apocalypse, he is over 500 years old this year, he is the master of the Divine Key Void Archives, he has countless clones, he is a real immortal, unkillable old monster. Listen to me, he is now planning to become the new god, and my sister is part of his plan. Huh? On the 42nd day, the weather outside is sunny, and the weather in the Domination Theater is also sunny. Angel and Siren sat across the small tea table, drinking black tea calmly. Ah, fragrant, the two squinted their eyes happily, revealing a calm smile of peace and tranquility. Crack. Then the handle of Siren's teacup cracked. She smashed the teacup and overturned the tea table. Doesn't that mean I'm dead if I go out? Even if I gather the lost power, I'm still dead. Damn. Siren didn't want to believe in Angel's nonsense history and settings. But it was too real and too detailed, there was no sign of falsehood. Is the water in the human world that deep? Yes, it is that deep, Elder sister. Angel smiled tiredly. Siren pursed her lips and stared stubbornly. If Angel had popularized history with her at the beginning, Siren would not listen to a word. The problem was that Angel had beaten Siren into submission first, so she had to listen. If Angel had popularized history by reading textbooks, Siren would still not be able to learn it, and it would go in one ear and out the other. The problem was that Angel tried hard to tell the whole history as a story, and it was full of pictures and texts, with ups and downs, as fascinating as a comic book, so Siren had to listen. She listened and believed it all. After deeply realizing how deep the water in the human world is, Siren, who was full of revenge, felt wronged now. Bullying. They're bullying the Herrscher. They are bullying the Herrscher too much. Woo woo woo. The powerful and confident Queen of the Sky was completely defeated tonight, and her noble and cold Herscher's heart could no longer hold back. Chapter 113, What is the pattern? Do you think we can still destroy humanity? After pacing, rolling, and crying, Siren squatted on the grass, her delicate nose red. She spoke with sobs, her trembling lips forming the words, her eyes blank. Even the Honkai god who gave her hope was manipulated by humans. Who could stand this? However, the idea of destroying humanity originated from the resentment accumulated during human experiments and was not entirely the instruction of the Honkai god. So, Siren still retained this goal. Angel sighed. She gently held Siren's little face, deep sadness flashing in her eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sister, no matter how much it costs, Herschers will definitely defeat humanity. You. Call me Angel, sister. Angel, I'm so angry. Humans are so insidious. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't know that they were actually playing me, and some were hiding behind to watch the show. They made a fool of me. Siren pouted and cried, staring at the only good sister she could trust with tears in her eyes. Angel gently hugged Siren, patted her back, and said, like comforting a child, don't cry, sister. You have to be strong. The great cause of eliminating mankind depends on our joint efforts. How can we do it? I have several plans. Tell me, you are so smart. There must be a good way. Siren pushed away Angel, then held Angel's hands, with a ray of hope in her tearful eyes. Although she didn't want to admit it, Angel, who knew everything and had been pushing forward the plan, was obviously much better than her, the Herrscher of the Void, who had been fooled all the time. Siren felt that she had grasped hope. Angel lived up to expectations and said seriously, first of all, the divine key must be recovered. Theoretically, each one can give humans Herrscher-level power, so it must not be controlled by humans. I have recovered 3 now, and the others are still being explored. Okay, you are so right. Then there is the power of the Herrscher of this era. I have already dealt with the traitor of the first Herrscher. As long as I wait patiently, he will definitely give me the core. As for the younger sisters or brothers in the future, we can negotiate with them. If it makes sense, we will pull them over to work together. If they are the kind of people who don't listen to advice and insist on going to die, or they are useless people without reason, then we will take out their cores first and never give the cores to humans. That's right, let's do it. Humanity has accumulated 50,000 years for the water to be this deep. The two of us combined have less than 10 years, so of course, we can't beat them. So we must gather the divine key and the power of the Herrscher, and we can't let humans continue to become stronger. Yes, that makes sense. I listen to you. If the Herschers in the future don't live up to expectations, we will take the lead. We would rather not have helpers than let them give away the core for nothing. Siren nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, wiped her tears randomly, and then sniffed and said, anything else? And, the most important thing is that we have to hide. The water of humans is too deep, so I will use my power as the Herrscher of domination, just like the previous civilization, to lurk among humans and let humans drown themselves with their own water. You are so good. Siren's eyes began to shine, and she held Angel's little hand tightly. Angel said sinisterly, humanity relies on the 3 major organizations to fight against the Honkai. I have completely infiltrated anti-entropy, and it will be my world sooner or later. On the side of Sexkull, I have also infiltrated an S-level Valkyrie clone, which is considered a high-level one. Only the World Serpent has not been infiltrated yet, but it is already in my sights. When I control the 3 major organizations, I can let them fight each other. Great. Right. Humans will never think that the power they have accumulated for thousands and tens of thousands of years will not be used to fight the Herrscher in the end, but to fight themselves. If the plan goes well, we don't have to take action at that time, and humans will be seriously injured. Then we will jump out and the destruction of humans will be just around the corner. Angel, you are so awesome. Siren's eyes were shining, and her admiration was almost written in her eyes. That's right, she, the Herrscher of the Void, was treated as a monkey by a group of insidious, old, immortal humans, but Angel wanted to treat those humans as monkeys. What is a pattern? What is wisdom? This is the damn pattern and wisdom. It was so refreshing. Siren imagined that those humans were fooled by Angel and started a tragic civil war for no reason. Then she jumped out when humans suffered heavy casualties and wiped them out with a wave of her hand. Siren trembled. Her brain was trembling. Happy, so happy. Angel looked at Siren's silly and dazed look and couldn't help but worry. Could it be that she was fooled too much and really became stupid? Sister? Sister? Sister Siren. At Angel's call, Siren sucked back her saliva with a hiss, and then said with a serious face, "You said, I'm here. Sister, humans have been plotting to deal with us for a long time. They are too bad, and our current strength is seriously insufficient. I need your help. You said it. Anyway, I can't beat them. As long as I can destroy humans, I will listen to you in everything. Sister, you are so nice. You don't know that I was caught by Saint Freya when I was just born, and my identity was almost exposed and my core was nearly dug out. In the past 6 months, I didn't dare to rest for a minute. I worked hard every day, carefully inquired about the news, and made plans every day. Woo woo woo, I'm so tired." Angel threw herself into Siren's soft arms, rubbing her chest, and complained aggrievedly. Siren had long been love-deprived. How could she stand such a spoiled child? After she thought she had figured out the situation, she naturally put herself in the position of the elder sister after hearing the words elder sister. Then, her heart softened all of a sudden. "Don't cry, Angel, you've worked so hard." "Woo, hearing you cry, I want to cry again, woo. Elder sister. Angel." Woo x2 The two hugged each other tightly, venting the frustration and helplessness after knowing the truth. At this moment, they finally formed a sisterhood of unity and cooperation. At least that's what Siren thought. It's really not easy for us Herschers, and even so, there's a traitor. Now there are only 2 sisters left to keep each other warm and talk to each other. It's too pitiful. At least that's what Siren thought. As both Herschers determined to destroy humanity, and both children chosen by Honkai, we support each other and work together. We are sisters closer than real sisters. At least that's what Siren thought. Chapter 114, Angel's Script, I Am the Queen. Sister, are these instant noodles delicious? They're delicious. And this cake? It's delicious too. On the night of the 43rd day, there was no fighting or teaching in the Domination Theater, just a simple food appreciation meeting. Siren was immersed in a dazzling array of delicious food, her mouth covered in oil, and even her stomach slightly bulging. It was so touching. Her sister is so good. Siren had never eaten so many delicious foods in her life and couldn't imagine that there were so many tasty things in the world. After wolfing down food for most of the day, Siren slumped in her chair, letting Angel wipe the corners of her mouth and cheeks. She was so satisfied that she didn't even want to move a hair. "Angel, you're so kind. You're worthy of being my sister. When I get out and regain my strength, I'll definitely kill more humans to repay you." Okay. Now, sister, let's talk business." Angel ignored Siren's sincere thanks and promises, her face turning serious. Siren sat up a little straighter. She couldn't help but burp, but it didn't affect her queenly image as she listened intently. Angel said, "Sister, listen to me. Your resurrection was planned by that old bastard Otto to become a god. Although he plotted against you, fortunately, he didn't know about my birth. Next, we can't let his plan go smoothly. That's right. That bastard dared to plot against me. I won't let him succeed. So, next we do this." Siren listened to Angel's plan involving a substitute, swapping a cat for a prince, and secretly backstabbing. Sometimes she frowned slightly, sometimes nodded continuously, and finally took Angel's hand with a submissive look, saying, "Then, I will give my power to you first. I'll leave everything to you, Angel. Sister is so nice, I really like you." He, I'm not that nice. I even hit you at the beginning." Siren was shy, the corners of her mouth nearly reaching her ears. "God has mercy on me." Siren has never been called sister in her life. This kind of respect, this kind of love, this kind of trust, it was as good as the dream with Cecilia back then. However, Cecilia, a human, lied to her. But Angel is a Herrscher, and a Herrscher will not lie to another Herrscher, except for traitors like Welt. Siren was overwhelmed with joy, her brain, which had given up thinking because of the harsh reality, suddenly became even emptier. Siren's happiness and satisfaction lasted until she appeared in the luxurious villa of Takabana Yuki in the Far East in human form. She casually lifted her soft and fluffy purple hair, then reached out to touch her slender waist and plump chest. Siren looked at the floor-length mirror in front of her, and her pair of bright golden eyes blinked as she saw a familiar yet unfamiliar beautiful girl. This is what I imagine my elder sister would look like when she grows up healthy. As expected, our elder sister is really beautiful. The shorter black-haired girl, like an expensive high-end doll, appeared behind Siren at some point, hugged Siren's waist, and breathed on her snow-white neck. Siren shivered violently, partly because of the breath on her neck and partly because of the weather. At the turn of spring and summer in the Far East, the climate is still cool, and it is even colder at night. Siren hadn't felt the sensation of having a body for a long time, especially this weak human body, and she was naked. Hiss. So cold. Siren felt the chill. At the same time, she felt so weak after losing her power that even moving a finger seemed difficult. This was actually an illusion caused by the sudden change from the strong to weak. This body, made from Cecilia's clone, was much stronger than humans or even ordinary Valkyries. But this feeling also gradually brought back Siren's rationality. The Reborn experience made those heavy historical truths and the touching trust that Angel brought her suddenly feel distant. Siren turned around and grabbed Takabana Yuki's slender wrist. "You didn't lie to me, did you?" Siren frowned, and a bit of her aloofness that had been deprived for more than a month returned. Takabana Yuki smiled, but she was sweating in her heart. "Hey. What's going on? Didn't I fool her?" Maybe it was the anxiety after losing power that made Siren instinctively regain her rationality. She is not stupid. As long as she calms down, she will doubt it to some extent. "What should we do now?" Don't panic, don't panic. Everything is under control. Even if she doubts it, she has no chance of getting out of control from beginning to end. Since we have come this far, let's speed up the strategy and change our approach. Let me think. Our eldest sister's obsession is almost crazy. If that's the case, I'll just be crazier than her. Takabana Yuki rushed forward and pushed the unsuspecting Siren onto the soft carpet, pressing her snow-white body down and laughing softly. "Ha ha ha. My sister is so interesting, more interesting than I thought. Hey, Angel, you. I like you so much. I liked you so much even when my sister didn't know. I finally got elder sister. Ah, I'm so happy, so happy, so happy. You." Before Siren could finish her question, her mouth was blocked, and then her golden eyes suddenly widened. Through practice, Angel had already gained some basic skills in kissing. Originally, it was to comfort her, but as the sweet taste flooded her mind, Takabana Yuki's eyes gradually deepened. After a long time, Takabana Yuki reluctantly raised her head, and a strand of silver thread connected their lips. Takabana Yuki admired the beautiful scenery below her and licked her lips subconsciously. "Is my sister an adult, or not?" Takabana Yuki tilted her head and asked with a dazed look. "What should I do?" After tasting the sweetness, this graceful lamb in front of her became even more irresistible. Moreover, from the perspective of a Honkai Impact third player, how many people didn't have the thought of having a passionate love with the Herrscher of the Void? Siren came back to her senses, looking at the silver thread that had just broken. She immediately covered her mouth and shouted with unprecedented shame and anger, "What do you want to do?" "I want you, elder sister." "How insolent. Rude. Aunt. But I love you so much, elder sister, I can't help it." Takabana Yuki slowly lowered her head, her black eyes staring directly at Siren's dazzling golden pupils that she tried to avoid but couldn't, as if forming a dark vortex. In short, Siren panicked. This was a crisis she had never imagined. I am your elder sister. It's okay, I don't mind. It's better to say that I like you more because you are my elder sister. You are crazy. Hee, elder sister is so cute. I have been thinking about you for a long time and I am going crazy. Takabana Yuki said half acting, half sincerely, her little heart beating rapidly, urging her to pick the sweet fruit in front of her. But Takabana Yuki still maintained her rationality and thought carefully. First of all, is Siren threat now? The answer is no. Her power had been taken away, and her body was provided by the power of domination. Everything about Siren was under Angel's control. Secondly, would she be responsible for Siren? Of course. It is better to say that in this world, except for here, is there any other place for Siren to stay? Her mother-in-law is dead. In this era, no one can accept Siren, and Siren disdains to accept anyone. Finally, does she like Siren? This is also certain. Since her last life, she had liked the queen who is arrogant, cold, cute, and burdened with heavy pain. Okay, all of it except the last one is an excuse. It is obvious that Angel is very greedy for the queen and does not intend to give her to anyone. After clarifying this fact, there is nothing to worry about. So, Takabana Yuki leaned over and whispered in Siren's slightly trembling snow-white ear, "Sister, today, I will teach you new knowledge to celebrate our first meeting in the real world." What? What? Yes, it's love you. Siren was forced into silence again by Takabana Yuki's sickly smile. There is no need to elaborate on what happened next. The carpet that must be replaced, the queen sobbing, the rising temperature in the room, these things are boring, so let's skip them. At the same time, Kayana, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly had her mental burden thrown away that had accompanied her for many years, and a comfortable smile rose on her face. Then, she dreamed of a pale and infinite world in a daze. Huh? Where is this? Kayana scratched her head in confusion. Suddenly, a figure that looked exactly like her appeared in the sky. A strange wing-like structure was suspended behind her, with 3 golden energy wings on one side and 3 gorgeous and sharp silver-white spears on the other side. The snow-white hip-length hair fluttered slowly, and the dazzling golden eyes released a chilling majesty. Get out. Kayana heard such cold words. Then, endless white spears poured down like a rain curtain. Ah! Kayana was expelled from the dream with a terrified scream. After that, our queen, the Herrscher of the Void, Her Highness Angel, slowly landed on the crystal throne. She lowered her eyes, and remained silent for a very long time, like an exquisite but immobile puppet. Ha ha ha. The new script is already in my hands, Otto, are you ready? I will eventually control everything. No one can threaten my survival anymore. No one can hurt Hueco anymore. I am your queen. Ha ha ha. The wild, clear, and loud laughter kept echoing in the space, and it took a long time to calm down. Chapter 115, Hueco gives up on correcting herself. Asshole. Pervert. What have you done to me? Siren couldn't accept that things had suddenly developed to this point. She wasn't a love-struck person nor a nympho. She only wanted to vent her inner resentment and anger, and she saw it as her mission to destroy mankind. She was the most qualified Herrscher of the contemporary era. In short, she had never thought of having sex with Angel, let alone losing her virginity. You can't. You can't. Siren hugged the pillow, and in a fit of rage, tears of humiliation flashed in the corners of her eyes. Takabana Yuki, or rather, Angel, felt guilty. I'm sorry, elder sister, this is my first time too. This was the truth. In her 2 lifetimes, the most extreme thing Angel had done was to entertain herself. But last night, probably because a series of plans had come to an end, she was finally able to take a breath. Her mind relaxed, and then, she couldn't resist the temptation. You can't do this. Why? Sister, don't you like me? Takabana Yuki crawled in front of Siren like a snow-white puppy, looking at Siren with a pair of clear and clean black eyes. Siren moved back in a panic, but her back suddenly hit the wall. She shouted impatiently, it's not that question. I mean, how can you do me like this? So why not? I like sister, super like. Doesn't sister like me? Or does sister like someone else? Takabana Yuki's voice became darker, and her eyes grew deeper. Siren hit Takabana Yuki on the head with a pillow. You pulled me here from the mental world. Who else can I know besides you? I mean, it's not allowed. This kind of thing. In short, it's not allowed. Although her education level was almost blank, after growing up with Kayana for a few years, Siren had more or less acquired some sense of being a girl. She didn't have this awareness until last night, but now she clearly felt that such impure and indecent things were not allowed. Siren hugged the pillow again, her face and earlobes flushed with shyness and anger. Takabana Yuki sat like a duck and touched her forehead where she had been hit. On the exquisite face of the Oriental girl, a pure and harmless beautiful smile appeared. So, why not, elder sister? Ah! Siren collapsed and screamed in frustration at the repeated why from Takabana Yuki, who seemed ignorant but actually had bad intentions. How could she still remember her suspicions from last night? Now, Siren faced a more serious practical problem, how to deal with Angel's fanatical love. Before solving this problem, she had no mind to consider anything else. HNK. My, another bowl. In the bright morning, Kayana quickly finished a large bowl of rice like a wild boar, then handed the empty bowl to Raiden Mai with full energy. Raiden Mai held the chopsticks in her mouth and blinked her beautiful eyes blankly. Although she didn't know why her appetite had become so good, it was a blessing to be able to eat. With this simple thought, Raiden Mai happily took the empty bowl and added another bowl of rice for Kayana. Branya had been watching Kayana eat, then touched her chin and thought, I always feel that idiot's appetite has been increasing every day in the past month, and her energy has been getting better and better. How to say it, she is becoming more and more like a gorilla or some other beast. You are the gorilla. Branya, you just can't stand me doing well. Branya meant that Kayana had better go for a physical examination. This situation is not normal. What if it is a precursor to some disease? No. It must be because of Angel that my sleep quality has improved, so I am getting healthier. I can do more sets of physical training every day now, and it is impossible for me to get sick. Kayana tilted her head confidently. Angel listened quietly, then suddenly raised her little hand to take the rice grains from the corner of Kayana's mouth. She thought for a while, then brought it to Kayana's mouth. Oh, thank you, Angel. Kayana smiled foolishly, opened her lips, and took Angel's finger in, eating the rice. Angel quickly retracted her hand and lowered her head shyly. Kayana casually put her arm around Angel's shoulders and said carelessly, no need to be shy, right? We are now super close friends sleeping in the same bed, don't worry about anything else. Yeah. Angel lowered her head even more and responded in a mosquito-like voice. This scene made Branya and Raiden Mai laugh and shake their heads. Raiden Mai smiled and said, Kayana, don't bully Angel because she is easily shy. Angel, you too, if you don't like it, just say it. Kayana is used to being rough, but she doesn't have the awareness of grasping boundaries. No. I don't dislike it. Angel blushed and said weakly. In fact, she was happy in her heart. Kayana's lips are super soft, almost the same as Sister Siren on the other side. I made a profit again today. Then, Angel felt a very resentful look from the opposite side. She doesn't want me anymore, she doesn't want me anymore, don't want me anymore. Abandoned, abandoned, abandoned. Hueco sat there with a blank expression, with dark circles under her eyes that could not be covered by makeup. She couldn't be said to be haggard, but her face was indeed a little thinner, and her skin was a little darker than a month ago. In contrast to Kayana's increasingly better spirits, Hueco had been suffering more and more these days. Poor sleep quality was only part of the reason. More importantly, she thought about the drunken sex that night every day, and the mental pressure was getting heavier. Even if she was not sleeping, Angel would still stick to Hueco at other times. But in Hueco's view, sleeping separately for nearly a month and a half had proven Angel's fear and resistance. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Hueco felt discouraged when she saw Kayana's appetite. Then, Hueco suddenly felt warmth in her hand. Looking down, she found that Angel had unconsciously approached her, holding Hueco's arm, staring at her with heartache and concern. Hueco sighed. I'm fine. Hueco said so, gently stroking Angel's head. Forget it, maybe it's better this way. In the past, Hueco also overdepended on Angel, and vaguely felt that it was not appropriate. Valkyrie is a group that produces many lesbians. If the trend continues, Hueco will not be too surprised when she crosses the line. I am her teacher, and I don't like women. It's right to correct it now, so as to avoid things that make everyone unhappy in the future. Hueco comforted herself in this way. Late at night, Hueco climbed into bed early, turned off the lights, and tossed and turned with a pillow, just like every night recently. Resting in advance can make up for some sleep time. I need to adjust my habits as soon as possible. I can't indulge in the days of being taken care of and falling asleep comfortably. Hueco murmured, her eyelids finally becoming heavy, and she felt like she was about to fall asleep. Then, she vaguely felt something crawling into the quilt. Hueco opened her eyes all of a sudden. An angel? Hueco, I miss you so much. Angel leaned close to Hueco's chest through the pillow, took a deep breath of the charming fragrance, and felt her whole body soften. Siren was someone she liked in her previous life. Since she had the opportunity in this life and it was just right for a new script, Angel worked hard and worked overtime for more than a month to capture her. After more than a month, when she felt Hueco's warmth and fragrance again, Angel felt a special sense of satisfaction, as well as a subtle sense of indebtedness, just like finding a mistress. But, I want my elder sister, and I also want Hueco too, only in this way can it be considered healthy. Angel had no sense of being an impure girl and naturally committed the sin of greed. Hueco was stunned for a long time, then threw the pillow out of the quilt and reached out to hug Angel's soft and fragrant body. Correction? I already threw it outside. As expected, Angel's touch is still better. Hueco gave up thinking, breathed in the sweet smell of Angel, and fell asleep contentedly. Chapter 116, I'm responsible for being cool, you're responsible for fighting sister. Where are you? Stop being naughty and come out quickly. Are you hiding downstairs? Takabana Yuki's gentle, charming voice faded away with the sound of footsteps. Meanwhile, in the corner of the corridor on the second floor, under a table completely covered by cloth, Siren turned on her game console. In the light of the blue screen, her exquisite face showed signs of a headache. These past few days in the villa had been generally very happy. All kinds of food, a super large high-definition wall TV, the most luxurious gaming equipment, a hot spring in the courtyard, and Takabana Yuki's massages with her soft little hands, the highest level of food and entertainment that humans can get. Siren experienced it all every day and had not yet been bored by it. Even the things she didn't want to describe, the forbidden yet wonderful sensations, were actually quite comfortable. But it's just too much. When eating, playing games, taking a nap, how can she do it at any time? No, I can't continue today. If I do, my brain will become stupid. Siren shook her head violently, trying to shake off those indescribable memories. It was a little cramped under the table, but luckily, her body was very flexible, so curling up wasn't too uncomfortable. I've decided. I'll play games here all night. Let her search for me slowly. If she can't find me, she'll eventually go to sleep herself, right? Siren muttered to herself, logged into her game account, and quickly started an action game. What's going on? Are my teammates all swine? No, it should be said that humans are all pigs. Teammates too, enemies too, they are pigs. Looking at her record of 0 kills and 16 deaths, Siren puffed up her cheeks angrily. If there weren't so many fun games in the handheld console that she hadn't played enough, she would have broken the annoying device into pieces. She blinked, clicked on the next game, and touched her stomach, saying, I'm getting little hungry again. So, do you want potato chips, instant noodles, or a luxurious midnight snack, sister? Potato chips are fine. But how can I eat instant noodles and midnight snacks here? Siren took the potato chips handed to her and replied nonchalantly. Crunch. Crunch. Crun. Cough cough cough. Why are you here? The handheld game console and potato chips fell to the ground. Siren didn't have time to wait for Takabanayuki to respond before she used her hands and feet to crawl out from under the table. Then, she was pinned down by a great force. In terms of strength, as long as Takabanayuki wanted, Siren could never resist her now. During the struggle, Siren's pajamas accidentally slipped off, revealing half of her delicate white shoulders. At that moment, a potato chip fell into the gap of the abyss. Takabanayuki's eyes darkened. She lowered her head, took the potato chip with her lips, then slowly lowered her body closer to Siren. Siren turned her head away in horror. No. Don't come near me. Takabanayuki was unmoved. Holding the potato chip in her mouth, she said with a smile, hee hee, it's always my elder sister who ends up shouting at the end. I said no. Stop. Did you hear me, you pervert? It doesn't matter, it's all the same. It seems that our naughty elder sister really needs more education. No. Tonight, Takabanayuki, or rather, Angel, was still obsessed with the softness and sweetness of her queen. But in her opinion, this was a kind of education for antisocial behavior, a serious matter, not to be seen as indulgence and debauchery. What? Do you think this disrespects the queen's personal will? It doesn't matter. The queen isn't a good person, and neither is Angel. So people can just leave it alone. Tonight, Siren was still troubled by Angel's excessive obsession with her. She had no time to think about her recent suspicions, nor did she have the heart to consider her mission of destroying humanity. For her, it was crucial to retain her last bit of rationality in this endless happiness. Such days would surely continue for a long time in the foreseeable future. On a sunny morning, the air was fresh in Mount Aixu. Jingwei, take my set of Piomiao swordsmanship. Breaking through the air and flying away. Ouch. Don't hit me, don't hit me. My butt hurts. Jilin held the wooden sword in one hand and pinched the sword fingers with the other. She had just struck a pose that made Ah Lin's eyes shine. Then, Fuhua, holding her sword with one hand, knocked the wooden sword away and slapped Jilin's round buttocks several times. Jilin covered her buttocks and ran around the square inches of panic for a few rounds before the pain eased. She then ran back to Fuhua angrily. Jingwei, what are you doing? I hadn't even used my move, and you hit my buttocks. Is this what friends should do? It's precisely because we're friends that I hope you give up these flashy moves and delve into the real divine method realm. Fuhua rubbed her eyebrows, feeling helpless and frustrated. In recent days, she has been practicing swordsmanship with Jilin and found that during the battle in Chiyu's body, Jilin really relied on energy to force her attacks be powerful, and it really was powerful. Once she gave up that huge power provided by the Xoani-Uan sword, judging purely from the perspective of swordsmanship, Jilin's level can only be said to be outstanding among ordinary people. Unfortunately, Jilin still likes to think about all kinds of cool move names and stances. Although Alin always looks very happy, in the eyes of Fuhua, the martial ancestor of Shinzo, she is just a rookie and likes to play around. Jilin rubbed her butt with one hand and raised the other hand high, protesting unconvinced, I already have Xoani-Uan sword, why do I need more skilled swordsmanship? Isn't it enough to find a handsome stance and then throw all my power out to the opponent? From the perspective of universal rationality, this mentality will cause endless troubles at critical moments. I don't care. Anyway, it's wrong to spank my butt every day. Alin, you come and judge. Alin, you should also persuade her, this won't work. The two of them cast their eyes on Alin, who was watching the show. Alin floated in the air as light as a feather, with a pair of jade legs bent, and the long red skirt flew regardless of gravity, and the golden Xoani sword was wrapped around and lifted to the side of her body. She covered her lips with her wide sleeves and smiled, from the conclusion, what my sister said makes sense. With Xoani sword as our support, our demand for swordsmanship is not that high. We just need to cultivate our mind and study stronger key output methods. Look, Alin said so. Jingwei, you should apologize to me quickly, otherwise, I will keep pestering you today and make you unable to do anything. But Jingwei is also right. Swordsmanship is the foundation of skills. If you are half-baked, it will eventually affect the continued improvement of your cultivation. Who are you helping? Otherwise, you can do it if you can. Jilin jumped angrily. Alin looked at Fu Hua, who looked helpless, and then turned to Jilin and nodded with a smile. Jilin puffed up her cheeks and glared at the two of them angrily. The next second, Jilin, who was standing on the ground, and Alin, who was floating in the air like a fairy, suddenly exchanged glances. Jilin casually took Xoani sword into her arms, raised her head, squinted her eyes, and pouted her lips in anger. Why are you standing there? Start your performance. Alin, who had changed into a real body, looked at Fu Hua again, then bent down to pick up the wooden sword and casually made a neat and crisp sword stance. Fu Hua's eyes lit up. The details showed the most. Alin's level seemed to be different from Jilin's. Alin smiled gently and started to walk towards Fu Hua. Jingwei, speaking of which, the last time I remember practicing was 5,000 years ago in reality. I don't know if I have regressed, and I don't know. How much have you improved? Bang. The dull sound of wooden swords colliding, like the sound of bells and drums, echoed for a long time in the empty mountains and forests. At the same time, there were a lot of fallen leaves rolled up by Taixuan Qi, one of which fell on Jilin's lips. The consciousness projection body is a delicate physique, between reality and illusion, and the fallen leaves will stick to the lips. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Jilin spat out the fallen leaves casually. But just this moment of distraction, she could no longer catch the sword shadows of the two, nor could SHS see their sword moves. The wooden swords colliding in the air like a symphony, the magical steps and body movements, and the same calm smiles on the corners of the two people's mouths. Jilin looked at it and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Memory is memory, the truth is the truth. The true level of the ancestor is indeed not something we can reproduce with some remaining memories. Just a part of the cultivation memory allows us to glimpse the fourth level of the blade mantra. If the ancestor lives another 5,000 years, I'm afraid it is possible to surpass master, right? Reasonable. After all, she was a pure human warrior who used a Xoani sword to seal Cheu. Her talent should be one of the best in history. It was a hearty sword exchange that lasted until the sun passed the zenith. When the two stopped, the originally flat square was already covered with sword marks. And this was caused by using only basic physical strength without using true ki. If true ki, that is, Honkai energy, was used, every tiny sword mark in the game should be unimaginably terrifying. Jilin and Alin switched back. Then Jilin swung the wooden sword in her hand and blinked blankly, as if she couldn't believe that there was such a huge difference between the two people. Fu Hua touched her chin and said thoughtfully, it seems that the split consciousness has also separated some of your characteristics. Alin inherited a relatively complete level of swordsmanship and martial arts training. As for you, Jilin, well, you probably inherited some. Well, imagination and writing ability, right? Fu Hua tried her best to choose her words, not using such honest words as martial arts waste, unstable mind, and whatever comes to mind. Jilin puffed up her cheeks again and then said sullenly, okay, I really can't beat you in swordsmanship, whatever you say is what it is. Alin, from now on, I will call out the names of moves and stances, and you will be responsible for providing swordsmanship and power, is that okay? Really? Can I use those super cool names, sister? What else? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Who are we? Oh, not so much. Great. Don't worry, elder sister, I will definitely work hard to perfect those moves and will definitely live up to those talented and handsome names. Alin was so excited that her eyes were full of stars, and she kept circling around Jilin. Beside her, Fu Hua helplessly held her forehead and shook her head. One was responsible for being handsome, and the other was responsible for fighting. Although it was a bit strange, given Jilin's current state of being divided into two, maybe it was the best combination? Fu Hua smiled gently and helplessly, but there was also a bit of reluctance in her eyes. It's been more than a month. After all, I have a contract with Auto, and I can't stay in Mount Taixu forever. But, How should I tell Jilin and Dalin? Fu sighed in her heart. Perhaps for the first time in 500 years, she regretted not setting an end date for the service agreement she promised at that time. If she were free now, it would be great, so that she could always accompany Jilin and Dalin. Chapter 117, Sister, you won't be angry, will you? It was a nice afternoon, and the breeze blew from the balcony into the living room, cool and comfortable. Siren lay on the sofa, not elegantly but comfortably, with her slender legs crossed, holding her phone and slowly typing messages on the forum with very unfamiliar typing skills. It's urgent. My sister likes me too much, saying I like you the most every day and doing all kinds of things to me. If this goes on, my body and brain will be broken. How can I make her stop? I'm waiting online. After posting, Siren scratched her flat, tight belly, yawned, and then fell asleep. Like the previous few days, today's nap was also awakened by Takabana Yuki's goodnight kiss. Zizizizi. Pa. Siren slapped the head in front of her, sat up, and wiped her wet lips while opening the game interface. Get away. You pervert. Sister is so cute. Takabana Yuki kissed the side of Siren's face and left with a smile under the other's angry glare. Although the theme of life recently is Siren, work still needs to be done. As the controller of the Far East Secular Society, Takabana Yuki can command quite terrifying resources and energy. She has to support Saint Freya, provide monetary aid to Kokolia, and manage some cooperation with the World Serpent. She has never shown her combat effectiveness because her battlefield is not on swords, guns, and sticks, not because it is not important. On the contrary, Takabana Yuki's existence is indispensable to the overall situation of the Anges. Siren watched Takabana Yuki go away, subconsciously touched her lips and cheeks, and then puffed up her cheeks. You are such a persistent guy. You got me out just to humiliate me every day, right? I shouldn't have believed you in the beginning. It was a complaint, but Siren also understood that in terms of the human mind, understanding, and controlling human beings, this abnormal sister of her was indeed much better than her. Now, Siren seemed to have no other choice except to believe in Angel and silently wait for her plan to be implemented. Then, Siren played games for another afternoon. In the evening, it was another decadent life of having everything provided for her. Siren didn't notice anything unusual, she just felt that it was quite comfortable to have Angel take care of all the trivial matters such as eating, bathing, sleeping, dressing, etc., and she herself only needed to be responsible for enjoyment. Siren didn't realize that her ability to take care of herself, which was already weak, had been gradually and completely deprived by Angel in this kind of life. After a while, even if Siren wanted to leave Angel, she would find that she couldn't leave her completely. Forget about that. I feel like there's no point in wearing it. When Takabana Yuki tried to put the white bear panties on Siren's feet, Siren said nonchalantly. Anyway, it won't take long before it's taken off or torn apart. It's just a burden to wear it. Takabana Yuki stopped with a smile, held Siren's freshly washed white feet, and kissed them. Yes, my elder sister, do you want feet too? You're so perverted. Because I like elder sister too much. I like every part of elder sister the most. Enough. Don't shout that you like me every day. I don't want this kind of love. Siren scolded with a red face. Then she rushed out of the bathroom at an accelerated pace. Seeing that Takabana Yuki didn't chase her out, Siren slowly calmed down in the corridor. Speaking of that afternoon post, is there any good solution? Humphrey. Isn't it just using human power to achieve the goal? I can do this kind of thing, don't underestimate me. Siren murmured, feeling a little proud of her own cleverness, and found the post she had posted at noon in a good mood. Then, she saw a row of, happiness for 100 years, and, wish you for more happiness. I wish you a beep beep beep. Humans are really unreliable. Do they know that she has been forced to become the Herrscher of vacuum because there is no point in wearing it? This kind of distress, mere humans really can't understand. Siren swiped the screen angrily and finally found a serious suggestion in the uniform building shape. I suggest that you overwhelm her in return, let her experience the feelings of being overthrown, and show her mistakes and attack her with it. Doghead smile, Siren touched her chin thoughtfully. Although the doghead smile expression looks a bit weird, the suggestion is good. Bullying Angel in return and letting Angel know her mistakes seems like it might work. Siren was still thinking. Behind her, Angel, who had completely liberated her carnivorous bloodline, couldn't help but pounce on Siren's seductive back. Wait. I'm still thinking about something. Wait a minute. Don't grab me. Sister Yamero. The wailing soon changed, and as for the daily plot afterwards, it can only be understood but not described. Then I'll leave first. Take the card I gave you. It contains some of my savings. If you want to go out, it will definitely be enough for daily expenses. You also understand how to use it, right? I understand. Let's go. You've been nagging for several days. Are you a mother? At the farewell in Mount Taiksu, Jilin put her hands on her waist and looked at Fuhua with disdain, without any sadness about parting. Fuhua tried to think positively, such as they were all thousands of years old, so there was no need to care about this short separation. They no longer needed to express anything through the company of day and night. But in the end, Fuhua still had to admit the reality. All-in was annoyed by her nagging and now couldn't wait for her to leave. You're a little heartless. Fuhua knocked Jilin's head depressively. Then, she smiled softly, finally stared into the eyes of Jilin and All-in, and turned to leave. At this moment, she was suddenly grabbed by the wrist and pulled back by Jilin. Jilin, you... Fuhua's lips were blocked. What followed was an indescribable exchange and blunder. In short, when Fuhua came to her senses in a daze, a close friend who had taken advantage of her had already run back to the house and slammed the wooden door shut. Fuhua touched her lips for a long time and said woodenly, "This is not proper, not in accordance with the rules, Jilin." Fuhua left with stiff steps, but could no longer hide the blush on her face and the chaotic emotions in her heart. When Fuhua's figure disappeared from the path down the mountain, the tightly closed wooden door quietly opened a gap. Huh. This wooden man finally left. I wonder if she understands what I mean? It's hard to say. With Jingwei's dull personality, she might think that my sister is playing a prank and is taking revenge on her nagging these days. It's not a prank. I think it might come true. Hee hee. So, sister, how does it feel to kiss? What does Jingwei's mouth taste like? All-in floated beside her and asked curiously, with innocence and eagerness flashing in her clear eyes. She has never experienced kissing. But the sisters and elders in the tribe occasionally talk about related topics, and in their words, it seems to be a wonderful experience. In short, All-in is not opposed to Jilin's intention to remarry Jingwei after 5,000 years. She is just very curious about the act of kissing. Jilin blinked, touched her lips, and then shared without hesitation, Jingwei's mouth is soft, smooth, sweet. In short, it's great. Jilin expressed her praise for Fuhua straightforwardly. All-in also subconsciously touched her lips, a little eager to say, how about I try it next time? In fact, if Lianshan hadn't confessed, I would have always secretly liked Jingwei. Anyway, if sister marries her, it's the same as me marrying her. Sister, you won't be angry, right? Hey, we are all family, why are you being polite to me? If it doesn't work, we can try it, anyway, you can feel it now, right? Jilin said innocently. In fact, she had been coveting the body of the ancestor for a long time. If there is a chance, Angel will definitely be happy to kiss her. What? You said she's a scumbag? It's okay to be a scumbag, the lovable Angel is not a good person. Isn't it okay to be responsible afterward? All-in's eyes wavered, and she was obviously a little moved, but she finally lowered her head shyly. It feels a little strange to be with myself. I think, if I can't even let go of myself, how can I marry Jingwei in the future? Jingwei may not agree, sister, you still have to work hard. Oh, I should say, we still have to work hard. Don't worry. Jingwei can live for a long time, and we are not in a bad state now. We can always hold on until the day of success. Jilin grinned confidently. All-in also laughed, and the two of them talked for a long time near the door before leaving. Jilin put her hands on her waist and put her other hand around All-in's waist. With a proud expression of my kingdom, she said proudly, since Jingwei is gone, Mount Taiksu is our territory. Let's go and start patrolling the mountain to see if there are any treasures that Jingwei left behind and forgotten. Want to hunt for treasure, sister? Yes, treasure hunt in Mount Taiksu, start now. Great. Let's go, sister. All-in was also aroused by the playfulness, and she stuck to Jilin's body and responded happily. Just as Jilin said, Fuhua left many traces in these 5,000 years. Some antique tiles, some decayed swords and spears, some fragments of scrolls and paintings, and many traces of past life in the corners of the mountains. All-in was looking for surprises. Every time she found new traces of life, she would explore happily and chatter with Jilin to analyze Fuhua's living conditions there. After more than a month of exploration and inspection, they finally passed through a lush forest and arrived at the edge of a cliff thousands of feet high. What a great view! Jilin stood on the edge of the cliff and took a deep breath. All-in floated beside her and nodded and smiled in agreement. Speaking of which, standing on the edge of such a cliff, there is always an urge to jump off from it. Sister is right, I understand this feeling. Anyway, we have nothing to do, let's jump off a cliff for fun. Just don't make your clothes too dirty, otherwise, the washing machine won't be able to wash them clean, and sister will have to rub them by hand. All-in smiled and watched Jilin jump forward. Then, As if walking on flat ground, they stood firmly in the air. X2, it's an illusion. There's something ahead. Could it be the treasure left by Jingwei? Sister, let's go in quickly, I can't wait. The two of them smiled with the same excitement and rushed to the empty front without saying a word, their figures disappearing beyond the cliff. Chapter 118, Auto, are you ready? This is an illusion that blocks vision, hiding the huge platform and a quiet, ancient mansion in a seemingly empty place. But it is not a simple illusion, it is a psychological hint that constantly tells those who enter to leave and forget being here. Additionally, when they reach the edge of the illusion, they encounter physical obstacles as hard as invisible walls. Angel couldn't tell how much of it was the technology of the previous civilization and how much was the metaphysical means imposed by Fuhua. But in short, this obstacle couldn't stop Jilin and Dalin. They successfully broke through all obstacles and walked into this ancient, unpopular mansion. It's pretty good. It's just a little old. It looks like no one has been here for a long time. Many places are in tatters. It should be Jingwei's residence from a long time ago, right? You'll know after taking a look. Let's keep going. Jilin and Alin walked into the mansion's hall while looking and chatting. Slowly pushing open the wooden door with faded dye and cracked carvings, a brand new hall came into view through the crack of the door. Why is it like it's brand new here? It should be Jingwei who did some sort of protection. Here comes the problem. The other places we found have no protection measures. Some have collapsed and some have rotted. Only this place is as new as if it had just been cleaned. Did Jingwei really hide a treasure here? It's very likely. Sister, let's go in and take a look. Alin urged Jilin to open the door so that they could go in and find out. As for privacy awareness, what are you talking about with the aboriginals of the tribe from 5,000 years ago? So the two stepped into this spacious and bright hall. The flat and smooth wooden floor looked brand new, spacious, and bright. At the deepest part of the hall, on the table with seats on the left and right, an exquisite wooden box lay quietly. Jilin and Alin looked at each other, swallowed their saliva together, and then walked over slowly. The wooden box was carved with delicate patterns and dotted with gold lacquer. The elegant and luxurious appearance was complemented by soft golden silk inside the box, and the top was covered with a transparent, hard glass cover. Looking at the contents of the wooden box, they lost their smiles. It's little Fuxi. Placed in such a delicate wooden box, covered with soft silk, and protected by a transparent top cover, and treated so solemnly, was a little girl wearing white cloud sleeves, black hair longer than her bare feet, and a face as delicate as a craftsman's carving. Like a sleeping elf, with eyes closed, she was extremely quiet and beautiful. Every corner of her clothes and every strand of hair was clean and tidy. This showed how attentive the person who finally put her in the box and sealed her up was, and how much love and grief they had. The Book of Fuxi was born in the hands of Fuxi and Nuwa. The ancestor Jilin fought side by side with the two until the end and died almost at the same time. Naturally, she recognized this little ELF. So, when she saw the appearance of Book of Fuxi, Alin couldn't help but cover her lips with both hands, and tears silently fell. So you are here. I thought you were buried in the ground. Little Fuxi, even you can't stay until the end? Alin whimpered, unable to look at Book of Fuxi's sleeping face anymore, and turned her back involuntarily. The sad sobbing lasted for a long time, and then Jilin's slightly hoarse voice sounded. Don't cry. But little Fuxi. Fuxi and Nuwa said that little Fuxi is an artificial life form, and also a machine they created themselves. And machines are different from people, machines can be repaired. Sister, what do you mean? Alin turned around with red eyes, looking at Jilin in disbelief and expectation. Jilin raised her head and took a deep breath, as if she was holding back tears. Then, she said, that's right. It will definitely work. Look, little Fuxi doesn't have any scars at all. Maybe the problem is not serious and she will definitely get better. But even Jingwei can only leave her here? Jingwei can't repair her. She is just a reckless person like us. The times are different now. People nowadays are much smarter than those in the past and understand complex machine creation. Jingwei in the past had no way, but people nowadays can definitely help little Fuxi. Sister, is it really possible? Alin hesitated, fearing the cruel future of giving birth to hope and then failing again. Pa. Jilin slapped Alin. The force was not strong, but it was loud enough to make people sober. If we don't try, there will be no hope at all. Alin, Jingwei has lost too much. If there is even a slim possibility, we must make it happen. The firm voice was like a bell, pulling Alin out of grief and hesitation. Alin touched her cheek with her hand, looked at the other self's expression that was so firm and not confused at all, and gradually calmed down. With tears in her eyes, she nodded heavily. Sister is right. How can we say there is no hope without trying? For little Fuxi, for Jingwei, for Fuxi and Nuwa, we will definitely find a way. Very good, our sister's unity is the first step to success. Jilin slowly smiled, then stretched out her hand and gently stroked the glass cover on the top of the wooden box, as if stroking the face of Book of Fuxi in the air, with a gentle and sad look. Alin watched quietly, sighing silently in her heart. Ah, she really inherited my stronger and braver side. In comparison, I am so weak and timid. Muttering to herself, Alin couldn't help but feel lucky that it was Jilin who woke up first, and that it was Jilin who became the dominant one between the two. If it was the soft side of herself who woke up first, she wouldn't be here today, let alone see hope, right? Sister, what should we do? Let's take little Fuxi down the mountain. Go see this era, visit the masters who understand machinery, and find someone who can wake little Fuxi up. Okay, I'll listen to you, sister. But what? Jilin carefully picked up the wooden box and looked at Alin, who was hesitant. Alin sighed and said, I feel like it's better to hide it from Jingwei first. Why? If it doesn't work in the end, it's better to let Jingwei forget it all the time, rather than let her experience the transition from hope to despair. Maybe it's better for her. I say, your attitude of considering failure before taking action is not okay. Show me your momentum. You know that the brave win when two people meet on a narrow road. Jilin hit Alin's forehead angrily. Alin retreated weakly, lowered her head, and dared not speak. The context of the phrase the brave wins when two people meet on a narrow road is wrong, but the meaning is understandable. In short, Alin had nothing to say and once again expressed her admiration for herself, who inherited the strong and brave side. Then, Jilin held the wooden box and grinned again, but what you said makes sense. Instead of letting Jingwei worry and wait, it's better to wake little Fuxi up and give her a surprise directly. Okay, let's do it. Then why did you still scold at me? What's wrong with scolding you? With your disappointing appearance, you are so sissy. Do I need to pick a day to scold you? We are girls. Okay, I won't say anything. Whatever sister says is what it is. Sister is so wise and powerful. Alin took back her complaints when Jilin glared at her, moved closer to Jilin, and pounded her shoulders in a flattering manner. At the same time, looking at the Fuxi book held in Jilin's hand, Alin's eyes glowed softly. Jingwei, as long as you are alive, you will always encounter good things. I know you are suffering, but you must not give up hope. Just like we can find little Fuxi, you will definitely get to know her again. Alin's mouth gradually revealed a smile. At the same time, in the lively domination theater, a group of angels sat around Kusagakure while silently paying attention to the events in Taixa Mountain. As expected, little Fuxi was properly hidden. Master would never treat little Fuxi's body carelessly. To repair little Fuxi, there are 3 feasible directions. Otto should have a way, but it's best not to find him, otherwise he might trick us again. There must be a way in World Serpent, at least in the Elysian realm, but we haven't mingled with the comrades around the Grey Serpent yet, so it's probably not easy to do. Although anti-entropy doesn't have so many gifts from the previous civilization, Sister Lysel and Sister Frederica are both geniuses of the century. If there is enough time, they should be able to repair her. However, I'm afraid I have to give little Fuxi as a sample for them to study first. It feels like neither side is suitable. It's not a one-day job. Let Jilin and Alin wander around for a few more days. The angels discussed it all while feeling a little melancholy. In their hearts, they naturally wanted little ancestor to wake up quickly, listen to the little ancestor's cold, lazy and pleasant voice, and increase Fuhua's favorability strategy progress bar. However, it is indeed troublesome, and it is not something that can be done just by thinking about it. Or, try to integrate the core into little ancestor's body. After all, the dominance power also has the function of repairing the clone. At most, it can be taken out after repairing it. It's not appropriate. If it is a simple machine, it's okay, but little ancestor is closer to a human being and has consciousness. If the core enters, it will inevitably affect little ancestor's consciousness, and it may cause trouble. During Jilin, we had no choice that time. If she didn't develop herself into an avatar, she would have been completely wiped out by the Honkai. In the end, it was also a certain amount of luck that successfully saved Jilin's self. The little ancestor has been asleep for too long, and it is hard to say what the structure of her consciousness is in this form of existence. It's best not to take risks, right? What Angel wants is the real Fuxi book, not a disguised clone. Fortunately, there is still time, they can only wait and see. The discussion on the matter of the Fuxi book came to an end. After that, the eyes of the angels all turned to Kusagakure in the middle. Are you ready? You will start from Nagasaura City, without a map or any additional help. You have to rely on the ability of Jizomitama like a real ancient Maiko who has just awakened, and clumsily grope and find clues about Colin by bumping and bumping around. Then, find all the way to Europe, all the way. Until Otto takes the initiative to contact you. We can't tell the time. You have to explore on your own like a real ancient person. It may take more than half a year, or 1 or 2 years, it's all possible. But it's worth it. Use time to consolidate your personality and strengthen your authenticity. Although it won't play a key role, all the details are necessary to win Otto's trust. Under the gaze of the angels, Yisakura laid Jizomitama horizontally in front of her knees, facing a mirror, rubbing her cheeks with both hands. Then, according to the memory of Yisakura angel raised her moist pink lips and revealed a gentle and beautiful smile with hidden sadness. Yisakura should smile like this, right? I'm ready. So, Archbishop Otto, are you ready to take my move? Chapter 119, Today's Curve, a Big Rise. Siren's counterattack was much simpler than she expected. In fact, she still felt that the answer on the forum was a bit weird, but now she had no power and no room for resistance. Siren had no other choice. With the mentality of giving it a try and maybe it would work, Siren pressed Angel under her one night. Hee. Today, I'll let you try my feelings. Why don't you resist? You are much stronger than me, aren't you? If my sister wants, I am willing to cooperate with everything. Takabana Yuki blinked her tender eyes, shy and timid, spoke. Her appearance was like a pure-hearted girl who obeyed all the requirements of the scumbag after being conquered by the scumbag. Siren stared at the girl under her and suddenly felt a little guilty. She trusts and relies on me so much, but I still doubt her secretly. Is it not really good? Hating humans is hating humans, and moral sense is moral sense. Angie is a Herrscher, and there is no reason for Siren to hate her. In this case, the moral concepts that belong to Siren and those infected by Kayana played a role. But the arrogant Siren would not admit this. She just snorted coldly, then you can taste the bitterness I have suffered carefully. Then Siren moved. But Takabana Yuki was just as she said, motionless and endured obediently. Until Siren finally got tired, and Takabana Yuki finally became impatient with Siren's methods that only relied on memory and instinct, and endured to the limit. Then Takabana Yuki began to counterattack. Wait. Didn't you say you couldn't move? Sister, it seems that your learning is far from enough. You are tired. Next, let me serve you well Hadouken sack. Don't move. Siren lost herself again. Her last thought was, why is this pervert so skilled? How much experience does she have? Later, Siren began to study hard. Through the internet and various textbooks obtained from Angel, Siren began to devote herself to studying for the first time in her life. Damn it. I must avenge my previous shame. When she was tired, Siren always gritted her teeth and whipped herself like this. She didn't have any other thoughts, only the idea of not admitting defeat and the desire to overwhelm Angel. Hey, you've done it again. It's delicious to eat a soup for the first time in a while, but you eat it every day, right? It's very delicious. Sister Siren is great, whether it's her seductive body that we carefully shaped or her blurred eyes, it makes people unable to stop their hearts. In the empty dance studio covered with high-quality blankets, Takabana Yuki danced barefoot to the melodious dance music, with a strange blush on her smiling little face. The black dress fits tightly to her waist, hips, and legs, highlighting her slender and graceful figure. Her dancing posture is elegant and casual, like a black lotus, revealing a forbidden and dangerous beauty in the deep and dark dance music. The intoxicating scene makes the maids waiting beside her look gleaming and blushing. With her beautiful face and dark breath, the noble girl Takabana Yuki undoubtedly has a magical charm. Especially when she reveals her darkness and danger wantonly, these little maids who have been trained to admire the strong and have a slave-like mentality since childhood can't resist it and will be attracted by this charm involuntarily. When she plays to this extent, Takabana Yuki sometimes can't tell whether this is a simple character setting or a part of her character. But it doesn't matter. As long as she knows that she is still herself, the ever-changing acting style doesn't matter. People are inherently complex, black and white are in human nature, and there are far more than just black and white colors. The Manila Honkai eruption happened as expected. Kelly suppressed the Honkai beast and saved the city residents to the greatest extent. It was done well, especially keeping Anishiriak and Chen Tanwu. It is an interesting question whether they will still be Herrschers. Takabana Yuki danced and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, Otto just took action against Welt. The timing was right. This was a small revenge. No one could say anything. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Shriak is different from ordinary Valkyries. It is easy to attract the attention of Skull and Otto. Kokolia responded, while also carefully considering how to deal with these two special objects. Takabana Yuki stopped dancing, casually lifted her black hair, smiled slightly, and said to the maid beside her, "The Minister of Finance and those chaebol leaders should have arrived, right?" "Yes, they have been waiting for a while, miss." "Then let's go. I'm really curious about who gave who the courage to make money from my supplies. Speaking of which, the weather has gradually warmed up recently, maybe it happened just right. After all, if we wait a few more days, the seawater in the port area may not be so cold." Takabana Yuki played with her delicate and white jade-like fingers, with a gentle smile, talking about the coldness of a well-known dumping site in a non-coherent way. The little maid beside her trembled her hand, and then lowered her head more respectfully. Takabana Yuki finished a day's work and finally returned to the mansion where only she and Siren lived. "Sister, are you still studying hard?" Takabana Yuki threw herself on the back of Siren, who was concentrating on reading, resting her chin on her shoulder, rubbing her soft and tender cheek, and a happy smile appeared on her flawless little face. Takabana Yuki looked at Siren, who was foolishly diving into the improper knowledge because she refused to admit defeat, and she didn't know whether she was innocent or stupid. She only knew that Siren was too cute like this, making her like her more and more. Siren put down the book, glanced at Takabana Yuki, then puffed up her face and said with unconscious resentment, "You came back so late today." "There's no way, after all, this clone is used to deal with worldly affairs. It's really a hard job to face those stupid and selfish humans and not be able to act casually. Forget it, I'm not as smart as you. Although I don't quite understand why you waste time with these humans, if it's just a plan, there's nothing I can do." Accepting the unfathomable world of the human world, Siren also began to understand the word compromise. She had been a reckless person. The ending of her tricks is well known for everyone to see. Then, for her real victory this time, she can only be helpless to temporarily endure everything. The Herrscher of the Void is impulsive and arrogant, but she is not a fool. "Sister, I am so tired, I need your kiss to feel better. No. You are too clingy to me. After hugging, go and take a shower. And I want to eat the steak you made for dinner." "Muah. Then sister, I'll go." Takabana Yuki held Siren's face without saying anything, pecked her rosy and attractive lips, and then left with satisfaction. Siren pouted. "What? Why aren't you obedient at all?" "I said no." Siren muttered, but couldn't help but curl her lips, unable to hide her happy mood because Takabana Yuki came back. There is a saying that X is a shortcut to a woman's heart. This sentence oversimplifies the problem, but it also makes sense. Even if it was Siren who was full of resentment towards humans, in the extreme environment where you and I were the only companions in the world, in the situation where she had to temporarily suppress her resentment and endure her life, in the excessive intimacy day after day, she would also breed emotions that belonged to humans that she disdained. Once the buds of emotions were born, it would be natural for them to grow stronger afterwards. That night, Siren put her learning results into practice. This was the first time that Siren took the lead in the overall situation, and it ended with Takabana Yuki curled up in her arms and fell asleep with convulsions. After everything was over, Siren stared blankly at her hands, then stared blankly at Takabana Yuki with a blush on her body, and swallowed her saliva in disbelief. "I succeeded," Siren said stupidly, showing the same silly smile as Kayana. Unparalleled satisfaction. It was just as good as when she was inflated back then. Why on earth, when she kept listening to Takabana Yuki's begging voice, she couldn't stop at all? Whether it's the skin, lips, or more places, why does conquering all of this make people so happy and satisfied? Could it be that this is the feeling of a winner? Siren, who has never really succeeded since her birth, attributes this sense of satisfaction to a simple desire to win or lose. After calming down, Siren, who didn't understand what she was thinking, and gently hugged Takabana Yuki in her arms, pressing her body against her. The body temperature seemed to be so hot that it burned her heart, but she couldn't let go anyway. "Sister, you didn't sleep? Oh, it turned out to be your dreaming. Is it all me in your dream? Do you really like me so much?" Siren subconsciously lowered her head and looked at the lovable girl. There was helplessness in her voice, but it was hard to hide her pride. "Look. Someone likes me. Someone likes me very much. You like me so much that you can't help yourself. You wish you could stick to me all the time, and even dream about me when I fall asleep. Cecilia, you hypocritical woman, did you see it? There are still people who truly love me. I, Siren, am not completely without anything." Drip. Siren didn't understand why her nose suddenly felt sore and her eyes were blurred by the tears. She could only hug the girl in her arms tightly to soothe the suffocating sorrow that suddenly came out. Chapter 120, "I like it a little bit," I said. "I feel like I've been in this place for a long time. I want to go out for a walk." At noon, as summer first arrived, the two of them lay on the ground, having just finished sharing each other's sweetness. Siren suddenly made a request. Takabana Yuki leaned gently against Siren's warm and fragrant chest, like a puppy relying on its owner, with a gentle and affectionate smile. She said, "Why? Aren't there still many games and animations you haven't experienced? When I shared a body with that idiot, I couldn't go anywhere. Now you tell me I can't go anywhere, so what was the point of coming out?" Siren didn't want to admit that she was touched by Takabana Yuki's cute and affectionate smile, so she rolled her eyes and said coldly and nobly. Takabana Yuki moved her body, pecked Siren's lips gently, and then smiled sweetly. "I will accompany wherever my elder sister wants to go." "Humphrey. Isn't that natural?" Siren raised her hand, interlaced her fingers with Takabana Yuki's, and clenched them a little, speaking proudly. There was no reason was needed, Siren just thought so. Afterwards, Siren sat in front of the makeup mirror and watched Takabana Yuki use an unknown and powerful method to turn her purple long hair into smooth black hair and dye her golden eyes the same black. Looking in the mirror, although Siren and Takabana Yuki, who were close together, had different delicate faces, the color of their black hair and black pupils made them look like real sisters connected by blood. "Although I have shaped your body to look like when my elder sister grows up," the Herrscher of the Void left a deep impression on many people. "If you go out, in order to avoid unnecessary risks, my elder sister has to make a little effort and disguise herself. It's really troublesome. For mere humans. Never mind. I'll listen to you. Yeah, elder sister is so nice. I like you very much." Takabana Yuki smiled happily and rubbed Siren's cheek. Siren lifted her black hair and was too lazy to respond to Takabana Yuki's sweet words that she said 100 times a day. Takabana Yuki said again, "I have carefully prepared a new identity for my elder sister. Takabana Azumi, how about this name?" "Huh?" Siren blinked in confusion. Takabana Yuki continued, "Siren, in the hometown where my elder sister was a human, it means the spirit of the spring in slang. So, I took the word Azumi to match my surname. What do you think, elder sister? It's used to deceive humans anyway, so it doesn't matter. So where are we going? Don't you have any goals, elder sister?" "It doesn't matter, we can just go out and have a look," Siren said casually. Originally, there was no goal, it was just that being too quiet here made her want to move around. Being a dead otaku immersed in animation, novels, and games occasionally made her want to go out for a walk. Then Siren knew for the first time that the villa also had an underground garage, where dozens of luxury sports cars and sedans were parked. "Whoever the little rooster points to, I will use today." Takabana Yuki walked in front, tapping her fingers in the air, and casually selected a dark blue sedan. Then she opened the car door and bent down to invite Siren to sit down. "I know that my elder sister doesn't like humans, so whether at home or out, I am the only one who serves my elder sister, yeah." Siren walked slowly and responded with a nasal voice. Then, she slowly sat on the passenger seat. The reason she was slow was that she had no experience at all and didn't know what to do to be in line with her persona of a cold queen. Takabana Yuki closed the car door and said slowly, "My elder sister, remember to fasten your seatbelt." Bang! Siren instinctively pulled and broke the seatbelt, destroying the car frame. The shrill alarm sounded in the garage. Siren. Finally, they changed cars. Driving through the quiet mountains and empty fields, the summer wind mixed with the fresh smell of plants and soil blew the hair of the two. It was very quiet all the way until Siren finally couldn't help it. She turned her head and said with a puffy face, "Laugh if you want to. I just haven't ridden in a car." "What kind of car does Herrscher ride? Is there something wrong with me? I really don't see anything funny, so why bother?" Takabana Yuki smiled. Not only did she not want to laugh, she even felt a little pity. The original Siren grew up in the cold area of Siberia, then to the closed laboratory, spent her childhood in painful and cruel human experiments, and then died seeking revenge. The new Siren, to put it bluntly, was just another Kayana and had been living in the deepest corner of her consciousness for a long time, relying on the anger and resentment burning in her heart. Occasionally eating instant noodles was probably the only entertainment in her life. That's why she indulged in the various entertainment facilities and food prepared by Takabana Yuki, because they were all new things she had never experienced or even imagined. She inherited resentment, chose darkness, and was obsessed with revenge and destruction. But in the final analysis, she was still a little girl who had never experienced the world. Siren, that's who she is. Are you pitying me? Siren was keenly aware of something and looked at Takabana Yuki coldly, as if she was irritated. However, why would a person who was as ignorant of human affairs as a young child have such excessive self-esteem? To put it bluntly, she was just an ignorant little girl who rejected and feared this strange world, inheriting painful memories, and thus derived a self-protective armor, just like a hedgehog. "Sister, we are in the city." Takabana Yuki did not respond to her question but pointed forward. Siren's attention was diverted, and she looked up and forward. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. There were endless high-rise buildings like forest trees, crisscrossing viaducts, and colorful neon lights. It was sunset at this moment, and the bustling city looked like a gorgeous and colorful dream painting. For the first time, Siren really saw a prosperous modern city with her naked eyes. She opened her mouth involuntarily and watched everything intently. Commercial street, amusement park, the largest riverside Ferris wheel, the highest observation tower. Siren gradually lost her mind and let Takabana Yuki lead her around like a child. She was sometimes shocked, sometimes fascinated, and made all kinds of exclamations from time to time. Look, humans, so many humans, like garbage. This was Siren standing on the edge of the tower, pointing at the tiny crowd below like ants, proudly crossing her arms. In the animation, it says that if you kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel, you can be together forever. Wait, I mean between lovers, don't come closer. This was Siren at the top of the Ferris wheel, being kissed by Takabana Yuki, and then unconsciously fighting back, passionate and aggressive. Look, a couple's hotel, where humans do it. This was Siren standing in front of the ambiguous neon lights, with her hands on her hips, with an expression of I know everything. Damn. It's magical girl cosplay. Let's go take a photo. This was Siren, whose eyes suddenly lit up and who couldn't walk away when she saw the cosplayer of the anime character she liked recently. She was like a child who came to a dream world, radiating a completely different vitality from the past, and was extremely excited. It lasted until late at night. After the crowd gradually dispersed, the smile on Siren's face never faded. There are midnight snacks for sale over there. Sister, sit down and look at the photos. How about I go buy some? Go, come back soon. Siren waved her hand carelessly, sat down on a bench by the roadside, and flipped through the photos with the cosplayer one by one, with a happy smile on her lips. At this time, a passerby approached. A tired family of 3 stopped on the other side of the bench, and a little girl sat on the bench with her parents holding her hands. Okay, it's late. Let's go home after a rest. Eh? No, I haven't played enough. Be good, good children should go to bed early and get up early, so they can grow taller. If you are obedient, Mom and Dad will bring you here to play next week. Oh, okay. Then I want Mom to carry me back. The 3 of them talked with happy smiles. But the smile on Siren's face gradually faded. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured down on her, extinguishing all the previous selfless enthusiasm. Yes, I am a Herrscher. I laughed for human things. What is she doing? The photo in her hand was crumpled. Siren looked around, but she couldn't remember the direction where Takabana Yuki had just left. In the bustling laughter, Siren stared at her hands in a daze and suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. It was like returning to the depths of Kayana's consciousness again, alone, with nothing. Sister, come and try this takoyaki that's popular in the city. Sister? You won't lie to me, right? Siren grabbed Takabana Yuki's wrist, unconsciously using all her strength, and asked word by word. Takabana Yuki was speechless. In fact, she had already lied. And Takabana Yuki also felt that Siren's mood was not right at this time. Should she comfort Siren or further lie to her? This was a question. Sister, are you unhappy? No. A mere human city has no effect on me. Sister, I can't guarantee that I won't lie to you. Because deception is the way of survival and fighting of the Herrscher. This is my power. I don't want this kind of answer. Siren said irritably, with tears flashing in her eyes. Takabana Yuki's heart softened, and she said softly, but I will always be with my elder sister, always love my elder sister, and always be with you, forever. This sentence was what Siren wanted to hear. She lowered her head and said softly, don't lie to me. No, only this sentence, absolutely no deception, I swear. Humphrey. Isn't deception your power? I don't believe your nonsense. Then, how about I prove it with my actions, elder sister? Takabana Yuki said with a smile, looking at Siren lovingly and affectionately. Siren blinked woodenly. What actions can prove it? You are saying inexplicable words again. Under the street lights, in the crowd, 2 beautiful black-haired girls embraced and kissed each other, forming a more beautiful and romantic picture that made people who saw it unable to look away. The entanglement and plunder of the lilac tongue in her mouth made Siren's eyes widen, and she stared at Takabana Yuki's gentle eyes motionlessly. For a long time, Siren felt as if something was put down in her heart, and something seemed to melt. She closed her eyes and responded enthusiastically. Don't lie to me. As long as what you said just now is true, then I can also. I can like you a little bit, angel. In the softness and sweetness of Takabana Yuki, Siren closed her eyes and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. She herself didn't know what it meant. Chapter 121, Dangerous Thoughts. After that day, Siren was obviously different from before. She was no longer impetuous because of the loss of power and the inability to control her current situation. She began to get in touch with human things other than games, animation, junk food, and other special products for dead otakus, such as various magazines and various websites. For example, she even came into contact with Takabana Yuki's maids in the image of black-haired and black-eyed Takabana Izumi. It must be said that the calmness that naturally flows out of power and the violent heart that resents the whole world, these factors revealed from the queen's unpretentious appearance, really shocked the maids. And the most important thing is, of course, her closeness and attachment to Takabana Yuki, and she began to become calm, as if she was finally unburdened, and more like making some kind of compromise in her heart. Angie saw it, but she was not happy that her previous strategy was successful. Because she also understood that Siren was not moved by her words, but saw a light hanging in the dark and couldn't help wanting to grab it, that's all. Perhaps because Angel's initial motivation was possessiveness, and she used calculations to keep Siren by her side, this impure intention naturally could only get this unreal result. Sister, I love you, it's so corny. Aren't you annoying? I don't believe your sweet talk, save your saliva. Hee, if sister doesn't believe it, I'll tell you every day until you believe it. What if I still don't believe it? Then I'll tell you every day. Humphrey. Siren played games and glanced at Takabana Yuki with disdain. Takabana Yuki came over, stuffed a cherry into Siren's mouth, smiled gently, then leaned against her shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. Forget it, it's impure. If you regard me as a shelter for your heart, then I'm willing to give you the warmth you want. What if it's true or false? It's enough for both of us to feel at ease and happy. Takabana Yuki sighed in her heart and gradually fell asleep in the cool breeze blowing from the window and the slightly sweet breath of Siren. Siren paused and turned her head to look at Takabana Yuki's quiet and cute sleeping face. Then, she silently turned off the sound and continued her game, with a gentle arc unconsciously raised at the corner of her mouth, curling in Yuki's arms. At sunset, on the coast of St. Freya, Delta sighed quietly. The liquid that slowly poured out from the thermos was no longer the sweet wolfberry tea, but the thick green bitter melon juice. Delta poured it out sadly. Wendy, bitter melon is rich in vitamins B, C, calcium, iron, and other nutrients. Bitter melon can burn fat, increase blood vessel permeability, protect the cardiovascular system, help lower blood pressure and blood cholesterol, prevent diabetes, and enhance antiviral and anti-cancer abilities. Believe me, it is much healthier than wolfberry tea. The problem is that for a month, the wolfberry is soaked and the bitter melon juice is poured out here. You are just taking revenge, right? Yes. Do you have any objections? Wendy stood behind the wheelchair, gently rubbing Delta's temple with both hands, and asked with a gentle and sweet smile. Delta was speechless. Tun. Burp at this time, Kayana, who was lying on the rocking chair next to her, drank half a bottle of Coke generously and burped comfortably. She coveted this rocking chair during the Battle of Chayu, but it was later given to Teresa by Delta. Today, while Teresa was busy at work, Kayana stole it from her home. The actual experience was better than Kayana expected. Oh, it's wobbly, like floating. Delta, where did you buy it? Top quality customized version, I'll give the link to you, 20% off if you tell me your name. Report it to Andy in the future. I'll take this chair home. Don't tell her. Just let her think it's lost. She'll find funds to buy it again anyways. Kayana waved her hand carelessly with a carefree attitude. Delta glanced at her, then turned back to continue admiring the sunset without saying anything. Wendy's mouth twitched, and she said, "Does Lady Teresa often embezzle public funds like this?" "I don't know about that. I only know that there is a sponsor named Takabana Yuki in the Far East who sends money to her every day. Rocking chairs and the like are all available as long as my aunt mentions them. I have heard that St. Freya's funds have suddenly become much more abundant in the past 6 months, so some of the more financially constrained Skull branches are ready to move, and they all want to ask Lady Teresa what tricks she has. In fact, the new branch chief of the Oceania branch secretly wrote to Wendy 2 days ago, asking her to find out the source of funds in a roundabout way. The current situation of the Oceania branch is very embarrassing. They have money, but most of it is spent on Delta's living space and protective measures. Of course, this is reasonable, because Delta is Oceania's biggest trump card and the biggest source of danger, and investment is necessary. However, for areas outside Delta, the headquarters does not want to give a penny more except for the basic operation and maintenance expenses. After all, once Delta gets out of control, these places will be the first to be affected and will become ruins. Isn't it stupid to build a large-scale project on the crater of an active volcano? Wendy, we are suffering in Oceania, you must help us, please. Recalling the pitiful scene of the branch head crying, Wendy's mouth twitched. And Kayana crossed her legs comfortably, resting her head with her hands, looking lazy and without any idea, and said, "You have to ask her in person, I don't know." "That's true." Wendy rubbed her head with a headache. The source of funds involves the development and planning of a branch. Generally speaking, it should be a very sensitive confidential matter, and it always feels difficult to talk about it. Then, Wendy looked at Delta again and saw that she turned the thermos cup upside down and shook it gently, as if she wanted to pour out the wolfberry water from the empty cup. Puff. Wendy covered her mouth and chuckled and finally took out Delta's original thermos cup from behind. "Here you go. Bitter melon juice again? You'll know when you pour it out. Ah. This reddish color, this sweet fragrance, this warm taste. My premium wolfberry hot tea, it's been a month, I miss it so much." Delta held the cup, her face moved. Wendy shook her head with a smile. "Are you addicted? It's none of your business." "Bad Wendy, you just bully me." "Huh? Wendy is the best, thank you." Wendy. Delta changed her expression in a second and said sweetly. Wendy was at a loss for words again and just looked at the sunset with Delta. Her eyes, dyed red by the light, contained a complex feeling that only she knew. "Lord Durandal, Delta's health has deteriorated, right?" About this matter. I know everything. I saw Lady Rita deal with that room, and she told me everything. Really, she even pretended to throw me up in the air. Am I that fragile? Shouldn't you tell me about this kind of thing openly, and then we face it together? Well, after all, it's to the point of incontinence. Delta, she also wants to maintain her dignity in front of you. It's hard to get Rita to say something, but it's easy to get Durandal to say something. On the one hand, Durandal is straightforward and extremely bad at lying. At most, she will keep silent to strangers, but it's hard for her to hide anything from trusted companions. On the other hand, Wendy had guessed the truth to some extent. She could not resist using the guessed part of the situation to get the complete truth. Wendy had also imagined incontinence, but when she heard it from Durandal, she still felt a shrinking heart, as if someone had squeezed her heart with a fist. But she couldn't let Delta know. She had to pretend that she knew nothing and had to retaliate against Delta, in the most gentle way that would not cause any harm. Is this all I can do? Wendy was unwilling in her heart, and suddenly a very dangerous idea came to her mind. The fusion experiment of the Gem of Serenity at the headquarters seems to be still in progress. After all, I am the first Valkyrie who can accommodate the Gem of Desire. Maybe I can. Chapter 122. Have you heard that there is an Oceania Valkyrie who is addicted to SM? No, you can't. Reject the application. Early the next morning, Otto personally rejected Wendy's application to participate in the Gem of Serenity fusion experiment. What a joke. Do you think I, Otto Apocalypse, won't settle accounts with you, Wendy? If you participate in the experiment, there is a high probability that something will go wrong, and Delta will definitely go berserk. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of success, Delta will be alienated and difficult to control effectively. The more top-notch combat power, the better. After all, no one will refuse an extra card in their deck. But this kind of transaction is likely to lose everything, and there is a small probability of gaining one and losing one, and neither losing nor gaining. It's basically a lose and lose scenario. It would be strange if Otto agreed. Well, let me tell her a secret, just to show my attention and care for Wendy. Otto touched his chin and passed the problem to Delta. So, this is why you were tied up and hung in front of the teaching building with such a big sign hanging around your neck? Lady Teresa, what does the sign say? Can't you see it? Oh, you can't see it when you're tied up like this. It says, Wendy, an A-level Valkyrie from the Oceania branch who likes bondage and neglect play, please witness it. Wendy's back was pressed against the stone pillar, and she twisted and struggled to no avail. Then she blushed like a ripe tomato and lowered her head silently, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand to avoid social death. Ha ha ha. Wendy, do you still have this hobby? Although beautiful girls' hobbies are free, I suggest you go see a doctor, ha ha ha. Kayana, wait for me. Once I get out of this predicament, see if I don't kick your ass hard with my boots. Kayana, stop laughing. This is obviously another prank by Miss Delta. It's not Wendy's fault. Puff. I'm sorry, I shouldn't, but this sign. Puff. Indeed, because of the Archbishop's complaint, Delta was really angry this time. She stood up from her wheelchair and tied her up herself. Even Rita and Durandal couldn't stop her. Sister Mai, thank you for your kindness. It would be better if you could hold back your laughter. Okay, Sister Mai, and idiot Kayana, you should stop it. Wendy, if you need help, you can wink at Branya now, and Branya can secretly put you down. Puff. Sister Branya, if you don't laugh, I can still thank you. Wendy blushed and couldn't speak. She could only roar in her heart. And the people who came forward to watch were naturally the Holy Trinity. But there are far more than these 3 people. Because it is not a weekend or a special holiday, basically all the students in the academy who will pass by the teaching building and will witness this scene. Wendy's pupils trembled, the temperature on her face rising again and again, the blush on her face so thick that blood could drip, and more steam coming out of her head. I have clearly received the transfer order from the headquarters and will leave St. Freya and return to the Oceania branch in a few days. Why did this happen? No, maybe I should be thankful for this. After all, St. Freya is a temporary residence and will not come often in the future. If this happens in the permanent Oceania branch, I will not be able to survive in the future, right? With such regrets, Wendy's eyes turned into 2 mosquito coils and she fainted with a red face. Ugh! Wendy didn't know how long she had been unconscious. When she opened her eyes in a daze, she murmured, "It's so cold." She subconsciously touched her forehead and grabbed an ice pack that had not melted much. Delta, you actually did it. If you dare to make such a dangerous application again, I can do something more extreme. If you don't believe me, try it. Delta stood by the bed, arms crossed, sneering. Her golden eyes showed that she was activating the power of the Herrscher gem to maintain her ability to move. Delta's original intention was to show Wendy that she was in good condition and didn't need her to worry too much, let alone participate in the Gem of Serenity experiment to seek a solution. But what Wendy saw was a kind of impulsive bravado, which made her regret it all of a sudden. Is it okay if I'm wrong? Hurry up and find a wheelchair to sit down. Don't keep standing it up. It will add burden to you. Burden? Can you? I'm fine. I can jump around for 24 hours. I believe it, Lady Rita, a wheelchair. Wendy sat up quickly. She didn't dare to compete with Delta. She asked Rita for help. Rita also looked relieved and pushed the wheelchair over. Wendy pushed Delta down. Seeing her sitting obediently in the wheelchair, the gold in her eyes gradually faded. Only then did she ease the tension in her heart. I'm sorry, Delta. Do you know you're wrong? Yes. I know. I made that kind of application on impulse. It's irresponsible to myself and destiny, and it will make you worry. I'm sorry, Delta. You know nothing. Can the Gem of Desire and the Gem of Serenity be the same thing? You can barely bear the Gem of Desire, but what does that have to do with the Gem of Serenity? Do you think that Hueco is like physical exercise, and you can do better next time after experiencing the extreme ones? Delta's face was dark, and she scolded Wendy like a machine gun. Wendy shrank her neck and was speechless. Delta took a deep breath and continued, listen, because you were half dead because of the Gem of Desire, your body has already reached a limit. If you come into contact with gems again, even if it is the Gem of Desire that you have long been accustomed to, it will quickly destroy everything you have, not to mention the Gem of Serenity. Only you will never succeed, you will only die in vain. Is this true? If you don't believe me, ask Otto yourself. Delta glared at her unhappily. Anyway, Otto will definitely help to make it up and do Delta a favor, so Delta's words are very confident. Wendy nodded quickly and said weakly, I know now, and I won't act impulsively in the future. So, calm down, Delta. Don't give me that. If you dare to do it again without telling me, next time, I will tie you up and take you to the Oceania branch exactly as you are, and I will also strip you naked. Yes, I was wrong. I know you are worried about me. I am fine now, so don't be angry. Humphrey. Delta was still upset. The cabbage that she had saved with all her efforts was trying to rush to death again. Who the hell could accept this? In fact, when Otto passed the information over, Delta was a little shocked. If she hadn't paid attention, the juicy cabbage in front of her would be gone. Looking at Wendy, who was timid and didn't dare to speak, Delta snorted again, then controlled the wheelchair and went out to adjust her mentality. After Delta left, Wendy, Rita, and Durandal breathed a sigh of relief almost at the same time. Speaking of which, this is the first time Rita has seen Lady Delta so angry. Wendy, you really shouldn't do this. At least you should discuss it with Lady Delta first. You should know how much Lady Delta values you. Or, with Lady Delta's cold personality hidden under her lazy appearance, the only person she cares about is probably Wendy. Rita sighed faintly. Durandal nodded. Rita is right. I know. I regret it now. Delta is really super angry. What should I do? Wendy is now like Kennedy in a convertible, she has a splitting headache. At this time, she began to miss the lazy Delta. It's better to be lazy than to force herself to stand up without saying a word. Maybe Delta shouldn't be asked to exercise or something. She was sitting lazily in a wheelchair, which was her most worry-free state. Wendy thought belatedly, biting her lip with regret. Have you heard that an elite Valkyrie who came to support the mission from the Oceania branch seems to have a strange fetish? Using indescribable rope art techniques to tie herself up and hang high up in public, is this considered SM? It is said that she fainted from excitement. Wow, this is too exciting. Fuhua was carrying a suitcase and walking on the way back to the dormitory. Listening to the whispers of the passing students, she couldn't help but stop, turn back, and tilt her head in confusion. Chapter 123, a kind of high-grade wood, a goose. So, it was a prank by that S-rank Delta. It seems so. Kayana said so, but I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with them. In the bathroom, Angel was rubbing Fuhua's back, admiring the elegant and beautifully curved, feeling the silky and flawless skin. She spoke seriously. Fuhua was not conscious of being coveted due to her build and cast her eyes on Kayana, who was splashing water in the bathtub. Kayana smiled. When Wendy fainted, Delta rushed out and took her away immediately, without even using a wheelchair. So don't worry, it was just a little fun. Kayana said happily, then rolled her eyes and made a little calculation. Should she find some time in the future to ask the young couple about rope art skills? She'll have fun only when she completely conquers Mai and Angel. Thinking of some beautiful pictures that made her salivate, Kayana couldn't help but drool. Idiot Kayana, you're about to pollute the water in the pool. SHH. No, don't talk nonsense, Branya. Anyway, you must have thought of something unhealthy again, right? Idiot Kayana's brain really needs to be soaked and rinsed with detergent. Who are you calling idiot? You are the idiot one. Eat my Kazlana pounds. Water splashed in the pool. Kayana and Branya, entangled and playing, moved to the side, raising their hands to block the splashes. Raiden, Mai and Heimko, who had to raise their hands to block the splashes, also added to the scene. The rippling water and the girl's white skin formed a beautiful picture that made people salivate. At least, Angel swallowed her saliva silently, forgetting to wipe Fuhua's back. Thank you, welfare delivery girl Kayana. Heimko simply lay on the edge of the bathtub, facing the water behind her. The indescribable sphere was squeezed into an even more indescribable shape under the pressure of her weight, exposed to Angel and Fuhua without any concealment. Heimko spoke, alas, it's already the second year of school. Why are you still like children? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about them. Fuhua, how is Senior Jilin now? Has your school of Taixun helped her? Her condition has stabilized now. She plans to stay on Mount Taixu for a while, and then I'll come back. Fuhua replied with a wooden face and subconsciously pressed her chest. There are also undulating curves. Soft, it can't be said that there are none. But in general, it can only be described as small and exquisite, unlike Heimko's configuration. I'm done, master. Angel spoke in a vague tone. In fact, why wipe for so long? Fuhua's back is clean and smooth, as white as snow. Angel was just taking advantage of it. Gudong. But now, something more eye-catching was in front of her, and Angel needed to make a choice. Heimko, hug me, eh? You're so clingy even when taking a bath? Are you a child? I want to hug you. Okay, just hug me. With a helpless and doting smile, Heimko picked up Angel as she was told and put her against her chest. She never thought of Angel's crooked thoughts but felt satisfied and happy with his clinginess. Miss Delta, Wendy, we are about to reach the airspace of the Oceania branch. After sending you two, Rita and Lady Durandal will return to the headquarters to report to the Archbishop. Do you have any information you need Rita to convey? In the spacious and comfortable luxury airliner, Rita poured fragrant black tea for several people and spoke with a gentle and elegant smile. Please greet the Archbishop for us and tell him that we failed to complete this mission perfectly. We are truly ashamed of his guidance. We will continue to work hard. As the diplomat in the duo, Wendy was serious and showed her workplace etiquette. Rita smiled and nodded, glanced at Delta, who was drinking tea slowly and distracted, and then said to Wendy with the same workplace etiquette, okay, Rita will convey your message truthfully. Thank you, Rita. As the only two people familiar with workplace skills, Wendy and Rita shook hands, and there was a feeling of mutual appreciation in their eyes. Who let them have a partner who is not particular about details? At this time, Durandal, who was holding a mobile phone, suddenly looked up and said, oh, speaking of which, we may have to set up a team in the Oceania branch. I received a mission and will not return to the headquarters for now. Huh? A Honkai eruption occurred in Dubai, UAE. According to data analysis from the headquarters, there is a possibility that an Emperor-class Honkai beast will be born. I have to go support the local Valkyrie. Is that so? Then I wish you good luck. I just received a new mission and have to return to the headquarters to check the information. I can't go with you, Lord Durandal. Rita sighed with some regret. They had already come here, and she thought they would have some time alone on the way and after returning. Then, Rita asked with some expectation. Lord Durandal, This mission shouldn't take much time, and we will return to the headquarters afterward, right? Well, not really. I've accumulated a lot of vacation time. After this mission, I plan to go traveling. Durandal touched her chin with great interest, as if thinking about the next itinerary. Rita paused, still smiling. Then I wish you a pleasant journey. Durandal, a kind of high-grade wood-born bisexual. After so many years of relationship, you're going on a trip alone? You could even invite me. Durandal intuitively felt something was wrong. She looked at Rita, and after a while, lowered her head again with nothing to gain, and continued to think about her travel route. At this time, Delta became interested and suddenly spoke. Do you have a place you are interested in, by Anka? Well, I remember talking to Rita last time and mentioning Britain. I'm quite interested. How about going to London? London, it seems very famous, but I heard that except for the famous tourist areas, the sanitary conditions are not very good. Huh? Is there such situation? Well, let me see it in person first. Durandal scratched her head and replied with a smile. And Delta tapped the metal armrest of the wheelchair with her fingers, turned her head, and looked out the window, only to see the long-lost outline of the Oceania branch appear under the sea of clouds. Then, she raised the corner of her mouth imperceptibly. London holiday. The second divine key hidden above the Thames, a key link in Otto's plan to ascend to godhood, and the perfectly disguised Susanna, and the serpent trying to hide the divine key. It turns out it has come to this. The Skull headquarters that we have been wary of for a long time, the world serpent whose tail we cannot touch, and the divine key, this time, it seems we have to take some risks. Angel thought about it and showed a cunning and cute smile. Chapter 124, Grey Serpent, Take the Pill. Otto has already set his sights on London. It seems he has confirmed that there are clues to the second divide key there, or he has confirmed that the divide key is in the city. What do you say, Grey Serpent? In the dimly lit office, Cocolia sat with her legs crossed on a high-quality leather office chair, stroking Sin's head. She spoke carelessly but with an unknown majesty. Grey Serpent was silent. The red light in his mechanical eyes did not fluctuate. In fact, he was very panicked. Damn it, they tried their best to erase all the clues, and Otto hadn't found anything for 500 years. How did he suddenly hit the target? Is there a traitor among the world serpent? Hey. I think he might be guessing? Are you sane? Cocolia gave a polite look in return. Grey Serpent choked and knew he had said something he didn't want to say, so he continued, I mean, this news is very important. If it is the divide key, we must get it first, or at least it can't fall into Otto's hands. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous to us. Yeah, that's what I mean. So, isn't this me coming to share information with you? According to what I have, the whereabouts of the second divide key should be closely related to the legend of King Arthur in ancient Britain. Ahem. Grey Serpent tried to cover it up with a loud cough. Damn it, how did this woman guess so accurately? Was his cover-up too crude? Or is there really a traitor? Cocolia raised her bright lips, stroked Sin's head more lovingly, and smiled. It seems that my information is correct. Don't get me wrong, I mean. Okay, there's no need to repeat words that fool idiots. I know your organization has an extraordinary origin, and I'm too lazy to worry about what you did in ancient times. But you are right, no matter what, the divide key falling into my hands or yours is acceptable, but it can't be given to Otto. Cocolia waved her hand slowly, looking very calm. Grey Serpent felt that humans were really tricky, especially the allies in front of him, and Otto, who had been secretly spying on them. They were smarter than the previous generation. Cocolia sighed calmly, leaned forward slightly, and spoke with a slightly oppressive posture. I don't like red tape, just say it directly. I can produce Ninty, what about you? Grey Serpent's electronic eyes finally flickered. Ninty? It is said that she has fused the power of the Honkai beast Chayu. Yes. It's a bit embarrassing to say this. I just wanted her to broaden her horizons and get close to our beloved leader. Who knew she was so naughty that she actually convinced Chayu to entrust its life and power to her? Alas, a child who is only a few months old has learned to rebel. I don't know how to control her in the future. Cocolia looked ashamed to speak, as if with a headache. Grey Serpent listened quietly. Yes, she is really naughty. She has become the first perfect level mantis in the new era. She has the power to suppress the artificial Herrscher head-on. Even if she was put in the previous era, she would not be cannon fodder. To be frank, at this stage, with just Ninty, Cocolia has the possibility of sweeping the entire world serpent. Not to mention she also has those Titan BT-72 types that can entangle with the Herrscher. The power comparison has been reversed. Now, Cocolia is no longer a chess piece that Grey Serpent can easily control but has become a force he must be cautious against. Doctor, this is what you have always said, The so-called infinite possibilities of human beings, right? I also believe in Miss Nitty's power. But Europe has always been the base camp of Skull, and it is irrational to confront them head-on. What do you mean? Lead them to look in the wrong place. Many years ago, Otto turned over the entire London, but he didn't know that the second divide key was not stored in the real space, so he found nothing. This time is the same. Let them toss around for a while in vain, and naturally give up. Knowing that Gokolia's information was more accurate than expected, Grey Serpent simply shared a bit more and did not hide his intention to continue hiding the second divide key. However, this time Grey Serpent thought it was simple, but in reality, it was impossibly complicated. The second divide key is very important to Otto's final plan. This time, he will not give up until he achieves his goal. Cocolia will not remind Grey Serpent. She had no intention of getting involved in the London incident. She had just captured a Shriak, and was already sensitive enough of an issue. If she got involved in Otto's plan, this pure love war god might get angry. Cocolia just wanted to show off her intelligence network and get some benefits. Since you said so, I can stay out of it, but you must ensure that Otto can't get it. That man has accumulated 500 years of resources, and his current advantage is terrifying enough. If he gets a divide key, it will be even more difficult to fight him. Thank you for your understanding. I will give you a copy of the information about Mantis soldiers later, which should be of some help to Miss Nitty's situation. Grey Serpent said calmly. This was what he wanted to give. The concept of the Mantis of the new era was very popular with him. For the light of hope of this era, adhering to the Flamecaser's belief, Grey Serpent was happy to provide some help. Now is the right time to repay a favor. Cocolia nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Next time you have something good like this, tell me earlier. It's not like I can't exchange it. I said, as long as it's good for my daughter, I don't mind taking a loss. I remember. Then, I'll go arrange the action in London. Thank you for the information you provided, which is very helpful to us. You are much more polite. It seems that you have reflected on it after I said that to you last time. Thank you for your advice. See you next time. Grey Serpent cut off the communication. Then, he pressed his hand on the mask and sighed with a headache. Otto has a direction. This is not easy to deal with. If it's just Rita Rossice, it's okay, but if Durandal or Delta is dispatched, I don't have any trump cards to use. Cocolia, the female vixen, is also eyeing it covetously. I can't let her interfere, otherwise the situation will be worse. Fortunately, she has kept her word in the cooperation so far. In terms of credit, there is still some guarantee, right? In any case, the second divide key is related to Vilaka, and the Lord has ordered it to be taken care of and cannot be handed over. Grey Serpent thought about it and dialed the Jackal's communication. However, a pair of round and full spherical arcs appeared in the picture, which seemed to be held by the Jackal, and she was moving up and down, looking for something. Jackal, what are you doing? I'm looking for a cat. What do you want? Don't bother me if it's not important. My time is precious. Stan, where are you? It's time to eat, stop messing around. Why are you mad at me? Do you think I'm your subordinate? Don't forget that we are on the same level, and my qualifications are not much worse than yours. Don't play dumb with me. The camera on the opposite side was still moving. Except for the round arcs and the abyss valley that were always close to the camera, there was nothing else. Grey Serpent took a deep breath. The crisis is imminent, and his teammates is a dog who is not very smart and can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant, and a crow who is paid to do things and is half-hearted in doing it. The World Serpent, it's really difficult to handle everything with these fools. Chapter 125, Jackal. No, calm down. We, the World Serpent, are carrying an important mission. We have to welcome back the Lord and promote the implementation of the Project Stigma until we defeat the Honkai. The 13 Flamecasers are still watching us. Grey Serpent, you have to stand up. Grey Serpent prepared himself mentally and successfully calmed down, uttering a cold voice. Cocolia just communicated with me. Based on the trends we detected before and the information she gave, it can be basically concluded that Otto has found the correct direction of the cosmic juggernaut. What? News about that woman? Are you sure you are not fooled? Jackal finally stopped looking for the cat and pointed the camera at herself, revealing a charming face with golden pupils and brown skin. She always felt that Grey Serpent's attitude towards Cocolia was very strange. Instinctively, she felt that Grey Serpent was fooled. However, Grey Serpent has always been very sure and insisted that Cocolia is a partner with increasing value. Since cooperating with her, haven't we obtained enough resources and important intelligence? The World Serpent can develop and accumulate strength day by day, which is closely related to my vision. You are a scientific researcher, don't worry about economic and political issues. Yes, yes, you are smart, you are awesome. Well, even if Otto finds the right direction, so what? He has gone through the London before, but he didn't get anything? It is precisely because he has found it once, he must have found the key clues when he did it a second time. We can't just sit back and watch. Okay. Then use the people we left there before, let them suffer and give up in embarrassment. This matter is easy to handle. Jackal waved her hands nonchalantly, with an attitude that she didn't take the matter seriously at all. Grey Serpent paused, pondered for a moment, and said helplessly, "You were the one who did this before, so I'll leave it to you this time. You must take it seriously. To be on the safe side, I'll transfer Raven to support you and ensure the safety of Cosmic Juggernaut." "Sure." Jackal hung up the call with a disdainful and confident smile. Grey Serpent pondered for a while, trying to let go of his heart, but in the end, he really couldn't do it. "Forget it, I'll also secretly send a few clones over, hoping not to mess it up." The diligent Grey Serpent sighed helplessly and tiredly like a social animal. "Hey! Is the cricket Otto worthy of your being so cautious? Grey Serpent, you are really getting old. Unlike me, I am always so young and confident." Jackal made arrogant and domineering comments to her colleagues without any hesitation. Sure enough, the only one who can support the Project Stigma and help the Lord accomplish his great cause is me, Cleo. The confident Jackal issued an action order to her subordinate, Catherine, the director of the British Museum, and made a few small requests. Then, she put down her mobile phone terminal and continued to search around in the laboratory. Stan, where did you go? Did you go out to hang out again?" Meow. The distressed and somewhat impatient Jackal suddenly heard a familiar cat's cry. She turned around suddenly and saw the outline of a kitten wagging its tail leisurely, standing in the shadow of the corner. "Wow! So it's here, where did you go?" Forget it, I can use you this time. Don't run around. I'll take you to treat those ignorant Xol Valkyries." Jackal squatted down, picked up the cat, and walked deep into the laboratory. Through the dim light of various colors, the narrow space of the laboratory was filled with neatly arranged glass liquid experimental chambers. All kinds of chilling twisted bodies floated in it, and from time to time they trembled strangely, which was very terrifying. After receiving the order, Raven rushed to London. There was no way, the money was high enough, and her efficiency had to be improved. Otherwise, it would be unworthy of the price offered by Grey Serpent. The slender and voluptuous thighs, the curvy waist, the plump and well-proportioned huge treasure chest, the young girl wearing casual trousers and long sleeves and black-framed glasses, just walked out of the airport, and she was greeted with a stunning look. However, Raven was not proud of her appearance, especially during the mission. This kind of beauty with a high rate of turning people's heads was often a burden rather than a help. "Hey, little crow, I'm here, huh? Miss Ya. You actually came to pick me up in person. Fox, you idiot. I just arrived too, and I just waited for you. Who do you think you are? You asked me to pick you up. Go to the key-making shop on the street and ask if you can make a key? Okay, it's confirmed that it's me, let's go." For the sake of money, Raven tolerated Jackal's foul mouth. This old woman has been unable to spit out ivory from a dog's mouth for a long time. Jackal pouted her lips in boredom, called the driver, and left the airport. They arrived at the safe house that had been prepared long ago. The Raven put down the suitcase immediately, and after breaking the password lock on the surface, it was a high-tech fingerprint, iris, and voice print lock inside. After a series of unlocking measures, a sci-fi black spear lay in the open suitcase. "Oh? You even brought the seven thunders of purification with you? It seems that Grey Serpent is really scared." Jackal put one hand on Raven's shoulder, stood behind her, and bit the apple calmly. Raven rolled her eyes secretly. "It's for insurance. It's best not to shoot, otherwise it will have to be repaired again." "I'll repair it, why are you so worried? Listen to me, if you can see that little Otto show up this time, you will just blow his head off and be done with it." "Thank you." Assassinating the Archbishop of Xol in Xol's territory, do you think this is North America and Otto's last name is Kennedy? TSK. Boring. Jackal pouted in boredom. Of course, she also understood how dangerous this was, and that guy couldn't be killed with one shot. If one clone was gone, a new one would pop up, just like Grey Serpent. So the seven thunders of purification were really just insurance. It couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Jackal was confident that he could handle everything, and it would not reach that level. The Raven closed the suitcase and said, "So what's your plan?" "Just fool those fools, what plan do you need? You are superfluous, just serve me tea and water, watch me operate, and then we will leave together." "I hope so. I hope it ends peacefully. Hee hee. Just trust me, when has this Jackal ever failed? Moreover, I also brought useful tools this time, and it is now successfully investigating the situation. Jackal patted her chest with a swollen face. But the raven blinked confusedly. You will see it soon. Before that, go and prepare 2 dinners for me, 1 for people and 1 for cats. Okay. The boss gave them money, and the Grey Serpent and Jackal were in the same group, so the raven could give her face. She just hopes Jackal won't be like those kids, unwilling to eat the food she cooked. Raven thought with some resentment and walked into the kitchen. Jackal took out the locator and wanted to check Stan's location. Huh? Broken? How come it's located next to me? Meow. Jackal turned her head and saw the outline of the cat in the shadow corner of the room. Hey? You finished the investigation so quickly? Speaking of which, this cat's cry seems different from before, soft and nice. If you change it to this in the future, I will double the cat food for you. Jackal said with a smile, squatted down, and watched the kitten approach her step by step with an elegant pace. Meow. The kitten made a soft and cute cry again, which was different from the past. Jackal raised the corner of her mouth and reached out to touch the cat's ears without any precautions. Stan also rubbed her palm meekly, bringing a pleasant and comfortable touch. After a while, Jackal reached back with satisfaction, but suddenly her smile froze. What is this? A glimmer of red light appeared on her retracted palm. Upon closer inspection, it was a transparent red gem, but it strangely appeared to be melting, as if it was seeping into her palm. This is... Jackal murmured, and before she could think, she fell to the ground powerlessly. In the kitchen, Raven, who was cooking soup, moved her ears, then suddenly rushed to the door, carefully poked her eyes out, and observed the movement in the living room. But Jackal was lying on the ground, holding a gray cat with black feet in both hands, teasing it happily, and making a happy laugh. So you are teasing the cat? I was wondering why there was a sound of falling to the ground. So, the helper she mentioned is this cat? What a mad scientist. Raven shook her head helplessly and went back to cook the soup.